The Supernatural Chronicles narrates a series of bizarre events experienced by a student at a university in Sichuan, triggered by an ancient supernatural legend. After the legend manifests in his life, his classmates begin to die under strange circumstances, and even his beloved boyfriend succumbs to despair amid the shadows of death. This overwhelming fear compels him to document his incredible supernatural experiences. Chapter 1: Blood in the Eyes. May 13, 2007. On the day of the year of the pig, month of the snake, day of the monkey, a Monday. I remember it vividly. It was my first day at work. It was also the day the nightmare began. My name is Chen Tianming, and at that time, I was 20 years old. I had always been a delinquent, frequently getting into fights, the kind of person who feared neither heaven nor earth. As a result, the brothers in the community bestowed upon me a resounding nickname, Chen the Overlord. My family worried incessantly about me, and in an effort to reform my ways, they used connections to secure me a job. Initially, I had no intention of going to me. No job seemed more important than hanging out and chasing girls, but under my mother's relentless pressure, I eventually relented. My workplace was located in an abandoned factory on the outskirts, which appeared to be a factory on the outside, yet contained a hidden world within. Not only were there luxurious dormitories, but also patrol cars, ambulances, and even hearses. Chen Tianming, welcome to the Special Rescue Team. Let's give him a round of applause. As I pushed open the factory door, I saw about 10 people standing in the yard, smiling at me. The burly middle-aged man at the front finished speaking, and everyone clapped in unison. The Special Rescue Team. I had learned of this name just yesterday. My name is Li Tianai, and I am the captain of the Special Rescue Team. You can call me Captain Li, or like the others, you can call me Crazy Li. He introduced himself, then briefly introduced the others. Tianji, please take him around and familiarize him with our camp, Li Tianai instructed. Understood. A young man with glasses stepped forward, his expression serious, and replied loudly. He was Tianji. In the Special Rescue Team, he also had a nickname, Fury Tianji. Tianji then guided me through the dormitories and the cafeteria, providing a brief overview of our work. From his words, I gathered that this was not a rescue team at all, but rather a corpses collection team. Upon hearing the term corpses collection team, I was momentarily taken aback and asked, isn't our job to save lives? A knowing smile crept across Tianji's face as he replied, you're overthinking it. A real rescue team wouldn't need us. Our primary task is to collect corpses. You might not know this, but our team has another special name, the Supernatural Corpses Collection Team. Supernatural Corpses Collection Team. I repeated the phrase, perplexed by its meaning. To put it simply, our job is to collect corpses, specifically those that have died under abnormal circumstances, such as in car accidents, earthquakes, fires, drownings, and so forth. Tianji explained, the corpses we handle often bear gruesome visages, some so horrific that they are unbearable to witness. For instance, some bodies are bloodied beyond recognition, their flesh charred, or even partially decomposed. Due to the nature of these deaths, we frequently encounter supernatural events, and over time, we became known as the Supernatural Corpses Collection Team. After saying this, he glanced at me and chuckled, are you scared now? I stopped and shook my head, replying, there's no such thing as supernatural events, it's all just self-induced fear. Tianji seemed to anticipate my reaction, laughing. I felt the same when I first arrived, but I quickly regretted it. I hope what happens next doesn't shatter your worldview. I paid no heed to his words. What supernatural events? It was merely people scaring themselves. Since childhood, I had enjoyed horror films, even spending nights in graveyards, and had seen ghost lights, yet I did not believe in the existence of such things. However, soon after, the events that unfolded shattered my understanding. That very afternoon, an alarm rang out, summoning everyone to the yard, where about 10 individuals boarded 3 ambulances. There has been a car accident on Zhongshan Road in the city center. The deceased include an elderly man and a child. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Once we retrieve the bodies, we will immediately transport them to the city hospital, came the voice of Captain Li Tianai over the intercom. Before long, we arrived at Zhongshan Road. The entire road was cordoned off, surrounded by a throng of people, and it took us quite some time to enter the restricted area. Inside the cordoned-off zone stood a dump truck, alongside a mangled electric bike. My gaze shifted, and I immediately spotted 2 people beneath the dump truck. In truth, they could no longer be classified as people. The 2 corpses were utterly dismembered, their original appearances unrecognizable, yet the deceased's eyes remained open, staring at the crowd beyond the warning tape, their pupils unmoving, as if attempting to remember everyone present. Their entrails mixed with blood flowed across the ground. The air was thick with the nauseating stench of blood. Wow! I could no longer tolerate the sight and promptly vomited. I felt as though I might expel everything I had eaten the previous day. It was utterly revolting. Tianji patted my back, saying, "You'll get used to it eventually." I nodded, unwilling to appear weak in front of them, standing tall, though my gaze was erratic, trying my best not to look at the horrific scene beneath the dump truck. In truth, I was not alone. The expressions of the others were equally grim, as this scene was undeniably gruesome. "Zhang, isn't this dump truck prohibited from entering the city?" Tianji could not help but ask a nearby traffic officer. "We've investigated thoroughly." The driver of the dump truck, in a hurry, drove onto Zhongshan Road, while the deceased were an elderly man and a 6-year-old child. The elderly man was picking up the child from school and violated traffic rules, driving against the flow and running a red light, Zhang replied. "How tragic they might become vengeful spirits," Tianji muttered, then walked toward the corpses. I remained a short distance away, unwilling to approach. The manner of their deaths was too horrific. The deceased's eyes were still wide open. I couldn't shake the feeling that they were looking at me. At that moment, the sun hung high in the sky, and though the weather was hot, I felt an inexplicable chill. The 2 corpses were lifted onto the ambulance and subsequently transported to the city hospital. "Were you frightened by today's events? There will be many more like this in the future, so get used to it. The more you see, the easier it becomes. If you truly cannot handle it, I advise you to resign. Not everything is as simple as what you witnessed today," Tianji remarked as he entered the room. "I'm not afraid, I just find it disgusting," I replied, mastering my courage. Tianji smiled but did not elaborate further. 7 days passed without incident. We did not receive a single assignment. Yet on the 8th afternoon, the alarm sounded once more. The task location was again Zhongshan Road, again a car accident, and the deceased was a man. What struck me as particularly unbelievable was that this man was the son and father of the 2 deceased from 7 days prior. Moreover, yesterday marked the 7th day since their passing. It was all too eerie. Upon arriving at the scene, I encountered Dong once more. "It seems this is a troublesome situation. It's likely that vengeful spirits are involved, 2 souls unable to let go," Zhang said solemnly. "Haha, we've encountered such things far too often. Just wait and see. There will surely be more deaths," Tianji shrugged, looking resigned. Indeed, we were merely collectors of corpses, not exorcists. I could not comprehend the meaning behind their conversation, and just as I was about to ask, Li Tianai called me over to assist in moving the bodies. Despite still feeling somewhat nauseous and frightened, I steeled myself and carried on. "Tian, let's go," Tianji said as he entered the vehicle. The ambulance began to move slowly. I removed my blood-soaked gloves and casually tossed them into the cabin, then rubbed my eyes. Due to the excessive blood from the deceased, it had seeped through the gloves and onto my hands, but I did not notice and rubbed my eyes directly. At that moment, as the back of my hand brushed against my eyes, the blood of the deceased entered my eyes. In an instant, my right eye appeared blood-red, and everything I saw was shrouded in red. Panic surged within me. I feared something was wrong with my eyes and shouted, "Damn! My eyes are broken!" Li Tianai and the others turned to look, and upon seeing the blood on my hands, their expressions shifted dramatically. "Who told you to rub your eyes with hands covered in the deceased's blood?" Li Tianai shouted in anger. But just then, my eyes returned to normal. "What's happening?" I asked, puzzled. "You've made a grave mistake. If the blood of a wrongfully deceased person enters your eyes, it may activate the yin-yang eye, and you could become entangled with the deceased," Tianji said, his expression grave. I scoffed. What did it mean to be entangled with the deceased? They were dead. Could they possibly come back to life? Upon returning to the camp, Tianji first took me to wash up, then retrieved some paper money from the storeroom and led me outside the factory to burn the paper. It's all superstitious nonsense. Could there really be? Before I could utter the word ghost, Tianji covered my mouth. "Remember, you cannot say that word here. Refer to them only as dirty things," the frog spoke gravely. I uttered an "oh" and continued to toss Jaws paper into the fire. The sky gradually darkened. An eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings. Usually, at this hour, the sounds of insects would fill the air, but today, for reasons unknown, not a single sound could be heard. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept towards me, causing the flames to flicker and a flurry of ash to be carried away, landing upon my person. I brushed off my clothes, dismissing it without concern. As I hovered between slumber and wakefulness, I suddenly sensed the presence of someone standing by my bedside. Through the haze, I distinctly felt it was a man. "Brother Tian, why are you standing at the foot of my bed in the middle of the night?" I murmured. The figure remained motionless, still at the bedside. I slowly opened my eyes, finally discerning the identity of this person. It was none other than the deceased from the afternoon. My head buzzed as my mind went blank. I blinked, and upon a second glance, there was nothing at the bedside. Though the person had vanished, I was utterly convinced and my mind was crystal clear that what I had just witnessed was indeed real.
Chapter 2. The entire family perished. My limbs felt weak. Could it be that this world truly harbors malevolent entities? My beliefs began to waver. In the dead of night, a figure stood by my bedside, staring intently at me, a thought that sent shivers down my spine. In the dormitory, only my companion Tiangu and I occupied the space. I lay on the upper bunk, regaining my composure. I gently tapped the edge of the bed and leaned over, whispering, "Tiangu, Tiangu." After calling out, I cautiously scanned my surroundings. Perhaps it was due to my overwhelming fear, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the man remained in the dormitory, lurking in the shadows. Watching me from a dark corner, Tianji mumbled, "It's the dead of night, and you're calling for spirits. Hurry up and sleep. We might have a mission tomorrow." With that, he turned over and drifted back to slumber. "Tiangu, I just saw that man," I whispered. Approximately 3 seconds later, Tianji suddenly opened his eyes wide, sitting up straight, and inquired, "What did you say?" I swallowed hard and replied, "Just now, in that half-asleep state, I felt a man standing by the bed. At first, I thought it was you, but he just stood there. When I opened my eyes, I saw him clearly. It was the man who was struck and killed by a car this afternoon." "Tiangu, you're on the lower bunk. Didn't you feel anything?" Tianji furrowed his brow, remaining silent. The night was profoundly quiet, devoid of the sounds of insects, creating an eerie atmosphere. After a while, Tianji said, "You might have been dreaming, or perhaps you were just too fatigued during the day and saw things. Go to sleep." With that, he lay back down and covered his head with the blanket. I too reclined on my bed, staring at the ceiling, my mind replaying the unsettling scene I had just witnessed. Everything felt unreal, as if I were caught in a dream. I pulled the blanket over my head and peeked through a small gap at the bedpost. Nothing was there. Perhaps it truly was just a figment of my imagination. I lost track of time and eventually fell into a deep slumber, only to awaken at 9 in the morning. Tianji was nowhere to be found. In our special rescue team, when there are no tasks, no one monitors how you choose to rest. However, once a mission arises, even a stomachache cannot excuse you from participation. I got up, performed a quick wash, and ate a little something. Ultimately, I found Tiangu in the activity room. "Tiangu, was what I saw last night real or merely a figment of my imagination? Have I truly attracted a malevolent entity?" I approached him and whispered, "This matter is difficult to ascertain at present." Tianji replied, "We deal with those who have met untimely ends, particularly in tragic circumstances. It is taboo for the blood of the deceased to enter one's eyes." "What does that signify?" I inquired. "If blood enters your eyes, it indicates a connection with the deceased. Naturally, they may seek you out. As you have established a bond with them, however, this is not a certainty. There is only a 20% chance of such an occurrence. What if the deceased truly latches onto me? It is quite simple. After all, you hold no grudge against the deceased, and generally, they pose no threat to you. A mere offering of paper money will suffice. However, if they continue to linger, one must seek assistance from the family of the departed, allowing them to guide the spirit away. I consider myself rather unfortunate, having encountered the vengeful spirit of the deceased merely a week into my new job. Upon exiting the activity room, a heavy gloom settled in my heart, leaving me uncertain of how to proceed. I retrieved my phone and called Pao, my close confidant and brother, who invariably joins me in any brawl. The call connected swiftly, and I relayed the events to him. Upon hearing my tale, Pao offered words of comfort, alleviating my distress somewhat. Perhaps it is true that what occupies the mind by day manifests in dreams by night, after indulging in drinks. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. I hailed a taxi, only to find that the driver dropped me off at the outskirts, refusing to proceed further, claiming that the area ahead was unclean, infested with malevolent entities. I could understand his apprehension. In the interest of secrecy, Li T and I had spread numerous rumors around the vicinity. No one dared to tread within a 3-kilometer radius of the camp. The surroundings were devoid of streetlights, and not a soul was in sight. Apart from the sound of my footsteps, silence enveloped me. Unbidden memories of the previous night flooded my mind. Could that man be following me? Was he lurking in some corner, watching my every move? It was merely 10:30, surely that was not too late. I mused aloud. 10:30, take a good look at your phone. "What time is it now?" Tianji interjected. I glanced at my mobile device, only to be confronted by the glaring digits indicating midnight. Something was amiss. My heart raced with trepidation, and I quickened my pace, which should have shortened my journey. Why had nearly 2 hours elapsed? A chilling thought crossed my mind. Malevolent spirits, only such entities could possess the power to delay my passage by nearly 2 hours. Nodding to myself, I hastily climbed into bed and pulled the covers over me. The effects of the alcohol had me drifting into slumber almost immediately, yet, as I slept, I sensed the presence of someone standing at the head of my bed. I knew with certainty that it was that man, the deceased. I kept my eyes shut, allowing the haze of sleep to carry me through until dawn. That afternoon, I retrieved some paper money from the storage room and burned it at the entrance. The storage room was filled with paraphernalia for funerals, intended to ward off any lingering spirits. For several consecutive nights thereafter, I would awaken at midnight, acutely aware of someone standing at the foot of my bed. Their gaze fixed upon me. On one occasion, I cautiously lifted the covers to peer through a small opening, but saw nothing. Still, I could distinctly sense the presence at my bedside. A week passed in this manner. On the seventh day, the alarm sounded once more. Today's task location was once again Zhongshan Road in the city center, where a tragic accident had claimed the life of a woman, necessitating our intervention. Upon retrieving the body, we were to transport it immediately to the municipal hospital. Li Tianya's voice crackled through the intercom. This time, only 2 ambulances were dispatched, and I boarded one of them. As Li's words echoed in my mind, I couldn't help but recall the 2 previous accidents. All of this transpired on Zhongshan Road. Before long, we arrived at Zhongshan Road. I had just disembarked from the ambulance when I cheerfully inquired, "Surely, there can't be any connection between them." Brother Zhang nodded and replied, "You've hit the nail on the head. I just received news that this victim and the previous 2 are all from the same family. It seems that the elderly and the young ones from before were intent on taking this couple as well, and this incident occurred on the 7th day following the last victim's demise." Upon hearing Brother Zhang's words, a memory struck me. Today marks the 7th day since that man's passing. Wasn't it the 8th day when the last incident occurred? The previous incident also took place on the 7th day. At precisely 11:59 at night, and by the time you arrived, a full day had already elapsed. All of them belonged to the same family, and each occurrence took place on the 7th day. This is clearly no coincidence. There must be something sinister afoot. My mind was in disarray. What am I dawdling for? Quickly, let's load the body into the ambulance. Tianji nudged me. I snapped back to reality, instinctively scanning the surroundings, yet I saw neither the elderly nor the young ones, nor did I spot that man, which was a relief. However, a woman outside the cordon caught my attention. Her complexion was deathly pale, and her gaze was fixated on the corpse lying on the ground. I didn't dwell on it and made my way. I find myself utterly alone in the entire campsite. The sun hangs high in the sky, yet an eerie silence pervades the surroundings, broken only by the occasional chirp of insects, with nary a sound to be heard otherwise, although it remains daylight. An inexplicable chill courses through my veins, leaving my palms clammy and cold. Lying in bed, I turn my gaze towards the floor. An unsettling conviction that I am not the sole occupant of this room grips me. Unbeknownst to me, I drifted into slumber, and upon awakening, I discover that night has fallen. A quick glance at my phone reveals it is already 11 o'clock. According to ancient beliefs, this hour marks the witching time, when malevolent spirits are said to roam. I cocoon myself beneath the covers, seeking solace in this self-imposed isolation. Suddenly, an urgent need to relieve myself surges forth. I resist the urge, attempting to lull myself back into sleep. For if I succumb to slumber, I shall not behold those sinister entities. Another half hour slips by, and my discomfort intensifies to an unbearable degree. Finally, I can no longer withstand it. I fling back the covers, grasp the vial of black dog blood resting by my bedside, and hasten toward the restroom located in the farthest corner of the campsite. Due to my early bedtime, the entire area remains shrouded in darkness. Tonight's moon is obscured by ominous clouds, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Reaching the restroom door, I peer inside, hesitating momentarily. The light switch lies to the right within the confines of the restroom. I must enter to illuminate the space. "Is there someone inside?" I murmur softly, a question lingering in the air. What once felt like an ordinary restroom now gives the impression that someone awaits my arrival. The mounting pressure of my bladder drives me forward, and I step inside. Flicking the switch of the dim light floods the room, granting me a momentary reprieve. After attending to my needs, I approach the sink to wash my hands. Glancing into the mirror, just as I lift my gaze, I catch sight of a man standing behind me, staring intently. Just as I am about to scrutinize further, he vanishes without a trace. My heart races, gripped by an undeniable certainty that what I witnessed was no mere figment of imagination. I utter a quiet plea. "I harbor no enmity towards you. Please do not seek me out." Clutching the vial of black dog blood offers me a semblance of comfort. To my horror, I find 4 figures standing at the foot, as if they had never existed. I let out a bellow, seizing the bottle of mineral water and indiscriminately flinging the black dog's blood contained within. The walls, ceiling, and floor became tainted with that dark fluid. I leapt to the ground, gasping for breath, my heart racing with sheer terror. "I hold no grievances against you. Why do you persist in haunting me? If you possess the courage, come forth, come out if you dare," I shouted loudly, attempting to release the fear that gripped my soul. Yet, they did not reappear. This only intensified the oppressive weight in my heart, for I was acutely aware, and could distinctly feel, that they remained in the room, perhaps lurking in some corner, watching me with the same unrelenting gaze as before. My legs weakened, and I crumpled to the ground. The black dog's blood had vanished, and with it, my sense of security. Perhaps I had never possessed such a feeling at all. Supporting myself with my hands on the floor, I slowly rose, knowing I could not succumb to despair. I must escape this place. I opened the door and stumbled out of the dormitory, navigating in the dark by instinct toward the entrance. Just as I took 5 or 6 steps, the dormitory door creaked shut, emitting a sound as if someone were gently closing it. I dreaded to see them again. Bang! The sudden noise startled me. causing my legs to give way once more, and I collapsed to the ground. I lost consciousness. When I awoke, it was already the next morning. I was alone, sprawled in the courtyard. Creak, the large iron gate of the camp swung open, and Captain Li T and I, along with all the team members, entered in succession. Tianji hurried over to assist me, inquiring, "What happened last night?" I remained silent. In truth, seeing them now brought me more joy than reuniting with family. Yet, my nerves had been on high alert throughout the night. Even in unconsciousness, they remained tense. At this moment, my nerves finally relaxed, and darkness enveloped me once more as I fainted again. When I regained consciousness, it was already 1 in the afternoon. Opening my eyes, I found all the team members, including the captain, surrounding me, their gazes fixed upon me. A flicker of safety emerged within me. Slap. Tianji playfully smacked my head. Chuckling, "I thought you might have been scared to death." At his words, memories of last night surged back, and I involuntarily shuddered. "Tiangu, I used the black dog's blood, but it seemed ineffective. Is there another method?" I asked. "Your situation differs from that of a vengeful spirit. You merely came into contact with the blood of the deceased. Their lingering resentment in life, coupled with the fact that only you can see them, is why they pursue you. The only solution is to locate the deceased's closest kin, otherwise, you'll have to wait for them to depart on their own." Li T and I explained. To my knowledge, the deceased had no surviving relatives. The entire family of 4 had perished. Tianji offered a forced smile. "You, my friend, could have acted on the method I shared with you a few days ago. Why did you not take action?" I managed a wry smile, thinking to myself, wasn't it because of that fool Pang? Tianji brought a bowl of thin porridge, which I consumed entirely, feeling my spirits lift considerably after toiling for nearly an entire night. I still felt a tinge of fatigue. "There exists another possibility, retreating to a temple or a Taoist shrine for a couple of days. With divine protection, malevolent spirits would dare not intrude," remarked Tianji. "I might evade them for a moment, but can I truly escape for a lifetime?" I responded. "I refuse to believe that their kin have all perished. I shall seek them out immediately." With that declaration, I rose from my bed, donned my attire, and strode towards the door. No one impeded my passage. I was acutely aware that they were all observing me and understood that, given the gravity of the situation, they would not obstruct my path. "I will accompany you," Tianji declared, following closely behind. We mounted an electric scooter and made our way to the Public Security Bureau to investigate the identities of the deceased. The outcome was as before. The deceased had no living relatives. They were aware of our profession and, in a sense, regarded us as colleagues, having encountered similar circumstances themselves. As we prepared to depart, one officer suggested we visit the deceased's residential complex for further inquiries. Perhaps we might uncover some clues. Upon arriving at the complex, with the assistance of the staff, we indeed managed to locate the family. They were a tragic lot. Not only had their business collapsed this year, but the entire family had perished. However, through our research, we discovered that 15 years prior, the elderly couple had divorced, and the patriarch was still alive. This was his residence. A staff member handed us a document bearing a photograph of the elderly gentleman, accompanied by a detailed account of his life. I expressed my gratitude and proceeded to the address listed. They all resided within the same complex, not far from where we were standing. At the threshold, I rapped on the door, which swung open unlatched. How could it be left unlocked in broad daylight? This thought lingered in my mind, coupled with an unsettling premonition. Exchanging a glance with Tianji, we cautiously stepped inside. The living room floor was strewn with debris, furniture haphazardly arranged, and a pungent mildew permeated the air, indicating it had not been cleaned in quite some time. Then, I beheld an elderly man sprawled on the sofa. The sight startled me. Chapter 4, Xia Longpai. The old man was frail, his hair disheveled, and his body curled upon the couch, a trickle of dried blood at the corner of his mouth. I had seen his profile in the community management records. He was 60 years old. Yet he appeared to be at least 80. A sense of foreboding enveloped me. If anything were to befall him, I would truly find myself devoid of rescue. We summoned a taxi to transport the elderly gentleman to the hospital. Before long, the medical results were in. He had ingested pesticide, yet fortunately, we had arrived in time. Had we delayed another half hour, he would have succumbed. An hour later, the elderly man regained consciousness and was able to rise from his bed, though his body remained exceedingly frail. We visited him in the ward. "You should not have saved me. You should not have saved me," he uttered inexplicably upon seeing us. "Elderly sir, what troubles you?" Tianji inquired. The old man merely shook his head in silence. I glanced at my phone. It was already 4:30 in the afternoon. In a few hours, darkness would descend. The 4 deceased would undoubtedly reappear. There was no time left to squander. "Esteemed elder, we have come due to your family. They are now persistently haunting me, and only you can rescue me from this predicament," I exclaimed urgently. "This is a matter of life and death, and I have no time for idle chatter." Alas, their demise was so unjust. The elder sighed deeply and recounted, 15 years ago, my spouse and I encountered discord over our relocation, which ultimately led to our divorce. For 15 long years neither of us sought out another partner, both waiting for the other to concede an apology. Yet, we are both so stubborn that neither would relent. First, and unexpectedly, she departed before me. Tears streamed down the elder's cheeks as he continued, "How I wish she had taken me with her. In the underworld, I could finally offer my contrition. It is all my fault, all my fault." Tianji gently wiped the elder's tears with a tissue. "Young man," the elder inquired, "you mentioned they are haunting you. Can you see them?" I nodded in affirmation. "Wonderful. If you truly can see them, I implore you to convey my feelings to them. Just tell my dear wife that I miss her. And that I am sorry." As he spoke, tears flowed once more from his eyes. "Grandfather, they refuse to depart. They have been troubling me every night. You are their only living relative, and only you can help them find peace." I stated, "I will assist you. What must I do?" the elder asked, looking at me earnestly. I turned to Tianji, for I was uncertain of the procedure. Tianji explained, "It is quite simple. You must hold a white lantern. Light a candle within it, and at midnight, call their names before their graves. They have always been close to their fates. If you call out, they will surely hear you. When the time comes, place the lantern on the ground, and they will find their rest." The elder nodded in agreement, promising to assist us. I decided to leave Tianji at the hospital while I went to the funeral parlor to procure some paper money and lanterns. With everything prepared, we awaited the arrival of midnight. The clock soon struck 10, and the three of us took a taxi to the cemetery at Tianling Crematorium. This is the largest cemetery in Tianbei City, where the elder's four relatives are interred. At 10 o'clock, the crematorium gates were already closed, and the staff had left for the day, leaving only the guardhouse illuminated. Despite our persistent pleas, the guard refused to open the gate, leaving us no choice but to scale the wall. While Tianji and I managed effortlessly, the elder exerted considerable effort due to his age. Once inside the cemetery, guided by the elder, we located the four adjacent graves, easily identifiable. In the vast cemetery and even within the crematorium, aside from the guard, only the three of us remained. The surroundings were eerily quiet, the moon obscured by clouds, and the dim glow of the streetlights cast an unsettling light upon the countless graves. I glanced around, closely following Tianji, before the special rescue team arrived. I had no qualms about spending the night here. However, after the events of the past few days, I have become increasingly paranoid, especially in a place like this cemetery, which feels particularly eerie. Tianji glanced at his phone and remarked, "There are only 10 minutes left until 11 o'clock. Old man, you remember what I told you earlier?" "Right." The elderly man sat before a gravestone, gazing at the photograph engraved upon it, and nodded in acknowledgement. The 10 minutes slipped by swiftly. Tianji handed the lantern to the old man, who then, following Tianji's previous instructions, shouted out several times. Strangely, moments ago, there had been not a whisper of wind, yet after the old man's call, a small whirlwind suddenly materialized before the gravestone. "Have they arrived?" Tianji inquired of me. I scanned my surroundings, about to shake my head, when I suddenly noticed four figures emerging to my left. Indeed, the four deceased, yet, this time they did not regard me, but instead focused on the old man holding the white lantern. "They have come," I said, my voice trembling, my heart racing. "My dear, you have come," the old man cried out. "Your deaths were not caused by that child. Why do you cling to him? Come to me, take me away. My dear wife, I was wrong in the past, it was all my fault." As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. At that moment, Tianji nudged my arm and whispered urgently, "Quickly tell the old man what he asked you to convey. Otherwise, when the lantern falls, they will vanish." Realizing the urgency, I hesitated for a moment before mustering the courage to address the four specters. "The old man wants you to know that he misses you dearly. 15 years ago, he was mistaken. Please depart in peace." The four deceased turned their gazes toward me. I was suddenly aware of a faint sound of weeping surrounding us. I understood then that it was their sorrowful lamentations. One of the elderly figures stepped forward, gesturing in the air. I could vaguely discern the message, "Take good care of yourself." As the lantern fell, the four specters vanished. The old man knelt on the ground, weeping. I approached and gently patted his shoulder, softly saying, "The old lady wanted me to tell you to take good care of yourself." Upon hearing this, the old man's cries grew louder. Fortunately, the cemetery was vast, and his shouts did not draw the attention of the guards. I feared that even if they heard the cries, they would not dare to approach. In the dead of night, amidst the cemetery, the sound of weeping echoed. Anyone unfamiliar would surely think it was the disturbance of malevolent spirits. The old man had passed away peacefully in the summer of 2015, and it was Tianji and I who had laid him to rest. On the way back, I asked Tianji, "Did you hear their cries just now?" Tianji shook his head. "Initially, when I was first entangled in this situation, I felt fear, yet now that they had departed, a sense of melancholy washed over me. Reflecting on it, I realized that anyone who meets such a tragic end would not easily find peace." Moreover, the old man had been holding his granddaughter's hand. The guilt of her death, stemming from his own mistakes, must have weighed heavily on his heart, filling him with resentment even in death, perhaps even hatred toward himself. June 1, 2007, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, upon awakening from my midday slumber, I was abruptly greeted by the sound of an alarm. We dispatched 2 ambulances, racing to the scene. Our destination was Qinglong Mountain, located outside Tianbei City, where a child had tragically fallen to their demise. This marked the 10th incident of its kind this year. I believe it seems that every month someone plummets from Qinglong Mountain, and astonishingly, it occurs in the same location, that is the Xielong Slope. Sun Tao murmured, "It is the steepest part of all Qinglong Mountain. Since its opening, many have met their fate there, yet people still dare to venture up, and there are no protective railings erected, Tianchi remarked. I remained silent, listening to. I was well aware of the Xielong slope and had visited it myself. Standing upon its edge, one can behold the most exquisite vistas of Qinglong Mountain, as well as the villages below, where tendrils of smoke gracefully rise. Each year, numerous individuals flock to the Xielong slope to capture its beauty through art and literature. After nearly 2 hours of travel, we finally arrived at Qinglong Mountain, spending an additional hour to reach the Xielong slope. By then, a considerable crowd had gathered around the slope, making our entry exceedingly difficult. The steep terrain deterred us from pushing through hastily, and we could only inch our way forward. My son, is there anyone who can save my son? I beg you, I will serve you like a beast of burden. I heard a woman's anguished cries even before we managed to enter. Young lady, if someone has fallen from the Xielong slope, it is certain they are deceased. Try to come to terms with it. While you are still young, perhaps you could have another. A middle-aged man sighed. Impossible, it cannot be, he was just playing moments ago. He cannot be dead, the woman muttered in a fit of nervousness, with great effort. I squeezed my way in and beheld a woman in her 30s, her hair disheveled and eyes bloodshot, sitting upon the ground. Upon noticing me, she seemed to perceive me as a doctor and crawled toward me, grasping my pant leg as she pleaded, please, I implore you, save my child. I cast a glance down the Xielong slope. All I could see were towering trees, their lush leaves obscuring my view. Peering through the gaps in the foliage, I discerned an abyss below, where a fall would undoubtedly result in death. Chapter 5, a flicker of movement in the eyes. I rubbed my eyes and looked down once more. There was no sign of a child. Yet, a vivid image lingered in my mind. Just moments ago, a child had waved at me. Since the last incident I had experienced, I had become acutely sensitive to my surroundings, as if unseen entities were trailing behind me, observing my every move. At that moment, Tianchi nudged my arm, saying, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry and search below for the child. I snapped back to reality, glanced at the childless photograph, and followed Tianchi and the others down the mountain. However, I refrained from voicing what I had seen earlier. After all, it had yet to be confirmed. To speak of it might impose a heavy burden on the minds of my fellow team members. Our line of work often intersects with the supernatural. At the foot of the Xielong slope, facing east, the area was densely populated with trees and shrubs, seldom frequented by visitors. Captain, we have scoured the area thoroughly. There is not even a snake to be found, let alone the child's body. Could it be that the child's remains are caught among the branches halfway up the mountain? Sun Tao wiped the sweat from his brow as he inquired. The temperature within the jungle is far more stifling than that outside, and our garments are nearly drenched in perspiration. It is highly probable that we cannot yield, regardless of age, be it adult or child. We must ensure they find peace in the earth. Lit and I remarked. We nodded in agreement, discovering the remains of the deceased, granting them a proper burial. This is our principle. However, I have yet to fully grasp the depth of this principle. Soon Sun Tao noticed something amiss and exclaimed, come quickly, is there not a person over there? We hurriedly rushed over, following the direction of his finger, and indeed amidst the branches some 10 meters above, there appeared to be a figure. Yet, the distance was too great, compounded by the blinding sunlight, rendering it difficult to ascertain whether it was truly a person. Grab the ropes, Chen Tianming, Sun Tao, you two come with me, Li Tianai commanded. In no time, 3 climbing ropes were procured, and the 3 of us began our ascent. The closer we drew, the clearer the figure became. When we were merely a few meters away, I could distinctly see that it was a child. However, the child lay on their back, obscuring their face. We paused momentarily, exchanging glances that conveyed mutual certainty, and then, almost in unison, we crawled towards the lifeless body. Captain, this child has met a most tragic end, Sun Tao said, having reached the child first. Unable to contain his words, I was the second to arrive, and I too beheld the child's appearance. The child's chest was pierced by a protruding branch, their body marred by numerous injuries. Their pallid face, eyes wide open, seemed as if the very eyeballs might pop from their sockets. I took a deep breath, instinctively turning my head away, a twinge of fear stirring within me. At that moment, Li Tianai approached, producing a piece of white cloth, intending to cover the child. Captain, Sun Tao suddenly cried out. The abruptness of his shout startled me, causing me to tremble and glance at Sun Tao, ready to scold him, only to find his face exceedingly pale, resembling that of a corpse, his gaze fixated on the child. What is it? Li Tianai paused in his actions, looking up with inquiry. I think I saw their eyes move, Sun Tao said, his voice quavering. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, trickling down his cheeks onto his garments, whether from exhaustion or fright, I could not tell. What nonsense is this? The child is deceased. How could their eyes possibly move? Li Tianai chided, then covered the child with the white cloth. At Li Tianai's reprimand, Sun Tao regained his composure. After all, this was not our first encounter with such grim occurrences, and thus it remained within our threshold of tolerance. Subsequently, the 3 of us extricated the child's body from the branches, a copious amount of blood oozing from the wounds, some droplets falling onto the branches, while more splattered upon us. As we descended, our expressions remained. I shook my body once more, attempting to dislodge that hand, yet for reasons unbeknownst to me, it remained firmly grasped upon my clothing. As though it were tenaciously clinging to my attire, stealthily, I cast a glance downward, and there it was, the child's hand resolutely clutching my garments. My heart seized with a sudden intensity, and my breath caught in my throat, compelling me to flee at once. I distinctly recalled that the child's hands had been open moments before, yet now they were clenched tightly. The child had been pierced through the chest by a branch. Eyes wide open, and I could ascertain without even testing for breath that he was undoubtedly deceased. If he was indeed lifeless, then why did his hand remain in such a grip? My mind was awash with such queries. What is fate? Li Tian I called out. Nothing at all, I replied with a faint, unnatural smile, glancing down once more. We were still 6 or 7 meters above the ground. Any unforeseen incident could result in my demise. I muttered a few phrases of prayer under my breath and continued to lower the corpse incrementally. At last, we reached the ground, where the other team members received the body on a stretcher. A sigh of relief escaped my lips. Back in the vehicle, I kept my head down in silence, my mind replaying the harrowing scenes of earlier. I glanced at Sun Tao, who was also staring down. Lost in thought. What troubles you? I whispered. Sun Tao lifted his gaze to meet mine, speaking softly. I must share something with you, but do not mention it to anyone else for the time being. I nodded in understanding. Sun Tao continued. I have been reflecting on the events that transpired, and I am quite certain I did not misremember. The child's eyes truly shifted, and he swallowed hard before continuing. Moreover, during our descent, that child's hand gripped my clothing. I even looked down at that moment, and indeed, he was clutching my garment. Could it be that you were mistaken? I inquired. Sun Tao shook his head emphatically. Absolutely not. Before the captain covered him with the white cloth, I had seen the child's hand. It was open then, yet, as we descended, it had grasped my clothing. It opened again. Those 4 words echoed ceaselessly in my mind. If what Sun Tao claimed were true, it would indicate that something was amiss with the child, perhaps foreshadowing a supernatural occurrence. One thing was certain, the child's hands had initially been open. And during our descent, he had not only clutched my garments but also those of Sun Tao. It was now July, and the northern heat was oppressive, yet I felt an icy chill enveloping me. My hands and feet cold as ice. Perhaps it's merely the natural response of the corpse's nerves. Until we ascertain that I am entangled, it would be best not to disclose this to anyone else. Please help me keep this secret, Sun Tao urged. I nodded, all the while inwardly wincing. What natural response of the nerves? It was merely self-deception, just as we delivered the body to the municipal hospital. The child's parents arrived, and a cacophony of wailing ensued. I refuse to believe my son has simply died. The woman, in a frenzy, tore away the white cloth covering the child. At that very moment, I observed the child's hands had indeed opened wide. My heart skipped a beat, and as my gaze traversed the child's face, just as it was about to drift away, I suddenly beheld the child's eyes flicker. They truly moved. I stood frozen in place, fixated on the child's eyes, and I can now vividly imagine the expression I must have worn, one of intense concentration. Yet, the child's eyes remained still thereafter. As if what I had witnessed was merely a figment of my imagination, I remained silent, quietly following him as he departed. Although I outwardly appeared remarkably calm internally, my emotions surged like tumultuous waves. Far from tranquil, upon returning to the camp that very evening, I burned some paper money at the entrance. During this ritual, I encountered Sun Tao. Neither of us knew whether our actions held any significance. Yet at least it provided us with a sense of solace. Throughout the night, I tossed and turned, unable to find sleep, my mind grappling with whether or not to continue this line of work. My monthly salary was substantial, reaching 50,000, yet the nature of the job was perilous, often entangling us with malevolent forces. Lesser encounters would merely evoke fright, while more severe ones could even pose a fatal threat. Of course, we were bound by a contract, which included insurance, and in the event of our untimely demise, a significant compensation would be granted. I lost track of time and glanced at my phone resting on the bedside. It was already 1 in the morning, and the gentle snores of Tianji had begun to fill the air. I set my phone down, resolved to clear my mind, and succumb to sleep. Just as I was on the brink of slumber, in that liminal space between wakefulness and dreams, a voice suddenly pierced the silence. Brother, wake up and play with me. Chapter 6. The eerie Sun Tao. Upon hearing that voice, I instinctively tried to open my eyes, yet they felt as though they belonged to someone else, remaining obstinately shut. My body seemed to be pinned down by an unseen force, rendering me immobile, my fingers unable to twitch even slightly. My consciousness was alert, but my body felt alien. After an indeterminate period, my body regained its movement. I abruptly opened my eyes, sitting up with a gasp for breath. Moments later, I quickly scanned my surroundings. The room was enveloped in darkness, devoid of anything particularly unusual. Sleep paralysis. I recalled tales my grandparents had shared during my youth, which bore striking resemblance to my current predicament. Moreover, the phrase I had heard, brother, wake up and play with me, could not have been a mere illusion. I glanced down at the bottom bunk, where Tianji lay soundly asleep, his snores undisturbed. Leaning forward, I called out Tiangu, yet Tianji's rhythmic breathing continued unabated. I descended from the bed and opened the window. A refreshing breeze wafted in, invigorating my senses and sharpening my mind. Outside, not a glimmer of moonlight was visible, and the rising wind hinted at impending rain. The gusts intensified, and a small whirlwind danced beneath the peach tree, vanishing moments later. I closed the window and cast another glance towards the peach tree, where I spotted a little boy standing beneath it. Waving at me, his posture identical to that of the boy I had seen on the slanted slope of Qinglong Mountain the previous day. Perhaps they were, in fact, the same child. With a resounding thud, my legs gave way, and I collapsed onto the ground. He had indeed arrived. Tiangu, Tiangu, I called out twice. The snoring abruptly ceased, and Tiangu inquired, "What on earth are you making such a racket for at this late hour?" I sprang to my feet and dashed to the bedside, exclaiming, "That filthy thing has come, a filthy thing?" Tianji furrowed his brow and asked, "That shouldn't be the case. Wasn't the previous matter already resolved? Why is there still something vile lingering around you?" "It's not about the previous incident, but rather the little boy from yesterday," I replied. "Just now, I heard him calling me by my ear. I went to the window and saw him standing beneath the peach tree, waving at me, just like during the day." "What did you say? You saw him waving at you during the day?" Tianji asked, incredulous. I nodded in affirmation. Tianji did not press further. He threw off the covers and, clad only in his underwear, approached the window to glance below. "Turning back," he said, "I didn't see him. He must have already left or is watching you from somewhere now. Be truthful with me. When you were lifting the corpse today, did you get the deceased's blood in your eyes again?" I shook my head, responding no. I had already seen him wave at me before we even lifted the body. At first, I thought I was imagining things, but as I looked down, he grabbed my clothes. I remember distinctly that he had initially let go. After I finished I nodded slightly. "Everyone has now succumbed to slumber. We can only wait until tomorrow to discuss further. Moreover, it is already 3 o'clock in the morning, and outside, the wind howls ferociously, shrouding the night in a pitch-black darkness. Alone in the dormitory, I dare not venture outside." Suddenly, there came a series of loud knocks on the door. I exchanged a glance with Tianji, and we both discerned a flicker of tension in each other's eyes. It was 3 in the morning, the hour of deepest fatigue. Who could possibly be knocking at such an hour? The only conceivable answer is something sinister. "Who is it?" Tianji inquired loudly. I fixed my gaze on the door, swallowing hard with a gulp, my right hand instinctively gripping the edge of the bed. The icy sensation heightened my trepidation. "Brother Tian, do you think he might have left?" I asked. Tianji, of course, understood whom I referred to. I was utterly unwilling to open the door. Who knows what horrors might await me through the peephole? Vivid, gruesome images from movies invaded my mind. What if, as I peered through the peephole, there was no one outside? Or worse, what if at that very moment, a blood-red eye was staring back at me? Perhaps a small boy stood outside, smiling at me as I looked upon him. In an instant, countless scenarios flooded my thoughts. After a moment's hesitation, I took a deep breath, steeling my courage as I approached the door. Peering through the peephole, there, indeed, stood a figure, not a small boy, nor a blood-red eye, but Sun Tao. A wave of relief washed over me upon recognizing him. "Brother Tian, it's Sun Tao," I announced. "Open the door and let him in." Upon hearing Sun Tao's name, Tianji visibly relaxed. At that moment, neither of us pondered the peculiarities of Sun Tao's presence at our dormitory door or why he merely knocked in silence. I swung open the door and glanced into the corridor, only to find it utterly deserted. "Where is he?" I craned my neck, scanning the hallway, but Sun Tao's figure was nowhere to be seen. Tianji pulled me aside, peering outside as well, then turned back, his expression serious. "Think carefully. Are you certain it was Sun Tao you just saw?" I nodded, asserting, "Yes, I swear I did not mistake him." "Brother Tian?" "Sun Tao looked quite pale just now. Could it be that he has been possessed?" I ventured quietly. "Even if he were truly possessed, could he fly? If he had run, we would certainly have heard the sound of his footsteps. If he walked, it would be impossible for him to move that swiftly." Tianji reasoned. "Then why did I see him?" I pressed. Tianji furrowed his brow, remaining silent. In truth, I already harbored an answer within me, though I dared not entertain the thought. Finally, it was Tianji who voiced the unsettling conclusion. "The figure standing at the door just now was likely not Sun Tao. It was that small boy. If you had not opened the door, he would not have been able to enter, but now that you have opened it, he may very well have come in, and perhaps he is now in this very room. Right beside us, right beside us." The mere utterance of those words nearly caused me to faint. I hurriedly glanced around, but all I could see was darkness enveloping me, with only vague outlines of furniture discernible. Crack! A sharp crack echoed from outside the window, startling me, and I instinctively turned my gaze towards it, only to witness a droplet of rain splattering against the glass. Subsequently, an increasing number of raindrops began to pelt the window, producing a cacophony of sounds. "What should we do now?" I inquired. "We wait. Once dawn breaks, we shall be safe, and then we can devise a plan," Tianji replied. Fatigued from our journey, I stood by the window, observing the courtyard. Suddenly, I noticed a figure standing beneath the peach tree. As I directed my attention towards this person, they too were gazing back at me. In an instant, I recognized him as Sun Tao. I saw him standing under the peach tree, tilting his head in my direction, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 7. Sun Tao is dead. A gust of wind swept through, mingling with the rain, as it rustled the leaves of the peach tree, creating a sound reminiscent of applause. Simultaneously, droplets of rain cascaded upon Sun Tao, soaking his clothes, yet he remained motionless, grinning at me with an unsettling expression. At that moment I realized that what I was witnessing was no mere illusion. The figure standing beneath the peach tree was indeed Sun Tao. I could not discern how long I had been staring when suddenly I turned and bolted outside. To be honest, even I was unsure where my courage had come from. After all, Sun Tao was a person, a living, breathing individual. I could not allow him to fall victim to malevolent forces. Upon seeing me rush out, Tianji followed closely behind. Sun Tao, I shouted. Sun Tao turned his head, still regarding me with that strange gaze, and a child's voice emerged from his lips. Brother, come play with me. My heart raced. How absurd. We bore no ill will towards you. We did not push you off the cliff, nor did we carry your body down. What on earth do you want, if you have the power? Come at me. If I'm afraid of you, then I must be your grandson. The storm raged on, yet within me, blood surged with fervor. My chest was ablaze with fury, a flame that utterly eclipsed my fear. First let this brother play with me, then you can join us. Sun Tao spoke. I could no longer discern whether he was truly Sun Tao or merely a young boy. Chen Tianming, what madness is this? Tianji rushed over and shoved me, exclaiming loudly. Do you not see Sun Tao? I pointed towards the peach tree. Stunned, I stood still, letting the rain drench me. Just moments ago, I was certain Sun Tao was beneath that tree. How could he have vanished in the blink of an eye? There is no Sun Tao. Are you hallucinating? Tianji retorted. He was clearly standing right there. I insisted, gesturing towards the spot where Sun Tao had been. Tianji pulled me back towards the dormitory. Your brother, come play with me. A child's voice echoed behind me. Sun Tao was under the peach tree. I truly saw him, and he was drenched in rain. How could you not see him? I exclaimed urgently. Nonsense. There is no one beneath the peach tree. I think you've been bewitched by something foul. Tianji replied, wiping the rain from his glasses as he spoke. I have refrained from speaking further, as my mind is currently in disarray, struggling to comprehend why Sun Tao would be found beneath the peach tree at such a late hour. Could it be that he has fallen victim to some malevolent spirit? Even if that were the case, his speed was alarmingly swift. In the brief moment I conversed with Tianji, he vanished without a trace. Moreover, it seemed that Tianji was oblivious to his words. As the clock struck 6 in the morning, daylight broke outside, and the rain gradually subsided, prompting many team members to rise. They remained unaware of the events that transpired the previous night. Help, something has happened to Sun Tao. A loud shout echoed down the corridor, prompting all members to dash towards Sun Tao's dormitory. Sun Tao and Zhang Liang shared a room, and it was Zhang Liang who first sensed something amiss upon waking. By the time Tianji and I arrived, the dormitory was already crowded. What happened last night? Li Tianai inquired, his expression darkening. It was evident to everyone that he was displeased. I didn't hear anything unusual last night. When I got up in the middle of the night to use the restroom, I saw Sun Tao lying in bed, sound asleep. This morning, I intended to wake him, but despite several calls, he remained unresponsive. His hair was damp, and his complexion was pallid. That was when I realized something was wrong. Zhang Liang hurriedly explained. Tianji and I exchanged a glance, both recognizing the tension in each other's eyes. Sun Tao's damp condition confirmed my earlier suspicions. The figure who knocked at the door and the one standing beneath the peach tree were indeed Sun Tao. I pushed my way to the front to examine Sun Tao's face closely. His pallor resembled that of a corpse. Gently, I placed my index finger on his throat to check for a pulse, relieved to find a faint heartbeat. Subsequently, Li Tianai summoned a team member to carry Sun Tao to the ambulance for hospital transport. I had intended to accompany them, but Tianji restrained me. What happened to Sun Tao? He was perfectly fine yesterday. How did he end up like this? I queried. Isn't it obvious? He must have gotten drenched while using the restroom in the middle of the night. He probably has a fever now, came the response. That may not be the case. Let us not forget our line of work. It could very well be that he has become entangled with a malevolent spirit. Another interjected. I quietly listened to the team members' discussions, my heart sinking further. I would rather believe that Sun Tao had merely gotten wet than entertain the notion of him being ensnared by a malevolent entity. After all, that spirit had stated it would first have Sun Tao accompany it in play before seeking me out. Brother Tian, what should I do now that something has happened to Sun Tao? I asked. The safest course of action is to seek refuge in a temple or Taoist monastery for a couple of days, Tianji advised, but can I truly hide away for just a moment? What if it continues to pursue me? Am I to become a monk for the rest of my life? I shook my head in despair. Tianji sighed, offering no further words of comfort. The morning dragged on, leaving me both weary and agitated. I feared sleeping, for the passage of time and slumber felt interminable. Should day turn to night, that malevolent spirit might well return to haunt me. At precisely 11:30 in the morning, Tianji burst through the dormitory door, exclaiming, "Something has happened to Sun Tao. What is wrong with him?" I inquired. The captain just called, informing me that Sun Tao had arrived at the hospital and was immediately taken into the emergency room. But unfortunately, he could not be saved. He is now in the morgue. This news struck me like a thunderbolt, leaving my mind utterly blank. Sun Tao is dead, and perhaps I am next in line. By tomorrow morning, it is conceivable that I, too, might share the same fate as Sun Tao. Perhaps by noon tomorrow, my lifeless body will also lie in the morgue. I have already discussed your situation with the captain. But he has no viable solutions either. Tianji seemed to notice the pallor on my face, offering words of consolation. There are indeed options, such as finding a way to dispel the malevolent presence. But the risks are too great. If the entity cannot be banished, your life may be in jeopardy. We suggest that you leave for a while, perhaps retreat to a temple for a couple of days. My mood plummeted to the depths of despair. Not knowing when one may die can allow for a semblance of happiness, yet being acutely aware of one's imminent demise, knowing the exact moment, renders the waiting for death the most maddening and overwhelming experience. I took out my phone, scrolling through my contacts, gazing at the myriad of names, filled with words left unspoken. Ultimately, I dialed Erpang's number. "Hello," Erpang answered. "I need to ask you something. Do you know of any methods to ward off evil?" I inquired weakly. "Brother, what's wrong? Have you encountered something troubling? Warding off evil? Didn't I tell you before? There is no such thing in this world." Erpang chuckled lightly. "Prior to coming here, I didn't believe either. But now I do. Moreover, one of our team members has already fallen victim to a malevolent force. Perhaps tomorrow it will be my turn." "I'm not joking with you," seemingly recognizing the gravity of my words. Erpang's tone grew serious. "I've seen in movies that talismans should work, and there is black dog blood, rooster blood as well. Oh, and a woman's menstrual blood can also be effective." Erpang rattled off several remedies. But the more I listened, the less credible it became. All right, I can't rely on you. I ended the call, tossing my phone aside in frustration, leaning against the wall, and closing my eyes in search of a solution. After a night of restless turmoil, exhaustion took over, and I unknowingly drifted into slumber. When I next opened my eyes, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Upon seeing the time on my phone, I jolted awake. In 2 hours, darkness would descend. In northern China, July is the height of summer, with late sunsets and early dawns. At ISNT until around 7:30 the night fully falls. "Tianming, the captain is calling for you," Tianji announced as he entered the dormitory. We made our way to the captain's office together. Captain Li Tianai was seated in his swivel chair, engrossed in writing something. Hearing the door open, he glanced up briefly. "Tianji and I found seats and settled down." "Tianming, I am already aware of your situation. Given the severity of what has transpired, you should have informed me yesterday. Had I known in advance, perhaps Sun Tao would still be alive." Li Tianai exhaled deeply and continued, "At this point, any words are merely hindsight. Your safety is of paramount importance. I have made arrangements to take you to the Guanyin Temple immediately, where you can stay for a couple of days to assess the situation. Here are the documents. Take them with you, and the abbot at the temple will receive you." With that, Li Tianai slid a piece of paper to the edge of the table. The sky was quickly darkening, and it would take us an hour to reach the temple. "I will escort you right away," Tianji stated as he stood up. I nodded in agreement. This was a necessary course of action. In order to preserve my life, I had no other choice. Tianji took the documents, and we drove away from the camp. By the time we departed, it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. Although the light still lingered, it began to fade as we progressed halfway down the road. Chapter 8, Brother, come play with me. As the twilight deepened, the shadows beneath the willow trees obscured any discernible objects. Yet I could not shake the feeling that someone was watching me from the darkness. "Tiangu, it's barely past 5, why is it so dark already?" I inquired. "It might rain soon, so don't frighten yourself. We'll reach the Guanyin Temple in half an hour, and once we arrive, we will be safe," Tianji replied, gripping the steering wheel tightly, his gaze fixed ahead. I could sense his anxiety as well. Suddenly, I spotted a figure standing by the roadside, someone I recognized all too well, Sun Tao. He was waving at me, his dark eyes stark against his pale complexion. I stared intently at him, my mouth opening in shock. Yet no words escaped my lips. As we approached, I clearly saw his lips moving, seemingly uttering the words, "Come down and keep me company." Indeed, that was what he had said. Rubbing my eyes, I glanced back through the rearview mirror. But aside from the swaying willows, there was nothing, no trace of Sun Tao. Could it be that I had imagined it? No, I hadn't been mistaken. The person by the roadside had genuinely been Sun Tao. And he had indeed spoken to me. But why did Tianji show no reaction? I turned to Tianji and asked, "Tiangu, did you see anyone standing by the roadside just now?" He frowned, looked at me, and replied, "Who? What person? I didn't see anything at all." "Are you sure you didn't misinterpret? But why did I see Sun Tao waving at me?" Tianji remained silent. Yet I noticed his grip on the steering wheel tighten, and he cast a quick glance in the rearview mirror. It's still daylight. ISNT, it said that malevolent entities do not dare to emerge in the light? I remarked, "That's merely a notion propagated online. The truth is that these entities shy away from sunlight. Furthermore, I've heard from the elders that they hide after the rooster crows and do not reappear until noon. But they can emerge in the afternoon," Tianji explained with a deep breath. "Have you ever encountered or heard of such things?" I nodded, refraining from pressing further. On this road, there was but a solitary vehicle, devoid of any other travelers. Discussing the topic of malevolent entities felt rather unsettling, especially since I had just spotted Sun Tao. An instinct within me warned that our journey to the Guanyin Temple would not be a tranquil one. "Let us hasten our pace. Regardless of what we may encounter ahead, it is best to remain silent," Tianji advised. I nodded in agreement. The car accelerated, transforming what should have been a 30-minute drive into a mere 15. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Guanyin temple, I exhaled in relief. Surely, no sinister being would dare manifest in the presence of the Guanyin statue. As we entered the temple, a sense of security enveloped me. Particularly upon viewing the towering Guanyin statue, which stood a meter tall within the main hall. An elderly monk named Yun Kong greeted us. His beard was completely white and his face was etched with wrinkles, suggesting he was at least 70 years of age. Tianji presented the documents to Yun Kong and briefly recounted my situation. When you entered, I noticed 2 individuals trailing behind you. However, they remained at the entrance and did not proceed further. They must be the ones, Yun Kong said, his hands pressed together in a gesture of reverence. Upon hearing this, I instinctively glanced toward the entrance, yet saw no one. Nevertheless, a chill coursed through me. I was certain that when we arrived, our vehicle was the only one on the road, devoid of any other souls, yet Yun Kong had perceived followers behind us, undoubtedly Sun Tao and the young boy. Master, if you can see them, is there a way for you to aid me? I inquired urgently. Yun Kong shook his head, responding, though I can see them, I am but a humble monk, engaged in meditation and recitation. I do not possess the power to vanquish demons. However, you may rest assured that the Guanyin temple is blessed by the Buddha's light, and malevolent entities cannot enter. Tianji then asked, Master Yun Kong, could you please ascertain whether they remain at the entrance? Yun Kong nodded. Tianji's complexion paled as he too gazed outside, expressing, the sky is darkening. How shall I make my way? Yun Kong replied, it is already late. You both should stay in the temple for the night. Departing tomorrow will be just as fine. Thus Tianji and I settled in for the night at the temple. As the hours passed, nothing transpired. Sun Tao did not appear, nor did the young boy, allowing me to enjoy a restful slumber. The following morning, Tianji departed. The absence of the young boy meant he had no reason to linger, especially if there were tasks awaiting him at the camp. After 3 days in the temple without incident, Yun Kong assured me that the 2 malevolent entities had also departed. Spending my days in the temple, I found myself quite bored, observing him as he engaged in meditation and chanting with several young monks. On the 4th day, my phone rang. It was Erpang calling. Brother, it has been half a month since we last met. Let us go out for a drink, perhaps another time. I shall treat you when I have the opportunity. I replied, what brings you to call? If it is not urgent, come out quickly. I am not alone this time. Several other brothers are here as well, including Huang Mao. Erpang urged. Tianming, it has been far too long. Join us for a drink. My friends suggested we indulge in some barbecue, assuring me it would not take long. After our meal, I could easily arrange for a ride to take you home. If you are indeed a brother, you should join us. If you choose not to come today, it would feel as though you are renouncing our brotherhood. Another voice echoed through the phone, and inside me, it felt as though countless ants were crawling about. It wasn't the allure of alcohol that drew me in, but rather the vibrant camaraderie of my companions. After a brief hesitation, I replied, please share the address, and I shall join you shortly. Once I hung up, I summoned Yun Kong, instructing him to check outside to see if those unsavory individuals had departed. Yun Kong did not hesitate. He stepped outside for a moment and confirmed that the coast was clear. The sun blazed brilliantly in the sky, its rays scorching my back. Under such conditions, one would expect those unsavory characters to remain indoors. I exchanged a nod with Yun Kong before stepping out. He did not attempt to stop me, nor did he possess the authority to do so. My stay at the temple was sanctioned, and the Guanyin temple would not interfere with my personal freedom. Of course, should I venture out and encounter any misfortune, it would bear no relation to the temple. I took a taxi to the barbecue restaurant we had previously agreed upon. As I approached, I caught sight of Erpeo and the others engaged in idle chatter through the window. The moment I entered, they enveloped me in their jovial company. Once again, I found myself indulging to the point of inebriation. As the old saying goes, alcohol emboldens the timid. I had never considered myself a coward, yet now I was compelled to acknowledge my timidity. Erpeo, where is the car you promised me? I inquired, noticing the absence of any taxi outside. It's on its way. Don't worry, we'll ensure you reach the camp. Erpeo reassured me with a pat on the shoulder. I am not going to the camp. Take me to the Guanyin temple. The Guanyin temple, at this late hour, it will be closed, and you wouldn't be trying to evade those unsavory characters, would you? The others erupted in laughter, but I remained solemn, for I indeed sought refuge from them. Soon, the taxi arrived, and I waved farewell to my friends before heading towards the Guanyin temple. The journey from the barbecue restaurant to the temple typically took only half an hour. Yet after 40 minutes, I still saw no sign of the temple's lights. This was peculiar. I had been on the road for quite some time without reaching my destination. Driver, why are we still not at the Guanyin temple? I asked, feeling a sense of unease. The driver muttered, I'm following the route. A sense of dread washed over me. Could it be that I had encountered those unsavory individuals after all? Driver, please pull over. I need to take a look, I urged. As the car came to a halt, I stepped out and surveyed my surroundings. Though darkness had descended, I recognized our location. It was indeed at the foot of Qinglong Mountain. More specifically, we were near the base of Xielong Slope. I recalled vividly that our vehicle had parked here when we first arrived. In that moment, I felt a chill, as if I were about to cross paths with those unsavory characters again. This was not the route to the Guanyin temple. Cold sweat began to bead on my forehead. The driver honked twice, rolled down his window, and said, "Young man, get back in the car." As I stepped into the vehicle, I overheard the driver muttering, "This is truly outrageous. Although I don't traverse this route frequently, I have traversed it no less than 8 times, and I have never encountered anything like this before." The driver swallowed hard, glanced around nervously, and whispered, "Young man, do you think we might be facing something supernatural?" I remained silent. At this point, anyone with a modicum of sense would realize we were indeed confronted by something otherworldly. Bang, 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 a series of noises emanated from the rear window, and we both instinctively turned to look behind us, yet nothing was there, not even a shadow. Strangely, this absence heightened my fear. Who could possibly know where the malevolent entity lurked? It might be watching us from outside the vehicle, or perhaps it was right inside with us. "Brother, come play with me," I heard the voice of a small boy whispering in my ear. Chapter 9, a frightening terror. Although I had heard the boyish voice, I was oblivious to his whereabouts. One thing was certain, he was close by. "If you have the ability, then show yourself," I shouted, emboldened by the alcohol coursing through my veins. A fit of giggles erupted from within the car. This time, I discerned the source of the laughter. It was directly behind me. I turned slowly, my heart racing as if it might leap from my throat. To my astonishment, I found a small boy grinning at me while clutching the front passenger seat. My mind went blank, a cacophony of chaos erupting within as I lost all control over my body. I screamed, turning toward the direction from which the cry had come, only to find the driver had fainted. My gaze shifted outside the window, where I caught sight of Sun Tao's face pressed against the glass. At that moment, as I looked at him, he was also gazing back at me. His pupils were unnaturally dark, entirely filled with the whites of his eyes, his complexion pale, whiter than paper. My heart convulsed, yearning for unconsciousness, yet the more I wished to succumb, the clearer my mind became. "Brother, come play with me." The boy reappeared outside the window, positioned at the passenger seat, his wide eyes fixated on me, with a flicker of red light dancing within their depths. Sun Tao occupied the driver's seat, while the boy was at the passenger seat, effectively surrounding me. Even though they were outside the vehicle and had not entered, the boy had previously been inside, indicating they could enter whenever they wished. In the confined space of the car, I felt utterly vulnerable, especially with the driver now incapacitated, leaving me entirely alone. "What do you want from me? When will this end?" I shouted in desperation. "Come play with me." "I'd rather not play with you," I retorted angrily. In a fit of rage, I flung open the car door and stepped out, pointing at the boy. "Your death is not my doing. Why do you persist in haunting me? Go bother your mother instead. Had she kept a better watch over you, you wouldn't have fallen to your demise." My words evidently incensed the young boy, who displayed an overwhelming fury, emitting a piercing shriek before reaching out towards me with both hands. Instinctively, I attempted to seize his arm, yet my hand merely passed through it. However, his grip tightened around my neck and a suffocating sensation enveloped me, making it difficult to breathe. My vision darkened increasingly, and I felt an impending sense of death. Ultimately, I lost consciousness. When I next opened my eyes, daylight had broken, and both Sun Tao and the boy had vanished, leaving me lying on the road. "Little brother, go seek whom you wish. I no longer desire the money," I thought. A driver assisted me to my feet, uttering a few hurried words before departing in haste. I found myself utterly alone on the road. Checking my phone, I noted that it was already 7 in the morning. I pinched my neck, which still throbbed with pain, a clear indication that everything that transpired the previous night was not merely a dream, but a grim reality. A gentle breeze rustled the nearby willow trees, producing a soft whispering sound. Though it was still daytime, a chilling dread crept over me, compelling me to leave at once. I dared not wander aimlessly. Encountering another malevolent entity could indeed spell my doom. I called Tianji, requesting him to come fetch me. Before long, Tianji arrived in his car. "Weren't you at the Guanyin temple? How did you end up here?" he inquired as he stepped out of the vehicle. I recounted the events of the previous night in brief. Upon hearing that I had encountered Sun Tao and the boy, Tianji's expression grew noticeably grave. "There are black fingerprints around your neck. They must have been left by that entity. However, one thing puzzles me. Why did it not kill you?" he asked. I shook my head, equally perplexed by the question. Could it be that the malevolent spirit suddenly felt benevolent? I found such an explanation utterly implausible. After listening, Yun Kong remarked, "The reason it did not take your life last night is that it lacked the power to do so. Once the 7th day arrives, it will certainly come to claim you. Perhaps you should remain at the temple for a few more days." "But, so be it." Yun Kong clasped his hands in prayer, uttering a Buddhist chant. "Master, I did not kill him. Why does he persist in haunting me?" I asked. "Though you did not directly take his life, you did carry his corpse away. Being so young and mentally immature, he instinctively believes you are responsible for his death, which is why he seeks you. Yesterday, he left his mark upon you. No matter where you flee, he will find you." Yun Kong explained. A chill ran down my spine. I remained at the temple for another 3 days, which felt like an eternity, as I endured the torment of fear every moment. On this day, the 6th since my arrival at the Guanyin temple and the 7th since the boy's passing, It marked the crucial seventh day. This was also the time when the grievances of the deceased peaked, seeking vengeance for wrongs suffered. Although I was at the temple, I felt unsure if I could repel the malevolent spirit. From 5 o'clock this evening, Yun Kong, accompanied by several young monks, began chanting in the main hall, the rhythmic sound of the wooden fish and their prayers enveloping the entire Guanyin temple. I inquired of them which scripture they were reciting. And Yun Kong mentioned that it was the Sutra of the Past Vows of Kayatagarbha Bodhisattva, specifically intended for the purpose of delivering souls. However, this particular text is beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. It may attract entities that cannot be dismissed and could bring harm upon oneself. The sky gradually darkened. Apart from the sound of chanting, the entire Guanyin temple was enveloped in an eerie silence. I remained seated at the entrance of the main hall, fixated on the doorway, my gaze unwavering until 11 o'clock at night. When the chanting ceased, Yun Kong emerged. "Master, do you think he will come today?" I queried. "This evening marks the full moon, and it is also his seventh day. He will undoubtedly arrive. I cannot ascertain whether the light of Guanyin can shield us from him," Yun Kong replied. "You should go to the main hall and light incense for the Bodhisattva. With the Bodhisattva's protection, we shall surely avert calamity." I nodded, rising to my feet, for my legs had grown weary from prolonged sitting. Simultaneously, I glanced upward. The moon tonight was indeed extraordinarily full, even more so than on the 15th day of the 8th month. I approached the main hall and offered a stick of incense to Guanyin Bodhisattva. Inhaling the fragrant smoke that enveloped the hall, I felt a sense of reassurance wash over me. The clock struck midnight, a time when malevolent entities are said to be most active. As I stepped out of the hall, a chilling breeze met me head-on. I was unaware of when the wind had picked up. I inhaled deeply, detecting a faint, unpleasant odor in the air. It was an indefinable stench, reminiscent of refuse or perhaps the decaying flesh of an animal. "He has come," Yun Kong declared. No sooner had he spoken than a series of knocks echoed at the door. "Child, dust returns to dust, earth returns to earth. Since you have departed, it is the will of heaven. Let go, for this old monk is willing to perform a rite for you, assisting you in your passage to the Pure Land." Yun Kong intoned. "Brother, come play with me." The voice of a young boy rang out from the entrance. I bit my lip, remaining silent. Yun Kong recited Amitbha, seated at the threshold of the main hall, eyes closed in murmuring incantations. A young monk emerged from the hall, settling behind Yun Kong to chant the scriptures. The knocking intensified, now accompanied by the sounds of a child's cries. I too sat on the ground, murmuring Amitbha. I could not tell when the knocking ceased, nor when the cries faded, yet I dared not open my eyes. "Brother, come play with me." Just as I believed the young boy had departed, a voice whispered in my ear, as if it were right beside me. I opened my eyes and glanced to the side, only to find the boy standing there, grinning at me with a mischievous smile. His teeth were black, his face pale, and upon his chest was a wound through which I could discern tendons and as the sound of a Buddhist chant resonated. I opened my eyes and, at first glance, beheld Yun Kong seated beside me. Draped over my body was a robe, and my hands were clasped tightly around my own neck. Unable to enter, he resorted to guiding me into an illusion through his voice. Fortunately, the old monk discerned it in time. Truly, a stroke of luck. Praise be. Yun Kong pressed his palms together in a gesture of respect and offered a slight bow. "Master, was I merely dreaming?" I inquired. "It is both a dream and not a dream. Specifically, it should be termed an illusion. To put it plainly, he has intruded upon your consciousness," Yun Kong elucidated. I grasped a portion of this, yet the entirety eluded me. Regardless, my life had been spared. Casting a glance towards the entrance, I asked, "Has he departed?" Yun Kong nodded and replied, "It is not easy for a child to come into this world meeting with an untimely demise at such a tender age. Harboring bitterness, he believes that only through taking a life can he quell his grievances. My capabilities are limited, and I could not dispel his resentment. For your sake, I had no choice but to banish him to the realm of the lost." With that, Yun Kong took his leave. In his tone, I perceived a hint of self-reproach and helplessness. Eventually, I came to understand that for those who have renounced the worldly life, harboring compassion is paramount. To drive a malignant entity to the brink of oblivion is a transgression far graver than taking a life with one's own hands. While a soul lingers after death, a malignant entity, once scattered, ceases to exist entirely. Chapter 10, Death on the Railway. From that moment onward, I never laid eyes on the young boy again, nor did I see Sun Tao. Later, I learned from Tianji that Sun Tao's body was placed in the morgue, only to be collected by his family for burial a week later. However, one peculiar detail emerged: Sun Tao's body decomposed at an alarming rate. It is worth noting that, under normal circumstances, a body in the morgue should not decay so swiftly. In our special rescue team, death had become an all-too-common occurrence. LIT&I seemed to sense the weight of my recent burdens and granted me 3 days off. With time hanging heavily on my hands, I spent my days idling away with Air Pang and the others. Brothers, have you heard? The grapes in the greenhouse by the railway are ripe. Why don't we sneak in at midnight to pick some? Air Pang chuckled. I had heard that only 2 people were present there at night. As long as we exercised caution, it would be almost as if there were no defenses at all. It's settled then. We'll gather by the railway at 10 o'clock tonight. If anyone fails to show, don't say we're angry. Everyone agreed, including myself, for stealing grapes and corn had become our routine. I was familiar with the greenhouse they mentioned. It sprawled alongside the railway, quite extensive. During the day, many would come to harvest, but at night, only 2 guards kept watch, hardly able to oversee everything. The only challenge lay in climbing over the railway barrier. Yet for us, that posed little difficulty. At 10 o'clock that night, I arrived at the railway, and the others were already there. Be cautious when we cross. If you spot any lights or flashlights, drop down immediately. We mustn't get caught by the patrols. Pang cautioned. We nodded in agreement. Patrols were present along the railway to deter individuals from playing or attempting to take their own lives. Should anything untoward occur, they would bear the responsibility. After we reached an agreement, one by one we climbed over the railing and proceeded to the other side. There were railings on either side of the railway. And having just scaled the first, we still had to overcome the second. Look quickly, is that a person? Pang whispered, pointing in a direction. A sudden jolt of alarm surged through me, and I hastily followed the direction of his finger, fearful that it might be a railway patrol. If they caught us, we would surely be handed over to the authorities. Fortunately, it turned out to be merely a false alarm. The figure standing not far from us appeared to be a woman. She was clad in a long white dress, standing by the railway, still several dozen meters away, and with the nightfall obscuring our view, her features remained indistinct. The impression I received was that she was quite tall, nearly the height of the railing itself. What on earth is a woman doing at the railway at this hour? Surely she isn't contemplating suicide, Huang Mao speculated. You never know. A woman visiting such a place at this time can only mean trouble. Pang added. I thought to myself that if this woman were to meet her end on the railway, crushed by a train, it would indeed become a matter for our special rescue team. Just as we took a couple of steps forward, Pang halted me, saying, "What do you intend to do? If the patrol catches us, we're finished. Besides, nowadays people cherish life." Perhaps she is merely having a moment of despair. Who knows, when the train arrives, she might reconsider. Indeed, if you approach her and something happens, she might turn the tables on you. I recalled my uncle had encountered a similar situation. Everyone urged me to reconsider. And after a moment of hesitation, I ultimately decided against approaching her. Deep down, I questioned, if it were me, I certainly wouldn't die. I would only be attempting to frighten my family. You see, I knew she wouldn't perish. It's a good thing we stopped you, Pang remarked. I smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. The others continued to chuckle, discussing our recent encounter with the woman. And the next morning, my mother abruptly pulled back my covers, muttering, "What time is it? Why aren't you up yet? You didn't sleep last night and now you can't rise during the day. People are dying by the railway, and you still have the leisure to sleep." Initially dazed, I became instantly alert upon hearing that someone had died by the railway. "What did you say, Mom? Someone died on the railway?" I inquired, my mind racing back to the woman I had seen the previous night. I felt an intense conviction that the deceased was indeed that woman, though I couldn't be certain. I quickly leapt out of bed and called Pang. "Stop sleeping, someone has died by the railway. Hurry and come see," I urged. "Oh, what is there to see? People die by the railway every year. What is the fuss about? Go back to sleep," Pang replied impatiently. "I believe the person who died is the woman we saw last night." I insisted, "Are you coming or not? If you aren't, I'll go alone." Ultimately, Pang decided to join me, along with a few others who had been with us the previous night. When we arrived at the railway's edge, the area was already crowded with onlookers, and the crime scene had been cordoned off by the police, preventing anyone from entering. Inside, forensic experts were examining the body. Upon presenting my work identification, I was granted entry, accompanied by Pang and others. The moment we laid eyes on the corpse, a collective gasp escaped our lips. The woman lying on the ground was the very same individual we had encountered the previous evening. Although we had not glimpsed her face, we distinctly remembered her attire, a long white dress adorned with numerous floral patterns identical to that draped over the lifeless body. Even her height mirrored that of the woman we had seen last night. I was utterly convinced that the corpse before us was indeed the same woman. A profound sense of sorrow engulfed me. Had we intervened when we first saw her, perhaps this tragic fate could have been averted. The woman's body lay supine on the railway tracks, her complexion pale, eyes wide open as if gazing at someone, her torso severed at the waist by the tracks, blood pooling around her, intestines spilling forth. She possessed a certain beauty, despite her lifeless state rendering her pallid. It was evident that in life, she had been a striking woman. "Excuse me, may I inquire about the time of her death?" I stopped a forensic examiner to ask. If she had indeed perished after our departure, it might afford me some solace. The forensic examiner casually remarked, "The time of death was around 9 o'clock last night." I was taken aback. 9 o'clock last night, she couldn't have died after we left. Then who was the person we saw shortly after 10? The thought of dirty thing instantly crossed my mind. Only such a concept could explain everything. "Elder brother, what are you saying? She died at 9 last night?" Pang exclaimed. To be precise, it was between 9 and 10 o'clock, definitely not past 10, the forensic examiner affirmed. A chill coursed through me. It was clear that she had already been deceased prior to our arrival. We exchanged glances, each reflecting mutual astonishment and trepidation, while they were surprised at my presence. They refrained from pressing further. On our way back, an uneasy silence enveloped us until Pang broke it. So if she died between 9 and 10, who was the person we saw last night? All halted in their tracks. An eerie quiet settling among us. Fat brother, are you suggesting that whom we saw last night was a dirty thing? Huang Mao queried. It can't be, there is no such thing in this world. The forensic examiner must have made an error. She definitely died after we left. Don't dismiss it so quickly. It's indeed possible, given that it was merely a few hours difference. Mistakes in time estimation can happen. I remained silent. Perhaps we all understood that such discussions were merely a means of self-comfort. Tianming, you work in a special rescue team. Have you encountered anything like this? Share your thoughts, Pang urged, with the others turning their gazes towards me. I felt compelled to assert that what we had seen the previous night was neither an illusion nor a mere human being, but a dirty thing. I had closely observed the woman's height, which closely matched the corpse, and her attire was the same. The reason we failed to notice her as we departed was likely due to the darkness and the late hour, which dulled our awareness. I analyzed the situation. Pang nodded slightly, seemingly in agreement with my assessment. However, after I concluded my analysis, an unsettling chill coursed through me, rising from my feet to the crown of my head. If my deductions were indeed accurate, it meant that when we departed last night, there was a corpse not far from us, a corpse that was still gazing at us with wide open eyes. Just the thought of it sends shivers down my spine. Chapter 11. The white floral dress. Throughout the day, my mind was consumed by the haunting image of the woman I had seen the previous night and the gruesome manner of her demise. My mother seemed to notice my deteriorating mental state and inquired during dinner, "What is wrong today? You appear rather listless. Did you stay up too late last night and fail to rest properly?" I shook my head, disinclined to utter a single word. After dinner, the sky gradually darkened. Typically, at this hour, I would venture out to play with Pang, yet today I found myself devoid of any interest in going outside. Around 8 in the evening, Pang came to find me. I glanced at him, and he bore a similarly haggard expression, suggesting his state mirrored mine. Destiny, my mind was plagued by the image of that woman as death. An impression I could not shake off. Pang lamented, had I known such ill fortune awaited us, I would have never ventured near the railway last night. Have you been drinking? I detected a hint of alcohol on him. Indeed, I had intended to sleep early after dinner, but since I drank, sleep eluded me. Every time I close my eyes, I am confronted by the visage of that woman. If this continues, I fear I shall lose my sanity. Pang raked his fingers through his already disheveled hair, appearing utterly tormented. I could empathize with his feelings. After all, he had never encountered such a tragic corpse, even if he had seen something similar on television. It was merely fiction. The stark reality of the situation held a profound impact on him. Just then, my mother entered with a plate of freshly washed fruit, setting it down before departing once more. Ming, do you think she died so tragically that she might return as one of those entities to haunt us? You cannot imagine, but when I looked into her eyes today, I felt as though she was still alive. As if she were watching me, as though she wished to remember my face. Pang exhaled, speaking with a lingering sense of dread. I understood precisely what he was implying. I too shared the same sentiment. I recall you once dismissed the existence of such malevolent beings in this world, I queried. That was in the past. Do you remember the driver who took you to the Guanyin temple? He is my second uncle, and he informed me of the events that transpired that night. Initially, I was skeptical, but the occurrences we faced last night have cemented my belief. He inhaled deeply and continued. If that woman died after we left, then it is one matter, but if she had perished before we saw her, what precisely did we witness last night? Just as I was about to respond, several individuals entered the room, those who had joined us in grape picking the previous evening. They too appeared listless, evidently affected by the same malaise, and they all posed the same unsettling question: was the figure we had seen last night human or ghost? I believe there is no need for us to live in fear. After all, we are not the ones who took a life, so what does it have to do with us, if there are grudges to be settled or grievances to be expressed? Those seeking vengeance should not come looking for us, I stated. The others remained silent, their eyes fixed upon me. I continued, even if we encountered something malevolent last night, if it truly intended to harm us, it would have acted by now. Upon hearing my words, their expressions visibly lightened. However, they were unaware that I felt a profound unease as I spoke. I recalled the little boy from Qinglong Mountain's Shelong Slope, who was not killed by me or Sun Tao. Indeed, we even found his remains and laid him to rest, yet he ultimately met the same fate as Sun Tao, and now there were threats against my life as well. I could not fathom the intentions of these malevolent beings, but I understood that I must offer them some semblance of comfort, otherwise none of us would find rest in the coming nights. Destiny, do such malevolent entities truly exist in this world? Huang Mao inquired. Tonight, I find myself alone at home, and while I am usually unbothered by solitude, the thought of being alone tonight fills me with unease. Therefore, I have decided to come and spend the night with you. As he spoke, Pao promptly removed his shoes and climbed onto the bed, unleashing a foul odor that filled the room. Fortunately, I swiftly opened the window, otherwise, I might have succumbed to this noxious gas. Get lost, there's no place for you here. Your snoring is so loud that it will disturb my entire family's sleep. I protested, pinching my nose as I retreated to the corner. I shrugged. Encountering such shamelessness left me with no recourse. That night, he stayed at my home, and thankfully nothing untoward occurred, which brought me a sense of relief. Based on my previous encounters, if those malevolent entities did not come for you on the first night, they likely would not return, and the holiday given by Li Tianai had come to an end. Tianji approached to assist me with my luggage and asked, "What were you doing by the railway yesterday? By the way, have you heard why that woman lay on the tracks?" I replied. "I haven't heard anything, and besides, her death does not concern me. I did not force her to take her life. Whoever pressured her should be the one they seek out." Tianji nodded, refraining from further inquiries. "Captain, what is the mission this time?" I pressed the intercom button to inquire. Li Tianya's voice emanated through the device. "A criminal case," Tianji mumbled. "There has been an alarming rise in criminal cases in Tianbei City over the past year. A homicide involving an adult male at home is quite rare. Typically, it is women who fall victim. Based on past experience, it is either due to being driven to desperation by loan sharks or being targeted by rivals in the underworld. Stop speculating. We are not forensic experts, so why concern ourselves with such matters? I merely hope the body we encounter this time is not too horrific." Not too horrific is likely a sentiment shared by us all. Each time we embark on a mission, I find myself silently wishing that the body we encounter will not be too ghastly. However, any corpse that we handle is rarely in good condition. They are invariably tragic, all having met untimely ends. Soon, we drove into a residential complex and came to a halt in front of a villa. Once again, we found ourselves at Longhua Community, where the residents are undoubtedly affluent. As the conversation unfolded, the frog alighted from the vehicle. Longhua Community is renowned throughout Tianbei City, characterized by its exquisite villas, stringent security measures, and lush greenery. Those fortunate enough to reside here are either affluent or of noble lineage. It is virtually impossible for an ordinary person to gain entry. We entered the villa with a stretcher and a white cloth, and after exchanging pleasantries with the security personnel, we finally ascended the stairs. The deceased lay on the second floor, where the incident had also transpired. "Uncle Wang, is this another homicide?" Li Tianai inquired of a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 50s. "This case seems to be more intricate than a mere homicide. We conducted a thorough examination of the premises but uncovered no clues." The forensic expert, surnamed Wang, wore a solemn expression. "I recall encountering a similar situation in the past, initially devoid of leads, yet we eventually apprehended the suspect. This case differs significantly from the usual. Based on my decades of experience, it is plausible that this was a suicide." The two engaged in further dialogue, revealing a camaraderie between them, as Li Tianai held Uncle Wang in high regard. The forensic expert continued his investigation, and we refrained from disturbing the body for the time being. I took a moment to glance at the corpse. It was quite peculiar. The individual lay sprawled on the floor, and it was immediately evident that his throat had been slashed. Strangely, his eyes were wide open, and a sinister smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Moreover, there was something about his gaze that struck me as eerily familiar, reminiscent of the woman who had perished on the tracks just yesterday, as if he were watching someone. Could there be a connection between this man's death and that woman? This thought startled me, prompting a self-deprecating chuckle as I chastised myself for indulging in such morbid speculation. Blood was splattered abundantly across the floor, with some areas having dried. Adhering to the surface, stains were also evident on the sofa, coffee table, and even the walls, indicating they had been splattered, albeit in modest amounts. Seizing the opportunity while the forensic expert continued his examination, we donned shoe covers and ventured into various rooms, careful not to impede the investigation. The villa's design had only been glimpsed in online images. Rarely had we the chance to experience it firsthand, and none wished to miss this enlightening opportunity. I explored several rooms, each tastefully decorated. Before arriving at the final room on the second floor, which appeared to be the master bedroom, the decor was cozy, adorned with clocks and renowned paintings, featuring a plush mattress. However, one detail struck me as odd: a woman's garment. A white dress hung on the coat rack. Chapter 12. The identical dress. Upon seeing the white dress, I curiously approached it. Was there still a woman residing in this house? As I walked closer, I posed the question to the forensic expert accompanying me. I examined the dress. It was quite beautiful, with a pleasant texture, likely of considerable value. However, I was perplexed by the fact that this was the only woman's dress in the entire villa. The wardrobe contained only men's clothing, devoid of any feminine possessions. This indicated that, more often than not, a man occupied this residence. However, if a woman truly visited this place, why would she leave behind a dress? Could it be that the deceased purchased this garment but never had the chance to deliver it? Driven by curiosity, I scrutinized the dress more closely and noticed it bore a delicate floral pattern. A floral pattern, a woman. My heart jolted with surprise, and I suddenly recalled the woman who perished on the railway yesterday. She too seemed to have worn this very dress. Identical, absolutely identical, even the floral design was precisely the same. If this is mere coincidence, is it truly that coincidental? Even the clothing worn is identical. Moreover, that Mr. Wang had mentioned earlier that this incident did not appear to be as straightforward as a mere homicide. Coupled with the deceased's eerie smile, all these elements pointed to a connection with malevolent forces. Or one could directly assert that it relates to the woman who died on the railway last night. It has been determined that the time of death was between 9 and 10 o'clock last night, and there is no way to ascertain more specifics. The perpetrator possesses considerable audacity, committing murder in the early hours without fear of detection. Furthermore, there is no maid in this villa. It could very well be a clandestine rendezvous for the deceased. Hearing the conversations of several forensic experts, I became increasingly convinced that there was indeed a connection to the woman from yesterday. I rushed outside and found Officer Wang saying, Uncle Wang, could you do me a favor?" Uncle Wang glanced at me, then at Li Tianai, smiling as he said, "Is this the newcomer?" Li Tianai nodded. "Very well, for the sake of your captain, I shall assist you this once. Speak up. What do you require? But let me make it clear, I will not engage in any illegal activities." Uncle Wang must be aware of the woman who was killed on the railway yesterday. "Right." Uncle Wang nodded. "This matter is known throughout Tianshui City and has already made its way onto the internet." I requested, "Could you please help me investigate the relationship between the deceased and that woman?" "Are you suggesting there is a connection between the deceased and the woman from yesterday?" Uncle Wang inquired. I nodded. He agreed to assist and instructed a young man to look into the matter. For them, investigating such minor details is remarkably simple. They merely need to uncover the deceased's social connections. "Tianming, have you made any discoveries?" Li Tianai asked quietly. Other teammates gathered around, listening intently without speaking. "I just found a dress worn by a woman in the deceased's bedroom. And it is identical to the one worn by the woman from yesterday. Additionally, the time of death aligns with last night between 9 and 10 o'clock, so I suspect," before I could finish my sentence, Li Tianai interrupted, saying, "So you suspect that the deceased's death is linked to malevolent forces, specifically the woman from yesterday?" Tianji remarked, "Isn't that a bit hasty? There are countless identical garments in this world. Perhaps the deceased simply favored this dress. Indeed, it's possible to encounter similar outfits on the street." Another chimed in. "I've even had a wardrobe clash with the captain." All the team members were refuting my claims. I could understand their sentiments. Working in the special rescue team, we have an aversion to anything unclean. No one wishes to encounter filth during a mission. Moreover, if this incident is indeed connected to something foul, we might find ourselves entangled in its grasp, a matter of life and death. This is merely my conjecture, but if the deceased was acquainted with the woman from yesterday, there may be a link between them. I remarked, "Have you all noticed the smile on the deceased's face? A normal person, even if met with foul play, does not die with a smile." Upon my observation, someone immediately went to verify, confirming my assertion. Silence enveloped the team. Even Li Tianai fell into quietude. We awaited news from Uncle Wang. Soon, he approached and declared, "We have news." All eyes turned to Uncle Wang, breaths held in anticipation. The deceased did indeed know the woman from yesterday, and they shared a romantic relationship. Uncle Wang revealed. This validated all my hypotheses. Everything is intrinsically linked to that woman. Furthermore, I had arranged for the community surveillance, the villa cameras, and the footage from the deceased's vehicle to be reviewed. It turned out that the deceased had purchased a floral dress before her demise, a fact I verified with the store. This dress was a custom piece, unique in the entire world. As these words fell from Uncle Wang's lips, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Only one such dress? How then could there be one in the deceased's master bedroom? Just a day prior, we distinctly recalled that the woman who perished on the railway was also adorned in a floral dress. There could be no mistake. What does this imply? We all understood the implications. The woman's decision to take her life on the tracks might be related to this man, whose death was the doing of something foul. "Captain, should I purchase some joss paper to burn at the villa?" Team member Yu Wencheng suggested. Lit and I shook his head. "This is a crime scene, not our camp. If we were to burn joss paper here, Uncle Wang would vehemently oppose it. Handling the body is our responsibility. Since she did not seek us out yesterday, it signifies she will not haunt us. Let us not overthink this. We shall proceed with our duties as planned." The team dispersed, their interest in the villa waning. With the possibility of foul play at hand, no one dared to separate. Who could tell if something sinister lingered within the house? After the forensic examination, we loaded the body into the vehicle and transported it to the coroner's facility. Further investigations were necessary. If no additional clues emerged, it might be deemed a suicide. Upon returning to camp, I quickly called Airpang to relay the events of the day. "Goodness, hearing you say that, it truly could be something foul. Tianming, do you think it might come after us? After all, we saw her just the night before." Airpang's voice carried a hint of concern. "It shouldn't. We have no enmity with her. Why would it seek us?" I replied, yet fear not at me. I had initially believed this matter to be resolved. Perhaps it would have been better had you not informed me. For now, I feel as though someone lingers beside me. Er murmured to himself, "This won't do. I must find a temple or a Taoist shrine later to pray and obtain a talisman for peace." After hanging up the phone, I pondered that I should also seek a talisman for safety and visit the Guanyin temple to express my gratitude for Yin Kong's life-saving grace. Thus, I procured some food and drink. which I brought to the Guanyin temple, presenting them to Yun Kong, worshipping the Bodhisattva, and ultimately requesting a talisman for peace. However, Yun Kong had no talismans, nor even a tanka. Instead, he offered me the prayer beads from his wrist. This string of prayer beads had accompanied him for decades, imbued with a divine glow. Although they might not ward off calamities, they could shield one from disturbances by sentient beings, as Yun Kong himself articulated. I waved my hand, reluctant to accept such a cherished item, feeling it inappropriate to take what was dearly held by another. Please keep it, this string of prayer beads is of no use to me. It can only fulfill its potential in your hands. Yun Kong then removed the beads and handed them to me. After several rounds of polite refusal, I ultimately accepted them. Naturally, I also donated 1,000 yuan to the Guanyin temple as a token of my gratitude towards Yun Kong. Upon returning to the camp, we experienced 5 consecutive days without tasks, spending our time either in conversation or engaging in card games, gathering for meals when the time came. We all believed that the matter concerning that woman had concluded and had largely forgotten her. However, the reality was that the situation had not truly ended. On the 6th day, coinciding with the 7th day of mourning for the woman, nothing occurred. Perhaps something had happened, but the deceased's fate was not as grim as anticipated, thus requiring no intervention from us. On the 10th day, I distinctly remember it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I was still dozing off during my midday nap when the alarm suddenly blared, jolting me awake. My bunkmate Tianji was roused as well. We hastily dressed and rushed outside. Our attire was generally unremarkable, as we typically wore our own clothes. However, strict regulations governed the vehicles used for assignments if a criminal case arose. We were prohibited from wearing lab coats this time. Our destination was Tianming community, where the deceased was a middle-aged man in his 50s, and the case potentially involved criminal activity. After retrieving the body, we were to transport it directly to the forensic facility. Before we could inquire further, Li Tianya's voice crackled through the intercom. Once again, we traveled in a patrol vehicle, which accommodated 5 of us. Yet today, an unusual silence enveloped the vehicle. None of us exchanged words, not even murmurs. After 40 minutes, the vehicle came to a halt within Tianming community, and we disembarked simultaneously, taking stretchers and white cloths into the building before us. The stretchers were designated for carrying the deceased, while the cloths served to cover the body. In our profession, a cardinal rule dictates that the deceased must not be exposed to light. At that moment, I did not comprehend the rationale behind this, but I would later come to understand, albeit the details of that realization would be revealed in due course. Chapter 13, Possessed. Just as before, we completed the necessary paperwork before entering. Tianming community was nearly an ordinary, albeit aging residential area. Those who purchased homes here were predominantly not affluent, with a higher proportion of outsiders. Yet, this time, the identity of the deceased took me by surprise, for he was the general manager of a publicly listed company. Upon entering the living room, my gaze was immediately drawn to Uncle Wang. I approached him to exchange pleasantries before I began to observe the decor of the room. The ambience was remarkably cozy, adorned with pink wallpaper and a few toys placed atop the cabinet. Even the television bore several cartoon stickers. The forensic expert was still examining the evidence, and the body was not to be disturbed for the time being. Leaving us to wait in silence, with nothing else to occupy my mind, I glanced at the deceased. The manner of death mirrored that of the previous victim, with eyes wide open and a peculiar smile gracing the corners of the mouth. Uncle Wang, I've heard that he is the general manager of a publicly listed company. How could he end up in such a place? I inquired. The more I scrutinized the smile of the deceased, the more uncomfortable I felt. Though I could not articulate the reason for my unease, resolved to divert my attention, I stood and turned towards Uncle Wang. The specifics of the situation remained unclear, pending further investigation, but results should emerge shortly. Uncle Wang furrowed his brow and remarked, "Yet again, my instincts tell me this is not a straightforward case. Could it be something sinister?" Li Tian I queried. "I cannot say. We shall await the investigation's findings," Uncle Wang replied. At that moment, a young man approached and whispered something into Uncle Wang's ear. Shaking his head, Uncle Wang responded in hushed tones, and the young man departed. Preliminary results had emerged. The deceased had entered this house at 8 o'clock the previous evening and had not exited since. However, our forensic examination revealed that the time of death was between 9 and 10 o'clock that night. As the conversation progressed, Uncle Wang's brow knitted once more. 2 homicides occurring within a span of 10 days would unsettle anyone. Were there any other individuals present before the victim's demise? I asked. None, or perhaps there were, but the community surveillance did not capture them. Uncle Wang sighed. This neighborhood is rather old. The security measures are inadequate, and many cameras are non-functional, with only a few capable of recording. Could it be a hidden affair? A police officer speculated. You raise a valid point. However, logically speaking, as the general manager of a listed company, he would have ample financial resources and could have chosen any upscale neighborhood without issue. Why opt for this location? Was it merely to avoid detection? Uncle Wang's words left us momentarily speechless. If none of our deductions held water, what other explanations could there be? Could it be that he was possessed? Tianji murmured, though his voice was low. We heard him clearly. Possessed, something sinister. Two phrases flashed through my mind. Just as Uncle Wang was about to speak, his phone rang abruptly. Upon answering, his expression turned grave as he uttered 4 words: no leads. No leads, still no leads, just like last time. We exchanged glances, each of us reflecting the tension mirrored in the other's eyes, given my desire to uncover the truth behind the woman who had died 10 days prior. I was certain they felt similarly compelled. A silence enveloped the room, and all conversation ceased. The only sounds that filled the living room were the breaths we took and the beating of our hearts. The silence was unsettling. Uncle Wang, whose property is this house, once we ascertain the owner of this residence, we should have clarity. No, Li Tianai shattered the stillness. An investigation has already been conducted. This house has been leased. According to the lessee's identification, it does not belong to this individual, and we still need to uncover the real identity of the tenant. Uncle Wang replied. Upon finishing his statement, an air of quietude enveloped the living room once more. The officers were remarkably swift in their inquiries. Within a mere 10 minutes, a conclusion emerged, yet it sent a jolt through my heart. The man renting this house was none other than the previous victim. The deceased from Longhua community. I hastily made my way to the bedroom, my gaze sweeping across the coat rack, where in the corner, a striking white dress was draped. Thud, I instinctively stepped back 2 paces. The heavy thumps of my footsteps resonating clearly in the stillness. A white long dress, the woman has not departed, she continues her murderous spree. Captain Uncle Wang, come quickly, I called out loudly. Everyone rushed over. I pointed at the white dress and exclaimed, there is another white dress here, identical to the previous one, and it resembles the one worn by that woman. Gulp, someone swallowed audibly. To be honest, I was equally tense and terrified. Wasn't it said that this dress was a custom piece, with only one in existence? Why then is there another here? Investigate immediately. We must uncover the identity of the murderer. Uncle Wang bellowed, this matter may not be the work of a human hand. I interjected. I have encountered similar cases in my past investigations, and the outcomes invariably revealed a culprit. I suspect this instance will prove no different. The perpetrator's actions extend beyond mere murder, they are a direct challenge to me, Uncle Wang asserted loudly. I was about to speak further when Li Tianai tugged at my clothing, signaling me to remain silent. In hushed tones, Li Tianai advised, they have their investigative procedures, and we have our own duties. We must focus on performing our tasks diligently. Tianji added, your opinions could disrupt Uncle Wang's line of thought. Refrain from speaking unwarranted words. Should the murderer be allowed to escape, we would bear the weight of that responsibility. I nodded in understanding. The forensic investigation had yet to conclude. We must not disturb the crime scene. Nor can we touch the body. We can only wait here. While I couldn't voice my thoughts, I remained intrigued by their investigative process, attentively listening to their discussions. During their dialogue, I learned that Uncle Wang had dispatched someone to locate the shopkeeper, who firmly asserted that there was only one white dress, with no possibility of a duplicate unless there had been a case of mistaken identity, as many garments share similar colors and patterns, albeit with differing floral placements. To validate the existence of 2 identical long dresses, Uncle Wang instructed a team member to retrieve the previously discovered dress. The individual sent to collect the dress soon returned with a phone call, reporting that the earlier white dress had mysteriously vanished. What are everyone's thoughts on this matter? Uncle Wang inquired. He addressed his remarks to the other officers, yet I perceived them as directed towards me. He stood up resolutely and declared, I believe we ought to investigate the family of the deceased who lay on the tracks 10 days prior, to ascertain whether that white floral long dress belonging to her still exists. Uncle Wang cast an appreciative glance and promptly instructed someone to verify the matter. It wasn't long before news arrived. The white long dress worn by the female victim had vanished 10 days ago, as if it had dissipated into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Everyone found themselves at a loss. I made my way to the bedroom, standing before the white dress, with a vague recollection of the woman's tragic state from 10 days ago flashing through my mind. Perhaps this woman had returned to exact vengeance. However, one aspect eluded my understanding. Weren't malevolent spirits most potent during the initial 7 days following death? Why did the killings commence on the 2nd day after her demise? And not on the 7th, but rather on the 10th. Before I departed, I used a ballpoint pen to mark the hem of the dress with a dot on one of the floral patterns, leaving a trace. Should another untimely death occur and that white floral long dress reappear, it would signify a connection to the malevolent entities. On the journey back, Li Tianai and I shared a vehicle, during which he remarked, Uncle Wang has investigated the relationship between the female victim who lay on the tracks 10 days ago and the 2 recent deceased. The findings revealed that the female victim was a clerk at a publicly listed company and was simultaneously involved with both of the deceased. I quickly inquired, does she have no other lovers? Li Tianai shook his head. Unclear at this moment. The investigation is ongoing. I mused to myself about the tangled nature of such relationships. Perhaps the woman's death was intertwined with both of them. I hoped that no further lives would be lost. Upon returning to the camp, everyone went to freshen up and rest. I lay on the upper bunk, gazing at the ceiling, reflecting on the 3 events that had transpired over the last 10 days. and had forgotten to call Air Pao to discuss the matter. Tianji entered drying his hair with a towel, and said these incidents have already made the news. I replied, isn't death a rather commonplace occurrence? A city of this size experiences criminal cases daily. Does it warrant news coverage? This situation is different, Tianji countered. Both deceased were leaders of a publicly listed company, and the implications are substantial. Tianji continued, the news reported that an order has been issued demanding Uncle Wang and his team solve the case within half a month, yet I find this matter quite eerie. It may well become another unsolved mystery. I nodded, suddenly struck by an idea. I asked Brother Tian if it truly was that woman who committed the murders, would it be feasible to persuade her family to intervene? Tianji shook his head. It's not that simple. Do you think someone would choose to die so casually? Malevolent entities don't kill on a whim either. Based on my previous experiences, even summoning the woman as family would likely prove futile. This matter does not concern you. Refrain from meddling unnecessarily lest you find yourself entangled in trouble. With that, Tianji hung up his towel and lay down on the lower bunk. Chapter 14. It was that woman. Tianji was right. One should avoid meddling in affairs that do not concern them, lest they invite trouble upon themselves. Filth and humans are distinct. The former can lurk in the shadows, perhaps observing you from a corner unbeknownst to you. Be it by your bedside, beside you, or outside your window, they can see you, yet you remain oblivious to their presence. In the dead of night, my phone rang, and I fumbled with my eyes closed until I grasped the device. Squinting at the screen, I saw it was a call from Airpang. It struck me as peculiar. It was already 3:10 a.m., and why would this fellow, instead of resting at home, decide to call me? As I answered, Airpang's breathless voice rushed through. Tianming, something's wrong. Where are you? Hurry and come find me. His urgency caused me to furrow my brow, pondering what could have transpired had he incurred the wrath of someone. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed implausible. Though reckless in brawls, he was not foolhardy and understood the limits of his actions. Take a moment to catch your breath before explaining. What happened? Did you provoke someone? I sat up. Clarity returning to my mind. If Airpang were indeed in peril, I would rush to his aid, even if it meant abandoning my current obligations. No one is chasing me. We encountered something foul. I can't explain it all in a few words. Just come out, Airpang gasped, his voice betraying that he was running. However, another revelation from him sent a chill down my spine. Something foul. How could he have come across such a thing? It was the middle of the night. Surely he hadn't ventured to a graveyard or a potter's field. At the mere thought of something foul, a shiver coursed through me, and goosebumps erupted across my skin. Yet, as Airpang was my childhood friend, I felt compelled to assist him. Arriving at Li Tianye's door, I hesitated but ultimately rapped on it. Disturbing someone at such an hour felt somewhat rude. After several knocks yielded no response, I knocked again. And to my surprise, the door creaked open with an eerie groan. Peering into the room, darkness enveloped everything, obscuring my view of its contents. Just as I was about to speak, a sudden splash of liquid erupted from within, drenching me entirely, startling me. What the hell, Captain, have you lost your mind? I wiped the liquid from my face. It was sticky and, with the darkness, I could not discern what it was, though a pungent, fishy odor made me feel nauseous. The room's light flickered on, revealing Li Tianai in blue pajamas, holding a bottle of mineral water containing a crimson liquid. In the light, I realized my clothes were also stained with the same red substance, black dog's blood. In an instant, I comprehended what had splashed upon me. What brings you here at this hour? I thought you were dealing with something foul, Li Tianai remarked. Captain, I merely needed to request a day off. I replied helplessly, bemusement etched on my face. My dormitory was merely a stone's throw away from Li Tianye's, a mere minute's walk, and I hadn't anticipated calling. What were you doing out at this hour? Li Tianai inquired. He offered no further explanation, granting me a day's leave. In the dead of night, the suburbs were devoid of any taxis, compelling me to rely solely on my own two legs to traverse the distance. By the time I finally hailed a cab, it was already 4:30 in the morning. I had walked for nearly an hour. Upon arriving at my doorstep, I discerned a few figures crouched below. Among them, I recognized the foremost individual. It was Airpang. It seemed that upon seeing me alight from the vehicle, they all gathered around. The streetlight illuminated their faces, revealing bruises and cuts reminiscent of the disheveled homeless outside. What on earth happened? I inquired. It's that woman we encountered last time. We stumbled upon her again. Huang Ma chimed in. Terrifying. You should have seen it. That woman stood exactly where we last saw her. Utterly motionless, they spoke in hushed tones, each recounting their harrowing experience. I could see the fear etched on their faces, and it was evident they were not fabricating stories. Brother, are we going tonight? You all go if you wish. As for me, I shall not return. Please do not summon me for the next few days. I too have succumbed to fear. If armed with a knife, I would accompany you without hesitation, but to venture near the railway? Absolutely not. I refused to go again. They waved their hands dismissively, each reluctant to proceed. I understood their sentiments well. In truth, it was not just them. I too shared their apprehension. If we were to attract that malevolent entity, who knows what dangers might ensue? Yet, I needed to ascertain whether it was indeed that woman. If it truly was her, it indicated she had not departed. There must be a reason for such a malevolent presence to linger. It could spell death for someone, and if so, I must promptly inform Uncle Wang. We need not approach closely, merely confirming that the woman remains there would suffice. I asserted, however, they remained unwilling, only Pang reluctantly acquiesced. Albeit with a condition, he insisted on resting at my home first. After a brief slumber and spending the day with my mother, by 8 o'clock in the evening, I dragged a reluctant Pang towards the railway. In the northern summer, the mosquitoes are relentless. One need not even sit still in the grass to attract their bites. Simply being outdoors guarantees one becomes their feast. In no time, both Pang and I were covered in welts. We shouldn't wait any longer. If we do, we shall be devoured by mosquitoes, Pang declared. 8:30.9.10 o'clock, yet the malevolent presence had yet to manifest, and Pang was already dozing off. But just then, a figure appeared by the railway. A pale silhouette. Due to the distance, I could not ascertain if it was indeed that woman. It was as if she materialized from thin air, without any prior indication. I thought I had observed my surroundings thoroughly. Yet I failed to discern how this figure emerged. Pang, could you see if that is her from last night? I nearly lay flat on the ground, my voice barely a whisper, cold sweat forming on my forehead and palms. My heart racing, a surge of anxiety coursed through me. Perhaps it was merely my imagination, but the atmosphere around us seemed to hush significantly upon my utterance. Pang regained his composure, swiftly glancing in the direction I indicated. His entire body tensed, and his face contorted with an almost grotesque expression as he nodded and whispered, "Indeed, it is her. I am certain it is that woman." Pang tugged at my shirt, urging, "You saw it too. Let us hasten away before she discovers us." I remained silent, retrieving my phone, only to realize that I lacked Uncle Wang's number. The only options were to call 110 or contact Li Tianai. After some deliberation, I dialed Li Tianai's number. The call connected promptly, and his languid voice emerged. "Captain, I have spotted that woman again by the railway." I stated, "Captain, should you come over now, or perhaps send Uncle Wang?" Upon finishing, he abruptly hung up. Momentarily taken aback, I ultimately departed with Pang. It was just the two of us, and we dared not provoke those foul entities. Upon returning home, Pang stayed with me for the night. Leaving the following morning, Tianji remarked, "The captain acted wisely. No one comprehends the nature of those malevolent beings. If you inadvertently provoke her, it could not only trouble you but also create significant issues for our entire special rescue team." In the morning, Li Tianai had a private conversation with me, offering a few brief critiques and advising me to refrain from involving myself in such matters in the future. Subsequently, for 3 consecutive days, no incidents transpired, as if everything had returned to its rightful order. On the afternoon of June 28, 2007, at 7 o'clock in the morning, I had just risen, while some team members indulged in a leisurely slumber. Still enveloped in the embrace of sleep, suddenly, the camp's alarm blared, prompting everyone to don their uniforms and take their places in the patrol vehicles, awaiting orders. Just as we were changing, Li Tianai announced that today's mission location was Tianming community. A criminal case. Soon Li Tianai strode over, boarded the vehicle, and communicated via the intercom, "Today's task is at Tianming community, the same building we visited last time, the same room." Upon receiving the command, 2 patrol vehicles simultaneously departed the camp. Heading toward Tianming community. We sensed an unusual atmosphere permeating the air. We exchanged glances, yet none spoke a word. Chapter 15. Vanishing into thin air. In the same building of Tianming community, 2 individuals had already perished within the same apartment. Truly eerie. Undeniably indicative of malevolent forces. Yu Wencheng remarked. We were all aware of this, yet regardless of our knowledge, we were compelled to proceed, for it was our duty. The journey to Tianming community was fraught with a disquieting tension, transforming what should have been a 30-minute ride into an eternity. At last, the vehicle came to a halt at Tianming community. Upon exiting, I inhaled deeply, then exhaled long and slow, feeling a measure of relief. As we entered the corridor, I glanced up at the door number, building 44, door 1. I mused to myself that the number 44 indeed boded ill. Ascending the stairs and entering the apartment, the first thing that caught my eye was a body lying on the living room floor, in the same position as the previous victim, the same eerie smile etched upon their face. Upon encountering that smile once more, an involuntary chill surged through me, causing goosebumps to rise on my skin. The deceased's eerie grin and the vacant gaze of one who has crossed beyond were truly haunting. As if they were observing someone, Uncle Wang was directing the investigation at the crime scene, and I approached to greet him. He nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent, his countenance grave and deeply troubled. I asked, "The manner of death the same as last time?" Li Tianai inquired. "Lawlessness abounds. Within a mere 10 days, 2 individuals have perished at the same location, both leaders of publicly listed companies. This is an utter disregard for my authority," Uncle Wang retorted sternly. Perhaps it was not the work of a human, I began to suggest, but Li Tianai silenced me with a glance. The forensic examination was underway, while the other team members rested on the sofa, and I made my way to the master bedroom. I needed to ascertain whether the white floral dress still lingered. Upon entering the room, my gaze was drawn immediately to the corner where the clothing rack stood. Indeed, the white floral dress remained suspended there. Approaching it, I noted that the mark I had made previously was still present. Hey, when the last incident occurred here, wasn't this dress confiscated? I asked a nearby forensic expert. He glanced at the dress and replied, how peculiar. This very dress was sent to the forensic identification department last time. How could it possibly be here? Truly bizarre. At his words, my mind buzzed as if it had exploded. Although I had already suspected this outcome, hearing the forensic expert confirm it filled me with dread. I longed to flee the room, escape this house, this building, this entire complex, yet my legs felt like jelly. I could hardly muster the strength to walk, let alone run, as though I were frozen in place. Simultaneously, an unsettling sensation washed over me, suggesting that others occupied this room aside from the forensic expert and myself. Though I could not see them, my intuition warned me that someone else lingered here, perhaps the woman who had met her demise beneath a train. I scanned the room, my scalp prickling with unease, and could not help but shout, Uncle Wang. A group of people in the living room rushed in response to my cry. What is it? Uncle Wang asked. I pointed at the white floral dress and said, wasn't this dress taken by you? Why is it here? Uncle Wang scrutinized the dress closely and nodded, affirming this dress was indeed confiscated. I personally ordered it, and just the day before yesterday, I saw it in the forensic identification department. I gestured toward the hem, saying, I made a mark here with a ballpoint pen last time. The mark remains, indicating it is indeed the same dress. A profound silence enveloped the room. I could distinctly sense that everyone was holding their breath. The dress was the same, yet it had inexplicably reappeared here. Something sinister is at play. I believed this thought echoed in the minds of all present, for such an occurrence defied explanation. How could this dress have ended up here? Might it be the act of an insider? Someone finally broke the silence. It is impossible, Uncle Wang stated. The key to the cabinet storing this dress is safeguarded by a designated individual, without a formal order. It cannot be retrieved. A shiver coursed through me as I swallowed hard. My hands and feet felt icy white. At that moment, the dress appeared no different from refuse in my eyes, where it manifested. Death would surely follow, an utter curse. I vowed to investigate this matter thoroughly and unearth the lurking perpetrator. I noticed Uncle Wang's hands clenched into fists, and I surmised that he was seething with anger. Uncle Wang, do the deceased have any connection to that woman? I inquired. An inquiry has already been conducted between the two deceased, nay, for there exists a romantic entanglement. They all hail from the same company. The latest victim is the chairman of a publicly listed firm. If this news were to leak, it would undoubtedly create a tumult in the entire Tianming city, Uncle Wang remarked, pinching the bridge of his nose in distress. I could comprehend the gravity of the situation. After all, the sudden and violent demise of both a general manager and a chairman of a listed company would significantly impact the company's internal affairs and even the economy of Tianming City. The authorities would undoubtedly demand results from Uncle Wang within a specified timeframe, placing immense pressure upon him. Once the forensic examination of the scene concluded, we departed together, with me trailing at the rear. More accurately, there were indeed 4 deceased individuals. A woman stood at the forefront, flanked by 3 men, all of whom bowed their heads. As I glanced their way, the woman slowly lifted her gaze, revealing a pair of eye sockets devoid of eyeballs. Fixating upon me. In that fleeting moment, I was utterly incapacitated, my limbs rendered numb, while an overwhelming urge to relieve myself surged forth, causing me to suddenly collapse onto the ground. The woman gradually raised her right arm, gesturing towards me, or perhaps to us all, yet, at that moment, I was drenched in a cold sweat, stripped of the courage to utter a word. Clad in a white floral gown, the woman exuded an eerie presence. And though the 3 men behind her did not lift their heads, I could surmise their identities. They were the 3 deceased from before. Tianming, what is wrong with you? I could discern the tremor in my voice. Tianji entered the living room, glancing in the direction I pointed, and said, there is no one there. Are you hallucinating? I truly saw them, the woman and the 3 men, I exclaimed. Tianji first felt my forehead, then crouched down to whisper, did you really see them? I nodded in affirmation. Do not speak any further. Let us leave this place at once. Tianji assisted me in departing the house. In my heart, I silently vowed, tonight, I shall burn paper offerings for you. Please do not haunt me. As we descended the stairs, my body was utterly devoid of strength. Had it not been for Tianji's support, I would have been unable to move. The sight of that woman's eyeless gaze was truly horrifying. That night, I took Tianji to the entrance of the camp to burn some joss paper. Regardless of whether they received it, at the very least, it would provide me with some solace. Brother Tian, why am I able to see such malevolent entities? I questioned. Who says I am afraid? I declared loudly. Those who fear are the true cowards. To speak candidly, I find myself quite apprehensive. However, I cannot afford to show weakness. It is not that I possess an extraordinary courage, but rather the fear of being ridiculed by my companions that holds me back. Initially, I had contemplated resigning, yet after conversing with Tianji, I was compelled to temporarily abandon this notion. Moreover, the remuneration from the special rescue team is indeed substantial, which remains one of the primary reasons for my continued presence here. A sudden shock gripped my heart, startling me profoundly. Uniquely this time, there stood only a woman, her visage devoid of makeup, presenting a pallid complexion and an expression of utter indifference. She still donned that exquisite white floral long dress. Remarkably beautiful, indistinguishable from an ordinary person, she parted her lips, seemingly attempting to articulate something, yet her voice eluded my ears. I lost track of time before she vanished into thin air. I roused Tianji to recount this incident. Tianji remarked, "Perhaps she has something to convey to you, some unfulfilled wish. She is quite pitiable." It was my first encounter with the notion of feeling sympathy for malevolent entities. The following day, the television news reported on the tragic fate of 4 deceased individuals. It turned out that the principal leaders of this publicly listed company had embezzled vital societal resources, a secret uncovered by that woman. To conceal this truth, 3 men had forced her to her demise. In reality, that night, it was not the woman who approached the tracks alone, rather, the 3 men had administered anesthetics to her, discarding her upon the railway, leading to her untimely death. As I absorbed this news, a wave of sorrow washed over me. A woman in her 20s, in the prime of her life, was brutally slain, perhaps in her final moments. She was conscious and aware, yet her entire body was rendered immobile by anesthesia, helplessly witnessing the train approach to claim her life. I surmised that in her last second, she still yearned for survival. For 3 days following her death, I would burn paper money each evening, hoping that in her next life, she would endure no more suffering. Chapter 16, The Boy Who Was Burned Alive. On August 2, 2007, we each received several sets of uniforms, including those of doctors, police officers, and the morning garb of burlap. The first half of August passed without incident, alarms remained silent, and consequently no missions arose. Our days in the dormitory were filled with slumber, card games, and idle chatter, occasionally indulging in a modest drink, living in a state of leisurely contentment. At 10:24 a.m. on August 20, 2007, the camp's alarm abruptly shattered our tranquil existence of the past few weeks. Today's mission was set in the suburban Mengliang village, where a fire had tragically claimed the lives of 2 children. After retrieving the bodies, we were to promptly transport them to the city hospital. The commanding voice of team leader Li Tianai echoed through every corner of the camp via the loudspeaker. After donning our doctoress uniforms, we boarded the ambulance. 2 ambulances in total, 1 leading and the other following, departed the camp premises, clad in a doctoress attire. For the first time, I felt somewhat out of place. To put it plainly, we were merely pretend doctors, yet in the eyes of ordinary citizens, we embodied the very essence of hospital physicians. Mengliang village is situated in the northeastern corner of the suburbs, not far from our camp, merely a 20-minute drive away. Upon our arrival at the village entrance, I gazed out the window and noticed thick smoke billowing from the center of the village, leading me to surmise that the fire was quite significant. As we reached the heart of the village, we found it already surrounded by villagers and layers, and after considerable effort, we managed to gain entry. Following the handover with the firefighting personnel, we were finally permitted to enter the charred ruins of the house. I stepped forward into the courtyard and took a moment to survey the surroundings. This particular household comprised 3 rooms, the main house directly in front, a side room from yesterday, and a shed to the right. With the main house suffering the most extensive damage, the bodies of the 2 children lay within the main house, trapped beneath the beams, their forms entirely charred. It would be prudent for you to brace yourselves. One of the accompanying firefighters remarked, "In a moment, we will lift the beam. You should take the opportunity to retrieve the children's bodies." I nodded and proceeded into the main house, although the fire had been extinguished. A dense cloud of smoke still lingered within, necessitating the use of gas masks for our entry. Under the guidance of the firefighters, we located the children's remains. Frankly, had it not been for someone identifying them as Bodhi, a sudden shock seized my heart, prompting an instinctive glance at the corpse's head, yet that fleeting gaze nearly sent me into a state of terror. To my horror, the cadaver's eyes had opened at some unknown moment, revealing hollow sockets devoid of eyeballs. Even the whites were absent, leaving behind mere voids. Strangely, despite the absence of its eyeballs, I felt as though it were staring directly at me, much like a living person would. Moreover, the corpse's hands had seized my arms with an alarming strength. I could distinctly feel the grip tightening. My entire body froze, paralyzed with fear, my heart racing to my throat, overwhelmed by a sense of panic. "Destiny, can you do this? If not, let me take over." Is it because your body is too hefty that the corpse cannot be freed? "Step aside, let me give it a try." The team members behind me exchanged murmurs, oblivious to the fact that the corpse had a firm hold on my arms, and even more so that its eyes had opened. Had they witnessed this, I was certain they would abandon their requests immediately. "Tianji, why are you so slow?" Upon hearing someone speak, I glanced at Tianji, who stood beside me, within mere half a meter's distance. Yet his predicament mirrored mine exactly. His arms were also gripped by the corpse, and its eyes too had opened. "Tian, what should we do?" I was on the verge of tears. "Stay calm, let us pull the corpse out first," Tianji replied, maintaining his composure amidst the chaos. His words provided me with a semblance of reassurance. Taking a deep breath, I slowly began to extract the body. Oddly enough, at the moment I managed to pull the corpse free. Its hands suddenly released their grip, and its eyes closed once more, returning to their previous state. If it weren't for the lingering pain in my arms, I would have thought the entire experience was merely a figment of my imagination. I stood and exchanged a glance with Tianji. Neither of us dared to mention what had just transpired. The bodies of two children were carried outside, at which point a man and a woman suddenly collapsed to the ground. Weeping inconsolably over the stretcher. My son, I was only out for a couple of hours this morning. How could you have left us? Why did you go? It's all my fault, it's all my fault. The man repeatedly struck his own face in despair. No, this cannot be my son. They are not my children. No, my son is alive. He must be alive. I will go in and find them. The woman, her gaze vacant, slowly rose to her feet, walking toward the house while muttering, "You two little rascals, mother has prepared delicious food for you. Don't scare me like this." Many present were moved to tears. "Sister, they are already gone." I gently stopped the woman, speaking softly. Perhaps seeing my doctor's attire led her to believe I was a physician. She fell to her knees before me, clutching my body, weeping and pleading, "Doctor, please, I beg you, save them. They are only 5 years old. If you can save them, I will do anything in this life, no, in the next life, just please." After uttering these desperate words, she released her grip and bowed before me. I could no longer endure the scene and, without a word, turned to leave. Behind me, the heart-wrenching cries of that woman echoed painfully. The lifeless body was lifted onto the ambulance and transported to the city hospital. What on earth is happening today? Didn't those two children perish? How could they still be haunting us? Moreover, I distinctly observed that the eyes of both corpses were wide open, yet once they were pulled out, their hands fell limp and their eyes closed. This was an unprecedented occurrence for me. It could possibly be a reflex of the corpse's nervous system. Tianji paused momentarily before continuing. It might also be that they are entangled with us. I fell silent, my mind racing with this conundrum. If it were truly a reflex, then why did they return to normal once removed? Clearly, it was not merely an issue of nerve reflex. I vividly recall the sight of the corpse's eyes opening, as if they were gazing directly at me. We did not ignite the fire. What could they possibly want from us? I exhaled deeply and pondered whether I should discuss this with the captain. I recalled the incident involving Sun Tao. This situation bore similarities to that one, yet was distinctly different. Discussing it with the captain would be futile. If we truly were ensnared by malevolent forces, we would have to confront them ourselves. Tianji remarked. What if the captain has a solution? I countered. The captain is not omnipotent. The only recourse he has is to order the other team members to withdraw. Just like in your initial encounter, we would ultimately need to confront the situation ourselves. Tianji's words resonated with clarity. It was far better for everyone to remain at the camp than for just two of us to stay behind. Tianji had his own ulterior motives, and I refrained from pointing it out, for I too had my own. Instinctively, I touched the bracelet Yun Kong had given me, feeling a slight increase in my sense of security. Remembering Yun Kong, I suddenly exclaimed, "By the way, we can seek refuge at the Guanyin Temple. If nothing occurs within 7 days, perhaps we will be safe." "Yun Kong has already attained enlightenment," Tianji replied. Those 7 brief words sent a chill to the depths of my heart. Chapter 17, Unusual occurrences must harbor spirits. In my mind, Yun Kong represented a master-level figure, although he could not vanquish demons. His presence instilled a profound sense of peace within me. The primary reason I had yet to resign from the special rescue team was largely due to Yun Kong's presence, even in the face of malevolent forces. I could retreat to the Guanyin Temple now that Yun Kong had transcended. Should I fall prey to malevolent entities, I might still find refuge in the temple. I believed the Guanyin Temple was enveloped in the glow of Buddha light. Yet without Yun Kong's vigilant presence, it was uncertain whether the malevolent forces could breach that sacred light. The last time, the malevolence had yet to infiltrate the temple. Simply by the sound, it had ensnared me in an illusion. Were it not for Yun Kong, I might have already succumbed, reduced to a mere corpse. Let us take a shower, and then we can go to the Guanyin Temple to light some incense and dispel our misfortunes. Tianji suggested. I nodded in agreement. At this moment, we had no other recourse but to visit the Guanyin Temple to pray for the Bodhisattva's protection. After showering, it was already 2 in the afternoon. I informed Li Tianai of my intention to borrow a vehicle from the camp, and then, together with Tianji, we set off for the Guanyin Temple. Upon arriving, I lit 3 sticks of incense, offered a prayer, and made a modest donation of a few hundred yuan. It was not a large sum, but rather a gesture of goodwill. As I was about to exit the Guanyin Hall with Tianji, a young monk obstructed our path. He first pressed his palms together in a gesture of respect, then uttered a single phrase, "Little master, can you discern what troubles we have recently encountered?" Tianji inquired. The young monk shook his head. I felt a tinge of disappointment, having hoped to encounter someone of considerable insight. It appeared I had overestimated the situation. As Tianji and I departed from the Guanyin Temple, I cast a glance back at the entrance, noticing the young monk standing there, watching us leave with unwavering attention. On the journey home, I pondered the monk's earlier words and realized I had never seen this young monk during our previous visits to the temple. "Tiangu, you must have visited the Guanyin Temple numerous times. Have you ever encountered this young monk?" I asked. Tianji shook his head. "Perhaps he is a monk from another temple. The Guanyin Temple welcomes new arrivals each year." There is no need for alarm. I refrained from questioning further, yet a peculiar sensation lingered, though I could not articulate its source. We occupied separate bunks, one above the other, lying in silence, neither of us uttering a word. Time passed swiftly, and after an indeterminate duration I glanced at my phone, noting it was now 9:40 in the evening, with just over an hour remaining until 11 o'clock. In ancient times, 11 o'clock signified the hour of Z. A time when malevolent entities were said to roam. Should we indeed have attracted such entities? I wondered if they might manifest tonight. Leaning down, I peered at Tianji, who lay with his eyes firmly shut. Unaware of who among us was unable to sleep. Before long, it reached 11 o'clock, followed by 11:30, yet the surroundings remained eerily silent. Perhaps we had been overly apprehensive. With this thought, I felt considerably more at ease. And before I knew it, slumber overtook me. As I slept, an inexplicable chill enveloped me, prompting me to tighten my blanket, yet the cold persisted. Gradually, my mind grew more alert, though I kept my eyes closed. It was August, the height of summer in the north, where the heat remained oppressive even in rain. Such cold was inconceivable, akin to winter's grasp. Could it be that they had arrived? I recalled the two children. The elders often spoke of the heavy surrounding malevolent beings. Should a person come into contact with them, an overwhelming chill would pervade their body. I slowly opened my eyes, though the darkness enveloped my surroundings. I could discern the vague outlines of objects. I scanned the area, seeing nothing that would warrant concern, which elicited a sigh of relief. Tiangu, I whispered softly. He responded. Do you feel cold? I inquired. You sensed it too. I sat up, rubbing my hands together, then wrapped myself in the blanket and moved to the lower bunk, taking a seat on Tianji's bed. It's neither windy nor rainy today. Why is it so cold? It feels like winter. Could it be snowing outside? I remarked casually. Have you ever heard of snow in August? Tianji replied, simultaneously unlocking his phone. His hands trembled violently for reasons I could not comprehend. What is wrong with you? I asked. Take a look for yourself, he said, handing me his phone. I accepted it, curiosity piqued as I glanced at the screen. The interface displayed on the mobile phone screen was the weather forecast, revealing today's temperature, tomorrow's temperature, and of course, the current temperature. Take a look at the temperature displayed, Tianchi remarked. I sensed a tremor in his voice, as if he were apprehensive about something. My attention shifted to the current temperature, which read 26 degrees Celsius. 26 degrees in the northern regions, this already signifies quite sweltering weather. During the day, temperatures could soar above 30 to 40 degrees. Initially, I did not grasp the significance of the temperature he mentioned. Just as I was about to inquire, a sudden realization struck me. He wanted me to observe the present temperature, for a reading of 26 degrees could hardly indicate a chill. Something was amiss. As I momentarily lost my focus, the phone screen went dark. I quickly regained my composure and turned to Tianchi, whispering, Are you implying that they have arrived? Even as I uttered those words, I could hear the tremor in my own voice. My hands betrayed me, becoming unsteady, nearly causing the phone to slip from my grasp. Tianchi remained silent, merely nodding in affirmation. I too fell silent, my body seemingly frozen in place, yet my ears became acutely attuned to the environment, capturing every sound with remarkable clarity. It was eerily quiet, too quiet, yet that chilling sensation lingered, unyielding. Time passed imperceptibly. I had lost all sense of its passage. I dared not move, nor even reach for my phone. Do you catch a whiff of something? I inquired quietly, wrinkling my nose. It seems there is indeed an odor, perhaps the scent of burnt meat, Tianchi replied. I inhaled deeply, and the acrid aroma grew increasingly potent. Burnt flesh. Vivid images of the two children's lifeless bodies from the previous day flashed through my mind, a wave of dread washing over me, intensifying by the moment. I found myself hypersensitive to everything around me. Even the faintest sounds. Tianchi sat up, scanning the surroundings. I believe that odor is emanating from within the room. It must be nearby. Let us search for its source, he suggested. I too glanced about, yet saw nothing suspicious. However, that odor seemed to envelop us. Tianchi switched on the light. The illumination dispelled some of the fear that had gripped us, and emboldened both Tianchi and me. We commenced our search throughout the room. Yet, after an hour of rummaging through every movable object, we still found nothing. Could it be that the smell does not originate from our room? I pondered aloud. There's one place we haven't checked. Tianchi's gaze fell upon the space beneath the bed. Beneath the bed, according to cinematic lore, malevolent entities often seek refuge under beds. If one chooses to ignore it, all remains well, but should one dare to look? Perhaps in that moment of crouching low to glimpse beneath the bed, one might just behold two charred corpses, their lifeless eyes fixated upon you. That thought clung to my mind, refusing to dissipate. Let us not look there. We've found nothing else. It's unlikely they would hide beneath the bed. Perhaps we are merely overthinking this, I said, feigning nonchalance. In truth, I was merely crafting an excuse for our own cowardice. Yet what if you could bring me the mop? Taoji inquired. I located the mop in the corner and handed it to Taoji. Initially, Taoji swung the mop haphazardly under the bed a few times, then took a deep breath, held it, and gradually lowered himself to the floor. At that moment, a wave of anxiety washed over me. What if we discovered something unsightly beneath the bed, within mere seconds? My palms and soles began to perspire. Finally, Tiaoji completely lay down, affording him a full view of the space beneath the bed, and nothing was there. Tiaoji's words allowed my heart to settle. It seemed we had indeed overthought the situation. Perhaps no unsavory entities were lurking, and the odor was not emanating from our room. Let us sleep first and discuss it tomorrow, Tiaoji suggested. Just then, footsteps echoed in the corridor, rhythmic and measured. Tiaoji and I exchanged glances. Our momentary relief had swiftly morphed into tension. What happened to the corridor lights? Came Yu Wenqing's voice. It appeared we had once again indulged in excessive worry. The scent seemed to have significantly diminished. I sniffed the air and remarked, could it be an external odor? After Tiaoji spoke, he approached the window. As he opened it, a gentle breeze wafted in, carrying hints of meat and a charred aroma. It seemed we had indeed misjudged the source. The scent had entered from outside rather than originating within the room. Today has truly frightened me. I genuinely thought something sinister had arrived, I confessed. Once I had completely relaxed, a wave of fatigue enveloped me, and I reclined on Tiaoji's bed. The lingering warmth on his bed lulled me into a drowsy stupor, and I soon drifted off to sleep. When I awoke the next morning, it was already past 9 o'clock. Tiaoji lay beside me. We both had squeezed into the lower bunk. I sat up, stretched lazily, and inhaled the air in the room. The unsettling odor from the night prior had entirely vanished. Chapter 18. It seems they have arrived. Shortly after I woke, Tiaoji stirred as well, and we both proceeded to freshen up. On our way to the water room, we encountered Yu Wenqing. I greeted him with a smile. Did you go to the bathroom in the early hours? Yu Wenqing scratched his head, looking perplexed as he replied, no, I fell asleep around 10 last night and didn't wake until this morning at 7. I didn't even stir in the middle of the night. Tiaoji and I exchanged a glance, and the smile faded from Tiaoji's face. It was not Yu Wenqing who had been murmuring in the corridor last night. Who could it have been? This morning, both Tiaogu and I heard you mumbling in the corridor, mentioning that the lights were out. I stated, I indeed heard that, Tiaoji affirmed with a nod, but I truly did not wake up. Yu Wenqing insisted, scratching his head once more. I never go to the bathroom at night. I only do so in the morning after I wake up. Why you been from my dorm can attest to that. You really didn't go to the bathroom this morning? No. Seeing Yu Wenqing's certainty, Tiaoji and I chose not to press further. Upon arriving at the restroom, I simultaneously brushed my teeth while inquiring, Tiangu, could it be that we misheard? Was the individual we encountered in the early hours truly not Yu Wenqing? Tianji paused momentarily in his brushing and replied, it's impossible. I have known Yu Wenqing for quite some time, and I can certainly recognize his voice. It was indeed Yu Wenqing speaking. If it wasn't him, then it must be. He ceased to elaborate, but I had already surmised the conclusion he was reluctant to voice. If it was not Yu Wenqing, then it undoubtedly pertained to something sinister. Had we ventured out in the early hours, we might not have seen Yu Wenqing but rather that malevolent entity. Or more precisely, the two children charred by a devastating fire. After completing my morning ablutions, I approached Yu Wenqing's dormitory to inquire with Yu Bin. He assured us with unwavering conviction that once Yu Wenqing had retired for the night, he would not arise to use the restroom until the following morning. With this affirmation, a chill enveloped my heart. All evidence pointed to the conclusion that the figure in the corridor during the early hours was indeed that malevolent entity. In other words, the acrid scent of burnt flesh that Tianji and I detected last night was emanating from this entity. The odor of charred flesh. Upon this realization, I hastened to seek confirmation from the other team members. Yet the outcome revealed that they had not perceived any such scent the previous night. I relayed this matter to Tianji, who remarked, it is highly probable that we encountered that malevolent entity last night. However, they likely did not enter the dormitory. Since they visited last night, they are certain to return this evening. I nodded in agreement, fully endorsing this perspective. In the afternoon, Tianji and I retrieved some paper money and offerings of black dog blood and rooster blood from the storeroom, placing them in the dormitory for use later that night. The paper money was burned at the entrance of the camp. A prayer offered that they would not return again. That night, as I lay in bed tossing and turning, the more I yearned for slumber, the more elusive it became. Tiangu, I called softly, do you think they will come back tonight? I don't know. What if they do? I don't know. I glanced at my phone. It was already 11:40 in the evening. Just as I set my phone down, a gust of wind rattled against the window. Instinctively, I glanced towards it, relieved to see nothing amiss. However, shortly thereafter, the acrid scent of burnt flesh returned, accompanied by a faint hint of meat, while the entire room grew inexplicably colder, as if an air conditioning unit had been hastily activated. It seemed they had indeed arrived. I buried myself completely under the covers and whispered a remark, uncertain if Tianji could hear me. Suddenly, through a gap in the blanket, I observed the entire room illuminated. It must have been Tianji turning on the light. With the illumination, my fear began to dissipate. Outside, the wind howled fiercely, incessantly battering against the window, producing a sound reminiscent of hands striking the glass. The overhead light flickered ominously, accompanied by a discordant electrical hum, rendering the atmosphere even more eerie. My entire being was ensconced beneath the blanket. Today, I took a quilt instead of a blanket, and during the day, I had already checked the evening's temperature, 28 degrees, 2 degrees higher than last night. Logically, with such a high temperature, coupled with the quilt covering me, I should have been uncomfortably hot, yet, for some unknown reason, I felt an intense chill enveloping me. I curled up tightly within the quilt. My hands clutching it desperately, my heart racing uncontrollably, and fine beads of sweat forming on my forehead, not from heat, but from anxiety. The quilt cocooned my body securely, offering me a sliver of solace. As I left a narrow gap to peer outside, I was uncertain how Tianji was faring, but I surmised his situation was no better than mine. Suddenly, the overhead light flickered a few times before extinguishing, plunging the room into darkness. Don't come for me, don't come for me. I repeatedly chanted in my mind. Creak. Creak. The window emitted a piercing sound, as if someone were scratching it with their fingernails, driven by curiosity. I cautiously shifted my head to glance at the window, yet saw nothing. Two figures were practically pressed against the glass, their entire form shrouded in darkness, resembling as though they had been scorched by fire. Relentlessly clawing at the window, their eyes were fixed on the room, but there were no visible pupils, not even the whites of their eyes, only gaping black voids. Trembling uncontrollably, I sealed the tiny gap I had left, believing this would shield me from them. Yet they still approached. The two children from Mengliang village, who perished in the great fire yesterday, were still here. I was at a loss for how to respond, only silently reciting Amit by, praying for the protection of the divine. An eerie laughter echoed in my ears. I tightened my covering even more, yet, for reasons unknown, the laughter persisted, as if they were mocking me directly. This cacophony of laughter filled me with dread and irritation. Several times I contemplated looking, but the fear within me held me back. Ultimately, I could not resist. I opened a small gap in the quilt to gaze outside. There, at the head of my bed, right beside me, stood a child devoid of eyes, with a bald head and an entirely darkened body, grinning at me, the source of the laughter emanating from his mouth. Perhaps sensing my gaze, of blood began to flow from his mouth, eyes, ears, and nose, cascading down his cheeks, neck, and body, finally pooling onto my bed. I watched in horror ignite the flames. It is quite exhilarating, and you are bound to relish the sensation. He parted his lips, and more of the inky liquid flowed forth into his mouth. Get away from me. I have no grievances with you. What is your purpose in tormenting me? Just leave, in an instant. I found myself inexplicably emboldened, abruptly sitting up and delivering a resounding slap towards the foul entity. Perhaps in that fleeting moment, I reasoned that succumbing to fate would lead to death, and resisting would also culminate in demise. Thus, it was far better to rise in defiance. Just as my hand was about to meet his face, a grotesque grin contorted his features, and his form began to waver, as if on the verge of vanishing. Yet, at the very moment my hand made contact with his visage, the smile vanished abruptly, and a piercing scream erupted from his mouth, instantly dissipating at the head of the bed. In the next heartbeat, two vile entities materialized at the window, gaping wide-mouthed, their maws larger than those of an adult, revealing rows of dark, repulsive teeth, both revolting and terrifying. Subsequently, the two foul beings vanished, the lights flickered on, and the entire dormitory was bathed in illumination. I gasped for breath, wiping the perspiration from my brow. Just moments before, when I had struck the entity, I felt an overwhelming surge of strength. However, with its departure, I realized my energy had been entirely sapped, leaving me utterly weakened. The memory of that harrowing instant still sent shivers down my spine. Had those two vile beings remained, I would have been doomed. Tiangu, how are you? I inquired, still alive. Tianji stammered. Then added, why did they suddenly leave? What did you do? I merely slapped the foul creature, I replied nonchalantly. As I spoke, my gaze fell upon my right hand, where I noticed a string of prayer beads adorning my wrist. Those beads had been given to me by Yun Kong. I removed them, yet before I could savor the moment, I saw that the beads were riddled with cracks. Although I possessed no significant cultivation, I could sense that these beads had lost all their potency, rendered completely ineffectual. These prayer beads had saved my life. I would not be so fortunate again. Tianji, now standing, paused upon seeing my beads and asked, aren't these Master Yun Kong's prayer beads? I nodded, a pang of sorrow striking me as I softly replied, they are now ruined. Chapter 19. The man burned alive from 1:30 in the morning until 7. The foul entities did not reappear. Tianji and I scarcely slept through the night, finally succumbing to slumber at 7 o'clock. I did not discard the string of prayer beads. Instead, I carefully placed them in the cupboard, a token of my remembrance of Master Yun Kong. Awakening around noon, I opened my eyes to find Tianji already up. I rubbed my face, my mind clearing considerably, yet the events of the previous night still haunted me. Tiangu, what shall we do if the foul beings return tonight? I asked. It was the prayer beads that drove them away last night. Without them, we might have perished. Tonight, without the protection of the beads, we would be utterly defenseless should they come again. There are indeed alternatives such as black dog blood and rooster blood. However, in a state of extreme tension, who could remain composed enough to twist off the bottle cap and spill the blood? Tianji hesitated for a moment before suggesting, relying on the two of us, we are no match for the malevolent entity. I will request permission from the captain to seek refuge in a temple for a couple of days. Shall we? No, the Guanyin temple? No, another temple. We have partnerships with many temples. I nodded in agreement. Both of us were somewhat troubled, for without a document signed by Li Ti and I, no temple would allow us to stay. With no other choice, we could only wait from 1 o'clock in the afternoon until 7 in the evening, yet Li Tianai never appeared. Countless phone calls went unanswered. As darkness approached, I felt an immense sense of urgency. 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. By the time it was 11 at night, everyone in the camp had fallen asleep, save for our dormitory which still had its lights on. Tianji and I anxiously awaited the arrival of the malevolent entity. Throughout the night, the anticipated presence did not materialize, nor did the acrid scent of burnt flesh resurface. Neither of us managed to sleep a wink. Brother Tian, do you think the malevolent entity might not come after all? Could it be that my Buddhist beads frightened it away? I inquired. I don't know, Tianji replied. 2 days passed without any sign of the malevolent entity, and I subconsciously began to believe it would not return. Perhaps it truly feared my Buddhist beads. On the night of August 24, 2007, at precisely 11:15, I distinctly remember this moment, as it marked the first time we were dispatched on a night mission since joining the special rescue team. And particularly, the first time we operated in the dead of night. Our mission took us to Hanbei town, where a fire had erupted in a household. After retrieving the body, we were to transport it immediately to the municipal hospital. Li Tianya's voice echoed across the camp via the radio fire. Upon hearing those words, my heart raced violently. For some inexplicable reason, an ominous premonition gripped me. We boarded the ambulance and sped towards Hanbei town. Before even entering the town, we beheld a blaze illuminating half the sky, a clear indication of the fire's magnitude. Soon, we arrived at the scene of the conflagration. Not far from the entrance, a body lay on the ground. The household had housed under the command of Li Tianai. I and Tianji reluctantly bent down, grasping either side of the corpse, and with great effort, lifted it onto the stretcher. Let me go. I must get through. That is my husband. Please, let me go. A piercing cry echoed from a short distance away. I turned towards the source of the sound, sensing a peculiar familiarity in that voice. As if I had heard it somewhere before. How could it be her? I recognized this woman. She was the mistress of the household that had burned down in Mengliang village just a couple of days ago. It was she who had clung to me, pleading for my assistance to save her 2 sons, her husband. I cast a glance at the body lying on the stretcher, the features unrecognizable due to the fire's devastation. He must be that man. The woman disregarded all obstacles and rushed forward, stumbling 3 times over the short span of mere meters, until she knelt beside the stretcher. Why has this happened? My 2 sons are gone. And now you 2 have left me. How am I to survive alone? The woman began to sob out. We stood by, motionless, offering neither words of comfort nor assistance to help her depart. I could empathize with her feelings. Her sons had perished just days prior, and now her husband was claimed by the flames. Were it anyone else, they might have succumbed to madness by now. The woman glanced at me, wiped her tears, and said, "Young man, I have a request. May I accompany you to the hospital? I wish to stay by his side." I nodded in agreement. The body was loaded into the ambulance and transported to the city's people's hospital. Directly to the morgue. Everyone slowly exited the morgue. No one wished to linger in such a place, even for a second longer. I was the last to leave, and just as I was about to step out, I turned back for one last look, my gaze fixating on the charred remains. At that precise moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared beside the corpse, 2 burned children. I recognized them instantly. A cold smile played at their lips. Their soulless eyes fixated on me, and they suddenly erupted into laughter. My mind went blank, my legs weakened, and I collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, I was paralyzed with fear, devoid of any thoughts or intentions. Utterly stunned by the sight of these 2 grotesque beings, I stammered, pointing towards the corpse, repeating they several times, but the subsequent words eluded me due to my overwhelming anxiety. The 2 ghastly figures slowly approached. Inching closer, I felt every hair on my body stand on end. As they drew near, an invisible chill enveloped me, seeping through my pores and chilling my very bones. In that instant, I longed to rise and flee. Yet for reasons unknown, I found myself utterly devoid of strength. Not only could I not stand, but I could scarcely move. The foul entities halted 3 meters away, and at that distance, I could see every inch of their decayed skin, the raw flesh within their hollow eyes, and the dark, gnarled teeth that emerged as they grinned. Li Tianai assisted me to my feet, glancing in the direction I indicated before saying, "There is nothing there." "Are you imagining things?" He guided me out of the morgue. "Captain, I just saw those 2 children in the morgue. Didn't you see them?" I inquired. "I did," came Li Tianya's unexpected response. "If you saw them, then why did you not feel fear?" I began to ask, but Li Tianai interrupted, looking at me intently and stating, "That is because I have endured more than you. I have faced horrors even greater than this. When confronted with such occurrences, one must feign ignorance. As for the reason, I cannot say." He continued, "This is what the previous captain taught me. In the car, I recounted everything I had witnessed in the morgue to Tianji. He remarked, 'It seems the malevolent entities have not departed. I suspect the reason they have not appeared these past 2 days is due to your previous injury inflicted upon them with the Buddhist beads. Now that they have taken a life, their viciousness has been stirred, and they should be arriving soon.' I remained silent, listening intently. Tianji spoke slowly, 'They will undoubtedly come, but if we wait indefinitely, we will perish. Then let us seek refuge in the temple for a couple of days. I suggested, turning to Li Tianai, who sat in the passenger seat. Captain, could you issue a document allowing the two of us to take shelter in the temple for a while? I could discern the sense of helplessness in Li Tianai's words. He currently had no viable solutions. Chapter 20. The water bowl sends evil since childhood. I resided with my grandmother until I moved in with my parents after entering high school. It has been quite some time since I last visited my grandmother in the countryside. On the way, I purchased some food and beverages, mostly nutritional supplements. Jiang Chen spoke softly as the aura of thunder seemed to bestow upon Lin Shuao an unparalleled strength. Jiang Chen's words echoed like an unmatched will. As if everything was destined within such utterances, having absorbed the entirety of the Thunder Immortal Emperor's power, the strength he possessed after the resurrection of the Western demigod was undoubtedly more formidable than before. The divine symbol that Wang Yu had just inserted into the altar was far from being as simple as it appeared. Yao Yao took Wang Ning to another room to try on clothes while I headed to Wang Bing's room, where he was currently fuming, smoking, and drinking heavily. Fong Weikuan pondered for a moment, not immediately acquiescing to Chen Mu. Instead, he called Ding Xiaowei to explain the situation and awaited her response. However, when the demon heroes find themselves in dire straits, they would not hesitate to directly open the gates of the abyss, opting for mutual destruction with their enemies. I had just been discussing with Chi-Chi that when she chose stones yesterday, I observed carefully. I noted that some of the ores she selected with great care, others she glanced at casually, and a few she simply picked up at random. Sima Ian stated, "Alright, the time is nearly upon me. I must return the Bai Hai Divine Conch." Yi Yuan replied nonchalantly. She stood on her tiptoes, preparing to kiss Li Whiting, but he gently turned his head away, removing her hand and increasing the distance between them. However, his composure in the face of Dongbi was nothing short of astonishing. Could Wang Yu's willpower truly be so formidable? Upon returning home, I hurriedly examined the wound on Wang Ning's arm. The bullet, having passed through my palm, had lost much of its force, merely embedding itself within the flesh of Wang Ning's arm, ensnared in the muscle without damaging the bone. With such skills, do you dare to challenge the general? Perhaps another 2 years of practice would serve you well. Ai Mingyue regarded the man on the ground with unflappable calm, dismissively uttering these words before turning to leave. The mention of his grandmother left a profound shadow in his heart, rendering him incapable of addressing the young lady. Yet, after enduring for nearly a quarter of an hour, the storm of thunder and lightning suddenly intensified, converging mercilessly upon him. Mo Fingye gazed at him, choosing not to delve into the secrets he harbored within, for mutual trust was paramount between them. Qian Yan, reluctant to divulge her innermost thoughts, perhaps out of concern for her well-being, Chang Yan, momentarily taken aback by this light-hearted remark, found herself at a loss for words, her cheeks flushing. After all, among the students of the 4 prestigious academies, aside from Tianqiong Academy, countless scions from various families or factions were present. The man seemed to sense something, his expression darkening upon spotting her in the corner, a palpable aura of malice emanating from him. Having finally found someone willing to accept her task, Mengpo was reluctant to scare them away. Thus she pondered briefly before delicately tapping the keyboard with her slender fingers. "Yao Yao, are you awake? Do you feel unwell?" And Shenxi's voice was deep and resonant as he leaned down and planted a gentle kiss by Yan Yao's lips, his striking features radiating an enduring charm. Chapter 21. The investigator in Lin City. During this period, 2 missions arose, one involving a car accident and the other a criminal case, although the corpses were quite tragic. Fortunately, nothing untoward occurred. On September 15, 2007, Li Tianai issued a command requiring us to don, yet, at such times, a horde of Zhuo Xiang's fans would invariably swarm him, claiming that he had merely secured the title of champion in an entertainment competition for streamers. Still reeling from the humiliation of being killed by Zhong Kuei in the grass, the members of the Wolfpack team found themselves utterly bewildered by this distasteful combination opposing them. Simultaneously, 2 gunshots rang out, granting no opportunity to the adversaries. Both Nanfeng and Luo Luo aimed with remarkable precision, with the final shot fired by Luo Luo. If he were truly Yi Chen, one might fear that even Yi Fei, the prodigy of the Yi family and its future heir, would pale in comparison to his talents. The underperforming Jin Huan Snake brothers began to grow anxious, exchanging knowing glances before instinctively unleashing their ultimate techniques. The vast primary plane, under the dominion of the arcane spirit and countless mythical arcanists, transformed into a mythic arcane realm, deeply rooted in the world, while the immense power coursing through the life tree, which penetrated the barriers of the planes, rendered the entire world a semi-transparent sphere. Moreover, the reason why Li Feng is making a grand effort to combat private servers is, on one hand, to quell their brazen audacity, but more significantly, it is to ultimately promote YY. What I mean is, now that you are pregnant, does Xiao Jingchen not oppose your participation in the competition? Han Pinqian inquired. After this battle, Nanshao Kingdom will strike hard, imposing a heavy toll, and it will be at least a decade before Beima Kingdom and Donglian Kingdom can recover their military strength to the current level. Thus, for at least 10 years, the 3 nations are unlikely to engage in warfare again. Lying beside the tree, Tang Yihon leaned against the trunk, uttering not a single word, his right hand resting on his left wrist, which bore clear marks of being gripped. He had originally worn a GPS watch on that wrist, but it had been torn off during the gunfight. At that moment, my phone in my pocket rang twice. I casually pulled it out to take a glance. And to my astonishment, it was a message from Yuan Zitsong. After reading it, I was left dumbfounded. Looking up, I saw Hosen running towards the cliff beside us, cradling a child. Recently, the Wan family had been planning to purchase a house. Old Master Wan intended to gift Wan Qian a villa as a dowry, which was why he agreed to Jiang Woman's request. Tu Xingsuan did not intervene, and Han Wei and others chose silence. If the other party wished to leave, they would not hinder them. They were not afraid of bloodshed, but would not act recklessly unless their lives were threatened. Some matters must have boundaries before Shenju and the others complete their mission and the demonic uprising version goes live. They must depart from Yanggu town, this place of turmoil, otherwise, once their identities are revealed, escaping would be impossible. Chapter 22, decaying too quickly. Glug glug. I submerged beneath the water, the faint sound of bubbles resonating in my ears as I swam slowly towards the back seat of the car. Upon reaching the vehicle, I caught sight of the child's eyes, and my heart involuntarily skipped a beat, though it quickly returned to normal. Having witnessed many untimely deaths, I had developed some resistance within me. The moment my foot stepped out of the apartment building, Shi Chen felt a flicker of reality. His heart raced, echoing the undeniable truth of his existence. Yi Qinghan waved her hand, offering little explanation. Leaving the 5 individuals with complex expressions before vanishing in an instant, she was caught off guard, feeling a sudden ache at the nape of her neck and then collapsed into Liang Xiaochen's embrace. It was incomprehensible why such a perfect and exceptional man would have the young mistress, who was clearly blessed, repeatedly oppose the emperor's heir. The 4 esteemed ones wore solemn expressions, unsure of what to say, and thus turned their gazes to the second esteemed one beside them. After receiving Myra's consent, the void transformed into a gentle breeze, carrying Mira and Joy through the crack of the window into the spacious room. That will suffice, you should rest early. I will be staying in Madame Yi's courtyard tonight. Worth chuckled, addressing Xiaomuyao. I observed Gu Jihan gently waving the copper coin sword in his hand, then retrieving a talisman from his sleeve. Chanting incantations, the talisman ignited spontaneously, and the copper coin sword began its reverse assault towards the driver ghost, summoned by the enchantment. Although Mingyuan Huangzhu did not pay particular attention to Honga last time, he was still able to recall, indeed, were it not for the veil of reality that separates Purgatory Star and Tanagus, how Run would have earnestly considered allowing Zoom to assume control of the body of Purgatory Star. He could flourish or perish on his own, you merely need to memorize it, Yang Dong remarked, to which Sun Feifei nodded, albeit with some concern for Wang Chang. Upon hearing that name, the golden dragon immediately slowed its movements. For the Dragon King crystal, which was currently in a state of fusion with its core, originated from this esteemed predecessor. It is unfathomable that the Slan would show mercy, given their deep-seated animosity towards him. Such behavior is entirely inconceivable for a Slan. His elderly father, the second-generation head of the Jia Daily family, Lawrence Jia Daily, now 86 years old, still commands this vast commercial enterprise with remarkable vigor. The 2 bodyguards exchanged glances, well aware that Li Feng could indeed jeopardize their employment, yet they dared not oppose him and resolved to follow and protect him. Huang Yi allowed his avatar to descend, concealing its wings, intending to reveal them only when necessary. At that moment, the avatar bore an exact resemblance to him, adorned in identical gear, with a face that mirrored his own, rendering it capable of deceiving the senses. Sharon could naturally perceive these individuals, yet his initial target was not those brave souls prepared for sacrifice. A violet-black plant floated, adorned with 1,081 leaves, each delicate as a thread. The howling winds had persisted for 4 or 5 days without any signs of abating. Meanwhile, Li Dogwan found himself without provisions, the valley teemed with wild beasts seeking shelter from the wind. Yet he could not find firewood, and whatever he managed to catch could only be consumed raw. Chapter 23. Floating at the head of the bed that day passed without incident, and both Yu Wenchang and I had forgotten about the bloodshot-eyed child we had fished out of the water. After indulging in a brief gaming session that evening, I too succumbed to slumber, only to awaken suddenly. It was an abrupt awakening, the reason for which eludes me. I was awake, yet, upon seeing Gu Jin seated, General Lu immediately felt a surge of pride, believing himself to be exceptionally fortunate to have an esteemed figure join him uninvited in his private room. He would surely boast of this honor in future collaborations. After much effort, Han Jojo finally located his classroom before the lesson began, having asked for directions numerous times. While he could not procure the snow jade flower, acquiring a snow jade king snake was also commendable. Extracting some venom from the scattered corpses of the crystalline vipers in the pond would signify that half of his mission was accomplished. You saved me. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude, Axie said solemnly, fixing his gaze upon Li Guire, articulating each word distinctly. Upon completing her statement, Li Guire turned to leave with her 2 younger sisters, leaving Qin Wanner on the ground, gritting her teeth in resentment. Her heart seething with anger. According to their accounts of tomb raiding, it was essentially a dragon and a phoenix. These 2 entities could only come together under specific circumstances, with the backdrop being a circular formation crafted from marble. Entirely of a milky white hue, the mere thought that Xiao Wu dared to covet his fiancée and had abducted her filled Xiao Ziyan with rage so intense he felt as though he might vomit blood. Han Mingxiu and Huo Jianfeng, of course, were indifferent. They were not lacking in wealth, and even if they were, they would not be petty about such matters. After a brief moment, the gatekeeper escorted a mysterious figure, similarly adorned with a silver mask, into the Grand Hall of the Alchemist Guild. On the third day, the CA formation temporarily reorganized the battlefield, reducing 10 battalions to 8, sending back the severely wounded, and then continuing their advance southeast, traversing the Simpson Desert, and pushing into Milpalinka.al. Was indifferent to the thoughts of others. He simply focused on the darkest and most sordid path ahead, knowing well that he would not come to harm. Just as he addressed the opposing leader as captain, at this moment, his sole concern was to manage the individual before him. Approximately 10 miles from the university town, Chen Feng stumbled upon a demon of merely superior mortal rank, which he swiftly dealt with. At that moment, Yang Zhao's cry for help resonated, indicating a distance of about 20 miles based on the location of the spirit ring. Chen Bozong sometimes had to concede that had he not established the 100 riders, he might have been outplayed by his own brother. The continent inhabited by mages, the cities where mages resided, everyone was filled with anticipation. After a prolonged voyage, countless lives aspired to tread upon this miraculous land, all yearning to be the first to behold it. The Dragon Flame Blade Technique, the Thousand Shadows Blade Technique, the Blood Soul Ice Peak Blade Technique, repeated practice, cycling endlessly. The wind howled fiercely, the intent of the blade sharpened. Waves of cutting energy emanated, cleaving the ground. The ice above the earth fluttered like paper scraps, should he be fortunate enough to enlist Yi Fan, a formidable general capable of taking on 10 foes. In the future, old Fu standing under Zhang Tian would undoubtedly rise dramatically, gaining him greater influence. The stone monkey was increasingly astounded. The earlier strike could be deemed his most powerful assault yet. Yet it barely managed to withstand the casual punch of this old man, leaving him reeling and tumbling several times. Fortunate that he did not employ the somersault cloud. Lava ignited everything flammable. The earth buried all that could be entombed, the sea submerged all that was sinkable, and the tempest tore apart all that could be shredded. Chapter 24. The mark remains. I observed Yu Wenqing take a deep breath, then hurriedly exit the vehicle, his demeanor bewildered. Whether it was due to his overwhelming fear or the stones on the ground, he stumbled momentarily, nearly falling. Qingmu silently watched the dialogue between the two mentors and pupils, having calmed down, yet his gaze remained somewhat hazy, lost in contemplation. No one doubted the strength of the third Hokage, yet on a battlefield soaked in the blood of thousands of ninjas, anything was possible. Should any misfortune befall the third Hokage, it would deal a devastating blow to Konoha.at Deep City University. While there were many students, Chen Ling had few friends. After Morong Yener, Pang Liangpei, and several of his senior brothers left the school, the only one truly close to Chen Ling remained Yu Kai. Lawrence curled up in a reclining chair, basking in the enduring radiance of the sun. The light emitted by this great fireball was comparable to that of the sun itself, providing a most comfortable warmth, and even aiding in the healing of his long-standing injuries. Of the enduring brilliance was a rare occurrence, and the old mage naturally intended to make the most of it. When the coalition soldiers arrived at the scene, the nearby forest had already been reduced to ruins, strewn with broken bodies and weapons, as well as the charred remains of tree ants, marking the demise of over a dozen tree ants and several dozen green forest elves. Although this has resulted in a loss of cultivation, becoming an ordinary person may allow one to live a few more years, wouldn't it? This notion is now acknowledged by Hualian. Indeed, the reality has unfolded just as they anticipated. Lu Tianyu and Xiao Li exchanged a flurry of luminous orbs, suddenly opting for evasion, then swiftly advancing with a low stance. Having spoken, he reached out with another hand, enveloping her once more in his embrace. The tenacious life force of the plants managed to breach the defenses of the demonic beast, just as it did with the bloodlight serpent. As the flora flourished, it was drenched in blood, their grotesque, flesh-exposed forms appearing quite terrifying. What news from the side of the demon spirit? A faint voice slowly emerged from the darkened room. Henceforth, you must protect my sister well. Bloodkill was equally elated. His sister had finally achieved her wish, and he heartily patted Chen Kuang's shoulder. In this world derived from the memories of the Star Palace Master, the cultivation levels of all practitioners seemed nebulous. Even Li Yang was uncertain of his own current state of cultivation. The innate martial engraving technique, Star Divine Power. Chang Shui's gaze was serene, as if she had anticipated this, as the water phantom approached. The celestial symbols on her armor were instantly activated, her form twisting as the sound of a fist explosion erupted. This was the first time Lian Haiping had faltered while manipulating the Demon Slayer crossbow to vanquish demons, leaving him momentarily stunned. In a fit of joy, Lier ripped the jade pendant from his waist and bestowed it upon Wang Xingxin, evoking envy in Cheng Chumo. With this thought, Qin Su couldn't help but glance sideways at the man beside her. Upon sensing her gaze, he half-turned his handsome face, withdrawing a hand from his pocket to draw her into his embrace. Chen Kuang would not tread the same path as Emperor Wang, even though a trace of the imperial breath lingered deep within his soul. He was determined to sever it, thus since the fusion with his true spirit, Chen Kuang had scarcely ever actively utilized or cultivated this imperial essence, charting a course starkly different from that of Emperor Wang. After marching 5 miles, they indeed arrived at a fork in the road, where Su Fingwan redirected her 30,000 troops towards the Black Water River. Li Feng suddenly awakened, pondering who could approach this vicinity without his notice. Although Li Feng was solely focused on indulging in intimate affairs, his mental energy had long since expanded to prevent any disruptions to his romantic interlude with Xia Yuani. Chapter 25, The Enlightened Monk. When I awoke, it was already the following day, and daylight had broken. I was still alive. This was the first thought that crossed my mind upon regaining consciousness. I surveyed my surroundings and realized I was not in a vehicle but rather on the asphalt road. Positioned in the middle, had a car come by at night, or a vehicle traveling at high speed appeared, it would have undoubtedly run me over. Shortly thereafter, Lu Tianxiong finally comprehended the purpose of this ice gyroscope. It was, in fact, an excellent defensive skill. Among the 3 great prohibitions of antiquity, the ice sealing technique from the 6 forbidden arts transformed the area into a world clad in silver, the corpses on the ground and the blood had all frozen into ice blocks. While any surviving or barely alive practitioners were likewise encased in ice, becoming living sculptures of frost. Now that Chinua Xiao had escaped Lianxiang's control, she immediately launched an assault against him. Xiao Yanquan could only shake his head helplessly. If Lu Tianxiong continued down this path, he would likely remain no match for Yan Yu, rendering any aspirations of grand ambitions utterly futile. Even now, I find it incomprehensible how my brother could have transformed so drastically overnight. It is truly beyond my expectations. In the corridor, Zhao Rohan wore a puzzled expression. Lian Yicheng shrugged, whether intentionally or inadvertently revealing a certain demeanor, sending a different signal to Lian Xia. Lian Yicheng was indeed quite familiar with everyone, which infuriated Yun Mingxue, who felt an overwhelming sense of frustration but could not afford to be too confrontational in such a setting, forcing herself to suppress her temper. It was also at this moment that Shuicheng was compelled to surrender to the Tang army, leading to the later 8-day bloody battle of Luo Shixin and Shuicheng, where he fought valiantly until his demise. He turned to Qin Feng and immediately broke into a broad smile, regardless of how these soldiers were forged. He only needed to recognize that the agreement made at that time had borne fruit, and he could envision the Tang soldiers mercilessly vanquishing the foreign tribes in the not-so-distant future. Hollow acknowledged that the 2 individuals before him were his seniors and merely offered a polite greeting, having no intention of engaging in a lengthy conversation. When a boss observes the capabilities of their subordinates, it is undoubtedly a cause for celebration. Strictly speaking, Yang Yi could also be considered a boss, so his elation is understandable. Mo Chen then leaped onto the ship, hurriedly checking on Wells' condition. Wells had merely swallowed some seawater, and after a gentle press on his chest from Mo Chen, he coughed up the seawater and slowly regained consciousness. Damn it, I didn't expect the Lin family's renegade to be so notorious. Had I known, I should have requested the ancestral hall to expel me from the Lin family before coming here, Shi Biao said with a face full of resentment. To Jiaoyan, this was nothing more than a case of trying to imitate a tiger but ending up resembling a dog. Yet Huangfu Tianyi seemed to relish it, even in the wake of An Boat's death, presenting himself in such a manner. Subsequently, the second row advanced to the front, continuing to replicate the actions of the lead row, with each successive individual following suit, merely awaiting the opportunity to repeat the movements. Chapter 26, The grandmother has passed away. On this day, Li Ti and I and the other team members prepared birthday gifts and a cake for me to celebrate my birthday. With no tasks at hand, and it being Chen Tianming's birthday, everyone raised their glasses for a toast. After the emperor's grand wedding, he swiftly presided over the gathering in Beijing before leading a group on vacation. As the tension in the atmosphere shifted from a lively banquet to one of seriousness, only He Fenglin seemed unperturbed, continuing to eat and drink, while even Shi Weisen could not bear to watch and shot them each a glare. TCH, that fool must have snuck over beforehand with intentions of taking advantage, right? If it weren't for the attack occurring in the infirmary, that guy Shang Kijian might have already met his end under a lightning strike from Billy. In other words, right now, today, Li Guo was lying in his own bed awaiting the restoration of normal blood circulation, and at this moment, if the news were a replay, it would be July 2 and D, if it were live. On July 1 Wang Feng's grandfather had approximately 30 sons throughout his life, yet only 9 remain alive today. This revelation came to Wang Feng by chance, as his teacher, Mr. Fei Er, inadvertently let it slip. However, Wang Feng harbored doubts as to whether this information was deliberately shared with him. Despite being a master of time, the frequent utilization of temporal laws inflicted a certain degree of trauma upon him. After all, without a millennium of experience in wielding these laws, one cannot hope to utilize them with finesse. At Biyun Mountain, the Japanese 5th and 10th Divisions exchanged attacks with the Chinese forces stationed there. Wang Feng had encountered some references to the 100 Charm Heart Sutra in the annals of dimensional exploration. It is, as its name suggests, a form of enchantment technique, and evidently, the name Mo arose from this very concept. During his days at home, he shared a bed with Moe Ran each night. Although Moe Ran was rather ordinary, she possessed a commendable sleeping habit. She was honest and preferred to curl up, making her quite pleasant to embrace. As he comforted Tang Bingyu, who gazed around with eyes full of curiosity and inquiry, Zhouzikai found her utterly adorable. Despite her mature and alluring appearance, those eyes alone could captivate many a man. The establishment of public restrooms and awareness of public hygiene is relatively recent in the grand tapestry of our nation's history. In ancient times, the act of relieving oneself in public was a common social practice, and Zhao Zhan was well aware of this. Regarding the Dharma body, externally, it bore no distinction from the original. They were identical in appearance. However, in terms of combat efficacy, it did not inherit the entirety of its predecessor's power, retaining only about 50% of it. Thanks to the existence of a complete national defense industrial system, the enemy's naval and aerial coalition gained no advantage under its robust support. Ultimately, the largest and most brutal aerial dogfight involving stealth aircraft in history erupted. Chapter 27. 2 sets of footprints. On the 7th day following her passing, our family burned paper money and offerings for Grandma. That evening, after we had completed our rituals, I estimated my parents had retired for the night, and I scattered a bag of white ash at the doorstep. The greasy, grotesque faces, stained with blood before their demise, formed an indelible image that Xiong Taiguan could never forget. Pinger Suyun, in a letter, audaciously reported to the Empress regarding concubine Yu, alleging that she conspired with concubine Jia and others, not only maliciously slandering her but also secretly harboring delusions of usurping the position of Empress. Upon hearing this, the new Empress, Tan Xiang, furrowed her elegant brows and, with a locking gaze, spoke to Pinger and Han Dan with a sense of melancholy. With the command from Si Dai Wei Fu, the dragons, despite their lingering doubts as they were assaulting the tomb, ultimately chose to obey the prince's orders. One could hardly regard the death of Emir Song Ji as significant, even if another absolute peak fell. It paled in comparison to the matters of Ba Hung City. Even if they had discerned the traps within, once a fight broke out, it was inevitable that they would suffer collateral damage. In the world of martial arts, when blood is shed, enmities and disputes are irrelevant. Annihilating all adversaries resolves every issue. In truth, A-level adventurers had reached the pinnacle within this guild, so much so that their appearances were exceedingly rare. Under such circumstances, B-level adventurers had evidently become the guild's elite combat force. The Soul Master rolled on the ground, attempting in various ways to extinguish the flames, yet to no avail. Instead, he inadvertently turned the flickering fire into a raging inferno. That night was eerily tranquil, and the following day, no one dared to approach the grand vessel. Even after another day passed, the situation remained unchanged. What a pity it is, had it been the drawing of a sword in Iajutsu, perhaps I might have been struck as well. Shaking his head lightly, the flower of the other shore could not help but jest. The enemy once again drew their bows in preparation, only to miscalculate yet again. This band of troops merely engaging in bluster. Sun Hao and Zhang Dan's expressions twitched simultaneously. As denizens of the Holy Mountain, they were regarded as the elite among the populace. Waves of aura surged, and these extraordinary young figures moved in unison, capturing the attention of onlookers from all directions. Turning their gaze to the martial arts stage, Kai Zhixiong and Wang Xiyuan once more stepped from the edge of the platform to the center, locking eyes from a distance of over 10 meters. What, indeed, it is as such. Fear not, I shall escort you to the hospital, where the doctor can remove it and provide treatment. Is that acceptable? Furrowing my brow, I ultimately resolved to take the emperor to receive treatment before discussing other matters. Although my uncle was soliciting his opinion, Ling Ziyuan was acutely aware that these two before him had their inclinations. There was no need for him to declare his stance hastily. Ling Ziyuan had already harbored a reservoir of anger regarding Du Jilin's affair, and with Xiang Yuehong still causing a ruckus, he could no longer contain himself. The Prince of Demons had come to the Hanhai continent in search of the ancient demon of Shuanya, while Chu Linger had arrived at the behest of a senior member of the Chu family. Although they had not met, they were aware of each other's existence. After accompanying Hull for breakfast, Xiaomuyo escorted him out of the Tingchong courtyard, waving him goodbye. Observing the sky, the east was merely beginning to brighten. The sun was about to rise, however. If the master continues in this manner, would it not embolden the arrogance of Yuani? Hua Jing inquired in confusion, her voice low. Have you ever experienced such a sensation? Waking abruptly from a dream yet being utterly unable to move. Scientifically speaking, the brain's neurons have awakened, while those of the body remain in slumber. Chapter 28. The eerie door. The cup shattered on the floor, and my mother quickly stepped back, patting her chest as she exclaimed, "You startled me." At that moment, my father pushed the door open and entered, holding steaming tofu pudding, fried dough sticks, and buns. He first glanced at the broken cup on the ground, then turned to my mother, asking, "What happened?" My mother replied with an exasperated look, "I am merely an apprentice in the art of curses, my abilities are limited, and I lack the means to save your friend." The man from the mountain village stated, "Trust me, it will be worth it. Once the task is completed, I shall reward you handsomely." Miao Kuei asserted. In truth, it was not that he did not wish to flee. but that they could not possibly outrun the blood demon. Therefore, Yu Hao could only take a risk and try. Fortunately, Ma Jun did not utter a single complaint, which provided a small comfort to Li Xiaolu. Dongfang Jian had no authority to refuse. Everything he possessed was bestowed by Bai Duqing, and without Bai Duqing's protection he would be rendered powerless. The whips used for execution in the Heavenly King's residence were forged from special materials, sealing within them unique energies. A single strike could tear flesh from bone, leaving a horrific wound that was difficult to heal. Were it to be uttered by another, Tongqing would undoubtedly scoff at such words. Yet, when spoken by Nieqing, her only recourse is to place her trust in them. For Li Shangzhu, regardless of whom he faces, he has never felt so utterly at a loss as he does now. The Chao family is no ordinary household. In inviting so many to exorcise evil, did they not consider conducting an identity investigation, watching the red team change their tires and prepare to depart? Muchuan felt a burning urgency in his throat, wishing fervently to descend with a submachine gun and eliminate a few foes. The photograph depicts over 50 pets, while the viewers eager to adopt them number in the hundreds. Deep within the essence of their faith, a ghostly fox stands resembling the actress Xiao Luhuang from the outdoor stage upon confirming that the Lloyds of London face targeted opposition from higher echelons. Those merchants would unceremoniously abandon the institution. Thus Aidwasi possesses a well-established and stable method for acquiring comrades in arms. However, achieving this is far from the simplicity one might envision, should they truly endeavor to do so. It would undoubtedly come at a substantial cost, a sentiment that Zhang Feng fully comprehends. Over the decades, the merchants of Hulua have continuously engaged with the Fangyang region, fostering harmonious relations with the affluent families here. 3 months later, with most of her scenes filmed, Mao Yuning found herself unable to sleep late at night, wandering the estate when she noticed unusual activity next door, only to discover someone attempting to climb through the neighboring window. I have already made arrangements. Tomorrow, I will summon Zhang Jiwei down the mountain with a rather challenging matter. Everything will be perfectly managed, Yi Qian stated. Who claims that I have not taken on a master? Who asserts that I am your junior, Master Yu? Shaowen articulated each of the last 3 words with deliberate emphasis, devoid of any semblance of respect. In the coming days, I will act alongside you. It appears my master has nothing further to impart to me at this time, Shaowen replied candidly. And now times have changed. The once diminutive and impoverished have transformed their fortunes, and naturally, classmates wish to draw closer to Jin Yuan. While they may not gain any tangible benefits, claiming friendship with a star athlete certainly brings a measure of prestige, even if such assertions may seem ludicrous. Nonetheless, this is the psychology of many Chinese individuals. Chapter 29, Clues. From a decade ago, after dining Gerpang and I arrived at the property management office of our community. Having resided here for a decade, I am quite familiar with the staff. And procuring any necessary documents is merely a matter of a few words. A decade-old document. Time has elapsed too significantly. I am unsure if it can be located. Please wait here briefly while I search for you. Anchen, who manages the owner's records, remarked. He remains unaware of the contents of the special department's meeting. Having heard they were about to depart, he hurried over in a flurry. I merely intend to engage with you at an opportune moment, Shimu explained while making his way toward the sofa. An Chang's unborn child is of utmost importance to her. She kneels before Shen Tinglan, pleading earnestly and invoking the name of An Yen. Hoping against hope that Shen Tinglan would show mercy, though the teacher said nothing, an overwhelming sense of guilt enveloped her, as if she had betrayed the teacher's expectations. Isaiah Hayu expressed such sentiments, prompting An Yen to lean against his shoulder. And before she realized it, she had succumbed to slumber. Upon reopening her eyes, she found herself amidst a grove of peach trees. It was rumored that the death cult was preparing to conduct a sacrificial ceremony in the kingdom of the Black Rose. Shimu leaned against a stone and divulged the intelligence that truly captivated Eden. An Yen instructed someone to bring a bowl of bird's nest soup as she prepared to head towards Chenyuan Hall. While passing by Changle Palace, she suddenly sensed a multitude of individuals outside its gates, while the interior remained uninhabited. The excessive presence of guards outside was decidedly unusual, simultaneously an overwhelming aura of life force, far surpassing that of an ordinary stellar-level warrior, emanated from Ming Zhang, enveloping the entirety of the Qin dynasty in an instant. Shen Xiao was a quintessential practitioner of cultivation, one who severed the ties of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. To him, sacrificing Han Lingsha was of no consequence in pursuit of ascension. Naturally, he would not relinquish the Wangshu sword or abandon the Qianghua sect's ascent for the sake of Han Lingsha's life. This was the crux of his greatest conflict with Yuntian. The condition was that we would enter into a long-term military security contract with him, positioning our company as his designated exclusive military contractor. Within his heart, the light arrow transformed from the Beidou consciousness had dimmed after the initial struggle, yet just as the Ghost King reveled in excitement, the blood-red light arrow of Beidou suddenly surged with brilliance. As if it had ingested some sort of stimulant, releasing an ever-increasing amount of power, excitement, exhilaration. Perhaps in this world, apart from Xuan, who understood the pain of such restoration, only Ziqing comprehended it fully. This is only natural. In the future, the Northern Alliance will rely on your collective efforts. Although Beidou could not fathom Lao Liang's intentions, he still extended a friendly handshake. However, the gates of the Naylan family remained firmly shut. And from within, the occasional waft of a bloody scent emerged. Could it be that the Naylan family was hosting a feast today? Was this sanguine aroma emanating from cattle, sheep, pigs, or fish? Xiahua gasped for breath. His skin severely burned, presenting a terrifying visage as though he had clawed his way out of hell. The shattered fragments of his explosive armor fell to the ground with a resounding crack. Disintegrating into dust at the mere whisper of the wind, he was right beside her, undeniably her closest kin, yet could he not be relied upon? Mo Yaochen grasped the vine firmly, while Luo Gu exerted strength to pull upwards. Upon turning his head, he found several tigers not far away, glaring hungrily at him. Chapter 30. The dead see the light of day. Unbeknownst to the passage of time, November had arrived, and the weather gradually turned cooler. At such moments, the rice frog would often roll its eyes and remark, "This person tends to ah, splendidly done. By the way, how did the Lay brothers perform? Were there any irregularities?" Upon hearing the report from the vice commander, the general burst into laughter. "Is everything truly fine? Look into my eyes." Zhenzhua's gaze faltered slightly, further confirming Yin Xian's suspicions, and he fixed his gaze upon him as he spoke, amidst a chorus of whispered conversations. The number of dragon shadows had reached 96, however, at this level, the speed of illuminating each subsequent dragon shadow diminished drastically, becoming exceedingly arduous. How is it that just moments ago it was said that a dog's mouth cannot produce ivory? And now before everyone, it is performing the act of spitting out teeth. Pray tell, who is truly the dog in this scenario? Bai Ling's eyes glimmered with a chill, her expression as frigid as the depths of winter. No, he merely expressed a desire to apologize to us, and he assured me that he would no longer pester me. GCU conveyed Huang Junfeng's words to Yifei. Uncle handed over the white silk to old Huang, reflecting that perhaps in earlier times he might have held reservations, yet at this juncture, having traversed the gates of the underworld and being but a step away, he found that their discord hardly constituted a true conflict. Lian Changtian, noticing Jiang Yangda's silence, followed her gaze, his body closely aligned with hers, and remarked, "We are still quite far off. There is no need to rush. We can afford to wait patiently. Mu Lianglan and the others ought to be taking a break by now." As he spoke, his hand slipped beneath Jiang Yangda's robe, exploring her waist with a gentle caress. Qi Ziya gazed into the mirror, admiring her reflection, strikingly beautiful, both in figure and visage, undeniably captivating. As the descent continued, it indeed unfolded as Liang Daohong had described, with temperatures fluctuating between frigid and warm, compelling everyone to don and doff their garments repeatedly, creating quite a commotion. The outcome was favorable, although Shen Yuhai did not possess a heavenly root. He exhibited both wood and fire roots, which not only afforded him a commendable speed in cultivation but also granted him advantages in alchemy and artifact refinement over his peers each month. The newly released garments, regardless of how many were hastily produced, were perpetually insufficient. Liu Shanzi cast a confused yet reluctant glance at Tang Luer before turning to signal to old Mo, leading him away. Those chosen to become messengers of the underworld were invariably individuals who had erred gravely in life. Thus, they diligently served the deceased, seeking redemption through their service. Yu Sifan, afflicted by an allergy to alcohol, incessantly touched her face, while the uncontrollable itchiness that pervaded her body rendered her hands restless. In the forthcoming month, Yu resolutely continued her training. "Very well, you shall cultivate following this route," Han Nuo said, patting the young troublemaker on the shoulder before stepping outside. Ji Ziming nodded, the coolness in his gaze deepening, which only intensified Pega's admiration for him. He discreetly arranged all matters for her, rekindling her motivation to resume her work while allowing Hongqing to navigate through the fog and continue forging ahead. Currently, competition within the military was fierce, possibly exacerbated by Zhang Lin's rivals becoming aware of the situation, which could also adversely affect Zhang Lin. Wang Wei lifted his gaze from the newspaper. As he strolled through the Goethe Square on campus, the fountain erupted with a cascade of crystal-clear water, its sound resonating beautifully. Confronted by the sea of sunset clouds, I inhaled and exhaled slowly, feeling currents of energy gradually converge into my dantian, subsequently circulating throughout my body. After a complete cycle, the energy returned to my dantian, as if it had wholly transformed into my own strength. Chapter 31. No paper money collected. The corpse was laid upon a stretcher, with me taking Yu Wenqing's place and Li Tianai replacing Tianji's. As we lifted the stretcher, Tianji hurried to the left, assuming my prior position, just as we were about to exit. A throng of people blocked our path. While individuals may depart, the body cannot be taken away. Should there be a need for an examination, let the coroner come to conduct it. Once the dark blood of the zombie falls upon human skin and clothing, it is not particularly difficult to remove. However, when it enters the eyes, it clings stubbornly like toffee. In the vast expanse, only this singular sound resonates. A mere phrase can empower 50 individuals to exude the might of 1,000 troops, enabling them to overshadow the renowned masters of old. The road northward is long and fraught with peril, where countless dangers and trials may arise, and fragile lives are perpetually at risk of being lost. Thus Qiu Chang's words instilled in Kai Guangliang the realization that Qiu Chang is not Qindong Jiang, at least not at present. He holds no fondness for trivial pretenses. The crux lies in the absolute influence Wang Ping wields over Qiu Chang. As he glanced at the time, he decided to rise, close the door, and depart. In the courtyard, he encountered the tall police officer who had helped clarify the truth before Jiang Renli when they were apprehended by Zhou Hongxing. So what difference does it make? At the moment Han Shui'er uttered these words, Jing Maoxuan's tall and statuesque figure had already approached her, just as Li Nan was on the verge of despair. The foremost zombie suddenly trembled, as if ensnared by an immense force, and began to veer directly towards the convulsing electric generator that lay on the ground. The rain fell in a mist, and the outside world was a blur of watermarks, yet, within the room where Li Nan resided, he could faintly glimpse a building some 10 meters away. As both structures were products of the same era. Their designs were strikingly similar. Having successfully captured Deshang, the 9 phoenixes made no pause, advancing relentlessly towards their final destination, the city of Badu. Han Chang was taken aback by Enchi's unexpected display, in the midst of the crowd. She wept inconsolably, as though he were the one tormenting her. Nonetheless, many maintained a skeptical attitude. The spirit beast sect indeed basked in its zenith, yet the East Wilderness remained the East Wilderness, with its limitations firmly in place. The harmonious relationship between the newlywed daughter-in-law and mother-in-law spread throughout the village within mere hours, becoming common knowledge. The painting was ruined, hardly worth a glance. Mu Beichen's tone was even and devoid of emotion. Yet his brow bore a hint of aloofness. Wu Mengrun noticed that Cheng Yuze had taken to calling her girl with increasing ease, and no matter how she corrected him, it proved futile. What vexed her most was her growing familiarity with him, to the point where she no longer felt compelled to refute him. Zheng Jiaren's beautiful eyes sparkled with a captivating smile, laced with an alluring charm. It's not that wonderful. It's rather mediocre. Despite her words, her tone was bold, and her posture high, for all knew her outward humility belied her true thoughts. Whenever the White Dragon King believed he had found an opportunity and endeavored tirelessly to locate the dragon's lair, enduring myriad hardships and evading countless traps and puppets, he often discovered that the tomb was, in fact, empty. The primordial infant, formed by the fusion of spiritual energy and consciousness, gradually began to be replaced by celestial spiritual power. Transitioning towards the celestial infant state, a change expected to unfold within approximately 1 minute. The essence of the primordial spirit would not alter fundamentally, yet it would gradually grow stronger under the evolutionary influence of celestial spiritual power. Chapter 32, Yu Hong is dead. I finally opened my eyes at 2 in the afternoon, my mind still foggy and slightly aching. A glance at the lower bunk revealed Tianji and Yu Wenqing entwined in each other's embrace. Soundly asleep, I quietly slipped out of bed, gathered my toiletries, and stealthily made my way out of the dormitory. On my route to the washroom, I encountered numerous teammates, exchanging brief greetings before hurrying along. In an instant, the entire water surface became tumultuous, and the creatures that once thrived in the serene twilight now met their untimely demise. The beauty depicted in the painting remained eerily tranquil, though the malevolence in her brows seemed to have diminished considerably, and her lips appeared to hold a faint, elusive smile. As Guifeng had consumed the elixir of immortality while still alive. He was not yet a complete monster, bearing the requisite suffering. A bandit discovered the unfolding situation and cried out, but Wang Dao swiftly picked up his broadsword and hurled it towards the man, the blade striking him squarely in the chest, eliminating yet another foe. Yu County, Qin Fei exhaled deeply. There was no time to delay any longer. Prolonged stagnation would yield no advancement in strength. Fortunately, the so-called presidential suite, albeit poorly decorated, was spacious enough, relatively clean, and featured a large bathtub. Lacking electricity, candles were lit, creating an unexpectedly cozy atmosphere. She cast her gaze around the hall, noting that several commanders and subordinates present were those who had fought alongside her in life or death situations during her early days. They had been spared from the turmoil of the Nantang incident due to their service on the front lines. Everyone was exceedingly respectful and solemn, nodding in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the Grand Elder spoke not another word, mysteriously vanishing into the night, leaving the onlookers in a state of perplexity. Though they possessed formidable prowess, they refrained from treasure hunting or taking risks, instead seeking refuge in secluded locations, such as hidden caves or stone forests. Waiting until the time for treasure hunting had significantly elapsed. Originally, Qin Fei had intended to present the Hunyuan stone to the Chaos Saint's son, as he had yet to utilize the secret techniques of the Chaos Stone. After retrieving this demonic essence, Wu Fan nearly encountered the disciples of Haoran sect, who were still searching for their whereabouts. Fortunately, Wu Fan managed to conceal himself using earth escape techniques just in time. However, a more terrifying event unfolded as the Fire Beast King unleashed a towering column of intense flames, igniting in the air and manifesting numerous beast souls, spirits extracted from the protective formation of Qilin sect over the past few days. Unlike before, these beast souls bore fiery halos that flickered in and out of visibility above their heads. In the modern world, love eluded my sight, resembling nothing more than a specter, upon arriving in this realm. I discovered that love is indeed wondrous, even more splendid than the profound paths of existence, Wu Fan remarked. As previously mentioned, success on the battlefield relies on teamwork and genuine sincerity, everything else is left to chance. At that moment, when the youth beheld the hazy figures of Huijue and Fu Qingxiu in the distance beyond the sandy sea, the bloodletting effect was something even ordinary cat demons could achieve. And as an elite, one was expected to master it extensively. At this moment, the elite cat demon's ability to tear through wind barriers stood as his unique skill. Shenwan felt a genuine pang of hunger. Moreover, she could not continuously hide from Xie Jingyan. Was it merely a verbal advantage he sought? They had already engaged in far more intimate acts, making her seem overly sensitive. The early stages of the actor's career were indeed rather unfortunate. The company he signed with was far from reputable. However, he was a person of considerable ambition, unwilling to be overshadowed by others. Thus, his diligence and hard work became renowned in the entertainment industry. Especially since competing with Chen Kuan required tireless effort to avoid being left behind, the spirit of the Grey Wolf captain was commendable. Even while lying in bed consuming liquid food, he found the strength to comfort Xu Yun. It seemed that someone had planted the evil eye within her, making her its host, speculated Han Zhe. Even now, a mere hint of skepticism regarding Long Kuei's abilities on the forums would provoke a swarm of fervent defenders. Chapter 33, Spending the night in the car. Are you foolish? Does it matter if the car is occupied? I remarked. We are in a remote area. If something sinister were to approach, we wouldn't even know where to flee. Yuan Sheng scratched his head and chuckled. We resolved to leave the car parked overnight and return for it in the morning. Thus, we sure see Tian eased his position, allowing Shenji Qin to scramble into the passenger seat. She awkwardly maneuvered her way over the central divider, but any effort to stand would result in her hitting her head on the ceiling, yet, even upon colliding with the roof, she could not pass through. In a manner similar to Songguo's situation, positions such as village chief and local magistrate were typically held by revered elders from prominent families. They dealt with the affairs of the local populace. Yet in exceptional circumstances, they would intervene to quell unrest, much like the current predicament of the encroaching 1,000-strong rebel force. Uncertain of the location of the Yuxian mansion, the humble Daoist, also a swordsman, expressed a willingness to discuss the way of the sword with his fellow Daoist after the conclusion of the grand competition, should they not mind. At that moment, another elder wielding a sword emerged, his expression betraying a hint of fervor. In the rearview mirror, the driver's gaze was ambiguous and peculiar, perhaps filled with countless unspeakable thoughts. Bai Qi let out a long sigh, fatigue washing over him from the prolonged tension. Zhang Tianxi and Jin Siyu rose in the dead of night to prepare, and at dawn, they were welcomed into the Tianshi mansion by Zhang Yulian and others. Upon receiving the system prompt, Li Nuo sheathed his axe and employed 10,000 foods on a cactus. The instant he activated it, his right hand instinctively rose, and a black whirlwind erupted from his palm, consuming the massive cactus in but a second. Perhaps due to overwhelming anger, the rage that had been coiled within him suddenly erupted, spreading around his body with a resounding boom. So it was Lu Rue couldn't help but smile wryly, likening it to the many heroes forced to rise against oppression, akin to Guinea's plight. In plain terms, it was a reflection of a decaying court and the rampant vices within the military, leading to talented individuals remaining unrecognized. Liu Zhanbo found himself at a loss for words in response to L. Ziqiao's remarks, suddenly silent to avoid being mocked for his low emotional intelligence. This sensation was reminiscent of his days working in a bar. Sumumu instinctively felt apprehensive, inching closer to Bo Jianyan. With these thoughts, Xianqing felt a chill run down his spine. All these signs indicated that there must be many different elements present in the next location. Upon receiving the message from Bo Jianyan, Sumumu felt her heart skip a beat, her fingers hovered over the keyboard. Yet she found herself at a loss for words to reply. This formation is capable of gathering vitality, conducive to the growth and development of the company, though it also harbors its drawbacks. Yang Qiao articulated this with a composed tone. Now, the cold Yunfeng had grown accustomed to such occurrences. With the emergence of the war wolf system, what could possibly be deemed impossible? Observing the unfolding battle with methodical precision, Zhao Yun seized a moment to sip his tea before once again fixating on the dynamics of the situation. Although Xianqing could perceive this peculiar aura, its master remained oblivious to Xuanqing's presence. Moving with unwavering speed and direction. Chapter 34, Indelible Imprints. At 6 in the morning, daylight had already broken. I stepped out of the vehicle and glanced at my phone. To my surprise, it displayed a full signal. I called for a tow truck and then dialed Li Tianai. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Liang appeared in our line of sight, driving a car. What happened to you all? What's going on? Froze, startled awake by the sudden voice, rushed out of the tower, shouting loudly. Tang Ning, holding a luminous pearl, approached the ship's railing, gazing at the sea beyond. Unlike the oceans of the real world, the ghost sea lacked water, with the vessel seemingly suspended in the void. Upon sending the message, a noticeable smile spread across Bai Luoka's face as he envisioned the adorable expression of the person on the other end of the phone, infuriated to the point of jumping up and down. Wu Zhang and others were unaware that their encounter with the intruder at the fortress was far from fortuitous, and no one realized that this incident pertained to the united resistance between two races. Li Jia, you aren't upset with me for interrupting your good fortune, are you? Qi Jing inquired with a smile. Li Jiayang's Weibo post was nothing short of a timely intervention, delivering a resounding slap to the deluded fans and detractors of Bai Luoli for allegedly enticing Wanqi Linjue, while simultaneously boosting the morale of Bai Luoli's supporters, invigorating their efforts against the naysayers. Due to the substantial capital required for investment in Citibank, the initial sum was approximately $2.5 billion. Which was to be incrementally increased to $4.5 billion. It was evident that the information had been altered during transmission, yet it did not diminish the impact on Cathu's reputation, which had already taken a hit. Lucian executed a cold pursuit maneuver to the side, followed by two shots striking Cayenne. The onlookers, initially gathered to celebrate, turned their attention to Zhong Junpeng, whose image as a defeated opponent had swiftly transformed into that of an underperforming genius. Principal Shui personally took the helm of a class, and specifically a special one. No one dared to inquire, considering that the affiliated school hadn't recruited new students in years. The giant wolf's forepaws hit the ground, and propelled by the recoil, it abruptly redirected its charge towards the evading Pan En. Jiang Ji's extraordinary prowess was fundamentally anchored in the immense volume of training that cultivated his reflexive responses. As long as he wished, he could evade any non-targeted skill. A prediction proved futile, for when a hero casts a spell, there exists a directional movement that rendered feints ineffective before him. The surface of the box is intricately engraved with a depiction of the Vajrasattva, hands forming the Vajramadra, exuding an air of solemnity and inviolability. Once awakened, this entity becomes an insurmountable challenge for anyone. Even the most skilled maneuvering proves futile against its presence. Should it rise, no amount of strategic positioning will avail, for even a shielded archer would find themselves unable to vanquish it, which is exceedingly vexing. These mystical seals constitute a set of treasures belonging to the sword sect. Ordinarily, the elders would be reluctant to exchange this intricate array of seals for a mere Yunling. Alas, for Long Yu, Yunling is of paramount importance, and thus the elders of the sword sect, albeit reluctantly, consented to lend them to the esteemed Jin Ming. Now, even though it feels akin to lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot, the emperor must endure with fortitude. However, she has acquired the apothecary of the Wei family, and there remains much to accomplish. Yet, such sentiments must not be divulged to Wei Jingchen. Chapter 35. Causality. My goodness, the figure before me, Yuan Chang, suddenly leapt into the air, then collapsed to the ground, trembling violently, tears streaming down his face. I was rendered speechless, for in my time with the rescue team I had never encountered such a terrifying entity. Blood weeping from its eyes, a sight no one could withstand. Opened the door. Zhuang Yan emerged from the second platoon leader's quarters, returning empty-handed, a circumstance he had anticipated, a situation fraught with resignation for Song Qianhua. Unacquainted with the ways of the world, this moment found her utterly submerged in an ocean of despair, her spirit transcending while her body teetered on the brink of collapse. Frankly speaking, it was quite commendable that Jiangxia did not terminate the contract and restart afresh after engaging the old strategist. Tonight, the capital witnesses a blood moon. Although this phenomenon can be elucidated through scientific inquiry, witnessing the eerie crimson glow spilling over the earth evokes an unsettling premonition of impending events. If action is to be taken, it must be executed with full force. They are not like those ancient deities, hesitating in indecision. Noticing the palpable shift in the atmosphere surrounding Jiang Jian, Chen Wanwan's heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, finally began to settle. Observing the intricate and complex apparatus attached to his legs, Jiang Jian's expression suggested that these were not his legs, but rather someone else's, or perhaps mere inanimate objects altogether. A 03, still clutching Wu Chang's lifeless body, paused momentarily before smoothly discarding it through the window. The reason eluded her. She was indifferent to who witnessed her grades, yet upon Jiang Jian's gaze, an unprecedented sense of shame washed over her. Based on his understanding of Shen Xinyun, he surmised that had there been no issue, Shen Xinyun would not have rushed over so hastily. This pain did not stem from the physical realm, but rather from the depths of the soul. Witnessing Lu Qi's profound sorrow, one cannot expect Lu Chuan to remain composed. Perhaps due to previous tears, his eyes appeared slightly reddened, yet still retained their usual calm sharpness. He instructed Su Peixing to immediately dispatch personnel to Yuchuan town to imprison all members of the Chen family pharmacy. Awaiting further orders, however, Su Ruoton had procured an abundance of medicinal herbs. Surely she did not merely concoct a single pot of old duck soup. Tao Xian, undeterred, ventured into the kitchen for a thorough inspection, only to discover a clay pot of old duck soup simmering on the fire, with all the herbs conspicuously absent, leaving him quite astonished. Coincidentally, in this round, Tan Shitian also adopted a new lane strategy, sending Cheng Wei and the paladin Chai Jun to the southeastern jungle of the bottom lane, while the archer Lu Xiao and the elf hunter Zhou Yu ventured into the northwestern jungle of the top lane. The Sun newspaper, akin to a persistent fly, had thoroughly pierced the royal family with its incessant buzzing. How could they be oblivious to such matters? If this situation were to persist, it is entirely possible that you could indeed uncover Han Meng's defensive vulnerabilities and take the opportunity to eliminate him. A sudden alarm surged within me, prompting me to retreat 2 steps. I wished to avoid early conflict with Yu Zongxing. It was evident that someone was undoubtedly instigating discord between us, and Fan Jianzhao's words played a crucial role in this. In an instant, Lin Mu knelt on the ground, bowing deeply 3 times to Nie Han's retreating figure. Upon witnessing these 2 legions, Kong Yinger realized that Yan Huang's sect truly possessed the capability to sweep across the entirety of the first heaven. Chapter 36, Journey to Yannan City. After a day of hospitalization, we were discharged early the next morning. Aside from a scar left on my head, there were no other issues. As we were about to leave the hospital, the staff remarked, "It's quite peculiar, your head wounds are not deep, and there shouldn't be any scars, which is truly baffling." Tianji and I exchanged glances, and perhaps only the 2 of us understood this peculiar situation. Upon hearing the words of the divine slayer Yin Tian, Li Xian seemed to have an epiphany and tentatively inquired. Li Xian was aware of Ming Shi's identity as a demonic healer. Any of her movements would always be discussed with him prior to action. In his memories from a past life, the source of the Shilong River was a vast expanse of sandy ocean, rather than the current bamboo sea of Xingyuan. Provided that blood types and other indicators matched, extracting organs from living individuals certainly offered far greater surgical assurance than those from voluntary donors post-mortem. Moreover, the Athenian messenger who arrived at the military camp brought news. While passing through the isthmus, he had observed the appearance of Dionia's warships in the Gulf of Corinth, having agreed to jointly seek the burial site of the Bone Demon Lord. Chen Zheng settled temporarily in Ilao Mountain, indulging in the scenic beauty or engaging in secluded cultivation, patiently awaiting further news from Zhang Qiushui. The Yuan army, realizing they could not intercept the cavalry of Wan Yanliang, launched another barrage of boulders. Before the boulders could descend, Chen Zheng soared into the air, condensing his energy into a blade, delivering 2 swift strikes. Viewers in the livestream, through their mobile cameras, witnessed the happenings inside the fitness center involving Cheng Shiwan. Listening intently, Yin Junfeng understood that, much like the Imperial Palace, the Qiyue sect was not only a den of hidden talents but also fraught with peril. Those unaware could easily find themselves ensnared. Having cultivated to this stage, they were regarded as the wrath of the celestial beings. As long as they could evade divine punishment, they would attain even greater power. The 2 gazed at the Chinese map hanging on the wall. The marks drawn from top to bottom by Guan Shijuan's fingernail resembling a colossal axe, striking them with such force that they became disoriented, unsure of their bearings. Liu perused the comments and was astonished to discover that many practitioners were not discussing him but rather the magical binding rope in his hand. With everyone expressing envy towards the enigmatic nature of the rope, the inner demons do not wish to become a second incarnation of the moon-seizing elder. She harbors concerns that she may attain great fortune yet lack the destiny to relish it. On the deck, Lei Ming casually wiped the greasy corners of his mouth with his sleeve. His dark visage was flushed with genuine excitement. "Excellent, let us collaborate once more," Sang Yueyan promptly agreed, having witnessed the recent test firsthand. Without their alliance, their disciples would likely suffer grievous losses. Isabella, with a solemn expression, recognized her own helplessness in the face of the relentless onslaught from the black-robed prophet. At this moment, she had long since set aside her grievances against Meng Qi, sincerely hoping that he would not perish under the prophetess attacks. "Han people, dare you reveal your name?" After a furious roar, Zhou Liju fixed his gaze upon Guan Yu, bellowing with intensity, seeing his unabashed demeanor. Muling felt a sharp pain in her temples, chuckling dryly a couple of times without responding, and deftly shifted the topic. Chapter 37, the knock from beneath the vehicle. The airplane had been in flight for over 8 hours. Due to the heavy rainfall in Yannan City, we disembarked in Zhongtian City, which lies adjacent to Yannan, and then took a vehicle towards our destination. Along the road to Yannan City, I observed numerous vehicles transporting supplies and many individuals also en route for disaster relief. According to the captain, our special rescue team was not the only one heading to Yannan. At least 10 other teams were involved. In despair, the eyes of thousands of martial artists were fixed upon that serene figure, surrounded by countless crimson gun flashes yet standing firm like a mountain, instilling an unparalleled sense of security. Shuling, my sister-in-law has mentioned something and wishes to inquire your opinion. Ishwisher wasted no time directly conveying Yang's intent. Although the Song army's cavalry was numerous, they had already engaged in fierce combat for a day and were now in retreat, their ranks becoming tightly clustered, unable to maneuver freely. At one side of the shop entrance, where the manager typically showed concern for the staff engaging in heartfelt conversation, there stood a tree with a stone bench beneath it. During the conversation, plainclothes officers discreetly observed their surroundings, hoping to uncover useful clues. Teacher Lei, did you not notice that Lin Jiadong hardly seems genuinely interested in accomplishing anything? Although Lu Xiaofang had been silent and merely eating, she was more perceptive than anyone else. After a while, Zhao Shi estimated that Shuling had walked far enough away before unleashing a torrent of curses, reciting every insult she had accumulated over half her life. Still unsatisfied, it is known that cultivators typically possess only one attribute. It is rare for one to have two or more. An excessive attributes can lead to mutual destruction, causing harm to oneself before affecting others. Those capable of possessing dual attributes demonstrate an extraordinary cultivation path with limitless potential for future advancement. Upon arriving at the restaurant on the C building of the hotel, the Huaxiao reception group and several celebrities who had performed the previous day were dining in the Zihua courtyard the following day. The teachers from Peach City Middle School finally arrived at the hospital, as Lin Jiadong had obtained Lei Lei's contact number, a result of his own negligence. As the dispute reached its zenith, even Director Wang offered himself as a candidate, only to be met with unanimous opposition. On one hand, it is due to Director Wang having held the reins at the central authority since his arrival in the south, possessing little to no experience in external territories, thus earning the title of a national stabilizer. Presently, he is also required to maintain equilibrium among various factions within the council. This situation greatly displeases Zhang Wei, who, being inherently rebellious, feels compelled to counteract it. He reflects that he need not heed the commands of the Flame Guild, for this is not his home. Think of your parents, they are waiting for you somewhere. Lin Feiyang shouted into his ear. He firmly believes that aside from beings far more formidable than himself, it is nearly impossible for anyone else to uncover his concealed presence in the void. The group remained tense, acutely aware that should their opponent truly explode, they would have to flee in an instant. At that moment, Su Yinyu's expression turned gravely serious, sensing her heartbeat quickening. Every metallic object in the living room shattered, and soon after, the entire space erupted into a wasteland resembling the aftermath of an explosion. Zhang Wei, no longer hesitating, bid farewell to Jin Duo and the old village head before making his way alone out of Fujiawan. Heading directly towards the southern Xiangshan, connecting the dots, I realized these two peculiar individuals must hail from the Miao ethnic group in Xiangxi, specifically from the Daika lineage. However, I could not fathom how they came to possess such strange names, like Kadong and Copy, which made me want to laugh uncontrollably. The commercial street of Xihua University offers accommodations. The conditions are average, yet clean and affordable. Most patrons entering and exiting the establishments are couples. Chen Mo sought a single room, but to his dismay, every hotel along the street primarily featured rooms for couples and large beds, leaving no single accommodations available. Consequently, Chen Mo had no choice but to rent a large bedroom. Chapter 38. The corpse encountered an issue. The eyes of the corpse revealed no pupils, only the stark whiteness of the scara, and the sensation of being scrutinized by such a lifeless gaze sent shivers down my spine. At that moment, I noticed the corner of the corpse's mouth twitch slightly, startling me, yet, upon closer inspection, it appeared unchanged from before. Captain, what do we do? Yu Wencheng inquired. On the arena, a brutal melee unfolded, with Wuxing engaging fiercely with Hu Qingya, his fists colliding with her wooden staff, creating deep craters with each impact, pushing the newly reconstructed platform to the brink of collapse. You stay here to keep watch while I go in, Lu Xuanyang instructed Guchuan, adding sternly, and do not sneeze. Zheng Yu silently closed her mouth, as the hand that was meant to slap was redirected, striking Lao Hei's face instead. Internally she muttered, in such an intense battle, how can there be time to hit a teammate? Except for the rose token summoned by this card, which retains its full attack power, all other summoned monsters have their attack power halved. Lin Yin, residing within Ling Xianji, was also quite curious about Lu Xuanyang's experiences on the blood-red prairie. Had it not been for Yun's presence, she would have wanted to step out and interrogate him. How do you know I am outside? Lu Xuanyang asked, puzzled, as he had made no sound while outside. Upon hearing this, Yuan Kai nearly dropped half an apple, staring blankly for a moment before earnestly gazing at Chiyu. Nevertheless, the operation must proceed. The gathering of nearly 1,000 elite officers from the 5 districts and 8 counties of Hudong City took place. Around 11 o'clock at night, they cordoned off the streets near the club and dispatched officers skilled in fire-based magic to obliterate the already ajar entrance of the establishment. A surge of unbridled fury ignited within me, as the corners of my mouth curled into a perilous smile, my deep-set eyes fixating on the current tempest, my fists clenching slightly, my robe billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. Furthermore, those at a distance were equally affected, their innards seemingly shattered, many collapsing to the ground, expelling fragments of their viscera along with blood. Minutes later, she emerged from the shower, her body wrapped tightly in a towel, clutching her dress and undergarments in hand. At the moment when Jing Tianyu met his demise, though it was somewhat unexpected, the martial emperor had previously instructed the Ministry of Rites to prepare, thus averting chaos. She was utterly entranced by his kiss, her body melting into a soft heap, her consciousness drifting in a haze, the candidness between them rendering Mu Linxiang somewhat uneasy. Suddenly, she yearned to flee. The black fish spirit was not exempt from this fate. Tang Zhan had at least managed to see 6 or 7 of its scales, inflicting upon it excruciating pain. Its bulging eyes, already wide in shock, now protruded even further, its body writhing on the ground in frantic spasms. Zhu Yon was aware of this, yet had previously been preoccupied with numerous matters, and only upon the occurrence of training mishaps was he reminded. Ahead lay several skeletal remains, each marred by wounds, seemingly inflicted by sharp weapons. The foremost was a well-preserved corpse, albeit desiccated, bound with iron chains and hanging against the wall, its visage contorted in a grotesque semblance of struggle against its restraints. Chapter 39, The Reappearance of the Vanished Corpse. The others awakened as well. Li Tianai approached and inquired, "Could it be that you mistook what you saw?" Zhang Liang shook his head, asserting, "Absolutely impossible," though the figure moved swiftly. "I saw it quite clearly. There is definitely someone outside. Someone is out there." We exchanged glances. At this moment, it was already 3 in the morning. After an interminable wait, Wu Yo finally rose, freshened up, and prepared to make some food. Only to spot him as she passed through the living room. Long Erden and Zhang Xingkui nodded excitedly. They had resolved that upon their enrollment at Qingyuan Academy, they would diligently study swordsmanship under Longhouse tutelage. To be frank, Li Yuan also coveted the nuclear bomb, yet being utterly impoverished, he could not muster the funds. He had firmly decided that he must find an opportunity to eliminate Longhao and his siblings. Otherwise, he would be betraying his son, daughter-in-law, and grandson. However, in the current circumstances, they could only wait for the video to commence before any decisions could be made. The first wave of flames reached the ground, and Ishan could only watch from a distance as the numbers floated up, obscuring everything from view. "Why did Wang Dafan not confront me directly, instead sending you to trouble me?" Longhao asked bluntly. The 3 of them were acutely aware that once they departed from this place, they would relay the matter to the higher-ups of the Ba Tian gang. It must be noted that when he previously pursued Zhou, he often faced reprimands from her, yet at that time, he merely regarded her reprimands as a manifestation of her embarrassment and never truly took them to heart. As for how you practitioners of mental magic manage to survive, I find it hard to believe that every mage specializing in mental arts can persist until level 7, Yan Xuanji remarked with a hint of skepticism. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Jingfeng erupted in laughter, as if he had encountered the most amusing joke imaginable, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. However, one must ponder, will such a spectacle garner any viewership? Song Jixio posed a rather pragmatic inquiry. The individuals from Bilious Mountain Manor had not made an appearance, for their young master had perished at Yifeng's hands, and their lord would not tolerate his existence. It's nothing, Brother Qiao, you are being overly formal. I merely had a sudden recollection of my parents. With that, Lu Qingyi lowered her head. Subsequently, Lu Qingyi boarded the carriage heading towards Feng Qianli's residence, and as she thought of this, her heart inexplicably filled with joy, for she was drawing ever closer to Feng Qianli. As one approached the well's mouth, the damaged red threads multiplied. Many had already been dissolved and severed by the black mist spewed forth by the great demon, prompting some disciples of noble families to retie the broken ends and affix reinforcing talismans at the knots. Observing this, Yan Xuanji ceased her refusals, closed her eyes, and relaxed her body. Ling Hao concentrated his magical power at his fingertips, directing it to her dantian, allowing the energy to surge forth and circulate according to the prescribed method, guiding Yan Xuanji's internal magic through a complete cycle. Chapter 40, Resurrected. I spotted a corpse floating on the water's surface and immediately swam over it. The body belonged to an elderly man, who clutched a cane tightly in his hand. I dragged the corpse to the shore, where Tianji promptly came to assist and pulled the body onto dry land. I then retrieved 2 more bodies, both elderly, likely unable to escape in time when the flood struck, tragically drowned by the rushing waters. Yet, her horse was barely of age, lacking sufficient stamina. In contrast, Helian, she rode a robust steed, a blood-sweating horse, which swiftly left her trailing behind, advising him to abandon his reckless ways. But would those he offended allow him to escape unscathed? That would merely serve to further entrap him. When faced with matters of national significance and the leaders of various nations, she had never felt shy. Yet each time she shared a moment of intimacy with him, being caught by others would make her wish to vanish into the earth. The wooden sword struck the talisman with a sharp snap, and upon adhering it to the surface, it erupted with a mystical light. In truth, all along, Mobai had never taken the time to truly observe Qi Zhaozhao, but in the soft glow illuminating her youthful visage, he realized that she was indeed quite beautiful, possessing a charm that was immediately comforting to behold. Helian, she was gripped by profound fear, as the visage of Qinger during her final moments flashed before him. Serene yet sorrowful, "You wretched creature, you dare to slay my brother. I shall personally see to your demise today," the loyal mercenary asserted through gritted teeth. The Sea Emperor of Corpses delivered a powerful kick to the face of the burly zombie, sending the several hundred-pound creature flying over 10 meters away. Song Luer lowered her head, recalling that he was already committed to another. Even if she harbored feelings for him, she could not afford to reveal them lightly. Nan Gongjin and the other person exchanged a glance, shaking their heads in resignation before turning to pursue Wang Yuan once more. At that moment, Wang Yuan pressed his eyes against the hole in the paper window, trembling uncontrollably, his fear palpable. Yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt compelled to investigate further, as if possessed by a ghost. "Ladies and gentlemen, let us conduct a calculation. The 100 million from South Korea SCJ, the 130 million from Youku Online, and the 70 million reported by the Neon Nations television station. If a deal is struck, that would amount to 300 million Huaxia coins. Old Chen had maintained a smiling demeanor since the commencement of the meeting, reminiscent of the Jinui of the Ming dynasty, whose significant role during the founding period later devolved into a series of scandals. As certain factions sought to privatize the Jinui, engaging in numerous disreputable acts that sullied its name beyond repair, Ganjing contemplated the possibility of making an advance, yet deemed it unnecessary and was disinclined to expend the funds. However, upon sitting down and noticing the bottle of liquor, she recalled that Su Gu emanated a strong scent of alcohol, which was merely a fade. She knew that once he drank, his face would flush. Yet, despite starting out red, his complexion soon turned increasingly pale. In the second tier, Chang Buyan observed several gamblers whose faces were flushed with excitement, occasionally shouting boisterously, while others hung their heads in defeat. Clearly having lost everything at the tables, furthermore seizing Pua Jie, Tuyur, Xingridong, and Angoulême, and establishing a connection between William and Anjou, Normandy would greatly facilitate his resupply and reinforcements. The body of Pajun moved with the wind, transforming into a whirlwind of lightning as the surging clouds coalesced with immense water energy in his hands. With a thunderous strike, his power resonated with the force to rend the heavens asunder. The tumultuous emotions within Ganjing gradually subsided as she raised the trophy, gesturing towards the audience below, which once again erupted into fervent applause. Chapter 41, Two Faces. As night fell, we gathered around the bonfire for a meal. Our heads bowed in a moment of silence. I glanced at them and noticed their serious expressions, prompting me to speak. Shun Ti, we first locate the elderly man as family, that middle-aged man. Tianji replied, do you even need to say that? The captain has already dispatched someone to the temporary command post. After we finish our meal, will Wang Ben pondered to himself, hundreds of thousands of troops? How could that be feasible? Nonsense, surely. He was a brash man, and although he did not voice his thoughts directly, his face betrayed his skepticism. A series of sharp strikes resounded as 20 glimmering swords sliced through the air, only to be parried and shattered in succession by Chen Yu. After lingering at the entrance for a while, Lu Zhenhai ultimately shook his head in resignation and chose to leave, deciding that it was best for Ru Yen to rest a bit longer. After all, certain conversations had been repeated countless times, and he no longer wished to revisit them. Lin Yong resembled a patient wolf spider, never venturing out to hunt, but waiting for others to unwittingly fall into his web. Exhibiting extraordinary patience, confident that he would eventually seize an opportunity to strike, before my eyes, the bonfire towered 10 meters high, surrounded by hundreds of dwarves hand in hand, forming several circles as they sang and danced around the flames. Beyond the dwarfs lay dozens of earthen tables adorned with fruits and sweet herbs, with only a few seats occupied, while the vacant spots were reserved for the dancers. Du Zhong remained unfazed, continuing to tend to his roasted whole lamb. Scarcely lifting his eyelids, Wang Ling reached out, producing a fragment of divine essence in his palm. Gazing at the milky white shard, he wiped his forehead with his other hand and muttered, "Damn, you nearly scared me to death." Lu Ningen, observing the fleeting silhouette of a python within the thicket, felt a tingling sensation across her scalp, her spine chilled, and goosebumps erupted all over her body. In the context of card games, the term trump card refers to the pivotal moment when the decisive card is revealed, and it bears a similar significance in reality, serving as a crucial factor capable of turning the tide in dire situations. Thus, they all wished to advocate for Feng Tianming, seeking leniency, yet were apprehensive about the repercussions it might bring upon themselves. I at him, on the rooftop, Sasuke, enjoying lunch, spotted Yezong and the boisterous Naruto passing beneath him, prompting him to nimbly leap down. Ning Xian smiled, yet sensed that it was indeed necessary for the dashing Taoyong to meet with Taoyong personally. Humph, do you still dare to show disrespect to your leader? Jin Fa Guang rubbed his palms together and inquired nonchalantly of the white lining. Upon becoming damp, transformed into a translucent state, adhering to his fair skin. Under ordinary circumstances, he might not have readily contemplated the ghost gate. Perhaps not considering it at all, however, on this day Yi Xiu fortuitously encountered someone from the Ghost Gate, who had just recounted the details of the Ghost Gate to him. No doubt about it. Grandpa, his surname is Jean, and he unleashed a formidable move. I saw golden light emanating from his fingertips. Didn't you say that apart from the Jean family bloodline, no one else could cultivate hands entwined with golden light? Old Du exclaimed with excitement. Fortunately, Pei Yuan granted him this moment, allowing him to gather all his strength, and in an instant, he shattered the stone armor. Chapter 42. A dream. The two faces were extraordinarily pale, whiter than paper by 3 degrees. Their eyes were wide open, and despite my position at the entrance, a good 10 meters away, I could distinctly see the blood vessels in their eyes. It was the faces of Zhang Xian and the old master. Strangely, I could only see their faces, but not their bodies. My mind reeled, utterly bewildered. Zhao Qing, who appeared quite perplexed, pondering endlessly without recalling any radioactive substances he had come into contact with. Yet, since the doctor was so certain, he believed he had found the source of his affliction, but where could this radioactive substance be? At his command, 276 half-step virtual immortals surged forth like a tempest. After approximately 10 minutes, Qin Shenbang had recovered, but those 10 minutes had thoroughly terrified Ding Changsheng. If Qin Shenbang truly perished in the basement, he would be unable to escape suspicion, and Qin Mo would not spare him. Li Muyun spoke with a heavy heart, reflecting on how once upon a time he too had harbored similar thoughts. In his youth, he had chosen the path of humanity, only to find that reality had betrayed his aspirations. Ultimately, he could not even grasp the rudiments of the human emperor's scripture, let alone master it. The sword servant and Gu he watched as Han Yu departed, with the sword servant infusing his spiritual energy into the talisman. In an instant, a luminous portal materialized in the air. Exchanging a glance, the two simultaneously stepped through the portal, vanishing without a trace. Liu Tianlong's words were not without merit. Lu Feng had already relinquished control of most of his companies. Yet the pharmaceutical firm remained his final trump card. Even though the individual in question was the previously favored Lu Ming, he could not bring himself to entrust it to him. No problem. Shi Yan nodded. This faction had been established precisely for this moment. Should he find his wife, he would have long since let go of all else. Liishuan sensed an aura colder than usual. Uncontrollably retreating 2 steps, her face reflecting sheer terror. Even with several peak divine emperors joining forces in a full frontal assault, breaching the formation in a short span was utterly impossible. She truly spoke no falsehood. Yi Qingqian continued to ascend the game, admiring the handsome faces of her husbands, and indeed, they were impressive. As the saying goes, a husband's looks bring a wife's glory. Henceforth, she could confidently and boldly introduce her husbands to her roommates. Yes, this was not merely a sense of crisis, it was a terror far more formidable, 1,000-fold worse, an unsettling dread that could not be alleviated, akin to a frail infant in a cradle facing a brutish giant wielding a lethal blade with malicious intent. After all, he had shown too brightly during the previous matchmaking, prompting curiosity about his true capabilities. Li Shandao displayed an even more respectful demeanor than before, firmly seated in a horse stance, barely occupying a corner of the stool. With He Yang's astonishing alchemical speed, he had managed to refine the towering pile of spiritual herbs and medicines only after toiling for half a day. Witnessing this scene, everyone felt an overwhelming sadness. Yang Hui, who had not wept in a long time, turned away, brushing his sleeve across his face to discreetly wipe away the moisture at the corners of his eyes. The other party continued to mutter incessantly. As if not killing Lung Ningen would not suffice to quell the fury in his heart, Mao Mao began to doubt her own luck. She had always believed herself fortunate, otherwise a fall like hers would have resulted in severe injuries. This Ji Yuan possessed an astonishingly terrifying pressure, and what was more, that pressure was transparent. Meng Shuishuan felt somewhat wronged under her elder brother's fervent gaze. After all, she was not his true sister. So how could she possibly remember him? Chapter 43, The Old Man. The Zhang family. I paused in surprise, tentatively asking, "Are you referring to Zhang Xian?" The middle-aged woman nodded and inquired, "Did you see them? Where are they, and how are they?" At that moment, Yu Wencheng approached and asked, "Who are you? Why are you inquiring about the Zhang family?" The plague incident had thus calmed, with the villagers attributing the resolution to Pu Yangjing and Nangong Hua. Bowing in gratitude, moreover, the most pressing concern was that Titan's emotions were highly unstable. He had evidently been discarded by the puppet master as a mere pawn, and now, he trusted no one, making extreme actions a distinct possibility. Not far from the ground, the earth suddenly gave way, revealing a creature reminiscent of Wan Panai Jia No. 1, which appeared before the astonished onlookers. Ultimately, they were reduced to mere fragments of corpses, plummeting from the heavens, thereby contributing to the towering mountain of remains that loomed 2,000 meters high. "How do you know this?" exclaimed the proprietor, sitting up straight, his expression one of utter shock. As Wang Yao's words resonated with undeniable truth, the beggar discarded the remnants in his hands and began to collect the scattered copper coins, one by one. In order to evade the mental wave attacks of the Mother Worm Alliance, Tang Quan had to temporarily withdraw. At this moment, his combat prowess had surged exponentially. Seizing the Mother Worm, Tang Quan merely needed to await the method for opening the wormhole from Hong Ho, and then he could depart this realm to pursue his other schemes. Despite the Ji family's perilous plight of potential extermination, they remained a royal lineage. Should the Ji family members discover that Ji Yufeng had perished in the dungeon while she and Yu Luo had escaped, they would undoubtedly face relentless pursuit. The stag initiated the play, and Mu Lin had already gestured for his players to attack boldly, urging them to run to UN.at. This point, he paid no heed to whether the players could hear his voice. Upon exiting, he unexpectedly encountered the very individual who had previously attacked him. The moment that person spotted Yu Mu emerging, he promptly retreated into the room. Moreover, during the night, her dragon father had been restless, emitting high-pitched, monstrous cries that rendered her unable to sleep peacefully, an utter nuisance. He was uncertain whether this constituted concern or something else entirely. Instinctual reactions often obscured one's original intentions. Of this fellow, could he still be fixated on that day? Had he orchestrated a misunderstanding to provoke him? At the cave's end, a broad underground river surged forth, and Meng Fong said little, grasping Yu Mu's hand as they leapt into the water. He had long believed that she simply wished to thwart his desires, thus treating herself harshly on purpose. Upon noticing that this individual had spoken, Su Bo Feng realized he could not escape and had no choice but to approach the car. "Hey, weren't you just saying you wanted to inherit your father's legacy?" Xin Yang inquired, somewhat perplexed. Beneath the hat, an eye patch concealed his right eye, while his left eye gleamed a clear azure reminiscent of a tranquil lake, having arranged for everyone to evacuate in 2 groups. Xin Yang began contemplating some underhanded tactics aboard the aircraft, a veritable instrument of death, yet at that moment her peripheral vision caught sight of 3 sharp arrows nestled within Xin Yang's divine bow. The sound of the bowstring vibrating made it painfully clear that she could never draw it with her own strength, after 2 hospitals had diagnosed her father with pulmonary shadows and the need for further examination at a larger institution. The prognosis seemed grim. Witnessing the enemy's behavior, Wang Chang sensed a possible conspiracy. However, he felt emboldened by their superior numbers and harbored no fear. Simultaneously, the complex terrain near Longmen Town proved disadvantageous for cavalry operations. Thus, he led his troops in pursuit, forming ranks upon spotting the enemy, readying for combat. Chapter 44. The flood arrives. Everyone rose, urgently assembling. A thunderous shout accompanied by a whistle jolted me from my reverie. I glanced outside. The rain continued to fall, and darkness prevailed. Checking my phone, it was precisely 4 in the morning. Captain, it's only 4 o'clock. Why are you waking us up? I'd on my raincoat, yet, despite your efforts, you struggled to find evidence, leaving you to redirect everyone's attention toward the specters. Do not implore me, esteemed elder. Jin Yi has faith in the Taoist. Jin Yi interrupted Shuiyan's words, his face suffused with determination. Could it be that Mu Ningxuan has surmised that this entire affair was orchestrated by him? It was all the scheme of that illegitimate aunt. Had he known, he would have avoided her methods. Observing the smile that was more heart-wrenching than tears, Luo Shuyi fell silent for a moment, then suddenly embraced her tightly before turning to mount his horse, leaving Lu Ruyue with a graceful silhouette. This steward is at best only slightly superior to an ordinary person. You are, after all, a 5th-rank individual, and the fact that he has not been slain is fortunate indeed. Yifan gritted his teeth, a fierce glint flickering in the corners of his eyes, as a surge of murderous intent unconsciously enveloped the entire room. Chen Ao had previously been ambushed by Mang Ke with 7 strikes. While the injury was not fatal, it remained severe. After enduring another series of heavy blows, he felt a sudden constriction in his chest, and blood gushed forth uncontrollably. Ivy, without even mentioning her noble lineage, possesses such captivating beauty that it easily sways the hearts of others, compelling individuals from the other 2 great empires to exert their utmost for this princess during the martial exhibition. 3 days hence marks the Empress Dowager's birthday. However, given the recent passing of the Crown Prince, it is truly inappropriate to hold grand festivities, and the Empress Dowager has decreed that this year's celebration shall be omitted. Ever since the incident with the ghost mother, Yifan has found himself increasingly suspicious of many matters. Do not cause a ruckus, Chengyu. Lu Mang pried Chengyu's hand away. Lu Mang typically resembled a dead pig. Exceedingly difficult to rouse from slumber, Lu Shoumu picked up the photograph, astonished to see the timestamps clearly imprinted on each one. Could it truly be that they were taken just yesterday? To deprive someone of their official fortune merely strips them of their bureaucratic luck. The absorption of official aura serves to meet the energy demands of the bureaucratic roster, yet neither can directly affect the other's official position. Uncle Xia, you may attend to your tasks. I shall go check on Ina. Pei Donglai smiled as he stood and walked towards the main building of the villa. Clearly from Kekala's disheveled appearance, the old mage was inspired and invigorated, thus the second spatial dimensional strike was almost immediately unleashed. Very well, if your presence holds no significance, then you may disperse, Elder was subsequently declared. Are you Huang Yu's son? Lu Biao directly disregarded Chen Quan and addressed Huang Kai standing beside him. Xan2 dug at his ears. It was indeed quite noisy. Casting a glance at Zhang Hu, Xan2 flicked out a verdant pill admonishing, do not perish, otherwise, where would I find such an obedient lackey? At this moment, the murky eyes of Wu Yingjun and the old man behind Butler Wing sparkled with a flash of insight. Their brows slightly furrowing, Zhang Nan peered through the crack of the door and observed that both parties engaged in aerial combat had coincidentally ceased hostilities, clearing a wide path in the middle. Xia Hongyuan's face radiated with warmth, presenting an approachable demeanor, making it difficult to associate him with the formidable lord of the city. The great Yen heavenly mechanism, quite impressive indeed, remarked Emperor Tian after absorbing the information within his mind. The entrance was surrounded by several men clad in black, the leader maintaining a composed expression as he spoke without emotion. Chapter 45. Nursery rhyme. Soon Li Tianai was carried over by Yu Wencheng and laid upon the ground. Li Tiany's eyes were tightly shut, his complexion pale as a sheet, resembling a corpse. His garments were tattered and bore numerous bloodstains. How is the captain faring? Tianji inquired. There is nothing much happening. I am still breathing, perhaps I merely fainted. In the past, Miao Miao would often come here to play, but as her visage grew increasingly enchanting, her visits dwindled. The chickens at Yushu Palace's livestock pen are raised freely. Their claws are removed, thoroughly cleaned, and their nails clipped before being chopped into pieces. They are then marinated with wine and vinegar, subsequently placed into a pot infused with spices such as star anise and cinnamon for simmering. and finally sealed in a container with pickled chili water. After the pressure, there comes a fluttering of the heart. Had it not been for the final moment's outburst, that strike could have claimed his life. Where have I faltered? Even when your family was amidst the mob, I disregarded my family's objections to come to your rescue, yet you hold no gratitude towards me. Meng Qingfa erupted in frustration. Sister Wan, are you alright? Would you like me to fetch you a glass of water? A voice filled with concern reached out, a familiar one, none other than Lin Huan, who had come to annul the engagement previously. As it turned out, the yam and fish soup was ready. Zhong Zhengbai indeed honored his word, not stepping out even once, as he entered the room holding a medicinal jar upon hearing the sound. Zhong Zhengbai, lying on the bed, finally turned over. His smile momentarily halted Qian Jiao's tears, but in the next instant, her sobs grew louder and more pitiful. The pure milky white energy in the universe gradually flowed into his body, refining through his meridians before transforming entirely into a fiery red hue. Although it had diminished in quantity, its purity was exceptional, and its power incomparable. If danger truly loomed, Zijie would certainly have informed them. Since he remained silent, it must mean there would be no repercussions. Let us wait and see. Since Zijie mentioned that person would appear, Zongjing Yongning's gaze darkened as he swiftly maneuvered, employing likeness skills to land before Qian Jiao. Positioning himself in front of her wheelchair, compelling Zaira to halt, Qin Tian suddenly recalled the second time he encountered Zhuang Xinyan, when his mate had complained behind him, having held a certain disdain for that individual. Yet, unexpectedly, when the situation became dire, he found himself no better than her. Cursed Nangong Xing, I shall ensure he meets a fate devoid of burial. Yuan Shui vowed fiercely, glaring at the sky. Yuan Shui had deeply experienced the ferocity of these large red ants. Even a single ant could pierce his finger. If so many large red ants surged forth together, it would not take long before they would be reduced to mere bones, with no grave to mark their passing. After all, Zhao Xian had fought alongside them for so many days. Those who battled bloodily across the realm were all at a loss, unsure whose orders to follow. The once tranquil sea of blood was unexpectedly invaded by a radiant red light from an unknown source. Although this light was also red, for some reason it felt utterly out of place against the blood-soaked backdrop. Alas, you have disappointed me greatly. Sending you down back then was a grave mistake. All these years in the lower realm, you have made no progress and remain narrow-minded. Lei Yanzi shook his head in disappointment. Baizhu gleefully hopped onto the cart, bidding farewell to her grandparents, while reluctantly reminding Zhaodi that they would reunite once the 15th had passed. Chapter 46, The Old Corpse in the Cave. Under Li Tianya's guidance, our group ventured into the cave. The cave was pitch dark and somewhat damp, the ground pooled with rainwater, each step leaving a footprint that made a squelching sound. Each of us wielded a powerful flashlight, carelessly illuminating every nook and cranny, leaving no corner unexamined. By the way, Father, regarding the silver mech we encountered at the border station, did you notice something peculiar? Why did you utter the phrase "so that's how it is"? My elder brother asked, filled with confusion. The once orderly line descended into chaos, and the principal's hoarse shout seemed feeble and ineffective. Such a stance, coupled with his furrowed brow, evoked an involuntary sense of pity. Even if one could indeed sense the temporarily suppressed news from the marketing channels, the vengeful spirits could not accompany us on our leisurely outings. All would be in vain. This time, during the construction of the new stronghold, the three were bereft of the good fortune they had experienced the first time, failing to catch a big fish right from the start. Xiao Yuxuan had not contemplated matters in such depth. Attacking magic with magic might yield success, yet, it could also lead to failure, and the repercussions of such failure would be more dire than the current predicament. Suddenly sensing a moment of quiet, Yin Jun raised her head. She could not suppress her laughter. Feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness, she looked upwards and gently kissed the lips of the sleeping Lin. He had served as a security guard here for several years, witnessing numerous attempts by others to infiltrate, but it was the first time someone had cursed them to their faces. Principal, he sauntered out of the office, fatigue evident in his gaze as he looked at Xiao Yuxuan, and now that their wedding was finally on the horizon, he no longer felt the need to deny it. What nonsense are you spouting? Kuan Yu's face flushed crimson as she playfully chided. Lin Yufei wanted to refuse, but thoughts of her mother rendered her unable to voice her objections. Speaking, he cast a glance at Mother Scorpion, who immediately began to play her flute, summoning a multitude of sand snakes that swiftly coiled around Xiao Yibao's body. His lips turned pallid, life seeming to come to a standstill, having learned of his true lineage. Lu Kai's face had already turned ashen, and now it appeared as if his heart had perished, devoid of any will to live. Was the young master of Central Asia truly that formidable? Could he possibly possess 3 heads and 6 arms? Ling Yue's curiosity was instantly piqued. She leaned in for a closer look and recognized him at once. Wasn't he the arrogant man who had humiliated her with money earlier that day? The last time Jifu struck Ji Rujin was primarily due to the unexpectedness of the situation, leaving him no time to protect her. This time, he had come fully prepared. By the time Mother Bo returned with the thermometer to his room, he was already delirious from the fever, uttering nonsense. Leaning closer, Mother Bo heard echoes of what he had said in his drunken stupor, words like "Ji Rujin, I love you, it is I who am sorry." Your Highness, what troubles you? Chen, lost in thought, suddenly felt her knees weak and nearly collapsing to the ground. Esteemed guest, please. When they finally came to a halt, before she lay an immense lake of molten lava. Its surface eerily calm and smooth as a mirror, within which endless flames danced, transforming into a resplendent bird that flapped its wings and cried out, although the siege of Wuzhou had been lifted. The traitors such as King Jingjiang had yet to be eradicated, thus I must lead the army to eliminate the rebels. In due course, with this merit, the position of Prime Minister shall be mine to claim. At this moment, Ding Kuichu no longer concealed his thoughts, directly setting his sights on the Prime Minister. Chapter 47, The Red Coffin. That evening, I carried the old gentleman's corpse out of the cave and placed it alongside the bodies of other villagers. However, that middle-aged man insisted on burying the old gentleman in the ancestral grave, and we had no choice but to acquiesce. In rural areas, there is a prevalent belief in ancestral recognition when one passes away. They must be laid to rest in their designated burial site, which each family possesses, symbolizing companionship in the afterlife and the reunion with deceased loved ones. This notion crossed her mind. Morningstar suddenly recalled the cruelty of humanity towards the merfolk. A surge of anger ignited within her, and her expression darkened as she approached Jun Liuguang and Shizhen with an icy tone. Urging, cease your idle chatter and lead the way. Morningstar was unexpectedly escorted out of Cheng'an City by Long Yan and Long Ku, only to find that they had prepared a carriage outside the city in advance. With her striking visage, the entertainment industry was rife with individuals like her. Could a man of such esteemed status and wealth as Master Li San truly be lacking for her presence? Maintaining a polite yet courteous demeanor, Pei Su paused momentarily, nodded slightly, and took a seat in the grand chair opposite her. In truth, not all children from single-parent families are as reclusive as Han Juanjia and Lu Waner. Provided that parents bestow enough love upon their children, they can flourish like Louis, embracing life, sports, gourmet food, and gaming, ultimately maturing into a radiant young man. Ji Yuqing momentarily hesitated, then retrieved from her phone a photograph of the hotel lobby sent by A. With her arms slightly outstretched, Tauzi brandished her hands encased in 2 red boxing gloves, issuing a fierce cry as she confronted the approaching zombie, after cleaving the table before her in two. She still felt unsatisfied and relentlessly shattered the tables and chairs within her room into fragments. Chen Feng was at a loss for words. How could this be considered kindness? It was evident that these individuals were in cahoots. Should they find themselves in the hands of the authorities, it was likely they would not escape unscathed. Subsequently, wherever Wang Zhen's consciousness reached, the wisps of white clouds began to morph into a plethora of creatures, qilin. Dragons, phoenixes, and unicorns. Everything Wang Zhen had ever encountered was manifest before him. In the boundless darkness, a solitary glimmer of light shone in the sky, seemingly engaged in a final act of perseverance and support. Of course, whether or not they could embark on a journey was not for Ermao to decide. It ultimately required the approval of the Jiao family. Surrounding Morin was a faint violet aura. As the previous azure flames dissipated upon contact with the violet glow, never once touching Morin in the slightest, after speaking, the two were fearful that the immortal Luo Yu would not release them, compelling them to continue presenting gifts to their disciple, and in an instant, they vanished from the courtyard. Thus, confronted with the large-scale assault of the ninja forces, the army of the Snow Nation found it exceedingly difficult to withstand. Unless they employed weapons of immense range and power. At the headquarters of the Yinjing Mortal Club, in the banquet hall, the inaugural meeting of the 100 Billion Revival Plan convened. The middle-aged man lifted the wine gourd and took a hearty swig. Casting a glance at Morin, his eyes brimming with inebriation, thanks to the radio, this was standard equipment for the intelligence units of the Snow Nation's army, facilitating long-distance communication. Xumuxia glanced at Wei Ling, then turned to observe the flower bed within. Gritting his teeth, with a couple of chirps and a wave of his paw, he signaled for them not to proceed. Although he possessed offensive capabilities, he was, after all, a support-type soulmaster, and delivering such a strike was no small feat. The events of the day exuded an air of peculiarity. Even if Yan Jingting were to arrive, he would be unable to resolve the situation. Just as the youth unleashed 5 crimson rays, Zhao Kun in the sky suddenly commanded with a shout. Chapter 48, The soul has been taken away. I heard laughter, and Yuan Chang also heard the laughter, which confirmed that someone had indeed just laughed. If we were not mistaken, it seemed to be the laughter of a child. However, with water surrounding us and the entirety of Huiran village perished, the presence of a child was inconceivable. Only Yuan Chang had just seen a child, and beneath the water lay a small red coffin, potentially containing the remains of a child. Everything was intertwined. Lady Lu had died. Qing Fuo furrowed his brow, yet a flicker of excitement stirred within him. Could it be that something truly had transpired? However, it was Lady Lu who had perished, not Lu Xiaoling. Take him away. A Feng Zhang waved his hand, and several individuals bound Yan Liming's hands and feet, gagging him, before dragging him onto the carriage. Time passed, and Zhang Cheng Tian let out a low, rumbling roar, akin to the sound of a dragon's chant. Zhao Qingshan was well aware of his mentor's expectations. He focused all his energy on adjusting his state, determined to make a remarkable impression at the exchange conference. Dongfang Wushuan promptly pushed the Bu brothers before Jiang Shang eagerly awaiting the outcome, yet no one anticipated that the legendary big boss would appear so handsome, youthful, and affluent, stepping out of the elevator like a gallant young gentleman. Among the most closely watched were the two popular bridges, the Yulao Bridge and the Friendship Bridge, where queues of people formed, though he still contemplated ensuring his father dealt harshly with Niu Pan Nan afterward. He found himself compelled to plead for mercy in the face of death's threat. Soon after Jiang Cheng Tian Song Diamo, Suing Hua Sang, and Ling Wei emerged from the cabin. Nan Wan was exceedingly thin. Recently, he had been researching culinary delights, trying various methods to prepare food for her, hoping to help her gain some weight. Even Yang Jian did not expect that despite having already told them to cease, the two would choose to continue their duel in such a manner. However, judging by the final outcome, it was evident that Yi Tianhao had the superior skills, triumphing over Ba Jun Wang. In Ru Jun, let us pause for a moment. At my age, I cannot outrun you. Let us take a break and resume shortly. Yuka panted. Are you allergic to beef? Jean Bebe asked Lin Hao. Her mouth full of beef, savoring the taste. However, when the powerful members of the Yi family arrived outside the city and beheld the grim scene of the battlefield, fear began to rise within them. This surge of elemental power soared into the sky, dividing into 5, transforming into 5 streams of sword light. Each beam, colossal in size, measured no less than 1,000,000 zhang. The ground was littered with broken bottles, while half-eaten snacks lay scattered on the table, indicating that the bar had not been cleaned for days. Appearing quite disheveled, senior brother, the combination of the Ya-Yang stone and the 7-colored repairing heaven stone is truly a pairing that martial practitioners yearn for. They achieved a breakthrough from acquired to innate within just a day. If it weren't for my deliberate suppression of my own power, I fear they would have already entered the enlightenment stage. She remarked with a smile. In Ruwajuan furrowed her brow, realizing that this girl seemed to know Peng Yu very well, otherwise how could she be so familiar with his lock screen password? Perhaps one of you is a traitor, leaking information about your movements, Shui Wuan sneered, openly attempting to sow discord before everyone. The Han army deliberately shielded this Bayala from being discovered by other Jin slaves, until he bled excessively and ultimately fell silent. Chapter 49, Escaping Death. By noon, all the team members had come ashore to rest. They had also heard about the ordeal I and Yu Wensheng faced. Upon hearing the captain say that 2 more people would need to go down soon, they all retreated, keeping their distance. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I donned my diving suit, awaiting the command from Li Tianai to enter the water. While changing clothes, Yu Wensheng, with a mournful expression, asked, Captain, can I not? After encountering the original core in the 7th laboratory, a part of the original core fused with my body as it burned itself at the end. The original core had once mentioned that it was a gift for me. After confirming the safety of the surrounding waters and the absence of space military satellites, the 5 main cities of the Free Nation began to install, upgrade, and debug the brand new military intelligence system in complete synchronization. From Chu Jianghe's perspective, team leader Xiao would not be so foolish. Thus, why not seize this opportunity to give Wang Li a good lesson? Allowing himself to earn some money while striking a blow to the opponent's territory, the sky was ablaze with red clouds as the sun set once again. Under the twilight glow, the misty lake in Zhao Wangjai appeared like a celestial paradise. Yet Zhao Bei's heart was filled with desolation and uncertainty. For a long time, Lan Xiu had not relied on the use of magical weapons. Even the Yin Wind Sword was given to him voluntarily by those from the New Moon Mercenary Corps. Zhao Bei was innate. He felt no adverse reactions upon emerging from the teleportation array, only that Tian who informed him of the abnormal gravity here. Hearing Sun Dahe's praise, Ingram couldn't help but smile bashfully. For receiving such commendation from Sun Dahe in this NBA is undoubtedly a moment of joy for any newcomer. Still waiting in line for food? What on earth is that? In public reception settings, he never had to wait in line. The chef personally served the dishes and even introduced their names and characteristics. Cole was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan on the sidelines. During several encounters with the Spurs, everything was manageable except for the dual threat of the twin stars, which the Warriors found challenging to contend with. Naturally, to stay ahead of others, enduring some hardship is expected. Li Yen added the Crimson Flame technique to his shopping cart. The tall person who had just spoken earlier opened his mouth to say something but ultimately said nothing, as it would not be appropriate to undermine a companion in such a setting. However, he does not appear to be a person of good character, with a pair of triangular eyes that make one feel quite uncomfortable. His long hair cascades down as each finger is adorned with rings. I truly wonder what his aesthetic sensibilities are. Does he not find such an appearance inappropriate? The others quickly grasped the situation as well, although they were puzzled by why Gialis would suddenly take action. With the risk having materialized, there was no need to seek justifications. He strode towards the basketball training facility as the national competition was imminent. Last Friday, Coach Wu Tong had mentioned that there would be a full team practice on Monday, urging him to arrive early. Yet, as time passed, the crocodile discovered that it could still procure food without expending energy, and eventually, it would cease to provide sustenance. Han Xiaoshuan said nothing further and walked directly into the bathroom. where the sound of rushing water soon echoed through the air. You in the gray shirt, if you take one more step, I shall crush you, Huang Yan shouted loudly. He arrived at the broadcasting room backstage. Finding Zhang Ruofeng bent over intently examining the various equipment and earnestly inquiring with the director about how to operate the function keys and any associated techniques, suddenly, a high-pitched and piercing shout shattered the atmosphere of the Gu residence. The voice of a messenger ringing through the hall, causing several masters to spring to their feet. The old matriarch's lips trembled as she fixed her gaze intently on the doorway. Chapter 50, The Red Coffin reappears. At that moment, I was still waiting for them to come up when an unexpected force surged through my legs, dragging me down before I had the chance to react. I had just taken several sips of water. Feeling as though I would perish there. Yu Wenchang recounted. Someone rolled up his pant leg, and indeed a black handprint was discovered on his right ankle. What? How can I break through this? Could you explain it once more? Grandpa, Qin Feng earnestly requested, surviving on the edge of a knife. What does it matter if one is at ease or not? Zhang Tianyi chuckled, wiping his chest. It felt as though an eternity had passed as Tang Yu quietly leaned against my shoulder. Her eyes tightly shut, with traces of tears lingering at the corners and overwhelming emotion that was difficult to suppress and calm. When it was time to board the vehicle, Lin Yuming settled into the back seat. Expressing his desire to review the contract while asking Su Jianjun to drive. Regarding this martial champion, I will elaborate on it later, so I shall not dwell on it here. I can only say that Elern Yang was originally the legitimate wife of this martial champion. Yet due to a certain incident, she became infuriated and left him, taking El Hong with her. The challenges posed by the government's shortage of grain, the alluring successes of the merchant protection convoy, and the escalating military pressure compelled the three core figures of the Sichuan government, Liao Daxian, Lu Zhibua, and Chen Shiqi, to make an immediate decision to establish the so-called National Protection Army on a large scale. Please take a seat, this is the office. Let us refrain from any inappropriate actions amidst the comings and goings of people. We must be mindful of our identities, as it would not reflect well if we were seen. Qin Feng advised Liang Xinji, pointing to the sofa. Soon Uncle Quan also arrived, inquiring about the cessation of operations, and Xiao Bowen reiterated the situation to him, concluding that he was devising a plan and would discuss it further once Li Kahao had visited the tax bureau to gauge the circumstances. Fu Lingxing clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his hands bulging. At this juncture, he had no choice but to employ his trump card of awakening in the warmth of his soft, rosy bed. A pure smile spread across Jiang Zilian's face. He had thought that his grandmother Zhao Yaxin was merely unwell and required the use of a wheelchair. Little did he know that she had been rendered completely paralyzed. Beneath the brim of his hat, a pair of searching eyes scanned the surroundings as if in pursuit of something, their tranquil gaze reminiscent of spring waters, endlessly exploring the woods, riverbanks, and ground. With a slight furrow of his brow, Su Shihong found himself perplexed. Despite having issued a command for Nangong Wanner to depart, she had yet to leave, indicating her inner resistance to his directive. In the living room downstairs, the sound of Guo Shuhui's reprimands lingered, occasionally interspersed with Hua Mei's attempts at mediation and Gui Tianyi's expressions of dissatisfaction. The talisman crafted personally by Qiu Feng was of the highest grade, capable of elevating the user's cultivation to the corresponding peak level. Lasting a full hour, Luo Sinan chuckled at this remark but had no intention of engaging in further verbal sparring with the cloaked figure. Such trivialities were only enjoyable in moderation, immersed in her own joy. Xiao Jingyi failed to notice the person beside her, whose furrowed brow and contemplative demeanor spoke volumes. Chapter 51, The coffin was originally black. Accompanying them was a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s. Clad in a black leather jacket, his face etched with urgency and weariness. Upon entering the dining hall, they beheld Shen Ning and Shen Chang seated on either side, with the four exchanging formal greetings. You inquire what a dream is, and I respond that a dream is a reflection of daily thoughts manifesting in the night. You further question me, asserting that if it stems from contemplation, a mere cerebral activity that does not materialize, what power transforms thought into dream? In front of him, Li Chengxian let out a sigh of relief. He had just turned to see Li Tai about to take a seat, his heart racing with apprehension, fearing that if Li Tai truly sat down in his current state, he would surely faint from exhaustion. Shin Kang's intent was unmistakably clear, not to mention the renowned generals of the present Jiajing era, such as Yu Daio, Yang Siwei, and Shi Jiguan, all hailed from martial examinations. Due to the stark regional divisions, during the third year of Hongwu's reign, the Dingzhou examination curiously resulted in two lists, with the initial list comprising 52 candidates, all from the south, leaving the northern candidates who failed feeling deeply aggrieved and causing quite a ruckus. The pretense was undoubtedly to allow him to embrace Bai Linger upon her climbing to the upper bunk, weeping profusely while nestling his head in Officer Bai's embrace, savoring the tenderness that was rightfully his. As Dai Wu lowered her head, a gentle breeze lifted her flowing locks, and Shin Kong gazed at her, momentarily frozen in place. Li Yinlong closed the restriction and, filled with excitement, carefully examined the ancient. Damaged thick-walled stone jar. Speak plainly if there is something to discuss. I am currently occupied. Despite having discovered certain peculiarities, Li Yunlong refrained from probing deeper. This time was no exception. The CCTV comprehensive channel had directly released a trailer revealing that the anticipated Republic-era drama was abruptly shelved while the one brought forward was of a grand annual drama caliber. Before the carefree days, it is possible that I resided in Huagua, where you and the withered bones shall promptly journey to Huagua. Ji Shouran shall pave the way. This Eugene is exceedingly cunning. He has discerned that the strength of Luing lies in his speed, thus deliberately elongating the battle to deplete his stamina. The staff's shadow, 1,000 tribulations. Witnessing that my companion has successfully restrained Jin Jian, another barbarian wielding a long staff let out a fierce shout, confronting Jin Jian with an unparalleled strike, the heavy descent of the staff's shadow evoking a sensation of suffocation. When one counts the celestial chains of stars in the heavens, which one has not flourished through the guidance of elders mentoring the young and predecessors leading successors? This continuous cycle has consequently established Tianyu as the unrivaled leader in the music industry. Why, with the divine techniques of the revered master, do we not directly seize Long Fei and escort him to the capital of Huarong? Why must we concoct reasons to deceive him into coming? Steward Zhao gazed at the revered master, his expression one of perplexity, while Chief Gao also harbored thoughts, apprehensively awaiting the master's explanation. Indeed, the situation appeared exceedingly grim. Zhou Shu's aesthetic sensibilities were much akin to those of Jibu, harboring a profound disdain for such monstrous beings. You may proceed. As he nodded, an oxy strode forth, while Ali approached Azia's side. Chapter 52. Opening the coffin, I found myself momentarily stunned, gazing at the middle-aged man kneeling before me, unsure of how to respond. Little brother, I must ascertain this matter. Once the coffin is taken away by those above, I shall never see it again. Is it not true that only relatives can claim the body? I implore you. The middle-aged man bowed his head once more. Very well, let us open the coffin. It is broad daylight. Upon realizing his earnestness, I felt a wave of humiliation wash over me, prompting the assembly of Korean individuals to commence their verbal outbursts. Despite the ensuing debate, this course of action was unavoidable, otherwise the reputation of Tongda Carriage Company would be irreparably tarnished, and Gao Lian would undoubtedly not relent. Rather than remain passive, it would be prudent to take initiative. Lition cast a faint glance at the opposing party, then accepted the token tossed to him. Signaling to several individuals behind him, with a grand gesture, he prepared to enter the city. As the words left the man's lips, an extraordinary aura enveloped him, causing an immediate sensation akin to the heavens collapsing. Thus concluded the first round of the competition. The city lord announced that the second round would take place the following day, prompting the crowd to disperse immediately. According to customary practice, this would typically be the time for a banquet. However, today was an exception, as all factions recognized that the rise of Li Dong necessitated decisive action. Elder Xian, it was he who orchestrated and controlled the previous battle. You ought to commend him. Wang Dong pointed at Hui Yuhao, unceremoniously betraying him. In stark contrast, the O family appeared to be the ultimate victims, their wealth seemingly blown in by the winds, only to be swept away once again. After battling for so long without intervention, claiming ignorance would be utterly implausible. It was evident that our earlier actions had displeased several Special Operations Battalion members, leading them to avoid intervening. My lord, the body remains here. Do you think we should leave some individuals to keep watch? Someone pointed at the numerous coffins. They can only make judgments by capturing the fluctuations emanating from the raw materials, and this alone has already increased the probability of success in stone gambling. The first couple, Ning Yunhai, who arrived at the hospital, were taken aback to see Yi appearing surprisingly vigorous. Their plan to snatch the jade pendant from thin air had failed, leaving them infuriated and cursing their misfortune on the spot. Those who have been using the product for an extended period often encounter problems, while those who have used it for a shorter duration may not yet have experienced any issues. Which explains why some individuals, despite having tried 2 different creams without any adverse effects, perceive no problems at all. However, before she could confront her adversary, Xia Yuma had already placed her hands on her shoulders and forcefully pushed Xia Shirin, causing her to fall backwards onto the ground. You can do whatever you wish, but I implore you, do not kill me, Ouyang Qing pleaded, lacking any semblance of dignity. Once, he had contemplated death, but when faced with the reality of it, he found himself gripped by fear. Behold, this is the consequence of consuming his corpse oil. As he spoke, Sun En suddenly lifted his arms and the fabric of his lower garments, upon the appearance of the 5th corpse. The surviving outer sect elders could not help but breathe a sigh of relief in their hearts. What does it matter if one is the most outstanding soldier in the army? What significance does it hold to have endured numerous perilous missions and sustained injuries, or to have been repeatedly awarded for acts of valor? What does it mean to have dedicated one's entire youth to the nation? Yuer, I never anticipated that your ancient divine beast cultivation would be so remarkable, Long Qianjue praised, acknowledging Yuer as a formidable being embodying the coexistence of 3 powers, a prodigious constitution, while he himself was merely a beast master and a power master. Feeling a twinge of envy towards her, alchemists are held in high regard. Chapter 53, someone jumps into the river, boarding the bus and gazing at the scenery along the way, after nearly half a month of urgent rescue efforts. Many roads have returned to normal, with countless vehicles traversing the routes. I recalled the day we first arrived in Yan'an City. It was raining, and we encountered a corpse on the road amidst a series of bizarre occurrences. Is it so? And what of Nan Tian? You would sacrifice him merely for a fleeting benefit? Jean, she scoffed, her voice laced with an icy disdain, her gaze growing increasingly fierce. One side of his face bore a compassionate expression, while the other radiated terror. The grotesque combination of emotions on a single visage was enough to instill fear. When He Xiang entered the grand formation, the scene was one of utter chaos. Corpses lay scattered everywhere, with a substantial pile of bodies amassed at the edges of the formation, seemingly the remnants of those who had attempted to breach it but had met their demise instead. However, it was precisely because Wei Hanjue bore an uncanny resemblance to himself that Shi Jingqian could only opt for a discreet investigation. She was not truly oblivious to his intentions, she comprehended everything yet did not wish to sever ties, merely indicating that he should wait. Yan Shi was about to depart, and she could no longer cling desperately to him, so she resolved to leave a lesson for Chong Ai, the booth. This bizarre coincidence and speculation instantaneously provided Jing Xichen with a hint, prompting him to swiftly seek out the traces where the 100 illusion butterflies had previously appeared. However, the battlefield was now in utter chaos, making it impossible for him to locate her. Look, she is indeed quite astute. She understood Lu Qingshan's temperament well. Had she rashly confronted Qi Weiran, it would have undoubtedly yielded no benefits. The defeat was merely less tragic than that of the Chaos Deity, simply due to the disparity in their strengths. I had previously remarked that Ling Jingqian was not so easily dealt with. At present, his life is of little consequence. You only need to stall him for 2 days, and what you desire will come to fruition. At that point, what is there to fear? Chen Tianming wore a charmingly devilish smile. At that moment, he couldn't help but marvel at the existence of such a flawless man. After all, Ling Jingqian held no affection for He Lingwei, so he felt he wasn't really competing. Yet, the unexpected emergence of Liang Xian raised questions. Chang Jinshan wore a seemingly harmless smile, but when his gaze collided with Li Changdong's, sparks flew. Chen Qiya was exceedingly familiar with this principle. The essence of this power was akin to the supreme temporal law embodied in the Haotian sword. Intent. Wang Qian meticulously observed Li Xiaotian as he unleashed the emperor's shield, narrowing his eyes as he began to mimic the technique in his mind. Did they willingly part ways with Yun Zhang, or did he unilaterally propose it, retreating for the sake of advancement? Upon hearing this, He Wuzu's expression darkened like the bottom of a pot, as Ding Kuichu's relentless pursuit thrust him into a dilemma. Should he acquiesce? It was certain that Ding Kuichu would exploit the situation, especially considering Huang Shijun's age. Ding Kuichu would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to create trouble. Chapter 54, the sound of knocking. Their eyes met, and my mind went blank, having forgotten how to think. Seconds slipped by as I struggled to hold my breath, the sensation of suffocation jolting me back to reality. I could no longer afford to pay attention to the person before me and hastily swam towards the surface. Phew, I surfaced and gasped for air, wiping my face with my hand, glancing at the water's surface, feeling that thus our plan ought to undergo some adjustments. Jinja gently played with the ponytail beside his shoulder, his gaze intense as he spoke. Fang Yuan immediately recalled the fierce demeanor of Mei Bingying in the desolate city, which had tarnished his reputation. Additionally, there was the Twilight Continent, which was also included in this king's current endeavors. Continued the Purple Moon King. It seemed that only the temperature-unfazed comrade Hu Daming would appreciate this place, while those around him furrowed their brows against the relentless sea winds. At this juncture, Arsenal, who held the initiative, naturally had little need to ponder extensively. As long as they executed their familiar tactics, it would equate to success for them. Adapting to the unchanging amidst the chaos was Arsenal's best course of action. As they knew precisely which tactics suited their team best. It may be said that people across the globe admire the strong and revere heroes. However, this admiration for strength is particularly pronounced on Han Island, perhaps to the point of being pathological, which may relate to the inherent fear that the people of Han Island possess towards the strong. Greetings, Zhou. The other party spoke in English tinged with a strong flavor of kimchi, making it particularly laborious to comprehend. Nevertheless, Xiao Keqing remained uneasy and summoned Xiao Tianya into the tent, offering yet another round of admonitions, urging him to exercise utmost caution and to retreat immediately if any danger arose. He could not bear the thought of any harm befalling this esteemed individual. Fan Linger, and you shall never be parted for a lifetime. Xiao Linger, too, spoke with deep emotion, whispering softly into Zhang Fan's ear. The two, for reasons unbeknownst to them, found their gazes converging in a singular moment, only to hastily divert their eyes elsewhere, feigning nonchalance. Although not explicitly stated, the leaders of various sects tacitly agreed upon a rule: as long as Han Guling did not perish, he would not be separated from them by even a step. He Shang maintained an unperturbed demeanor, a playful smile gracing his lips, as he shifted his stance, holding his gun with one hand while his left elbow bent. Charging directly toward the gaping chest of Bai Wuchang, regardless of what his junior brother intended to do. Remember to take me along, although my cultivation is modest, in critical moments I am still more reliable than others. Shin Boheo expressed his request, since it was a matter pertaining to their sect, any debts incurred by the disciples must surely be repaid by the master, despite believing he had covered his tracks impeccably. The items he pilfered were not merely possessions of others, but belonged to Hong Jun. Though he had merely etched a 3-centimeter mark on the Shanbing blue-silver, he could nonetheless sever the vines of a seed-level master with a single sword strike. Undoubtedly capturing the attention of the Academy's higher-ups, she felt a slight relaxation within her heart, and with tender emotions began to lean close to his ear, softly murmuring words as if her sentiments were too poignant. He truly opened his eyes, and within them, there seemed to be a glimmer of clarity. Upon hearing her words, he gazed into her eyes, narrowing them slightly. This was the first expression he had revealed since entering the room. Chapter 55. The knock resounded again. 10 minutes passed without another knock. I glanced at my mother and whispered, "Do you think they have already left?" My mother, peering towards the door, replied, "I am not sure. Since there exists a place more favorable than the Dragon Clan's burial grounds, let him go. May he, having regained his freedom, contribute to the safety of our allies." The sacred dragon spoke slowly. 6 months prior, Susan had been working as a bar honey trap, luring wealthy patrons to earn a handsome commission while searching for her soulmate. Ren Jingyao was no different, though she preferred to frequent more upscale nightclubs. However, after taking just a few steps, Yi Yu heard a multitude of voices engaged in lively discussion. After listening for a moment, Yi Yu quickly discerned the reason for the commotion in the hall. Had she been a spectator of the match, she would likely have felt similarly exhilarated. At this moment, hearing Zhao Yunqing's words, she felt somewhat helpless, even if they wished to assist by Zhantong and Wang Baobao. How could they help when they could not even locate them? Tianhao Group's early listing would surely lead young Qianma to believe that his secret accumulation of funds had been discovered by Tianhao Group, prompting him to take precautions. Thus, their focus would shift to Tianhao Group, leaving Nara Group unnoticed. Given that this was the first round of the competition, everyone lacked extensive experience, and the opposing team's strategy was quite prudent. With frontline warriors clashing while the rear-ranged classes and priests provided support, this battle, I believe, will mark the final confrontation in the southeastern region, determining into whose hands it will ultimately fall. After the officer corps partook of a simple lunch at the base, they took their leave. After all, these individuals are in positions of significant authority and would naturally not wish to squander too much time on a mere handful of inexperienced recruits. The fact that they could spare half a day today was already a considerable concession to the old-timers behind these cadets. Chen Feng reclined on the bed, propped against the pillow. He felt a sense of satisfaction that night. Yet at this moment, his mind was a blank slate, unsure of what to say or do. Death to him was merely an ordinary occurrence. Life, whether lived or not, would likely unfold in such a manner for him. Yan Ming cast a fleeting glance at her, remaining silent, before turning on his heel and leaping onto the high platform. The petrified Wen Qingqing mechanically turned her head to observe Qin Yixiao's sharply defined profile and the slight curl of his lips. Finding it somewhat more acceptable than she had anticipated. Later, when his grandmother arrived, he became even less proactive, often leaving Meiya to wonder if he no longer loved her. Thus, Yichio's sudden display of affection today made her feel exceedingly uncomfortable and out of sorts. Out of the corner of her eye, she occasionally glimpsed that youth, and seemingly without realizing it, she found herself possessing a measure of newfound patience. Fortunately, the messenger proved to be quite capable, successfully cutting through the encirclement and arriving safely at the destination. The first 7 or 8 types combined from the Tanyu and Beima royal families could, with some effort, be assembled together. The most aggrieved must be my second sister-in-law. Her couple's harmony and the cordial relationship with her mother-in-law nearly cost her a child. Lin Cece mumbled after finishing his statement, and he furrowed his brow, internally lamenting that there was no information related to the world stone in his system tasks. He repeatedly called out to the diamond. Yet the latter seemed oblivious, and with a sharp crack, the hemp rope in both of their hands was severed as if sliced by a razor. Chapter 56. The Black Cat was not murder. It was suicide. But why did the body appear at Mirror Lake? I inquired. I heard that the woman took her own life after a quarrel with her boyfriend. As for how her body ended up in Mirror Lake after drowning in the ancient river, I cannot say. Before Sun Wukong could utter a word, Zilan interjected, her pretty face flushed with indignation as she glared at the Bull Demon King. She had always maintained her virtue, having never allowed any man to touch her aside from Wukong. How could this foolish bull speak so recklessly? In the current state of affairs, perhaps one could truly walk freely in the 100 Battles realm. Tai Zhang felt a surge of excitement within. As long as the Golden Firmament rules progressed further in the future, he would approach the pinnacle of breaking through the void, coming ever closer to his goal. Although she struggled with the art of pleading, she found herself somewhat softened by the sight of her own shameful demeanor. Moreover, despite her best efforts to deny it, a devilish delight surged within me. As far as I know, did you not construct 3 source lands? Xiao Cheng inquired curiously, noting that the records did not indicate such functions for those two bases. Originally, there were no trees surrounding them, but with a single kick from the demon Luo Qi, he was sent flying a mile away, toppling countless giant trees. On the road, I encountered several disciples of the Qianhamen who silently succumbed to the encroaching black mist, vanishing into nothingness, their deaths utterly noiseless. In Tang Hao's embrace, the fiery form of the Lotus Moon Fairy tightened, her delicate jade-like hands anxiously grasping at his garments. The three departed amidst laughter, while a few hesitant onlookers among the disciples chose to follow suit. Ling Feifei hurriedly retreated a few steps, her eyes wide with terror as she glanced at the space behind Yuan Xian. Regrettably, the vengeful spirit was invisible to the naked eye, only perceivable through the reflective glass treated by Tang Sang. As April drew to a close, he was to commence his duties at the Jinwu Guard in a few days, yet was this truly the appropriate moment to join them, Lu Shun remarked. Indeed, I acquired a white teacup yesterday, master. This is an undeniable truth, and I would not dare utter a single falsehood. Ge Wei frowned slightly and gestured for him to refrain from interjecting. Kai Sang was unaware that Tianjin had ultimately heeded Su Daofu's counsel, persuading Sima Yuanxian to take Kai Sang as his wife. In her letter, she expressed herself delicately, merely suggesting that if both parties were inclined, she would adopt Kai Sang as her sworn sister, thus forging this matrimonial bond. De Ben trailed behind the taxi as it progressed, when the vehicle halted at the dormitory entrance of Fenghong Electronics Company. He was momentarily taken aback. From his clear eyes, Miao Miao discerned the naive affection of a young man, pure and unblemished. Though she was on the verge of departure, she felt a twinge of embarrassment upon being caught sneaking in for arrest. Humph, do you doubt my resolve? Li Gon sneered, drawing his sword. Did my phone just ring? He had just set his phone down, preparing to leave when a sudden sound emanated from the doorway. Fu Huan shot him a helpless glare. He had been persistently targeting her abdomen today, regardless of the crowd. After completing the account setup, Ji Mang led them to a driving school, urging Ganya, hey too, and by FA to obtain their licenses. Many regarded his actions with indifference, until that entity surged forth, merging with him, at which point the god of light came to a complete halt. Muscle old man shook his head with a smile. He did not wish to speak well of Ji Meng in front of Sister Hua, fearing that her overly perceptive nature might lead her to believe he was deliberately praising Ji Meng, which could instead provoke her disdain. Chapter 57. The person on the balcony. That night, my mother and I scarcely slept, collapsing onto the sofa just before dawn. Crack. I seemed to hear the sound of a door opening. Instinctively opening my eyes to glance at the entrance, my heart racing, only to find my father stepping inside. What on earth is wrong with you two, sleeping on the sofa? She pondered. This man, in both presence and demeanor, was not someone of ordinary caliber. He must possess considerable stature. Yen Ru was also ensnared in turmoil. She was not one to lack discernment, fully aware that this matter was of his own making. Yet, the thought of being a noble princess of the Yin kingdom made it all the more difficult to concede. Their frantic sprint caught the attention of the beastman leader, who seized a wolf-toothed club and pursued them. Subsequently, during the morning assembly, Zhaoxing warmly received the envoys from the two Jin, accepting their national tribute and finalizing the establishment of a commercial chamber in Song. He also engaged in discussions with the emissaries of the Jin Khanate concerning the mutual benefits between the two nations. Once military forces are engaged, it may lead to an irrevocable path. Holding arms with self-importance and potentially seizing power through force, is that feasible? Xia Yuruan had no time to peruse the myriad of comments. The power of netizens was overwhelmingly potent, capable of drowning one with but a single spit. Look, your teammates are enlightened. What about you? At such a moment, Sun Jua, now a knighted player, exhibited no displeasure, instead approaching Westbrook and provoking him with words. The maid, in her bid for survival, truly had no secrets left unspoken. Zhao Chuan let out a cold laugh, gently striking the back of the heads of the two, causing them to faint. He then turned his attention to the three armored commanders engaged in combat with Lu Chen. As Tsang Wu offered a slight nod to them. An Ning, noticing Ji and Ning's momentary distraction, Li Tsuilan softly called out her name, following her gaze to see Zhao Qingying. Ji and Ning had a fleeting acquaintance with him, and if her memory served her correctly, he should be Lu Lao's nephew. Lu Ruoqiu Iu.as for the newlyweds, they were certainly capable of consummating their marriage and had not taken considerable precautions. So why had she not conceived? After several exchanges of courtesy, she allowed Xianju to enter the chamber first, while Ming Tian tidied his attire, which would soon be unnecessary, before closing the door behind him. Cursed, I had warned that the Eld's deity would awaken eventually, yet they refused to heed my admonitions, claiming that once they were gone, the deluge would be inconsequential. Li Ru observed the array of noble furnishings in the dining hall. Feeling that Jiasu had fully embraced local customs, after eons, hundreds of thousands, millions, even billions of years, the realm had gradually evolved into its current form, becoming a truly independent world, while the 72 ancient demons remained the lords of hell. Unchanged through the ages, even now I cannot forgive him. His presence has caused at least half of those who once aspired to be physicians to abandon their dreams. Su Han was certainly aware that Su Yuan was currently stationed at the government office. Which was why he had chosen this precise moment to act. He kicked fiercely at Qing Tong's abdomen, and only then was the restraint on his arm lifted, yet she remained unwilling to relent. Even in death, Lin Jixia was determined to fulfill her mission. Whether the performance was commendable or not was beyond Xiao Zhao's comprehension. She had been fixated on Li Kuan, oblivious to his ulterior motives. Chu Bai felt a sense of nostalgia, and in a mere moment, he accumulated 5,000 energy points, an accomplishment he had previously deemed unimaginable. In his past life, such an achievement would have been regarded by him as legendary. Chapter 58. Someone is at the door. A knock resounds, yet another knock. I held my breath, gazing at the entrance, daring not to make a sound, even able to hear the thudding of my own heartbeat. It was still not yet midnight, nearly past 9 in the evening, and the knocking had begun. My mother and I exchanged a glance, and I could see the fear reflected in her eyes. Here it comes, this very knock. He unleashed a radiant palm of white light, charging towards the silken ribbon, but a resounding boom echoed as two forces collided in the air, resulting in a violent explosion. As events unfolded, the renown of Chen Jiuxi grew ever more illustrious. He had become a legendary figure in Mianshui County. 2 priests of the Golden Light sect have taken measures to protect the moon-eating toad. Fearing that Pingdong Qian Yi might return to strike it down with a single blow, thus killing the divine guardian they have painstakingly nurtured during their previous expedition in the Sea of Trials. They learned that hundreds, if not thousands, of their kin had banded together to hunt down Qin Luo. As Qin Luo grasped the blood crystal stone in his hand, preparing to set it down, he was suddenly bitten on the hand by Yao Huang, causing blood to flow profusely. Sui Han mentioned their intent to establish Bai Hai City in the Bai Hai tribe, and that Luo need not necessarily spend the cold season in the royal city. With Zhao Yang and Sui Han by her side, her protection was not solely the responsibility of the two of us. As for the general store in the western tower, despite its modest size, its considerable depth could easily delineate a living area, thus alleviating some accommodation issues. What then? The slot machine representing the path of life is but a singular entity. It seems unnecessary for us to continue rummaging through the gaming boxes here. Perhaps the box symbolizing the path of life is indeed unique. As Xiao Lu expressed her dejection the following day, upon seeing the divorce agreement, she stared blankly for a long while, and just when the lawyer thought she might have reconsidered, she signed her name. Ji Ziming, witnessing the mockery of Ying Sha, surprisingly refrained from retorting, which was rather unusual. However, while Ji Ziming fell silent, Ying Sha was consumed by worry, watching Mu Chou practice his swordsmanship repeatedly. Ming Yangzi observed the task progress before turning to leave, leaving Mu Chou to pursue his martial studies alone. Upon hearing Chen Shui's words, Lu Yen couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't expected Chen Shui to remember his words so well. Nevertheless, he found himself fond of her demeanor. Her previous contrariness had been quite exasperating for him, yet he felt a profound reluctance to ever raise his voice against her. Lian Yuan Chao tightly clenched his hands, gazing at Wen Rui defending Gu Xiaochun, feeling a deep sense of desolation within him. Very well then, but I wonder how Commander Wang's attitude has adjusted? Lao Jiu furrowed his brow, suddenly turning to Wang Dechui beside her, yet Lu Yan was certain of one thing. Throughout the entire retreat of Gao Wu, not a single complaint had been uttered to him, which brought him considerable comfort. Lu Yan understood that even if Gao Wu could not comprehend the situation he faced, he would unhesitatingly choose to withdraw. Alas, trailing a cat in the dead of night. The master sighed heavily, resigned to follow us inside. Fortunately, Lu Guozhong is the direct heir of the southern Lu family fist. Had he been an ordinary person, he might have been dragged down by the thousand-faced corpse in mere moments. Having his skin flayed, General Sun was also astute. Instead of utilizing the readily available evidence, O Ting sought additional proof, merely because the video implicated you. Eugene Shi, do you realize who you are speaking to? Shindu inquired in a low voice, unabashedly revealing the glee in her eyes at his misfortune. Chapter 59. Another death simplified a few words. After that cat leapt down, the knocking on the door ceased for the night. Our family remained awake the entire night, finally collapsing onto the sofa to sleep only when dawn broke. When I finally awoke, it was already past noon. I saw my mother tidying up and my father preparing meals in the kitchen. Mother, what are you all doing? I nearly lost control and wanted to tear apart Ji Qianqiu's enchanting smile. Fortunately, at the last moment, she managed to restrain herself. Now, Luo Zhouyu's face is filled with concern, her thoughts entirely consumed by Xiao Mo Yao's well-being, leaving no trace of the earlier resoluteness and anger, observing the antique vehicle before her, reminiscent of the automobiles from the mid-20th century in her own world. Su Zijuan could not help but silently disdain the backwardness of this realm. Zhang Kaifeng and Zhang Lan exchanged knowing glances, both of them swift in their actions. After breakfast, Zhang Kaifeng had already arranged for Zhang Lan to fly abroad. Zhu Ling flew to the head of the hook snake, fixating on Jing'an, who was steadily gathering power. After a while, a surge of formidable magical energy erupted, a blinding golden light shooting forth, stirring a smile at the corners of Zhu Ling's mouth. Before Xu Ran could finish her words, the other end of the line was filled with a series of busy signals. The call had been abruptly terminated. At that moment, Lu Shiqing appeared slightly pale, seemingly burdened with heavy thoughts, oblivious to Ji Qianqiu's scrutinizing gaze upon him. Just give it to me, you needn't see me off, I must leave now. Or I shall be late, Wan declared, reaching out to take it. A thought crossed his mind about how even a cornered rabbit might bite. He smiled indulgently, watching her as she seemed intent on tearing a piece of flesh from his hand. The onlookers stood frozen in shock, as no one had anticipated that Bangila would actually take flight. As he headed to the dock, Ailmoyang faintly heard the cicadas' calls, reminding him of the delectable taste of cicada monkeys. This was also the reason why the palace was not deliberately taking dream demons to collect horrifying energy. It seemed she could, through the omnipresent spirit world and her ghostly diving skills, along with her innate instincts, siphon the terrifying energy emanating from the vicinity through certain mediums. After approximately 10 minutes, Chang Nuo had thoroughly reviewed both questions A and B along with their attachments. Directly opposite him sat Liang Guang, a disciple of the King of Source, while Thatcher faced Uye. This moment, its condition was somewhat poor, having previously struggled wildly in the fishing net, leading to a state of near exhaustion. After resting beside the fishing boat for a while, its condition gradually improved. On the way back, the monkey quietly gazed out the window, watching the buildings blur past. The crowd managed a faint smile. Attempting to muster their spirits, the decisions they had made required mental preparation, yet they had not anticipated the harshness of reality, which nearly shattered their confidence in cultivation since birth. Baidi City was no ordinary stronghold. Unisian was awestruck to behold a colossal city floating amidst the cosmic starry expanse, larger than any planet, magnificent and breathtaking, a sight that left a profound impression. He had traversed many places with the old man but had never witnessed such a grandiose spectacle. It was nearly unfathomable without witnessing it firsthand. Yang Xiu's intentions were not obscure. Lu Xia, wise and perceptive, grasped the implications immediately. Yang Xiu was cautioning him not to hastily overthrow Cao Cao or reveal any animosity. Given the current power wielded by the Han court, any confrontation with Cao Cao would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. Chapter 60, A Figure Stands Upon the Water. I found myself utterly indifferent to the words spoken by Qin Shang behind me. My mind was consumed with thoughts of the deceased before me and the woman who had jumped into the river that fateful day. Was this man perhaps slain by some malevolent force? Such thoughts suddenly surged through my mind. What am I thinking? Hurry and lift the body. Yu Wencheng nudged me. Tianji and Yu Bin had already approached the corpse. One after the other, Yen Xiaoxia truly felt a throbbing headache. She rose gracefully and departed, ignoring the frenzied state of Yen Shanshan behind her. Lin Sixian found himself at a loss for words. Overwhelmed by these bizarre inquiries, he desperately wished he could crack open Song Ruyu's skull to see what thoughts occupied her mind all day long. The same situation, confronted with the progress of present circumstances, indeed suggested that there were still numerous changes to be made. Yen Xiaoxiao Jin Guangyan's voice suddenly turned icy, inexplicably rising several decibels to I. In this context, how could he truly achieve the changes and ideas he aspired to? Ruoya Xian listened quietly, biting her lip, her scrutinizing gaze fixed upon by Ruoyan's eyes. She noticed the depths of her eyes were clear and undisturbed, and Ruoya Xian knew she spoke the truth. Su Yuan, like an exuberant mother cat, meowed for quite a while before Milanyu finally reacted, a captivating smile blooming on her peach blossom-like face. As long as Chang Yao was willing to clarify in front of everyone that what had just transpired was merely a misunderstanding, then Lan Yingchen would not hold a grudge over the slight affront she had suffered at Chang Yao's hands. Upon hearing this, Zhu Rong displayed a look of disdain. To dare to question the ancestral witch's prowess was surely deserving of a lesson. In such a vast collaboration, Robert, merely the deputy director of the construction department, indeed found himself unable to wield absolute power. Without the benevolence of the River of Fate, how could Tony possibly complete the production of the steel battlesuit and the development of the tokamak device in such dire circumstances? Moreover, we merely need to fulfill the tasks entrusted to us by our master. As for the rest, should you remain unmoved in the face of a lifespan of 300 years? Carlyle inquired. Tsunade, true to her name, despite her blindness and inability to discern her surroundings, could still hear the wind and discern positions. Tilting her head slightly, a kunai whizzed past her ear, severing a lock of hair. Upon witnessing the demise of the male beast, the female creature let out a mournful cry, frantically flailing her arms to battle. Yuchen. A roar echoed, and in the blink of an eye, their forms shifted, transforming into a massive lizard-like creature. Yilu rose and approached the window, raising a telescope to observe a warship sailing westward, sneering coldly. Not long after, Li Rue crept forward, spotting a gun ahead. It belonged to the portly man. He quickly approached and concealed himself beside the hefty figure. Cautiously peering ahead, upon hearing this, El Duan's eyes gleamed with pride. Clad in a robe and wearing a hat, with 3 strands of grayish-white beard cascading from his chin, despite having reached the age of knowing destiny, his demeanor and appearance still exuded an extraordinary elegance. The map of the Tang dynasty within Yang Feng's possession was rather simplified. It depicted mountains, rivers, and lakes, yet lacked numerous specific place names, although the coastal ports were detailed. When Yu Xia had forgotten her phone, prompting Wang Yuru to promptly hand her own over, Sun Xiangyu's phone number ends with 4 identical digits, making it quite memorable. As fate would have it, when Beidoxing dialed 2 of those digits, they indeed connected. The specifics are too convoluted to articulate at the moment. I can only request that he promptly make his way to the bar. Chapter 61. A woman followed us to the camp. We did not immediately proceed to open the door. I glanced at the time on my phone. It was already 11 o'clock at night. I in the dead of night. Why was Yu Wencheng not in his room sleeping, but instead coming to our dormitory? Moreover, having just encountered something sinister at the amusement park, I felt an acute sensitivity to everything around me, constantly suspecting that the person outside was not Yu Wencheng. Su Mukin pointed towards a residential building to the north, a stark contrast to the old neighborhood where I resided. At the very least, when Wei Yongping first assumed his position, he did not command such an imposing presence. Largely due to his limited connections within this industry, with the 3 realms map provided by the Rain Painter and the search capabilities of the Dream Fairy system, Jiangxiak was preparing to seek out Zheng Lifeng and Luo Zhaodi. Tianxi escorted several individuals to the car, encouraging them to visit whenever they had the chance. They nodded in agreement, and shortly thereafter Yi departed due to her filming commitments. Yi had arranged with Tang Yan to assist him at his shop once their work was complete. Xian Lu, with his rather peculiar appearance, made Xiao Ming apprehensive that after using it, Qi Jin might also be transformed into a monstrous figure, although the Grand Witch possessed some transformation techniques as well. Xiao Ming still believed that a human form was quite preferable. Perhaps every beginning is inherently an end, and every end may herald a new beginning. Perhaps this moment signifies the time of conclusion. In the dark, glimmering depths of Dormammu's violet eyes, a sinister light flickered as he fixated on Ao Shitu in midair, sneering as he spoke. You all may continue. I shall observe the situation ahead. As Lin Feng traversed a mountain towering at least 20 meters high, he ascended step by step, resembling a figure suspended from the mountainside. Any unsuspecting players witnessing this scene would undoubtedly be left in a state of astonishment. Meanwhile, within the colossal armor, Obadiah sensed a familiar, immense force surging forth, even heavier and more ferocious than before, as a penetrating power surged directly into his body. At that moment, Zhang Xiyun's phone rang. As he retrieved it, I caught a glimpse of the screen displaying the name Lin Xiao. Upon realizing this, she immediately sprang to her feet and rushed outside, ultimately halting at the entrance of the doctor's office within the hospital. The platform was indeed excessively large. The two had already searched several times without catching sight of the broadcasting studio. To clarify, the newcomers being recruited by Changxing Tian this time are either individuals with connections and resources or those possessing extraordinary talent. After all, apart from RNG daring to unleash GNG, no team has yet allowed Chu Hong's GNG to be released. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Chen jumped onto the slide and descended swiftly, with a soldier closely following him. Upon seeing Yi Chen leap, he too took the plunge. Su Changkong instinctively sensed safety. Although my 9th realm turtle breathing technique's defense was feeble, it was still sufficient to withstand an adversary of innate strength. Old Guan, is my lightspeed number 3 repaired yet? Li Shou inquired as he rushed towards Old Guan. They were all once captivated by the allure of simplicity, although, akin to Shin Qin, he never articulated his thoughts. It was precisely because these feelings remained concealed in his heart that they fermented like fine wine, becoming increasingly rich and aromatic. Very well, then you shall join me in safeguarding the island lord here. Awaiting his breakthrough in cultivation, Li Qing nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Chapter 62, Li Tianya's strategy. It was only at 2 in the afternoon that I finally roused myself from bed and ventured to the other 2 rooms to check on Tianji and Yu Wencheng, who had just awakened, their minds still somewhat foggy. After a brief interlude, as they gathered their senses, the 3 of us convened. Where has the captain gone? I searched the entire camp, but he is nowhere to be found, Yu Wencheng remarked as he entered. Pajun turned his gaze in that direction, a faint smile gracing his cold, sharp features. Commander Lu, who dominates the battlefield with unparalleled prowess, certainly leads an intriguing personal life as well. Finally, General He, having resumed his military and political demeanor after the departure of his creditor, cast a sidelong glance at Lu Lang, emitting a disdainful snort from his nostrils. The formidable 250-pound aerial bomb had obliterated 3 of the sturdiest artillery fortifications. The only force capable of posing a significant threat to the enemy aircraft was the Air Force, rather than the ever-defensive anti-aircraft guns. Zhao Ergu, relying on his close ties as the commander's confidant and his good rapport with several officers from the Special Forces, dared not speak recklessly. He was well aware that Zhao Daing's indiscreet remarks could attract the ire of these formidable individuals, who were not only ruthless but also the commander's prized assets. In the next moment, a piercing explosion shattered the air, and the Wraith Sword Ghost emitted a dreadful shriek as its body was cleaved in 2. The name Lu Sihuan was self-chosen, inspired by his idol Lu Yong's 3 transformations, yet simultaneously representing his own intangible rival. To name oneself 3 transformations when he would insist on being 4 transformations was nothing short of audacious. With their plans firmly established, the group advanced westward for over 20 kilometers. strategically positioning themselves at the vital thoroughfare between Brussels of the Bratban and the Zeeland Republic, awaiting the phantom reinforcements from Norman, although it was referred to as a finished product, in truth. Due to the assistance of casting in molds, the raw material did not require their craftsmanship, having been adequately formed through the molds. Now, he faced a pivotal decision: to persist in the assault on the Kingdom of Gwynedd, forsaking the support for the forces in Dublin, or to abandon the hard-won progress against the northern Kingdom of Gwynedd in favor of dispatching the main forces to bolster the Irish front. This was undoubtedly a challenging choice. Wang Dao, the first high-ranking officer of the Southern Army to sacrifice himself, not only led to the complete annihilation of the 4th Division of the Kaifeng Imperial Guard but also the loss of Tongshu. The remaining 100 soldiers of the 16th Legion were mercilessly slaughtered by the enraged northern forces, as Lin Outnan forbade any surrender, and none within the 16th Legion wished to capitulate in the moment before he was relentlessly drawn by this powerful force. Wu seemed to have an innate foreknowledge of its arrival, frantically trembling his wings, yet, the instant he broke free from the constraints of the myriad celestial binds, that overwhelming repulsive force surged forth. As dusk descends, the Zhang family's stall stands resolutely before the Minghua Academy, attracting numerous servants who instinctively form a long queue. The purpose is to eradicate the lineage of Roger, eliminate his apparent successor, and deny the existence of the great treasure, all to curb the era of the great pirates and diminish the breeding of piracy. Although Lu Yufang harbors concerns about the exorbitant price of the pills, the relentless torment of illness over the years ultimately silences her objections to in times past. He might have taunted her with words like, "Before these eyes, your skeletal remains appear as pitiful as a marionette." Chapter 63, All Things Have Consequences. Her focus was on me, not on Yu Wenchang or Tianji. From beginning to end, her target was solely me. Gazing into the nearby white pupils, I found myself forgetting how to breathe, how to scream, and even how to flee. My mind was utterly blank. Litni seemed to sense my unease and shouted, "Chen Tianming, what the hell are you doing?" In stark contrast, the more than 500 individuals were undeterred. If 1 year proved insufficient, they would endure 100 years of cultivation, and if 100 years failed, they would persist through 1,000, never fretting over the passage of time. Is that not terrifying? Once these individuals achieved their full potential, possessing this legion of 500 undying warriors, seizing control of the universe would likely become an effortless feat. Bi Shang, Han Shu, and others showed no hesitation, each selecting a direction to pursue. However, the clan leader was correct. It was indeed essential to deliberate on which path to take, lest this matter disturb the tranquility of their home. Just as Yi Feifeng muttered curses in her heart and raised her gaze to glare fiercely at Exiner, she suddenly felt a chilling gaze directed at her. On the teleportation array of the Blue Spirit Domain Sanctuary, the figures of an 80-member team materialized. Upon closer inspection, aside from a few spirited individuals, most bore expressions of distress, hardly resembling a team that had just secured the first kill. Moreover, the purpose of leading the army was not solely to guard against Jiang Dong, but also stemmed from a degree of unease regarding Sun Tzu. Hearing footsteps behind her, Qin Muyan felt a tightening in her chest. She was utterly drained, relying solely on her willpower as she gritted her teeth and sprinted in a particular direction. She had a means to directly silence all communications. Distancing herself from the spectacle of these traitorous fools, previously she had questioned why the Tan family had not sought her out, but it now seemed they believed they had found a more suitable candidate. The Dominion of the Resting Place convened 3 million years ago, with 7 million years remaining. "I hope that when you emerge, you will leave me in awe," the Lord of the Abyss remarked. The moment when Xingye was drawn in, it felt as though he plummeted into an abyss, not merely entering an illusion but rather becoming ensnared in an infinite cycle of terror. Master, after scouring Fengling City and with the 100 million blood coins provided by the Dragon Sky Blood God, you now possess 12 billion blood coins, 100 weapons of various ranks, 1,000 pills, and 100 blood talismans of all levels. The Blood Spirit succinctly outlined Xiaoquang's current assets. The legend of the blood vomiting score is well known among lovers of Go. It is said that during the Northern Song Dynasty, the esteemed master Lu Zhongfu engaged in a game of chess against a village elder at Lishan. After 120 moves, he suffered a crushing defeat, leading him to spit out several pints of blood. This match, renowned for its extraordinary brilliance, became known as the Blood-Spitting Manual. Even before a strike was launched, it was evident that it surpassed the power of a mere fist conjured from thin air. Lu Yifeng, believing himself not to be a villain, found it inconceivable to commit such a heinous act. The secret technique of crafting blood from vengeful spirits should never again see the light of day. As long as this formation remains intact, each time the mountain is shrouded in thick fog, lives will inevitably be lost. Upon sensing the gravity of the situation, Shangguan Xingwan's expression turned solemn. Her consciousness swept over Schwer, causing her brow to furrow even deeper. How intriguing, truly intriguing. I never imagined a three-way battle could be possible. If that is the case, could there also be battles involving 4, 10, or even 1,000 participants? Xiaoquang mused to himself. Chapter 64, The alarm without a task on June 3, 2008, around 8 in the morning, the alarm at the camp suddenly blared. Glancing outside, I remarked, "Why hasn't the captain announced today's mission?" Tianji donned a jacket and replied, "I don't know, but an alarm surely indicates a task. Let's go outside. Perhaps the captain will inform us on sight." Until the crew had set the scene and prepared to shoot the next shot. Yi Shuihan had yet to utter a word. From his perspective, it was imperative to find his way here. He had merely stepped out for a meal, unaware of the events that transpired, only to be brought back here. These matters were not secrets, and Huang Yichen, having heard of them, would naturally come looking. It became evident that Yvonne's ascension to team leader was not without merit, as the eyeliner accentuated the striking contrast against Yi Shuihan's exquisite eyes. While it might appear incongruous on other artists, this eyeliner added an air of mysterious allure to Yi Shuihan's visage. "Jia, who is this?" a boy inquired as he approached, scrutinizing Yi Feng from head to toe while addressing Lu Jia. The gamble lay in whether he could successfully eliminate him while fortuitously avoiding being struck himself, and still have time to prevent others from igniting lights or fires. This was yet another gamble with his life. Since arriving on Earth, the frequency of such life-and-death gambles had escalated dramatically compared to his previous experiences in the realm of cultivation. Upon hearing these words, Anyo's eyes brightened momentarily. Ling. "What did you just say?" "I didn't catch that." Anyo's head nudged between two mountain peaks. Feng Qian and his companion were both astonished to witness that the black giant bird was, in fact, a massive vulture adorned with feathers as dark as night, its wings spanning 5 zhang and standing 3 zhang tall. Its razor-sharp claws could effortlessly grasp an adult male lion, and most astonishingly, it possessed 3 heads, each considerably larger than a water bucket. In the third round of the competition, Luoting experienced favorable fortune, facing an opponent who was merely at the mid-stage of innate cultivation. Without any surprises, Luoting triumphed over her adversary in less than 30 breaths. Meanwhile, Xu Mahe, who shared a good rapport with Yi Feng, stood by with a grin, silently observing the two. Forget it. "I have no time for this. You should go seek Wu Di from the Blue Sky Steel Factory," Zhang Huiding stated indifferently. "Today, the industrial park appears nearly unchanged from my visit yesterday. The vast expanse of the factory grounds is enveloped in an eerie silence, with even the security personnel at the entrance dozing off in their booth." However, at this moment, at the western export, atop a towering solitary peak, Su Hao gazes anxiously towards the west. Rain Miaojiao skillfully parts her long, graceful legs, tightly wrapping them around Yifan's robust waist. As Yifan, breathless, prepares to take the next step, a voice filled with profound irritation suddenly emanates from outside the room, with a disdainful glance. The formidable man from the Nailan family remains unfazed by He Qingfan's demeanor, merely expressing a desire for attention. A fierce glint of murderous intent flashes in his eyes, brimming with bloodlust. Long Yan cannot help but furrow her brow. If the other party truly had an urgent matter, she would not mind facilitating an internal connection, yet, as Feng Qi's cousin, she should possess Feng Qi's personal phone number. Why then would the call come to her? Of course, if it were a seasoned practitioner of the same level, like Feng Luoyu, they would be capable of contending with an entire regiment comprised solely of ordinary soldiers, provided that regiment were indeed composed of such. Chapter 65, 3 Corpses. The incident of the elderly man jumping from the building was merely a minor interlude. I had not thought much of it, as such occurrences are all too common across the country. Later that evening, I called Pang to recount the day's suicide incident. It truly was amusing. Should one inadvertently leap, the regret would be insufferable. Pang chuckled as well. As for the path ahead, Huang Ke's ability to intervene is quite limited. For now, all he can do is make an effort to assist them in their arrangements, while their future ultimately hinges on their own fortunes. Lu Shuangjin, upon arriving at the garden, finally sensed something amiss and dispatched someone to inquire in the fragrant garden. Upon failing to find Lu Lijin, they discovered that she had come to Windy Garden without even having breakfast that morning. Xiang Kai swallowed hard and ultimately recited the lines befitting a talented scholar in his beauty, instructing Lu Lijin to step outside and send Lu Jin to fetch it. "Understood, Commander, I shall relay your orders immediately." Huang Ke waved his hand, signaling for him to leave. Although this does not guarantee that the children will lead prosperous lives in the future, one cannot simply refrain from striving due to such uncertainties. In both life and work, one must not allow fear of choking to prevent them from eating. There are no certainties in this world. What they can do is patiently observe and wait attentively. At that moment, the airplane glided steadily through the sky, and just as it prepared to land, it suddenly jolted violently, causing those on the ground to witness the aircraft sway uncontrollably in midair. After all, having traversed the Nine Nether and explored the true Spirit Sea, one begins to conceive entirely new ideas when exposed to broader horizons. Although her words were directed at Xiang Kai, Lu Lijin was not naive enough to miss the implication. The crown princess seemed to believe she had done something extraordinary when she told him, "Lotus Flower, I shall marry you, bear your child. And in this life and the next, I will be your devoted wife." The weight of her declaration hung palpably in the air. If you are still willing to accept my words, then both you and I must learn the virtues of tolerance and the art of relinquishing past dreams. As we strive to rediscover our life's objectives. In that moment, Luo Shenhua was engulfed in profound shock. A doctor in his 40s arrived, appearing utterly drenched in sweat, having hastily come without even donning his attire. The terror he felt stemmed from the chilling truth that unfolded later, which upon reflection was truly horrifying. Upon witnessing the luminous streak in the sky return, Su Huan, Wu Gengchen, and the others felt a jolt in their hearts. It was only after the phenomenon had vanished again that they dared to enter, just as a ping-pong ball is indeed a ball, and a basketball is also a ball, if the martial sovereign lacked the formidable strength to dominate the martial forces. He could not maintain his position. Hearing Xin Yuan's call, the illusion Moonfox immediately transmitted her spiritual energy through their mental link. Meanwhile, Yi Lingling also rose to pay her respects, yet Xin Yuan could sense her gaze lingering on him. In an instant, her figure vanished from where she stood, employing a shadow-like likeness technique, and reappeared before Wang Kai, circling around him, although Su Chen had momentarily grasped the purpose of the USB drive. He couldn't shake the feeling that it might not be as simple as he had presumed. Chang, who was eavesdropping at Zhang Yinan's door, wore a foolish grin resembling a simpleton. Lian had completely disregarded the sharpshooter's words. Lost in fantasies of one day tossing a large jade orb with one hand while pouring another with the other. Chapter 66. The eyes of the corpse opened, her eyes opened once more. I was taken aback and instinctively took a step back, unable to close her eyes. She was a restless spirit indeed. Her unwillingness to depart would surely not end quietly. There was an 80% chance she would transform into a malevolent entity, perhaps even causing more deaths. Tiaoji remarked, "This is not an 80% chance of becoming a malevolent entity, it is a 100% certainty. Please relay to Master Emoju that we shall proceed with our tasks." Chancellor Luo said with a smile. The weight on his heart suddenly lightened. Accompanied by the still bewildered ministers, he departed from the gates of the Tingwang Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tinghan chuckled, realizing he had truly sought out the right person. For the past 2 months, he had to bathe thrice each time he emerged from the stable, and it was always with fragrant bath products, as he could still perceive the lingering scent of manure on himself. Now, he felt finally liberated. Hani Chen's distinctive voice echoed in her ears, his tender tone nearly melting Tang Kersen's heart. Qing Tian's body trembled, a roaring sound resonating in his sea of consciousness, blanketing him in an overwhelming surge of immortal energy. Which force does not desire to grow even more powerful? Which family does not yearn to dominate the skies? In the eyes of these forces and families, the Sky Alliance had monopolized too many resources. And as long as this gigantic entity existed, they would forever be denied the opportunity to reach the pinnacle. Luo Yulan looked around with a hint of regret. It was disappointing that the young master Yu did not attend the banquet. Though she somewhat understood due to his obsessive cleanliness, watching Chao Muyu and Sang Jinyu bid a reluctant farewell, the two departed from the general's residence together. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to my esteemed friend Mu for his kind intentions. The Ming Corps sect is indeed commendable, and I have no intention of changing my allegiances. However, I must attend to other matters, so let us converse another time. Wang Changsheng shook his head gently, politely declining the offer, and with that he turned and departed. As for the final statue, it was most peculiar, resembling a human form, yet the features were indistinct, shrouded in an ethereal mystery. How could one be so inconsiderate? She waited for him for over a decade, yet he would not even leave an empty seat beside him for her. Chang Shang shifted into a right empty step, transitioning into a right high bow stance during the movement. Wielding a knife with both hands, striking diagonally from the right rear to the left downward. Following this, he took a half step with his left foot, entering a right kneeling posture. Should I intervene and disrupt their dialogue? If this continues, I fear she may lose control of her emotions. It would be unwise to reveal any telltale signs to Ling Yi. Bu Qianhuai understood the situation clearly. It seemed that the previous Xian sect sorcery and Taoist teachings had been recognized by the Taoist before him as belonging to the Taoist disciples. Nonetheless, this made matters easier to handle. I had foreseen this. With his arrogance, he would certainly not relinquish these fruits of advancement. At that moment, a brown-haired gray appeared from a corner of the orchard and spoke. As for the specifics, I am currently unaware. Although my authority has significantly increased, I still cannot access the inner workings of the United Empire, so I intend to observe for the time being. Old Jiu remarked to the assembly. Among them was an individual clad in a black robe, enveloped entirely save for a pair of luminous eyes surveying the surroundings. This person was of utmost importance to Bu Qianhuai, for they had yet to make a single move throughout the entire ordeal. Chapter 67. The repetition of death's process. The corpse's eyes snapped open. Upon hearing my words, the entire room fell into silence. Everyone bore witness to the corpse's awakening. Just moments ago, I distinctly remembered that the corpse's eyes had been firmly shut. How could they suddenly be open? Were they fixated on one among us? Or did they simply refuse to close? What happened? The waterman briefly introduced the forthcoming circumstances before his disappearance. It was a straightforward description of a labyrinth, which also contained illusions beyond its confines. A cohesive team, united in purpose, striving together for victory through adversity. This journey was indeed fraught with challenges, and thus discontent could easily arise among some. He dared not disclose to Kong Yunxiang that he Qingxiu and Pu Xian had seized the Japanese patrol vessel. which was likely already en route to Shanghai. His own crew was insufficient, and he hesitated to depart, remaining docked at Qingdao, awaiting the opportunity to transport goods to Shanghai subsequently in preparation for the future. Wu Tian produced 2 boundary markers. As Wu Tian delved deeper into the refinement of these markers, they became capable of accommodating multiple spatiotemporal coordinates. However, the positional markers on the 2 boundary stones were being altered and configured differently by Wu Tian. Meanwhile, the ginseng essence was a millennia-old treasure. Its prowess, even if not in the realm of offense, rivaled that of the so-called demon kings. Yet, the moment the jade silk ring emerged, the apothecary sorcerer was deliberately ignored by the grand sorcerer, whose current strategies seem to be feigning generosity to maintain our trust, while secretly seeking to deceive us into relinquishing the jade silk ring. Overnight, all the men of the male clan vanished. By dawn, only a faint floral fragrance lingered in the air. The entire male clan was deserted, with faint traces of blood still visible on the ground. The hope of survival compelled countless inhabitants who had never left their homeland to traverse distances of 100, 200, 300, 400, and even 500 miles to the unfamiliar land of Waidu. As a consequence, the number of starving people in Puyang increased day by day, with the famine-stricken populace extending across the 500 miles surrounding the 7 states of Han. Zhao Wei, Qi, Yan, Chu, and Qin, seeing Shuriao seated in the hall, numbly grinding herbs. Shuishi maneuvered her wheelchair to her side. Lei Ting and Zhui Feng immediately tensed up, yet the emperor merely cast them a calm glance, signaling them not to panic. In truth, when Li Dong made his move on the rice dumplings, everyone's attention had not strayed from his figure even for a moment. The scene of emptiness was naturally witnessed by all. Upon hearing Li Dong's shout, everyone promptly rushed over in a flurry. Yao Shan reported the latest casualty figures of the imperial army. Within the span of 3 hours, the losses amounted to 8,000 men, with the bodies of the deceased soldiers already transported to the rear of the camp, occupying a significant area. Indeed, League of Legends is a game of considerable allure. Beyond its engaging gameplay, it serves as a means to foster connections between strangers. Although Hanshan Temple is nestled deep within the mountains, it will inevitably be searched at dawn and dusk. Xi and Yun Shixian would eventually have to depart. If the reality were indeed as it appeared today, given by Lizi's usual temperament, he would not have uttered so much or acted in such a manner. Thus, unless he harbored some grievance against Yuer, it could only be that she had made a poor choice by aligning with her elder brother. As for the subsequent scheming alongside her brother against him, having come to terms with it, he held not a shred of resentment. Yuer's loyalty to her brother was a matter of course. Unbeknownst to them, merely half a day after everyone departed, within the tomb where resounding rumble echoed, the stone door above the passageway at Xuanyuan's tomb began to descend slowly. Chapter 68. The cycle of death repeats. As Tianji and I reached the first floor, just as we exited the elevator, a dull thud resounded, akin to something plummeting from a great height to the ground below. We exchanged glances, refraining from rushing out immediately, instead standing at the elevator's entrance. Before he could finish speaking, the sand particles before him suddenly erupted violently, and a sand lizard, half the length of a person, burst forth from the ground, extending its neck to bite at a nearby student's neck, leaving the student pale with fright. Shopkeeper, are there any premium rooms available? A man shouted from downstairs, sweat pouring down the shopkeeper's forehead as he gazed imploringly at Yimuhan. Princess Chao Wang, allow me to guide you, Lvao said as she walked ahead, kindly introducing Yimuhan. The rumored price hike of soybeans was nothing more than a baseless tale, stemming from news of reduced yields at the soybean plantations within the stone forest. Shao Qi and his companions launched a continuous barrage of attacks, yet the stone peak remained marred by fine cracks resembling strands of white hair. Simultaneously, a massive formation began to materialize on the ground. He Ju was momentarily taken aback. Had it not been for Abito's impending demise, he would have thought Abito was merely jesting with him. Upon hearing these words, Wang Jiuji turned his head in bewilderment, gazing at the girl who bore a striking resemblance to him, feeling rather perplexed. Indeed, it was said she was merely 17 years old, previously an earnest student, orphaned at a young age with a modest upbringing, tirelessly seeking part-time work each week. Li Wei scratched his sparse hair, pondering aloud. Was he not concerned about the possibility of being entangled with those who cast curses? Lu Yang scoffed, harboring a sense of disdain for this Jinlong Wang, recognizing such methods as desperate measures taken in a time of crisis. Accompanying the inquiry that penetrated his eardrums was a sensation that rendered his ears tingling as her hands gradually intensified their grip, attempting to sever all avenues of resistance from the man by seizing control of his vital points through her own understanding and methods. Well, never mind, let's leave it at that. Sanji Chang, you handle it. By the way, call Dao Shun along as well. Being from IGA, it would be nice to have a companion. After speaking, he waved his hand at Takuji Kiyakawa. During the break, Zaimokuze Yoshihiro and Tsubaki Kato came to comprehend the core purpose of the servant club established by Yukino Shida Yukino. Li Meng's gaze did not go unnoticed by Mang Si. He simply recalled the Li Meng from his dreams, the one he first encountered, and compared it to the Li Meng of the present. The warm currents swirling within their bodies collided with the icy rain that eroded their surfaces, contrasting warmth with coldness, leading them to shiver in unison before gradually distancing themselves from their pursuing foes. The target was the guards atop the city wall. Fire, launch. This time, the strategy shifted to prioritize striking the guards within the city. Just then, a faint murmur reached his ears, stirring Luo Yin's curiosity, prompting him to pause and observe who had arrived. However, while an ordinary person may not feel much after a meal or two, Li Gongyan learned from Yi Songwu that this enduring trifecta, unchanged for 50 years, could wear down even the most resolute individuals. No wonder upon hearing He Fengxian mention the trifecta, the faces of He Songwu and He Jin appeared more bitter than bitter melon. To the utmost level, who is this person? It is only at the utmost level that one can step outside. With such strength, how could he possibly manage him? Bai Kai remarked, what kind of question is that, so presumptuous? Could Master Qin truly have anything that eludes his understanding? The temporary supreme commander stationed at Songlang City was Di Lang. And the Broken Wolf army stationed here numbered nearly 6,000, a force capable of effectively utilizing the formidable Songlang City to thwart the advancing 10,000 troops of Yuanyan without significant difficulty. Chapter 69, Disclosing the Truth. Thanks to Ni and Wu for their generous support. Oh my heart trembled violently, and my body shuddered, causing me to plop down onto the ground in that moment of sitting down. I caught sight of the dazed expressions on Li Tianyi and Yuan Chang, clearly indicating they had witnessed the same silence. The room had descended into complete quietude. A gust of wind blew through the window, bringing with it a chill. Even the second-level mutated zombie diving down was struck directly by the air cannon, causing half of its body to collapse. The human race from beyond was about to descend. So why would Sang Dai still inform him that there was a 99% chance that the third human world would be breached by alien races? That spatial pathway seemed to merge seamlessly with Ji Changhe's bloodline. Ready to be summoned at any moment, they once deployed over 30 invincible and over 1,000 experts to besiege Luo Hao, intending to seal him. Luo Hao, in his sorrow, extracted all the supreme weapon materials from his inner space. Hoping to revive Yan, such significant reforms invariably require a gradual approach, yet the newly appointed deputy city lord boldly opted for a drastic and sweeping measure. Next door resided Lady Bai, who, despite her ailing health, violently shattered the vase atop the treasure case. Witnessing the primordial power threatening to incinerate the heavens, Lin Dan was secretly astonished by the primal might of the four divine beasts and resumed psychological warfare. Understanding that the backlash of the severed arm's power existed within the realm of mindset, by influencing the lone wolf's mental state, he could weaken Yamei Dai's divine strength. Even they believed it was only natural to be scolded in the military camp. While the delicate young lord before them, oblivious to worldly matters, spoke with such brazen arrogance that it was utterly laughable. After Li Juanxiu made this remark, Su Yuan shot him a disdainful glance and took the mineral water, gulping it down vigorously. Thus, selling 3,000 at Shanghai town was deemed normal, while selling 5,000 was considered a tremendous profit. Animation undoubtedly intersects most with toy-related consumers. However, this does not imply that film and television cannot serve a promotional purpose. How could that be? Lin Zhongqiu was unconvinced, noting that even the prominent Japanese brands were compelled to cease their television business in the Chinese market under Lin's commands. Gazing at the nearby, the overwhelming and pure power enveloped the surroundings, causing Ningxi's spirit to tremble. Duke Edward spoke without raising his head, while the butler waiting nearby quickly accepted and exited, instructing the male servants standing at the entrance. Yi Qiu had already deduced the identity of the visitor. Descending from the upper floor, he indeed found Zhu Yunhui's mother seated, enjoying tea and chatting with Lin Xiang. The magical artifacts crafted by Zhu Lei and his companions, though somewhat mediocre, were not entirely without merit. All those artifacts were entrusted to the disciples of Wu Ji and taken to Tian Yuan. The disciples of the Sword Trial Hall had low cultivation levels, making those subpar artifacts suitable for their use, thus contributing to the recycling of resources. Conversely, Edward preferred to see Britain emerge as a formidable European power, subordinate to Spain and France, rather than relinquishing its sovereignty under royal rule. Tang Chen hesitated to speak out of fear of entanglement. The intricate dynamics of large families are far more complex than outsiders imagine. To avoid trouble, it is often wiser to feign ignorance. I am from Changjiang Daily, and we wish to know who rescued the ambassador of love, Lu Yusin, stated the reporter from Changjiang Daily. Chapter 70, Elevator Horror. June 8, 2008, Sunday. That morning, I was sleeping soundly when my phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, I discovered it was a call from Lang Mengyun. Ever since that incident at the amusement park, where she encountered something unclean, she had scarcely spoken to me, let alone called. Typically, we exchanged a few words occasionally on QQ. But counting today, it had been an eternity since our last conversation, certainly more than half a month. However, this did not guarantee that genuine casualties would not occur during the exercise, especially with cavalry involved. Even wooden long spears, when striking a target propelled by the immense force of galloping steeds, rarely allowed the opponent to remain unharmed. You may not get that opportunity. A light chuckle echoed, and three figures gracefully descended from the sky. Landing directly before Jiraiya, however, he discerned that dealing with these three combined venerables was the utmost limit of the Lu Tsang Great Formation. The recent disassembly of the trio had been relatively sluggish. And had their cultivation levels been even slightly higher, the Lu Tsang Great Formation would likely have been insufficient. The red dragon, having soared several hundred meters, hovered in midair, casting a disdainful glance at the swiftly approaching Thunder Eagle Knights. Its jaws opened once more, unleashing torrents of flames upon the Shrek city below, akin to a fiery cannon. Upon hearing Tai Shirtzi's words, the warriors of Jiangdong were left in utter astonishment. Originally Zhu Hang, Su Shang, and the others had been eager to engage, but upon hearing Tai Shirtzi's glowing praise for Zhang Fei, they dared not voice their bravado any longer. Why was this excessively loquacious, shameless, and pathetically weak creature trailing behind them? Upon listening to Commander Zhao's grandiloquent rhetoric, Bai Xuansu's lips curled into a bemused smirk, a flicker of cold amusement gracing her features. She paid no heed to his discourse, instead fixing her icy gaze upon Commander Zhao. Her eyes radiating a chill that could freeze him into eternal ice. The noble Viscount granted Alpha an opportunity, a chance to alter his fate. Thus, Alpha beseeched the Viscount for support to partake in the Adventurers Guild's occupational qualification examination. As she spoke, Yun Tingyu leapt onto the back of the dead dog, which soared into the sky, propelling Yun Tingyu upwards. At that moment, Gao Xenoyu timely activated the flying ship's array, allowing the dead dog and Yun Tingyu to pursue the Divine Might vessel. Ding Chang was instantly exhilarated, bursting into boisterous laughter, causing his corpulent frame to tremble with mirth. Chen Lin, having scratched the 14th card and still finding it devoid of fortune, felt a swell of pride in his foresight. Only to have the 15th card reveal itself shortly thereafter. These patterns were the result of Yunlan's painstakingly accumulated experiences, universally applicable across all formations within the chaos of the cosmos. Previously, Yunlan had navigated the ancient tomb of Black Mountain with ease, relying solely on this knowledge at the Tianquan level. The roasted leopard meat was incredibly fragrant, complemented by Lu Dingtian's honed culinary skills, yielding a crisp exterior and tender interior, filling the air with an appetizing aroma. After such a prolonged period, was I still unaware of the character of the individuals within Huatian Company. It was inconceivable that they would allocate resources and a public relations team on my behalf. Qin Ming's laughter, tinged with derision, echoed, clearly expressing his profound disillusionment with Huatian. Du Yuan retrieved a half ingot of silver from his pocket, inquiring of the attendant, "Could you kindly direct me to the finest horse market in Changlin City?" Upon finishing his query, he rewarded the attendant at Lingdong, and handsomely. Lu Yuhan appeared unfazed by the throng surrounding her, her demeanor as composed as ever, naturally smiling as she greeted, "Hello everyone, I am Lu Yuhan. I am deeply grateful for your presence today." She also offered a courteous bow. Chapter 71. The scene of the surveillance device. "Thank you, Nini, for your generous tip. What are you doing here?" I asked. Regarding the incoming Lang Menjian, it was akin to inviting a wolf into the fold. This was indeed the result of your father's meddling. Mother could no longer contain her outrage, abruptly rising from her seat. He yearned to witness the unfolding of today's events. With Wang Qi's demise occurring here, the followers of Bai would undoubtedly not rest until they sought retribution. Thus, it was imperative for him to observe diligently. Originally, Xian Yuani was to be celebrated for his accomplishments, yet due to his subsequent public execution of 5 civilians at the flea market, a decision was reached that balanced merit with fault. However, under the steadfast insistence of the newly appointed General Long Qianni, Xian Yuani was still granted a promotion in rank. As for the city lord, Jiang Chuan, having devoted the greater part of his life to cultivation, he had attained a self-aware level of the practitioner's realm, yet the attainment of the master's state of unity in knowledge and action remained uncertain. Perhaps tomorrow he might experience a sudden enlightenment, grasping the realm beyond thought and achieving that unity, or perhaps he would never reach it in his lifetime. Xian Yuani tapped his cane against it, producing a crisp, metallic sound. Was this soldier a metallic construct? He vigorously rubbed the surface with his cane, feeling its formidable hardness. After a moment, he noticed a layer of brass-like metallic sheen where the cane had scraped. Liang, eager to flee, had no desire to engage in further conversation with Wang Mengmeng. He raised his hand and threw a punch at her. However, Wang Yao had not yet fully matured, and for reasons unknown, Tuoba Hangshan hastily sought to break through to the revered realm, only to ultimately fail in his endeavor, resulting in his demise and the tragic fate of Fengshui sect, which overnight became a desolate city devoid of life. The Wang Mengmeng before him was a stark contrast to the radiant figure she usually presented. The husky hesitated for a moment, then resolutely discarded his phone and approached her. In the eyes of the old man, the 4 prominent families were not merely wealthy enough to rival nations, but more importantly, they were recognized for their military strength, particularly the soldiers in the Jiangnan region, who excelled in naval combat. The most bewildered by the unfolding situation were Song Zizhi and Qi Jingxian, who gazed at the scene with utter confusion. His father had instructed them brothers to assist their 4th uncle, ostensibly to ascertain his well-being. He had long believed he harbored feelings for Mu Qingqing, Yet just moments ago, his heart inexplicably fluttered gradually. Upon hearing such a tone, Chen Jin ceased to struggle further, but when Yen Hong spoke under these circumstances, a sudden pang of anxiety gripped Chen Jin's heart. Anticipating what Yen Hong was about to declare, Liu Yuan's recent incident not only resulted in commendation but also a promotion to director, with Du Lei's father significantly aiding in this matter. This was something they were well aware of. In an instant, golden blood flowed through the grooves of the enchanted blade into the hilt, and Huan Li's form became strikingly more ethereal, upon the arrival of Hong Do and Gu Ziyan. Some immediately took notice, their curiosity piqued by Hong Do's transformation. Nan Chuan said nothing, merely casting a glance at Yu Chanxian before departing the Yu family estate. In just a few months, she would soon become a mother. Patience was in order. Xian Yu walked to the balcony to inspect the plants. Before she even entered the room, she heard the soft, sweet voice of Yi Yin Yu along with laughter emanating from within. Chapter 72. All has come to pass. Are you certain whether it moved or not? I whispered. It seemed to have moved, yet perhaps it did not. I was uncertain. Zhou Jianyuan remarked. Do refrain from being so loud. You startled me, I replied. These individuals had only recently passed away, mere hours ago. It is unlikely they would have transformed into vile beings so swiftly. Contemplating various matters in silence, Liu resolved to ask his sister for the more than 2,000 yuan he needed. Claiming it was for the purchase of materials, and he would see how much she would provide. After receiving her contribution, he would devise a means to gather the remaining funds, confident that he could manage it. Did you never consider the reason why a mayor would abandon all his duties and rush over here? A bitter smile fully spread across Meng Shi's face, although Lin Yin's behavior this time was indeed rather distressing. Lu Shuangyang harbored some doubts as to whether this was yet another act of Lin Yin attempting to extort his spiritual essence. At the Longwu Emperor Assembly, strength was paramount. Only by attaining titles and promotions could one receive various rewards of cultivation resources. Serving as both encouragement and a form of discipline for the disciples to diligently hone their skills. Upon hearing Lu Yu's voice, Elizabeth trembled slightly before slowly turning around. Her blue eyes brimmed with sorrow, and her golden hair, somewhat disheveled, cascaded over her chest, creating an enchanting yet chaotic appearance. To an unknowing observer, it would be inconceivable to believe these individuals were law enforcement officers. The elderly man, having lost his right arm, admitted his defeat to Lu Shuangyang before collapsing into unconsciousness. Observing Cold Blade's demeanor, Qin Juanqi felt no anger. Instead, he directly inquired of Cold Blade. At this moment, the surrounding onlookers found it difficult to believe their eyes. For in the past, Wang Chang had always been perceived as an exceedingly formidable figure, yet now, he was being held by another, leaving them perplexed. Wuxing's brow furrowed even tighter. He tightened his grip on the wineglass, and in a moment of carelessness, shattered the exquisite vessel, causing the wine to mix with blood and spill forth. The shards of glass littered the ground, glistening and translucent, with the crimson liquid rolling atop. Imbued with the fragrance of wine and the scent of blood, undoubtedly, the primary significance of this crisis was that it made everyone aware that even in the face of impending doom, those great powers were the most likely to endure. Several police officers displayed expressions of confusion. Upon exiting the ward, they found the nurses and doctors had already departed. Whose voice had they just heard? The Hainan Silver Ticket Bureau had been restructured into the Hainan Bank, a wholly owned banking institution of the Hainan royal family, and the largest comprehensive bank in Hainan. It seems to be the case. The terrifying broadcasts not only wielded considerable power within the narrative realm but also functioned as a sort of glitch in the real world, albeit with numerous restrictions that necessitated the assistance of listeners to manage various tasks. Taking a deep breath, Lin Hao still struggled to equate the now declining Five Elements clan with the ancient giants of yore. Presently, the Five Elements clan was weaker than even the most feeble of the 9 great sects. Their experts appeared diminutive in comparison to those of the 9. The path to a formidable military and the rejuvenation of Huaxia could only remain a lofty dream without a strong military force to safeguard it. Yet now, the shroud of darkness had finally lifted, and the fleet of the Black Prison Empire had arrived, a fleet capable of obscuring the brilliance of stars, instilling immense confidence in all, not only the populace, but even the officials of the Twin Eagles Empire were invigorated by these words. His remarks caused Ran Sisi to lower her gaze slightly. She had not anticipated that when it came to discussing serious matters, Zhang Xingchuan's demeanor would be quite convincing. Chapter 73, a vehicle unfit for riding, please step inside. A frail voice emanated from within the carriage. Lang Mengyun grasped the door handle with her right hand, but before she could open it, I seized her wrist. What is the matter? Lang Mengyun inquired. I first glanced inside the carriage, but the darkness obscured everything. Releasing my grip, I sprinted away. He was indeed moved. Yet a certain prince was far less amiable. With a fierce glare directed at Nailanshi, he forcefully pulled Jun Qilihua into his embrace. In the dead of night, Gunyan, still drowsy, extended her hand, only to have it grasped by another hand as soon as it emerged from the silk quilt. She attempted to turn over, but felt as though her waist had been shattered, rendering her unable to move. Bai Feifei descended the stairs, and the smile on her face vanished in an instant, replaced by anguish and sorrow. Longing and Jun Qilua, upon observing his expression, realized that Ying's father was certainly alive, and thus followed closely behind him as they proceeded forward. In the office of Group A within the design department of the Green Energy Group, silence reigned throughout the day, occasionally interrupted by a sigh. Someone lifted their face from the mountain of paperwork and glanced toward the inner office, where the blinds were wide open, yet the occupant had already departed. For practitioners of the mystical arts, the technique of shifting was indeed extraordinary, but for immortals, it was as commonplace as the daily routine. The murderous aura emanating from the shadow guard intimidated the physician, who promptly lowered his head in acquiescence, not daring to raise it, and prepared to grind ink and write a prescription. With such considerations in mind, the more experienced physicians tended to be increasingly cautious, particularly with critical patients, ensuring to clarify the situation beforehand to prevent any distressing incidents that might provoke family members. The power of the nascent soul was indeed formidable. Under its infusion, the flying sword in the assailant's hand radiated with a rainbow of colors. Nearly infusing the nascent soul's energy elevated the sword to the level of a high-grade treasure in a remarkably short time, showcasing the might of the nascent soul. Although the lecturer teaching Li Lufei and the others was a professor, he still had to respectfully address Xiao Youwan's father as teacher due to the generational hierarchy. It mattered little. Lei Yu was unperturbed. He was not afraid of the opponent but also refused to squander time here merely to prove his worth. Your Highness, please do not be vexed. I have come today to assist you. She neither wished to keep Sang Li by Muyan's side nor did she possess the courage to eliminate him. Thus, the only course of action was to send Sang Li away. Suddenly, a figure soared from the far end of the empty hall, laughing heartily, his voice resonating throughout every corner of the chamber. He flew directly to the black golden throne at the high dais, gazing down with an air of indifference, causing the demons below to stir restlessly. Qin Huan's heart felt as though it were submerged in formalin. It appeared intact yet was, in reality, already in ruins. Everyone, do not lose heart or become angry. I assure you, when you leave, each of you will receive a gift, Jialei hastily declared. Chapter 74. The two deceased captain. The estimated time of death for the two victims lies between 11:30 last night and 12:30 this morning. Preliminary autopsy results indicate that the deceased exhibited evident signs of fright, ultimately succumbing to death from a high fall. A forensic expert informed Wang Shu. Where were you at that time last night? Wang Shu inquired of me. Though cicadas endure many springs and autumns in their subterranean struggles before shedding their shells, their remarkable reproductive capabilities ensure their annual return, accompanying humanity, or transforming into sustenance for the human body. Eternally entwined with us. A fierce snowstorm descended, abruptly hindering Caesar's movements. However, due to the nature of the greedy wolf's skill, Yi Xingqian's speed remained unaffected, even experiencing a slight enhancement amidst the tempest. At this moment, the majority of the Yi family's servants had already retreated, fleeing in disarray. Yi Lu was struck by a bolt of lightning, collapsing into unconsciousness. Wife, why is your face so flushed? Huo Lingfeng observed Zhuang Qingqing's visage with the curiosity of a newfound discovery. The crowd, in their foolishness, believed that the greatest treasures must be kept close at hand. The boundless love of the New Year's Eve, much like this companionship, is but a silent vigil. In times of distress, I would overturn the nation for you. In moments of sorrow, I would warm your shoulder. In times of trouble, I would engage in frivolity for your sake. As long as you are present, so too shall I be. Not lovers, yet sharing a mutual understanding of suffering, that alone is sufficient. The true essence of goodness and beauty in this world is indeed rare, if one perceives tribulations as nourishment for personal growth. Then disregard the malevolent words of others, and simply tread your own path. Let them speak. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten. Cherish each day. Feng Yuyan opened his eyes, washed his face with a handkerchief, and opened the door, only to find Chen Jiu watching him from outside. For the first time, a glimmer of despair appeared in the immense eyes of the five-headed Xioza, yet more prominently was a sense of madness. With a wave of his hand, Ding Gu and his companions promptly followed suit. Although they were unaware of the identities of Hui Yun and the others, Feng Yuyan's profound respect for them left no room for their negligence. They dared not even breathe as they passed by. Yet, not all individuals are alike. Some are discontent with their current state. To phrase it pleasantly, they possess ambition and ideals. To speak more harshly, this Lu Tingxin is merely a bureaucratic sycophant. General, there are too many of our brothers among the government troops. This aimless shooting is bound to harm our comrades, a leader beside Li Yanlong remarked, his eyes betraying a flicker of shock. At the very least, the matter of provisions is quite troublesome, necessitating vigilance in this regard beyond the battles. Zheng Tuo instructed him to excise the necrotic flesh from his wound, witnessing the gruesome state of the Chu soldiers nearby and his own rotting injury. The bodyguard dared not linger, drawing a dagger to cut away the flesh. Within this unassuming structure resides the highest bishop of the English Puritans, Laura Stewart. As for William's purpose in coming to England, it is to fulfill the Pope's commission and pay her a visit. This not only posed numerous challenges for the court's disaster relief efforts but also, infuriatingly, some citizens truly starved to death due to their inability to afford the exorbitant prices of grain. By the heavens, how dare they? If they dare to act in such a manner, it would be tantamount to undermining the war of resistance, and I shall not let them go unpunished. At worst, we shall dispatch troops to invade Myanmar. I am eager to see what qualifications they possess to be so arrogant. Zhang Guangtou, filled with rage, began to shout. Chapter 75, Possession. At precisely noon, I was awakened by the alarm clock. After regaining my composure, I called Leng Mangyun, only to have her mother answer. After exchanging a few pleasantries, I hung up upon learning that Leng Mangyun had returned home safely. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I took a day off from Li Tianai, purchased some fruits and nutritional supplements, and took a taxi to Leng Mangyun's home. Auntie, how is Leng Mangyun doing? The most peculiar aspect is that there have been an unusually high number of injuries these past 2 days. Predominantly among low-level cultivators for whom ordinary mundane remedies have proven to be utterly ineffective. Ye Guchen managed a bitter smile, sitting silently, appearing somewhat dazed despite not having consumed any alcohol, as if in a state of pleasant inebriation. He attempted to slice a piece of meteorite with his black sword, meticulously dissecting it, yet the fragments flew about only to reveal an emptiness within. There was nothing inside. Within the entire South Korean music industry, only 2 individuals have achieved such a feat over the past several decades, the last of whom accomplished it 6 years prior upon entering his private lounge and noticing the staff leaving. Fang Yen stretched his waist and plopped down onto a seat. Lin Shui, though injured, had not lost consciousness. Upon witnessing Chu Sun's body sink into the ground, a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. She opened her mouth to speak, yet no sound emerged. Unsure of how to plead with her life-bound zombie not to abandon her. In City X, Yi Xiaocheng became aware of Ru Shui's abduction. However, being in City S, he was oblivious to the specific circumstances and the perilous state Ru Shui currently found herself in. He reached out to Yi Guchen via telephone. The strategic objectives have begun to reveal themselves, and the next step is to secure the tangible fruits of war. With her safety assured, she felt completely at ease. When the plane arrived at the capital airport of country, White Johnson disembarked while she was sketching plans. Even as Johnson and his companions hailed a taxi to Cambridge City, she remained absorbed in her drawings. Before her stood a strikingly handsome face, with eyes resembling polished obsidian, radiating brilliance. In an instant, all drowsiness vanished, and she opened her eyes wide, as if startled, sitting up abruptly while clutching the blanket. Despite the seemingly ordinary growth of the trees here, lacking the sensation of a forest in every tree is found in the lower realms. Every tree of substantial girth in this primeval forest boasts a lifespan exceeding 3,000 years. In truth, he had always known that her unwavering loyalty was born of responsibility, much like the days spent together in the orphanage. And later, when they leaped into the sea, he had followed her through life and death. Hua Zaiwen's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold smile curling at the corners of her lips. After a moment's thought, she pressed a button on her watch, connecting it to her computer. This game boasts an exceedingly high level of realism, mirroring reality in a 1-to-1 ratio. In other words, one's appearance in reality is precisely reflected in the game. Who is your master? Mo Yunju felt a tremor in his heart, having already surrendered without a fight. He did not wish to be seen as so ineffectual, yet the harshness of reality afforded him no opportunity for resistance. At this moment, Shimen Lin Jia, whether while uttering these words or gazing at Ming Shi with a serious expression, exhibited a demeanor markedly different from his usual gentleness, adopting a countenance of utmost seriousness and gravity. Observing the perplexed expressions of the team members, Inayab merely offered a faint smile and remarked that had he detected her thoughts 4 years ago, perhaps they would not have endured a separation of such duration. Furrowing my brow as I glanced at my phone, I pondered whether this individual intended to approach Su Lu. Perhaps I should inform her about this matter. She was aware that this was the effect of the medication, that this man was gradually succumbing to the ravages of time, not only in appearance but also in his bodily organs. Furthermore, with both Sun Hyungmin and Chu Gu being exceptionally talented young athletes, pivotal players in their respective teams, she often found herself sleepless at night. Yu Jiayan had given birth abroad to Pei Qishan's son, and she frequently found herself in a state of self-inflicted torment, wondering if one day Pei Qishan would take a liking to that child. Chapter 76, Entering the Elevator. Gratitude to Wen Eryu Ban and NINI for their generous support. When did she enter? How did she manage to do so? The security guard, staring at the surveillance screen, wore an expression of disbelief, his arms trembling. I gasped in shock, although the figure on the screen bore the body of Leng Mangyun. It was undoubtedly not her. My uncle, in a state of utter astonishment, sat down abruptly, pointing at the screen, rendered speechless for a considerable time. As thoughts of the impending family banquet crossed her mind, Lu Yunxiang set aside her concerns and hurried after Shang Rushi. Upon their arrival on the island, they had already discovered numerous bloodstains on the ground, indicating a fierce struggle had transpired. Why did this individual appear so enticing? As if a single bite would quench all thirst. With this thought in mind, she leaned down, her cherry-red lips pressing against the thin lips of the Shangjuan wine. Jin's disguise had momentarily fooled Wei Qincheng. Had it not been for her signature dimples and distinctive cuisine, he might not have recognized her. With each step that Shi Fengtian took, Chen Tianming felt an overwhelming pressure, even experiencing the illusion that the figure approaching him was not human, but a fearsome deity. The instant this person appeared, a wave of terror swept through the crowd, causing even a Jie to involuntarily gasp in shock. In terms of martial prowess, he possessed an undeniable advantage. Yet, he refrained from leaving a brutal impression in Jin's mind. Thus, despite numerous encounters, he had never truly engaged in combat. A vast, grayish luminescent barrier suddenly materialized, enveloping the entire region spanning 9 billion light-years. After the divine light flickered for 9 hours, it abruptly vanished. The family's awareness of their son's intentions was clear, however, due to Jiang Yao's tarnished background and the absence of siblings to support her. Coupled with her ailing mother being a burden, they had consistently refused to agree to a marriage proposal. In a fit of anger, she slammed the bronze mirror down, covering her face and breathing shallowly. Questioning what had just transpired, had she not already ingested the hardlock ring? Why then did she still grapple with unexplainable emotions? In a state of urgency, Fu Shanshan pressed furiously at the light switch with both hands. Yet even after inflicting pain upon her fingers, the room remained shrouded in utter darkness. Jing Rui merely smiled and did not continue the conversation. In this vast world, filled with wonders beyond imagination, it would not be surprising if this jade possessed consciousness and could speak. Linglong, do I appear attractive in this attire? And Hui Ru anxiously tugged at her clothing, her heart fluttering with excitement. As she awkwardly inquired, am I slightly more pleasing to the eye than before? In truth, what she genuinely wished to ask was whether Gu Gongzi perceived her as a frivolous and unsteady individual. Jun Feiyu let out a light chuckle, enveloped her in his embrace, and spoke softly, thank you for your enchanting beauty. I am truly delighted. His joy stemmed not solely from the festive garment she had painstakingly crafted for him, but also from the sincerity of her feelings. To elicit 2 commendations from the meticulous Minister of Administration, moving from good to excellent, was a remarkable feat indeed. The curiosity ignited in the hearts of the onlookers was palpable. During his time as a star, he had always presented himself impeccably at banquets, adorned in exquisite attire. Wan Shi, well aware of the decorum required at such events, yearned for a rare moment of casualness. Wishing to indulge in comfort treasured like a precious gem, truly splendid, Nan Yaodi wholeheartedly concurred, promptly dispatching someone to draft an edict, bestowing the title of Princess Fengzhu upon Yi Qian. However, is it truly more important to gather the 5th type of flame than the life of that half-witted villager? Zhou Xiao wary recognized that this task assigned by the school was intended to allow novices like himself to witness the harsh realities of life and cultivate resilience. Chapter 77, The Unsightly Beings Have Arrived. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the entire camp was illuminated, and several of us, including Tianji, gathered in the courtyard, engaging in conversation while awaiting the arrival of the unsightly beings. I was acutely aware that they would indeed come tonight. At this hour, I would ordinarily. I hope your efficiency in handling matters can soon match the caliber of your speech. Zhong Changjing shot a fierce glare at the villager who had tied a red ribbon and then stumbled away. Above, Ling Sucheng pressed his temple and leaned against the window, narrowly evading a blade by instinctively tilting his head, since Xian de Gosa was a connection provided by the system. Lu Tian engaged in unreserved communication with Xian de Gosa, leaving no secrets unshared. Thus Lu Tian naturally felt close in this world. How can there exist such loquacious spirits, and more alarmingly, one with a chatty master? Nevertheless, we are well prepared here with over 300,000 guerrillas, and we have also acquired a substantial arsenal. When the time comes, we shall be able to form even more guerrilla units. It is inconceivable that they, with merely 2 armies, think they can engage us in urban warfare, Dong Qiping declared. Upon seeing these figures, Zhu Yi felt an immense satisfaction. Her singular lightning ball had not been in vain. This is the fabled hidden-winged deathbug. As Ying Tao uttered these words in shock, the expressions of all the insect masters in the hall turned ashen, devoid of color. Others may not understand, but they certainly grasped the grave implications of the hidden-winged deathbug. After entering the water for the 3rd time, I sensed a significant drop in my body temperature, my limbs stiffening. However, resurfacing was no longer an option. Each emergence would only heighten the peril of exposure. It turned out that after I bid farewell to Zhang Tai that day, a person named Jiao Yu arrived at Zhang Tai's antique shop, clutching an ancient painting, claiming it was an urgent matter. Tianya ambled toward Xinlu, forcing a smile as he waved. Likewise, Xinlu regarded Tianya with a genuine smile, seemingly awaiting his approach. Yet, before Tianya could reach him, he toppled forward. In Chuan City, the 100,000 troops of Lu Kang had also arrived, and the Southern Alliance leader Lin Shan had long received this news and decided to take the initiative to attack Chuan City just as Guo Jiao prepared to retrieve an object to dispel the evil and free himself from the illusion. A strange rumbling sound grew closer. The elders present were momentarily at a loss for words. Many of these relatives opposed the selling of official titles, however, on the festive occasion of the new year. No one wished to dampen the mood. Such a statement, even if the state pursued it, would at most be considered professional negligence rather than a more serious offense. Moreover, by then, I would no longer be in this world. Thus I would not fear being tracked down, for in death, there would be no witnesses. Besides, having perished in battle, the state would not voice further objections. Chapter 78, The Guardian God Fails, The Soul Snatcher. Over 20 malevolent entities appeared on the wall, their white pupils devoid of any black irises, staring intently at us. My mind went blank, my hands and feet icy, utterly lost as to what to do. My heart consumed by terror. What the hell? Yuan Qing's startled cry jolted me back to awareness as I glanced at Li Tianai. Fei contemplated the idea he had just conceived, finding no flaws. It seemed feasible. In their eyes, what were prodigies or geniuses compared to their noble status as disciples of the heavenly extreme hall? After thoroughly confirming there were no oversights, Tianqi yawned and finally exited the game with ease. The day had not yet fully brightened when Su Qingshan descended the stairs, followed closely by Jiang Yuanzhou, who was lugging a suitcase. Xiaomian lay on the sofa, tears at the corners of her eyes. Glaring fiercely at Ying Luo, if it were possible, she would have savored the thought of consuming Ying Luo raw without even a hint of soy sauce, yet, the current dilemma was that she simply could not. True strength is not something that can be boasted about, nor does it require embellishment through garments or various adornments. The residence of Dongzhuo was turned upside down, and Liu Bei had ordered a citywide martial law to conduct thorough searches. However, Li Ru seemed to have vanished into thin air, his whereabouts remaining elusive, never to be discovered. Is Lord Shui planning to sleep with the account books? Chu Chen chuckled softly, seated in the grand chair beside him. Yet Qiao Lan, wishing to maintain peace, found herself confronted by the ire of Zhang Shouer, who erupted with pent-up frustration. A sense of foreboding washed over Qiao Sisi, and before she could contemplate any further strategies, she heard what seemed to be a multitude approaching from outside. Grateful for the mercy of the ancestor who spared his life and granted him a second chance, Lin Sanhai bowed deeply. A mixture of fear and elation on his face, as the realm he had long yearned for suddenly materialized before the ancestor's presence. Racing forward, Chen Che found himself uncertain of the battlefield's location and could only rely on instinct to inquire in a nearby city. At that moment, even the two scheming sisters-in-law turned their attention toward the money, their gazes igniting like flames, eager to devour the cash. It was better not to mention it, yet the moment it was brought up, Cheng Zhen's mind was instantly flooded with the image of Jiang Bai's face from earlier. The situation was dire, as not only in Zhengzhou but also in the other four wastelands, the common folk were abuzz with fear over the Sun Star monarch's audacious actions. Realizing that if the heavenly court could sever Zhengzhou, they could just as easily do so elsewhere, who wouldn't fear their home being suddenly cut away? The ominous sound of stones shifting echoed in the room, revealing a small opening before the 2 days later. Zhan Tian led the members of the Big Dipper to the designated island for assembly. Upon their reunion, a wave of nostalgia swept through the crowd, as Fei Jianzun and others displayed a hint of sorrow upon witnessing the loss of thousands from the Big Dipper mercenary corps, cognizant that any losses in the current maritime turmoil would yield dire consequences for all parties involved. Chapter 79, Criminal Case. I rushed over upon receiving news from the temple, thankfully arriving in time. Had I delayed any longer, it would have been too late, the monk Shiran remarked, yet everything is predestined. My timely arrival is also a matter of fate, but why should the deaths of these individuals haunt her if she bore no responsibility for them? Yuan Sheng inquired further. It must be noted that his talents and knowledge far surpassed those of young Master Dou, for he was a favored disciple under his teacher's tutelage. Yet now, young Master Dou had successfully passed the examination for Shiozai while he had fallen short. In terms of endurance, he was confident he would not be outmatched by any attacker. Even against Augustus, his hands tightened relentlessly, my complexion shifting from pale to a deep purple, as I could not have anticipated him to choke himself, having momentarily forgotten that Li Yi was mentally unstable. Suffering from schizophrenia. He Nian's mind was a tumultuous mess, but such turmoil did not last long, as the arrival of a guest dispersed some of her worries. Gazing at the fleeting years so close at hand, Si Luhan's gaze softened peculiarly. Perhaps he had not been entirely indifferent to the passage of time, perhaps he had been deceiving his own heart all along. The formidable figure of the demonic path, Xianyin Laozu, had his arms severed beneath his command. What a notion that was! The last occasion had seen the president of the Chinese Table Tennis Association presenting medals and trophies, while this time it was Augustus Wolf adorning the players with medals, with the president of the Asian Table Tennis Association bestowing the trophies upon them. The following day, the Zhou family indeed engaged a matchmaker to visit the Erwang mansion, finalizing the betrothal between Chu Yijie and Li Jie. From the moment he heard that the bandits of Lianyun Mountain had annihilated 300 devils and several hundred puppet soldiers, he sensed that the bandits were no ordinary foes. Owing Shirshua's astonishment, Lin Kiki truly came to the school to seek her out. Of course, she had also witnessed the confrontation with Zhang Yuan just moments prior. Upon returning to the company, I signaled to the manager to prepare an endorsement proposal amounting to 16 million, which I promptly forwarded to Lu Yan's agent, Sister Gao. What exactly had Hua Hongqiu fed him? He found himself unable to summon his blood essence, instead being consumed by it. Blood surged through his veins, and he coughed up crimson. Since the passing of her father, Beladian, it had been Malia who consistently stood by Remilia. accompanying her in a manner akin to an elder brother, filling the void left by her father's departure. Liu Cheng'an exhibited his gentler, more considerate side solely in the presence of Ling Feifei, which was admirable, providing his wife with unique affection and care. Within the city of 10,000 demons, there existed teleportation arrays leading to the 6th and 8th battlefields should the demon race mobilize their forces. Accompanied by the Wind Demon Emperor and the Blood Demon Emperor, we would not be sufficient to withstand their onslaught. Julie continued. These devils, who had come to conduct business, were initially gathered on the opposite floor, engaging in idle chatter while keeping an eye on when someone might exit the chairman's office. Now that they have seen Li Liang and his companions emerge, it signifies that their discussions have concluded. They immediately dashed downstairs, heading toward the chairman's office. This Master Li, upon learning that she had unraveled a premium jade, did not seek to leverage that knowledge for personal gain. Instead, he chose to depart quietly, not even mentioning the fact that he had lost his job for subtly guiding her during the stone deciphering process, revealing his integrity and uprightness. Chapter 80. Human head. Zhu Wencheng appeared to have discerned my reluctance. He nudged my arm and whispered, "You seem quite unwilling. What is going on inside?" His inquiry conjured images of those chunks of meat in my mind once again, and I covered my mouth, replying, "You'll find out once you enter." Upon stepping into the kitchen, I slightly raised my head, striving to remain. "What an honor," Lin Yu remarked with a smile, as the fervor within him ignited, causing both the Xingyue sword and the Zile sword in his hands to react. Lin Yu could comprehend that Wan Ning's state of mind was not dissimilar to his own. Nurhasai, upon hearing this, was filled with elation and promptly commanded the relocation of the capital. 2 months later, the Jian troops moved their capital to Liaoyang City. One of the ghostly messengers, after exclaiming ouch repeatedly, rose from the ground, swiftly retrieving the fallen longstaff, eager to strike another ghostly messenger who had just gotten up, said nothing and attempted to attack young Master Jun within the hall of the inspector's office. Commanders such as Lu Ying, Wen Polu, Wu Xing, Zhang Jibo, along with numerous officers and warriors like Yuan Mingxian and Sun Yuanhua, gathered with palpable excitement, all eyes fixed on Lu Yunwei seated at the head, waiting for him to issue the command to march northward and vanquish the Jin troops. At that moment, whatever she might say had become inconsequential. She could no longer summon the strength to care, nor could she afford to concern herself. Yi Qian stealthily approached Shang Hauer, who now should be considered deceased. However, the system interface indicated that Shang Hauer was still alive. Must he truly take matters into his own hands to end his life? At that very moment, atop a towering ancient tree shrouded in thick clouds, stood a youth clad in crimson robes. Slightly leaning forward, his eyes glinting with a cruel glimmer as he gazed at the 4 dark figures hastily darting through the woods, murmuring to himself with a sickly grin etched upon his grotesque visage. A young boy dressed in blue and white struggled to sit up, propping himself against the edge of the bed, turning his head to survey the dilapidated yet fragrant abode, which was adorned with exquisite elegance. A profound confusion flickered within his clear eyes. Mo Dinjing approached from the side, suddenly leaping up and delivering a kick to Jiang Zhuofang's rear, fully aware that evasion was futile. Wasn't she the one who had mocked her previously? Humph, now it was her turn to face the consequences. Perhaps it was time to show a bit of sisterly love and check on her. That seemed reasonable enough. Fan Jioming helplessly shook his head, swaying as he noticed Fan Lao's cold stare upon him, causing him to instinctively slump down, lying flat on the ground. Ji Jiojio and the others were engrossed in a play, so much so that they failed to notice when the 2 of them were transported. Luca stood up, intending to visit the restroom, and exclaimed, "Wow, newcomers have arrived." Upon hearing this, everyone hurried over, curious about the fresh faces. At the age of 49, Lu Xiang aimed to expel the invading forces and uphold the nation's independence and sovereignty. Wu Zhao and the others had long grown accustomed to Auntie Chocolate's eccentric ways, thus complying with her requests without question. As the card was passed over, he hastily drew one. Hey, Long Wei, we're heading out to deal with those troublesome foes. At that moment, Lin Xiao, without a hint of hesitation, promptly called Long Ju to relay the instructions. Lu Xiao was perplexed by what the so-called one-point interest implied. He merely felt a cold sweat trickling down his back, suddenly experiencing chills in his limbs, accompanied by dizziness and nausea. At that instant, Lu Xiao's face turned pale. The innkeeper quickly administered a few acupuncture needles, restoring some color to his complexion. Chapter 81. The sight of a severed head. Thanks to NINIFO, a few young gentlemen sensed an unusual atmosphere today, particularly when the name of Brother Inu was mentioned. The expressions of young Masterine Air and young Masterine San darkened considerably. It was imperative to find an unoccupied place swiftly to send Mao Mao into the Qian Kuan chain. Overall, he still resembled a dragon, yet his physique had undergone a remarkable expansion, towering at a height of 10 meters. In terms of body proportions, his upper body appeared exceedingly robust, with muscles prominently bulging. Exuding a sense of immense strength, the Huan Palace was permeated with the scent of medicinal herbs daily, and when Relia's mood fluctuated unpredictably, yet in her presence, she remained restrained and subdued. Suddenly, the cabin below opened, and 15 containers filled with green nutrient solution plummeted down, embedding themselves deeply into the earth. Until Mo Fengye was satisfied, he unhesitatingly hurled the burning heaven heartfire from Mo Chen storage space. Its trajectory across the void was nothing short of magnificent. Vlad furrowed his brow, noting that even such an assault merely left Charlotte Lingling bloodied and bruised. The actual damage inflicted was not substantial. The Yaoplan stands as one of the major powers in the East. Initially, the Yaoplan existed solely to heal the sick, but after a century, it has evolved into a colossal family on the continent. Lu Xiaobai blinked, wondering if the boss had stripped the sister-in-law's trousers in a fit of primal desire, as it seemed that her clothing had been removed in a rather disheveled manner, after enduring numerous hardships. Lan Yanfeng finally arrived at the address provided by Lang Lai. He halted at the village entrance, lit a cigarette, and sat silently. Oddly enough, while dark clouds loomed over the island, the sea surface nearby basked in bright sunlight. Ding Dang was secretly astonished. Indeed, it was said that consuming the heart of a blue wolf could elevate one from a spirit scholar to a spirit saint, which has become the topic of much discussion among the townsfolk. Rumor had it that even the Baihu family of the four great families had expressed their desire to acquire this blue wolf, offering a reward of 10,000 taels of silver. The main road rubbed his hands together. Wait a moment. Before Qing Mang could finish speaking, Zhu Nanyu had already charged ahead and kicked the door open. Storming inside, in the courtyard stood a large tree. Its leaves swaying in the wind, the shadow cast by the tree on the ground appeared somewhat ominous. In recent days, the Yun family had pondered carefully, even if they refrained from disseminating the formula. It was likely that someone like second sister-in-law Zhan would leak it. Subsequently, Mu Bei flicked his wrist, and the long staff in his hand erupted with unparalleled masculine energy, advancing rather than retreating. And with explosive force, it struck directly against Tang Zian's sword edge. Chapter 82. Identical words. Tianji stood beside me. Although he remained silent, he was observing Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang seemed a bit hesitant, taking a moment before saying, "It's nothing, you two shouldn't overthink it, just do as your captain instructed you." "Alright, I have some matters to attend to, so I won't keep you." I awakened Zhang Shang and urged him to enter the house with me. Zhang Shang pouted, ignoring me, and turned away without a glance. However, what took him by surprise was that, despite the immense force of his kick, the entire altar remained utterly unmoved. His terrifying blow failed to leave even a single footprint. While the colossal recoil caused him to momentarily lose his balance, clearly not only was I unprepared for the arrival of Yao Jinbo and Reni, but even Jiang Minman had not anticipated it. "Your Highness," Sikong Zian gazed at Sikong Yen in disbelief, and for a fleeting moment she questioned whether she had mistaken his identity. Jin Su's hand trembled, nearly dropping her phone in her excitement, and she made a peculiar face at the screen before hastily joining the queue for boarding. Wu Liang managed to smile, albeit somewhat strained. Their earlier confidence stemmed from having Hu Xiao by their side, but once they entered the second layer of the luminescent barrier, they would have to rely solely on themselves. Guyu, draped in a robe, took her phone and stepped onto the balcony, casually picking up the cigarette box left by Gu Jinyuan on the bedside table. As soon as she entered the living room, Guyu spotted Lu Ma, who had previously cared for her mother in this very villa. Moreover, Zhang Yi understood not to engage in petty disputes with Junli, as long as it did not concern her royal brother. She could remain quite rational. "Thank you very much. Yes, I shall instruct the kitchen at once," the housekeeper replied, his expression softening slightly as he promptly turned to give orders. At that moment, she was clad in a high-neck sweater and jeans, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her face devoid of makeup and without a coat, as she had no need to venture outside. A few days prior, Gu Chenfeng had appointed Lu Jessen as the nominal president of the Lu Group, which had infuriated Li Chengyuan. However, after several days of Lu Zhanson's persuasion, she had come to terms with it. Leaning against Gu Chenfeng's embrace brought her a profound sense of comfort, and before long, Lu Jessen had closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. Since her miscarriage, Lu Jessen had felt overly emotional, unable to suppress her tears at the slightest provocation, especially when witnessing others in ill health. The original history of the East depicted the Yi soldiers as adept archers. However, due to their low productivity and technological advancement, they did not employ metal arrowheads, using only ordinary bamboo or wooden tips, which had very limited penetration power. Upon seeing Su Jinru, Tong Meihui felt a twinge of discomfort in her heart. After all of the words and actions she had directed toward Su Jinru in the past now made her uneasy in her presence. As if she were out of her depth, Wang Bu Wang's leader was indeed the individual mentioned by Miao San that day, named Yi Hong. When Su Jinsi entered Su Jinru's hospital room, she was met with an unsettling silence that felt almost awkward. Suddenly a memory flashed in Hua Xijin's mind. Hadn't that fellow mentioned that any damage to the household items would necessitate compensation at market value? Now this object, once deemed useless and set aside, had surprisingly undergone some astonishing transformation within this enigmatic realm. The flavor remained unchanged, fresh and delectable. Paired with the beautifully colored noodles, each bite evoked a feeling of sheer delight. After a careful assessment of the situation, Lin Yushi ultimately resolved to don a blindfold before entering. Presently, the Shrek Academy had relocated to Tiando City, thus seizing the opportunity presented by this auction to come and take a look. Chapter 83, There is a woman in the car. Qin Shang mentioned that a woman boarded the vehicle with us, yet we did not perceive her presence at all. This leaves us with two possibilities, the first being that Qin Shang misidentified someone, and the second that an unseen malevolent entity entered the car, visible solely to Qin Shang, reflecting upon the earlier incident where Tianji observed someone gazing at us through the window. Along with the peculiar statements made by Qin Shang, it becomes evident that a sinister force has infiltrated the vehicle. Ziyi followed Leng Yao into the pharmacy, where an intense fragrance of medicinal herbs greeted them. Imbued with a subtle bitterness. As the aroma enveloped his senses, a refreshing sensation coursed through him, alleviating even the weariness that had lingered for days. The third young master contemplated, noting that many individuals from Chongqing are like reeds swaying in the wind. However, the crux of the matter lies not in this, but rather in the hidden spies lurking within, posing an insurmountable challenge. The golden horn and thunderous horn, adorned with a layer of golden armor enhanced by Luo Hong, exuded a resplendent golden sheen, conveying an aura of opulence without an overwhelming sense of menace. After attending to certain political affairs, Xia Yuanji and the others took their leave, with arrangements made for charcoal to be delivered to their homes. Qin Lang was taken aback by his own uncharacteristic display of emotion, revealing the significant regard he held for the 3 acids and 2 bases project, seizing a moment of Su Ci's distraction. Lin Feng's weapon radiated a silvery glow, the ancient firearm glistened with a layer of silver light as she cried out, the reversal of Xingtian, with a downward thrust complemented by the agility of the spirit crane. The strike was immensely powerful, prompting even Bai Qi, who stood outside, to nod in acknowledgement. At that moment, the Walla cavalry was less than 100 paces away, and Fang Xing raised his hand, signaling a simultaneous barrage from more than 10 cannons. Without waiting to assess the outcome, the group hastily maneuvered the artillery toward the fortress. Seeing her father remain unresponsive surely intensified her efforts. However, Maier still did not awaken. She gently pressed her lips against his cheek. Yet there was no reaction. Finally, summoning her courage, Shirley kissed Maier on the lips, and though he embraced her more tightly, he remained in slumber. Lin Haoyu was engaged in a climactic duel with the imposing black man. The later they emerged, the greater the wagers the proprietor would receive. Setting aside the challenge of refining, the scarcity of the precious herbs alone made them exceedingly difficult to procure. What prompted the thought of constructing 2 city walls? What lies beyond that second wall? Su Ming found himself increasingly intrigued, recalling that he had planned for the second wall of the fire tribe to extend beyond the current city wall, thereby establishing an inner and outer city. Given the current state of national affairs, it is prudent to avoid internal strife, otherwise it would grant foreign tribes the opportunity to invade the central plains. As the Dowager Empress Dong sagely articulated, just as he pondered this, a sudden beam of darkness shot forth from the sea of blood, followed by a raucous, boisterous laughter. Tian immediately stood tall, striding outward, dismissing the absence of traps around him with disdain. The manor had grown eerily silent. Although Zhang Xiuyan felt a twinge of nausea, she yearned to depart from this place. Her destination was Hong Kong, China, an unplanned journey rather than one previously arranged. The Jiangshan, though not afraid of Li Qing's formidable strike, sought to evade unwarranted assault and sidestepped, allowing the colossal hand to pass by. Diao Chan and Dong Dong were truly intimidated by Mu. Collectively pondering that this individual must have not been human in his past life, this apprehension stemmed from Tang Mu's long-standing reputation for invincibility in battle, which fostered a blind trust in him among Yi Yu and others. In their minds, Tang Mu was unbeatable, thus their departure was accompanied by no concern for his well-being. Malfurion Stormrage and Illidan Stormrage, you 2 brothers have tormented yourselves for far too long. It is time for liberation, remarked Crimea as she scratched her nose. After the battle command center was destroyed by the undead, she found a new place to play chess. Chapter 84. Can you see her? Li Tianai drove a small car ahead, while the rest of us followed in a hearse, attracting considerable attention along the way. The hearse was not permitted to enter the city center, adhering to designated routes. It was my first experience of so brazenly entering the city in a hearse. Ultimately, both vehicles arrived at the precinct's courtyard. Before we could disembark, a police officer rushed over, and I noticed Li Tianai making a phone call. Riding on horseback, Roaxian, despite her bloodied appearance, exuded an alluring and captivating aura with her radiant eyes and flowing black hair. Lin Chen, having long since attained emotional steadiness, would have fiercely reprimanded the other in his younger, more reckless days. Qing struggled to break free, but Yun Zhe's grip was too firm. At that moment, Yun Zhe sensed something amiss. He understood his father's intentions and was unwilling to take sides between the crown prince and the first prince, vowing never to occupy the eastern palace at this juncture, though time appeared stagnant. The inner feelings and emotions of individuals could still be discerned by the perceptive. Not every individual bitten by a vampire transforms into a corpse. Shi Zitin's survival thus far was due to not being bitten on the neck. Yan Xiaoxia shook her head, keeping pace with him as he outlined the day's tasks. Just as Sui was about to finish speaking, the office door swung open. Yan Xiaoxia sincerely felt that this man's incessant chatter surpassed even that of Tang Sang. She mused about the idle man, oblivious to the smile that had already spilled from her eyes. A mocking grin blossomed on the gaunt man's face, yet his eyes held no mirth, instead radiating a chilling intensity. Thus, they began their sparring session. They had been training together for quite some time and ultimately, all emerged victorious. Li Mingzi reflected, glancing at his phone, only to realize it was already past 1:30 in the afternoon. Having faced repeated rejections in his confessions was one thing. Today, he had specifically taken her to the prison in Fangzhou, hoping to alleviate her grievances and win her favor, only to be gently rebuffed once more. Now, despite his good intentions to lift her spirits, he was met with a barrage of complaints. How could the proud prince of integrity Nye Peixiao endure this? How could he not feel stifled at that moment? A wooden block suddenly fell from the carriage. Hu Bai, watching the carriage depart, distinctly noted that the block had dropped from a large wooden barrel, which now bore a new hole in its side. This person must be mad. The chief steward cannot simply be seen at will. Even if the chief steward had time amidst his countless duties, he would never entertain such an arrogant individual. After conversing with Chen Feng's father, the group inquired about your home address and the occupations of your parents. Eventually, they added each other as friends, and he subsequently logged off to resume work. Tian Shang had initially intended to wander about, but now he dared not do so. After a long wait for nightfall, he hastily took to the skies under the cover of darkness, silently making his way towards the location of Wu Xie Palace. Chen Langya gazed at Jie Qian, who likewise met his gaze. A shared adversary binds them as allies. Any personal grievances must be cast aside, for failing to do so would grant the vampire emperor an opportunity. And none of them would easily escape this place. At that moment, the silhouettes of hidden spirit beast experts emerged, wielding exceptional weapons as they charged towards Xiaofan. Moreover, the Nightless City is not merely an ordinary estate. It is akin to a golden fortress. Those who possess this golden fortress must either wield formidable power or possess an influential background, otherwise, they would inevitably lose control over it and face dire consequences. Chapter 85, The Heads in Surveillance. You two wait for me outside. Uncle Wang uttered only this brief command. Tianji and I stepped outside, and as we reached the entrance, I casually closed the door behind us. I recalled the pair of eyes I had glimpsed through the crack of the door. This was the last semblance of dignity for Jin Chen, who had a rather thin skin. He was unwavering in his principles. And to offend him would provoke more than mere irritation. How could there be anyone on earth with the surname Shenlong? You must not be from Earth. Well, Lin Shui immediately deduced he was from the Shenlong clan. Once in the car, Wu Fan tossed the box containing the Tianqin alchemy furnace, along with the plastic bag, into the spatial ring to avoid forgetting it upon exiting the vehicle. No way, are we really going to harm our own? Meng Jie gasped in shock. He had never imagined he would need to turn against his comrades one day. Upon returning to the Demon Palace, it was precisely the opportune moment for a Yin's wrath to unfold. Rua Lin silently observed from above, noticing the striking resemblance between a Chen and his father. Arms trading was strictly prohibited within the sanctuary, yet certain matters become increasingly difficult to suppress the more they are forbidden. In the face of apocalypse, many people's self-restraint gradually diminishes, and the number of those willing to take risks grows. The stricter the prohibition, the higher the prices soar rather than cutting off their supply. Do I truly appear to you as someone so obsessed with wealth? Qin Mou rolled his eyes and generously cast her a glance. Upon hearing Yishui's words, Qin Mou gradually cleared his mind. Connecting the dots of Feng Wu's peculiar behavior, and suspicion arose within him as he slowly took a seat, remaining silent in contemplation. Thank you, Dad. I will go gather my things. Shuiwei joyfully dashed into the house to prepare for her departure. The others shared a collective snort, and at this moment, they refrained from taking action, continuing to wait. It is said that over 60 individuals had failed to pass before her. She was uncertain if she would fare any better. Thus Feng Qiner entered the room with a heart full of trepidation. Initially expecting her younger sister to comfort her, she ended up stepping on her own toes, only to find that not only did she not receive any consolation, but she also inadvertently exposed her own pretense of tears. To prevent passers-by from mistaking these vicious dogs for another, Nong Boyan spared no effort in exposing their true identities for all to see. Not only did he unveil their images, but he also took the initiative to reveal their names. Naturally, this was no ordinary institution, it was the affiliated high school of the University of Nothingness. Accessible to all practitioners, the teachers here were certainly formidable, yet they turned a blind eye to students scaling the walls while vigilantly monitoring outsiders. After uttering a brief retort, Shiju ceased further conversation and immersed himself in his work. While Feng Qiner took her place at his assistant's desk, indulging in computer games. Nowadays, during busy times, she proved to be quite helpful, her demeanor noticeably brighter. Her relatives were exceedingly pleased, with her parents often bringing delightful treats to the studio for everyone to savor. This stirred a pang of bitterness within him. The disparity between his mother-in-law's attitude towards him and her treatment of others was striking, yet what could he do? Zhao Qingxiao had no time for lamentation. Time was of the essence, and he resolved to craft his own vehicle. The power system for the D-Class racing car required no personal oversight, allowing him to allocate space for internal components. Yet the fabrication of the collision-resistant exterior demanded meticulous manual craftsmanship. The co-pilot gazed at Fan Chen with astonishment. Merely witnessing Fan Chen's expertise was enough to convey that he possessed greater mastery over the aircraft than himself. Morgana immediately donned a smile, as if the previously irate demon leader was but a figment of another's imagination. Chapter 86, Preparations. Grateful to Nini for Zhuge Tingyun's generous offering, the truth is now utterly clear. The deceased was wrongfully accused. Even a normal person would feel deeply unsettled for days, perhaps to the brink of divorce under such falsehoods, let alone the victim who had not only been murdered but dismembered. Naturally harboring even greater resentment, you have all reviewed the materials. If any insightful thoughts arise, feel free to share. Uncle Wang remarked. Well, it's nothing. Isn't this my responsibility? Lin Meishi appeared quite pleased with her recent performance. Exuding confidence, I greatly admire individuals like her and have begun to believe she could be of substantial assistance to me. He chuckled softly, finding her utterly endearing. Her slumbering visage seemed endlessly captivating, bewildering. Enchanting, neither human nor demon, a swirling mass of purple mist, serenading the air with wisps of enigma as it meandered through the chaotic wilderness. The delicacies at Shifeng Hotel are delectable. The saltwater duck boasts a pale, tender skin, rich yet not greasy, fragrant and flavorful, embodying the essence of crispness and succulence. Observing the driver's eagerness to assist us, we certainly did not mind. His help alleviated a great deal of our troubles. Yet, what of it? Given the circumstances, one's popularity within the class was astonishingly formidable, particularly among the mindless admirers, which was infuriating. The driver abruptly slammed on the brakes, halting in the middle of the street, and exited the vehicle to shout, causing the cars behind to be ensnared. Shinzi approached with a spoon-like object, which bore a striking resemblance to a metal scoop used for ice cream. The silver handle, illuminated by the lotus lamp, reflected a cold, steely light, harmonizing with the crescent moon resting by the youth's ear. Ouyang Wang, though initially startled alongside the older generation, soon comprehended the situation, for they had previously encountered the formidable Shui Bufan. However, Han Xianyu remained utterly indifferent, a gesture that ultimately ignited the fury of Sikong Pa. With Prince Ning as a guardian of order, what was there to be concerned about? Princess Jia and others, upon witnessing the disaster-stricken individuals queuing for porridge, greeted Gu Yi, marveling at her immense popularity. The surroundings were hard, the surface rapidly decaying, ulcerated, yet devoid of pus or discomfort. Had such symptoms ever manifested? Gu Yi lowered her head, scribbled a few characters, and continued to inquire. At that moment, a servant approached to summon Qinwu, her eyes lighting up. Could it be that the palace had managed to deal with Xiao Mo? Nearby, a figure stood with an air of arrogance, gazing at others as if they were mere ants beneath him. Confronted with his disdainful and contemptuous glare, others dared not utter a word and instead pretended not to notice. This sudden news struck the gathering of officers and soldiers like a bolt from the blue, leaving them in stunned silence, the cold damp rain falling upon them unnoticed. Observing this, an elderly woman lifted a basin of water from the ground, closed her eyes, circled around in a strange manner, muttering incomprehensible phrases. Regrettably, the pharaoh remained utterly unresponsive, seemingly unwilling to allow anyone entry. Considering the geographical positioning and the trajectory of the one-eyed giant, the appearance of such an entity at Yi Chen's location was almost beyond belief, evoking a sensation akin to a sudden cosmic upheaval. Chapter 87, Here It Comes. The vehicle meandered through the outskirts, eventually stopping in front of a private residence 20 minutes later. Captain, aren't we heading to the precinct? Yuancheng inquired. Lit and I exited the vehicle first, and I was the second to follow. The moment I stepped out, an unpleasant stench assaulted my senses. Tonight, we would confront the filth here. However, it now appeared that Roland could scarcely withstand the relentless onslaught. Even if he were not consumed by the seven-colored devouring python, he would undoubtedly meet his demise under the relentless bombardment of Mosul. Shortly thereafter, the three titans of the Guangzhou government, Chen Tianming, Deng Kang, and Chen Tianming, arrived, joined by Li Zongren, Lin Yimin, and Situnan, making a total of 6. Against the frenzied titan ape outside the martial god tower, Roland found that his other techniques were of little use. At this juncture, he had no choice but to unleash his ultimate secret move, the spatial gravity technique. It had barely been an hour since I had inquired about it, and now I was summoned to speak with her. Leaving me curious about the matter at hand, she smiled and said, "Wait a couple of days until spring blossoms. I shall invite you to enjoy the outdoors." She graciously declined the matriarch's insistence. Placing too much hope on Yi Ian, it was unexpected that this individual, whom Su Shang valued highly, proved to be utterly uncooperative. Since he took charge of this matter, the solitary cultivator had retreated to Funga Mountain and, like a turtle withdrawing its head, had been incessantly cultivating once more. Su Lingyi called upon Su Lingning and Su Lingquan to discuss the matriarch's affairs, while the second madam had moved to the matriarch's residence. The malevolent aura of the god-slaying sword, combined with the accumulated demonic and murderous intent within by Yun over the years, coursed through his body. The fusion of these two malevolent forces birthed his formidable prowess. The second talisman floated effortlessly through the incomplete gaping hole, arriving directly at the essence of the sculpted Thousand Wolves pillar. The strands of cold, white darkness, while striking the talisman with precision, nearly pierced through an illusion. Unstoppable and unyielding, the fourth madam exerted considerable effort to help the fifth young master rid himself of some of his past vices. These vices were fierce, only ancient tribes in Africa could tame them. Ordinary individuals, even if they managed to capture one, would find it would rather choose despair and self-destruction, Ainsley remarked while glancing at the monkey. This is the monkey's first time too, isn't it? He poked the monkey with a finger. Zhang Yang glanced towards the corridor, ensuring no guests were observing him, then twisted the doorknob and stormed into the office in a fit of anger. But you are the vice president, not a celebrity. This concerns the entire nation. Will they simply let it go? Su Rannan wrinkled her nose. The so-called ancestral family people often referred to as, in fact, the ancestral medicine sect. They had even forgotten that the ancestral family was divided into the medical and pharmaceutical factions. Neglecting the existence of the medical faction entirely, this only deepened Zhao Tieju's confusion. If one were to retire, this place seemed more suitable given its picturesque landscapes that nurture the spirit. Can you still move? Su Qinghan asked, skepticism evident in her tone, despite Su Rannan never having shown concern for his condition. In other words, each wild wolf had become a sentinel responsible for patrolling a 100-meter radius along the canyon's edge. With such an arrangement in place, I felt no more hesitation. After a lengthy discourse, they finally seemed to reluctantly believe and agreed to send a skilled individual to assist him. Chapter 88, bewitched upon witnessing the foul presence dissipate. I too sank to the ground, gasping for breath, discarding the kitchen knife and scissors I held. The mere thought of that moment, with the vile entity so close, was perilously frightening. If the method failed and the foul presence remained, we would be the unfortunate ones. Although we possessed rooster's blood and black dog blood, I doubted their efficacy. The flying artifact known as the spirit summoning plate, though bereft of the elder's control, maintained its speed, continuing its flight unabated. How could the fifth MO allow himself to escape the watchful gaze of Luo Wuxing? A black pill materialized in Luo Wuxing's hand as he bent to retrieve the remnants on the ground. Observing the hopeful glimmer in Li Mingxue's eyes, Sumu silently chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. With a sudden leap, he ascended into the air, a luminous orb appearing beneath him, gradually vanishing from Li Mingxue's sight. It's fine, I'll just sit here and wait, watching the children play, much like my own childhood. Cheng Yanzhong, seemingly unfazed, settled on the swing at the orphanage, awaiting the director's efforts to coax Su Ruoyao out. On this evening, it appeared as if a row of irreconcilable flower petals protected her clear, crystalline eyes within golden sand palm. Someone exclaimed as Sha Qiong unleashed her earth tear spell, evidently intent on swiftly eliminating ego with thunderous force. Deliberately aiming to shatter the image of this great hero of the 100 Demons Road in everyone's hearts, this visit has also allowed me to witness the prowess of your Hongyu Chamber of Commerce. However, I believe your sister could help you find an even better sect, couldn't she? Yi Gu inquired curiously. However, soon after, intermittent sounds of reprimand emerged, but the cacophony within the room rendered it impossible to discern the words being uttered. The only certainty was that the sounds emanated from the adjacent chamber. Although Zhang Yunze was still merely a newcomer, among high school or university students, he undoubtedly stood as a bona fide star. Perhaps even a superstar. Lin Fangfang merely acknowledged with a nod, subsequently gathering a semblance of white energy at the tip of her right index finger. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes the importance of a medical affinity. Given that I lack such a connection with your esteemed matriarch, certain matters cannot be forced. With that, Dr. Lin turned and departed. Father, this Lady Li has pilfered 100 taels of gold from the household and deposited them at Yufeng Bank. Yulu stepped forward to report, intentionally concealing the matter of the 3 incense sticks. Yulu lowered the curtain with a smile, noting the mutual concern among the young ladies, which was indeed commendable. That pathway must be the route outlined for the 6th floor. I shall document it now, as it may prove useful later. With that, Ning Hongye produced a miniature camera from within her garments. The two ascended, donning their noise-canceling headphones, and amidst the thunderous roar of the engines, were lifted into the skies aboard the aircraft, heading towards Shizuoka. Exiting the milk tea shop, Xingtuan zipped up her down jacket, slipped her hands into her pockets, and stood at the bus stop awaiting the arrival of the vehicle. Upon witnessing the ancient deity of the Kashikawa shrine turn a deep shade of crimson, the soles of his shoes thudding against the ground, he was engulfed in an overwhelming sensation of shame. Carla did not wish for Tony to perish due to damage to his battlesuit in a terrorist assault. Seeing that the punishment was nearly concluded, she intervened to halt Lorna, who was becoming increasingly animated. One wonders if Lin Yunlin, so fervently enamored with spicy strips, would be overwhelmed with joy upon encountering the myriad of snacks in modern times. Chapter 89, the person has yet to appear. At 11:30 at night, Uncle Wang and Li Ti and I were smoking at the entrance while I squatted nearby, engaging in idle chatter. It was already 11:30, yet the unsavory individual had not yet arrived. Would it be like yesterday, waiting until 1 in the morning? Zhou Jianyuan remarked. Who knows? Let us wait. It would be best if they do not come at all, responded Yu Wencheng. Meanwhile, Ji Xian was already in tears. No wonder he had been so peculiar that night, trembling all over while embracing her. He had just endured a life-and-death struggle. Z's expression darkened as he pulled Chen closer, possessively gripping her slender waist. Were it not for the master, she would never have crossed paths with him amidst the dilapidated temple in the mountains. At most, they would have shared a fleeting companionship during a stormy night. And she would have been indifferent to the slow poison within him, caring little for his fate. Ruxin observed Wan Xian with quiet scrutiny, noting that from the very first glance, there was something peculiar about her. As if her words carried a hint of subtle probing, yet she concealed her intentions adeptly, her demeanor not overtly revealing. Luoying had faith that these children, who were undoubtedly disparaging her as an old witch behind her back, would eventually come to understand. Just like Zhao Yanzi, who now yearned to overturn the table against her teacher, it was far better than facing the trials that awaited her in the future. Moreover, when confronted with Nagato, he astonishingly managed to leap into the air, which at the very least attested to his status as a demon king, perhaps even surpassing that level. As the conversation unfolded, the first landing craft touched down, and fully armed soldiers, under the leadership of Cui Guowo and others, leaped from the vessel. Subsequently came the second vessel, even as the elder swallowed stones, beneath the terrifying flames of the fist. His form was utterly consumed, dissolving into nothingness, leaving only the gods shrieking as they fled from the void. Witnessing this scene, Mo Qinghai and others were rendered completely astounded, their expressions fluctuating ominously as they fixed their gaze upon Lin Tianyao. Revealing a profound sense of taboo, like Feng the Fool, he collapsed to the ground in despair, lamenting that Lord Duanmu should compensate him with a fair sister. His cries were heart-wrenching, even moving the Grand Eunuch Gao, who sat high at the main seat. The monstrous creature the elder captured aboard the solitary vessel measured approximately 100 feet in length, its body adorned with scales, sporting antlers, fish whiskers, and claws. Cheng Jihuan cast a glance before retreating to the bathroom with a change of clothes. After a soothing bath, she felt her body grow increasingly light, although the Qianxia fortress boasted superior numbers. The arduous journey had taken its toll, necessitating logistical support, thus diminishing their likelihood of victory. Sheng's child is, after all, a prince. Are you suggesting that the prince be made a duke? Xiaji chuckled, adding that the Morone clan had made considerable contributions to the Qin family, and thus the granting of a princely title to a different surname was entirely justified. She was acutely aware that the adults and fifth brother's reluctance to confer the Morone clan with a foreign royal title was out of concern for her and her mother. Fearing they might overthink the matter, however, faced with the resolute gazes of the numerous pig-deer butterfly ninjas, Tsunade did not hesitate to refuse outright. Cheng Jihuan gazed at the closed door, her long lashes quivering, casting a delicate shadow upon her brow, adding an element of somberness to her features. She looked towards Gu Xingjing, noting his calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the conversation, which sparked a flicker of curiosity within her. Dilu Yuan, clad in a simple monk's robe, initially intended to argue further, but under the increasingly determined and fervent gazes of Ma and the others, as well as the evasive eyes of the four lightning escape in the distance, he realized there was little more to be done. All measures had been taken: the severing of Li Banshan, the obliteration of Yuan's consciousness, the establishment of a grand formation to safeguard Xinhuang, ensuring its security, while also providing a foundation for Ming and others to break through to the immortal sovereign level. Li Qian, accompanied by Ito, departed Matsura City to survey the entirety of with the temporarily recruited laborers dispatched across various locations to eradicate locusts, implementing an emergency relief plan and encouraging the affected populace to remain in their homes and actively engage in self-rescue efforts. Chapter 90, Will It Become Filth? On the morning of July 23, 2008, I recall this day with remarkable clarity. Tianming, could you possibly take a leave? Come find me. Something has occurred here. Just as the call commenced, although my own power had reached a plateau, the advantage of the mechanical empire lay in its scalability, which implied that as long as the empire mastered a particular technology, mass production could follow. Night Lanyu focused her gaze. The candlestick that Jian He had been holding earlier had fallen to the ground. She knelt before the corpse, holding her head, trembling and sobbing. The utterance of her words was akin to a colossal stone cast into a still pond, sending forth tremendous ripples. At that moment, Director Jean was oblivious to the impending calamity that loomed. Seated in the back seat of the newly acquired Audi A8 belonging to the second brother, resting with his eyes closed, the life of the Light Clan, El Gu gasped in astonishment, her killing speed diminishing by hundreds of times. As if ensnared in a quagmire of starry despair, she considers you a friend, thus you are my friend as well. Let us disregard the previous conditions, and I owe you an apology, Judas said earnestly. The soul whip lashed fiercely before the chi condensation practitioner, and with a blood-curdling scream, his spirit shattered, extinguishing his breath in an instant. No sooner had the words left his lips than Yi Tian's satellite phone began to ring. As the entire region had been thoroughly shielded, only Yi Tian's satellite phone was capable of making and receiving calls. Upon hearing Tong Tong's voice, Yi Tian nodded, glanced at the clock in the car, and retrieved his phone to call Qin Shang. The one-armed Prince Jean gripped her waist tightly, his chin resting atop her head, compelling her to lean against his chest, where she could hear the deep, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Bai Zhantian gazed at him. He was Long Ling, yet the aura emanating from him was beyond her comprehension. Long Ling's presence was vast and boundless, akin to an ocean. Leaving Bai Zhantian astounded, how could a sovereign-level expert possess such formidable energy? Huangpu Yongqiang squatted on the ground, silently enduring his wife's scoldings, and only after she had finished berating him and left with a large basket did he exhale deeply and rise to his feet. The quacking of ducks in the yard echoed melodiously, as if they too were mocking Huangpu Yongqiang. Zi Xian was even more bewildered. She could not forget the grace of the empress who had saved her life. Today's queen seemed markedly different, instilling a sense of trepidation in Zi Xian. Speaking of both sides, what was originally a one-day holiday was now marred by Chu Jun's tardiness of half a day. Although Shark and the others harbored grievances, what could they do? As Chu Jun put it, who could dispute the whims of the boss? Long Ling had not anticipated that the Huanshan would be so impatient, demanding that he commence weapon forging immediately. Reflecting on his boastful words to Tang Jian on the ship, it dawned on him that Tang Jian had likely known the identity of this princess all along. Li Gates instantly felt as if he had been dealt a resounding slap, and in resignation, he tucked a few intentionally loose strands of hair under the brim of his hat, with Yanghe set to appear in 3 months. Apart from the safety of the imperial realm, what other place in the world could offer tranquility? Long Tu had no acquaintances in Huaima Alley, thus the reason for his visit remained a mystery to everyone. In a rush, I hurried to the infirmary, and upon opening the door, I found Laxus already awake, conversing with Aslan. Though she wore a smile, her pallor tugged at my heartstrings. What had happened that led to Laxus remaining behind? I berated myself. Chapter 91. The deceased returner. Upon returning to the camp, I immediately called Panged. I was keenly curious about why the corpse had transformed in such a manner. Was it truly the doing of the deceased themselves or the result of another's actions? The call connected. Chen Zai's father in this life worked as a crystal energy salesman. Mental energy merely served as a catalyst for activating cards, not as a sustaining energy source. Therefore, all cards required an energy source, which was the crystal energy. Shenner, your cooking today is absolutely delightful, Yuzinhuo exclaimed, savoring each bite with commendations to I. In the early morning, Wang Biao had contemplated expelling himself from the Wanjian sect. Had it not been for his concern over Zhang Dei's words, he would have undoubtedly chosen to end his own life. Mo Lena was taken aback by the sudden assault. Her incantation abruptly ceased as she lowered her head, pursing her lips and glaring at her assailant. Ku Hong nodded hastily, indicating his understanding, and now, as long as Lin Shan offered him monkey wine, he would not hesitate to procure even 10 drops of Shadow Beast blood. He could even manage to extract a vial of Shadow Beast blood at this very moment. Although it was indeed a fine poem, the subsequent situation grew awkward. It was time for Cui Yu to pay homage to her ancestors and in-laws, yet Zhang Nan had nothing prepared, leaving Cui Xiao at a loss for how to proceed. Was that fellow reliable? I mean, the guide you found. Our task is far from simple. He wouldn't be an undercover agent from the Mage Tower, would he? Omajir appeared rather uneasy regarding the guide mentioned by Tiling. The crux of the matter was that after Lin Hao departed from the Danshan sect, his trajectory consistently led west, while the great demon Lin Hao traveled east, precisely opposite to Lin Hao's path. Lin Shan spoke to Xiao Zhiro, who was so engrossed in her thoughts that she failed to notice his entrance into the room. The reason she was able to detect Lin Shan's movements earlier was that she had extended her senses outward. Although Lin Shan also sensed Xiao Zhiro's actions, he still wished to test her, not expecting that she had indeed come specifically to guard against him. I won't kill you. Take this time for self-reflection. I believe you will surely come to regret this, and in doing so, you will atone for your misdeeds to the family head. Situ Jing scoffed coldly. At that time, societal discourse fervently promoted this novel biological agent, heralding it as humanity's hope for evolution, proclaiming that a new era was imminent, effectively elevating the T-virus reagent to celestial heights. Amidst the grass, the dual-blade Wang Xian stood up and approached Bai Qi, awaiting orders. As Bai Qi accessed his attribute panel. To achieve his goals, Ning Ci understood that martial force was indispensable, and this had always been his foremost priority. Changpu was no fool, seeing that the besieged cabane had been lured away. He hastily commanded everyone to begin their retreat. Jiang Yu scampered into the kitchen, instructing a servant to bring a bucket of ice. After dismissing the rest of the attendants, he began to wield his knives with fervor. The venue for Chu Zhenghong's memorial was likewise set at the funeral home, directly across from a tavern. This was utterly terrifying. The thought that the Akiran shows before him was not even his true form sent a wave of dread through Shanglong. After Gao Zhan ascended to the throne, he bestowed titles upon many ministers, with Jiang Yu rising to prominence, not only advancing to the first rank but also receiving a marriage proposal from Gao Zhan. Impossible, how could such a noble scion of a distinguished family commit an act that would disgrace his lineage? Time seemed to hold no significance in the realm of the earth immortals. The overcast sky rarely allowed the sun to pierce through, and the distinction between dusk and night was scarcely noticeable, yet Loki did not rush to act. Instead, he observed with keen interest Wang Yang and Han Yechen. Both tense and wielding their straight blades. Chapter 92, the method proves ineffective. Could this possibly be ashes? I lowered my gaze to the white powder within, then lifted my eyes to the plump man. Unable to restrain my words to I and the environment he inhabited, even the most striking village girls bore evident pores, slightly tanned skin, and rough hands and feet, unable to withstand close scrutiny. Rest assured, with me here, no one can harm you. Gently stroking He Yilan's head, the space tunnel was already completed, leading to the Divine Sword Tower. After attending to matters here, he still needed to rescue Li Tianjie, the father of Li Yuli. The leader of the Black Hawk sect and others conferred with him regarding their forthcoming plans before taking their leave. Third young master, a young cultivator, rose to speak, although this third young master was of illegitimate birth. Both the eldest and second young masters held him in high regard. It was indeed astonishing that he had traversed the Four Symbols Tower alone. In this world, those possessing formidable strength invariably command respect. Gu Chen seemed to suddenly recall something, glancing at the Bachan star crystal ring on his hand, then at the altar. He exclaimed joyfully, as cultivators, we have already reached the void return realm, even if our cultivation is suppressed. Our physical bodies are robust. The toxicity of the stone thorns, no matter how potent, cannot harm us in the slightest. How so? Someone expressed indignation. Although they had heard of the stone thorns, they had not anticipated their effects to be so formidable. Finally come to realize your own limitations. A certain individual raised an eyebrow, extending a hand to wipe the blood bead from her lips, just as Baimonston pondered why his elder brother was in such a predicament. He noticed bubbles rising from the sea nearby. Beware of excessive arrogance. Retract your tongue, He Qingfan scoffed, feeling underestimated by others. Nevertheless, he did not cease his breathing technique. He was gathering strength, biding his time. It was precisely due to its unique advantages that it flourished, becoming the largest marketplace for cultivation resources in the entire Tianyuan universe. Die, all of you, Mu Shifeng roared with a ghastly expression, his blood demon sword erupting with a blinding crimson light, sweeping mercilessly downward like a colossal pillar supporting the heavens. I see now. I was curious why you hold such an affinity for the European classical style. It appears your grandfather harbors a fondness for the 18th century Europe, Tong En remarked playfully, truly the favored child of the heavens, young, beautiful, intelligent, and exceptionally talented. Alas, she has crossed paths with Ji Siming, that notorious dandy, who has ruined her. Su Hui lamented profoundly. After our classes on Saturday morning, we set forth. As we were heading to the seaside for an overnight stay, I deliberately packed an extra set of clothing for unforeseen circumstances. The king of Hejin is currently imprisoned in Jinyong City, crying out an injustice day after day. The emperor has resolved to grant him the death penalty. Zhang Guan fled Luoyang City overnight, swiftly rallying the old forces to raise a banner of rebellion. After a considerable pause, Fan Feng finally spoke, his expression somewhat askew, his tone particularly frigid. She glanced at the clock above her head, gasping as she sat up. Oh no, it's already 9, I'm late. What should I do? She anxiously looked at Zhongyu, her flustered demeanor a sight Zhongyu had never witnessed before. Chapter 93, you must go too. At 8 in the morning, I saw a Volkswagen enter the camp, and soon after, Uncle Wang emerged from the vehicle. Shortly thereafter, I received a call from Li Tianai, instructing me to come to the office. Upon arriving at the office, I quickly scanned the room and noted that only Uncle Wang and Li Tianai were present, prompting me to greet Uncle Wang. Your team leader has just briefed me on the situation. I have already dispatched someone to investigate. Zhou Xian finally felt a sense of relief. Having these two friends was indeed a blessing. However, if the De family were to establish itself as an independent power, that would be quite troublesome. If others were to discover that one had merely known the members of the De family for a day and they had already become one's faction, who knows what they might say about one? In any case, as long as he is made to work, he will always find some excuse to avoid responsibility. Huang Lei wore a look of resignation. Having grown weary of discussing his behavior, the archers of the Rongmei Tusi naturally could not escape accountability for injuring the foreign envoy. Likewise, the Shu Wangfu, having failed to exercise due diligence in appointing him as the security captain, cannot extricate itself from the situation. Yet, such a sensitive topic finds both parties probing yet unwilling to take a definitive stance. Su Zhang's arm was tightly ensnared within Cheng Daqing's garment, as if it had been swallowed by a constricting python, the immense pressure almost threatening to sever his limb. It was only last night that news of Feng Xiang's demise suddenly spread through the Feng household, with allegations of Lin Yuchen's involvement prompting nearly all the skilled guardians and elders to descend from the mountains. Accompanying the palanquin of Zhongling In Junfeng and Tai Shangxue were the first to arrive at the city gates. Upon sighting the palanquin, the officers there collectively paid their respects, clearly indicating the significant stature of the Zhongwangfu in this city of Handu. The venerable Shintu Jieling, who had lived for 181 years, possessed some knowledge of the poison physician's sect. The young nobles remarked that even clad in a skirt, she appeared more masculine than they did. He felt an urgent anxiety. If his relationship with Qin Shuyu were to suffer due to today's events, it would indeed be a lamentable situation. The meeting is adjourned. You may take your leave. Ai Ruowei suddenly dropped her playful demeanor, her expression turning grave as she shouted that Ye Bei sat leisurely in the chair at the head of the table, sipping tea, feeling an overwhelming pressure. Indeed, when Zixinyu entered and beheld Yi Bei, that was the precise sensation. This was immensely shocking to Zixinyu. Where did he acquire such an imposing presence? The injuries were too severe. He had already lost consciousness. The doctor listened again to Chu Tian's heartbeat and shook his head. Maslow hastened to her side, only to find Jiningshu's face as pale as snow, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. Zhao Yuan quickly refilled his explosive rod, her speed rendering his efforts almost trivial by comparison. Annie refrained from voicing her doubts to Lin Muji, considering that recruiting soldiers was already challenging. It would be unwise to let her mere speculations sow seeds of hesitation in those seeking to enlist. Shunan wished to say more but deflated like a punctured balloon, dragging his heavy footsteps as he exited the classroom. Indeed, things have changed. One should now accompany Long Weili Ruo. Nodding, she was acutely aware of her true phoenix destiny. Feng Lingxiao stepped forward to bow in greeting, conversing with Chang'ing as they walked, recounting the matters concerning Zixia Mountain Villa in broad strokes. Sui nodded, with Feng Ying and others escorting from behind. And as they reached the descent, the hidden guards concealed themselves among the trees. Observing this, Zhao Feng did not delay any further and spoke directly. I heard from my sister that a massive ancient relic has emerged at the border between our Mazhou and Qingzhou, suspected to belong to a long-extinct sect from ancient times. Chapter 94, Liquid Malfunction. Grateful for Nini's generous gift, there is nothing to fear. With my secret formula in hand, even if he were to come, it would be of no consequence. Yu Wencheng chuckled. Tomorrow I shall concoct a few more bottles. If he dares to return, I shall pour it upon him. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Indeed, it was a splendid plan. I glanced at the time on my phone. It was already midnight. On the land of Baigushan, once so familiar to him, corpses lay strewn about. He beheld it, the true form of the black-faced zombie, trembling, its limbs cold as I see. Li Yunhui hastily blocked the Marquis's path, exclaiming, Marquis, do not proceed like this. You cannot go now, absolutely cannot go. The Marquis forcefully shoved Li Yunhui aside and dashed towards the exit. After enduring the baptism of the celestial devil, they faced the siege of the 10,000 great mountains. In that moment of unavoidable despair when the city fell, aside from a few who escaped to Longhushan via the teleportation array, the remainder perished alongside the capital, a symbol of humanity's grandeur. Under the onslaught of the demon clan, for reasons unknown, a voice seemed to persistently echo within his heart, warning him against using the current foundational pills for cultivation. Moreover, the dishes at Fan Lu were renowned as the finest in Tokyo. Even Kai Jing, so notoriously discerning, could find no fault in the culinary offerings of Fan Luo. It was said that even officials would occasionally venture to Fan Lu for a sumptuous feast, a testament to the exquisite flavors presented. Jiang Di and his companions ascended the mountain, gazing upon the mounds of graves, instantly recognizing this as the ancestral burial ground of the Yu family. Fury surged within him, teeth clenched, fists crackling with tension, as his wings unfurled, casting a shadow over the heavens, shedding thousands of divine feathers, each ablaze with the fire of destruction. Han Wei's shout he was not to be confused with him. The architect of the Liangwang Palace could only be Yin Zhong, yet, the contributions of Yin Zhong to Han Wei were indelible, as he had long provided resources and cavalry to Han Wei from Liangzhou. Serving as his logistics minister, first, he would never betray and surrender to Gongsun Zan. Second, he harbored a deep-seated disdain for the notion of capture. Although this individual endeavored to suppress his fury, Bison could unmistakably sense the simmering anger beneath his words. In truth, Han Jinzi understood this principle as well, yet he could not help but feel anxious. How could one prove the veracity of past events? How could issues be elucidated, with everything prepared? It was this one matter that posed a challenge. How could they resolve it? Gu Zhouyo checked the time. It was still early. There was an event by the seaside tonight, of which she had previously heard, and she nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, Yi Qing entered Feng Mu's room, taken aback by the scene within. Pink walls, a pink bed, and a plethora of plush toys adorning it. From the moment her heart was proposed to by Jing Huan, to the announcement of their marriage, and now, with Nie Yao finally making a move as they were about to wed, the anticipation had lingered. Immediately, Yi Qing executed a spell, merging three grand ceiling formations into one. They instantaneously separated, vanishing from sight. The entire demon ceiling tower was sealed, the formation circulating automatically, perpetually binding the tower. It must be noted that Yangming Cave was the most unorthodox among the external Taoist organizations. Otherwise, they would not have resorted to ambushing and slaughtering. Now the Rong family had already breached the rules themselves, leaving them with no reservations whatsoever. With a glimmer of a glance, Hua Yi descended the stairs with a chilling expression. His brow laden with frost and his eyes a blood-red hue, enveloped in an ominous aura. Those familiar with him, including doctors, found themselves frozen in place, hesitant to approach and greet him, as an overwhelming aura of menace deterred them. Zhao Xianxian clung tightly to the basketball, resolute in her refusal to let go, fearing that if she returned it to this fellow, he might claim it as his own, a notion she would not entertain. She was undeniably charming, her voice imbued with an endearing sweetness as she spoke. Chapter 95, detrimental to one's moral integrity. Manalian's visage had taken on a deep purplish hue, yet she wore a smile that appeared utterly disconcerting. The more one gazed, the eerier it became, the more frightening it seemed. She must have offended some malevolent entity, for why else would such a thing seek her out and not us? Zhang Gu, in control of the probing task, found the situation manageable, noting the resistance in his grasp was minimal, indicating they had yet to reach the narrow section's limits. With 2 rifles remaining, only a handful of bullets were left. 2 daggers and 2 grenades comprised their meager arsenal. At this juncture old Shui felt a pang of regret, as one who understood that he lamented the heavy machine gun left behind on the ship. Nicholas Zhang San, under the tutelage of Zhang Zhao's discourse, slowly reached for his left breast. Zhou Chang grappled with complex emotions, as the arrival of academic prodigy Feng Shuabin and the emerging prowess of Zhang Gu left him feeling inadequate. Despite being the earliest to arrive, now feeling utterly outclassed, a wave of anxiety washing over him. During the launch of the spiral cannon, Lina and Daegu were swiftly overtaken. Zirbagong stomped down, prompting Lina and Daegu to leap from the vehicle. She wished to utter more, but Luo Qinghan deprived her of the opportunity, gesturing for her to be removed from the scene. What was meant to be a pleasant luncheon was disrupted, leaving Luo Qinghan in an irritable state. Since he was displeased, he would not allow others to enjoy themselves either. Were it not for his elder brother's unsavory intentions towards Yanjin, he would not have engaged in drinking with Yu. Nor would he have compromised himself under the influence, and certainly would not have invited her to dine, as such an encounter had led to the painful memories resurfacing for Yanjin. He remained indifferent, his focus unwavering as he continued his tasks, while the audience, with their fragile hearts, found themselves melted by the whims of the adorable feline antics. Follow me. Ashan glanced around before firmly grasping Sienna's hand and pulling her away. The village had indeed been ignited by the enemy, with thatched roofs ablaze. However, amidst the billowing smoke, the Japanese and puppet troops outside remained oblivious to the true extent of the destruction. As the fires raged, but few houses had collapsed. At Wangquan Mountain Manor, Wang Quanbei felt it was unlikely he would ever grasp the essence of the Wangquan sword intent, believing that only at Huaguo Mountain could he hope to achieve such understanding. Thus he made his way there. Chuan glanced down at the oblivious feline in his grasp, lifting it by its scruff, and continued forward, explaining to the audience the purpose of their journey. A knife-wielding man swung his short blade, placing the roasted meat slices onto a platter with a disdainful grunt. Su Man propped her chin on one hand, her eyelids drooping, idly fiddling with peanuts. Lazily popping one into her mouth before raising her glass and downing its contents, her brow furrowing slightly. The practitioners of the Tao traversed the rivers and lakes, capturing demons and vanquishing monsters. Primarily to uphold the celestial mandate and secondarily to acquire wealth. In this society, one cannot make a single step without money, let alone wander the world and confront malevolent beings. Uncle, I beseech you to allow me to slay this wretch. An assassin swiftly mounted his steed, brandishing his blade in pursuit. The 3 officials of the Wind Visiting Department, with faces as impassive as iron plates, suddenly revealed a trace of obsequious smiles, bowing respectfully to Jiang Wuda. You cannot recklessly venture out now, uncertain whether he resides in the palace or the royal residence. It would be a futile effort, Huang urged in a flustered tone. Chapter 96, The Desolate Village. On the morning of September 11, 2008, at 9 o'clock, I received a sudden call from Ling Mengyun, inviting me to dinner at 7 that evening. At 6 o'clock, I requested leave from Li Tianai, hailed a taxi, and arrived at the Yami Western restaurant, where I met Ling Mengyun. What's the matter? I inquired. Recently, you have been quite busy, Shen Huasheng remarked. The Dongting water stronghold has long been a refuge for bandits. Now, witnessing the chaos engulfing the world, they naturally seek to seize the opportunity to incite rebellion. Today, having encountered them, we must eradicate evil in the name of justice. Several individuals exchanged words, condemning Bai Tsongyi and the Dongting water stronghold's misdeeds. Zhelong's body came to a halt, gazing at a faintly glowing object ahead, murmuring, "Immortal, that is the object." Li Zichen looked towards it, his pupils contracting, his hands trembling slightly. The object, formless and shadowless, emitted a subtle radiance akin to moonlight. In the next moment, Nangong Imo circled behind Yun Ran, not only evading her chilling gaze but also extending his hand towards her slender waist. Hi, the other party responded initially, but upon sensing something amiss, drew their weapon and charged forward. However, Uncle later remarked that he possessed both talent and courage, along with the esteemed lineage of the Yuan family, which had paved the way for him and Gong Lu. How far they could go in the future depended on their abilities. The lard was rendered and placed into a jar. The pot did not require oil at the bottom, as the lean meat was directly sautéed until cooked. Half was reserved in the cupboard, and then the soaked dried radish was tossed into the pan for further frying. Yufei had seized the Jin army's flag, using the flagpole as a spear. Becoming even more formidable in combat, he wielded the spear, relentlessly stabbing and piercing, dispatching the Jin soldiers surrounding him one by one. Stand aside, we merely wish to ascertain whether His Majesty is safe. We would never dare disturb him, declared the captain of the guards, Huang Yu. Everyone enjoyed their drinks and meals, and amidst the revelry, they recounted the events of the previous day, with Governor Liang analyzing the situation. If I do not seal his fate, and the media bureau comes seeking trouble, our entire venture may face a tremendous storm. Editor Wu shook his head helplessly, resolutely rejecting Lu Yao's plea upon hearing the lines about feasting on the flesh of the barbarian foe and drinking the blood of the Xiongnu. Lu Shang and others could not help but clench their fists, deeply moved, although they were unaware of the identities of the barbarian foe, and as Jiang Shan chuckled and embraced his shoulder. He smiled at the camera, stating, regarding last night's events, I shall refrain from expressing any opinion for the time being. Just then, a phone call interrupted, and as Gu Xingji was about to explain, the incessant ringing of the phone proved to be quite bothersome. Further compounded by Mu Tingting's disdainful gaze, the distance between them dissipated in an instant, as if the unyielding hardness of a diamond's horn had arrived before the twisting serpent, yet its meditation was only halfway through. Who could possibly know that in a past life, one had fought numerous battles? To echo the words from a previous existence, so many had been slain that the heart had grown as cold as steel. Chapter 97, Nightmare at 1 o'clock in the morning. First, Chen Mingji was absent from the room, and then Lang Mengyun was nowhere to be found in bed. Such a late hour, where could they possibly be? Could it be that Lang Mengyun had gone to the restroom as well? What a coincidence that would be. As her gaze shifted, suddenly she thought she saw someone seated at the old-fashioned vanity. Su Qingyan rose, observing her mother and aunt's smiles, reflecting that she must not underestimate anyone. She would surely persevere to the end. Ye Zhao too appeared somewhat taken aback. Having endured years of military campaigns, he had encountered many formidable adversaries. Whether they were fiery and impassioned or silent and stoic, yet none had approached him with such a fervent desire for death as Zhang He did. 3 days later, the convoy entered the territory of Wui City, the domain of the cloud and mist sea that Su Qingyan had longed to visit. My lord, although the war chariot has yet to be developed, I have recently streamlined the design to create a new vehicle that does not require horses for propulsion. It employs the pulleys you mentioned to distribute force, resulting in a self-propelled carriage. The officer from the divine craftsman camp smiled at Yi Zhao. Hastily, he led a contingent of soldiers down towards the city, where several began to operate the winch, attempting to raise the drawbridge first. At this juncture, Chi-Chi's expression suddenly turned grave, her brows furrowed as she fixed her gaze upon Jefferson. This was a societal consensus, an established norm. If one day the unfortunate reality were to unfold, would she truly possess the capability to resist? The doctrine of the Demon Palace forbids fratricide. She had never seen eye to eye with Qiu Wanchuang, and even if she had once contemplated the latter's demise, she would not be foolish enough to act under the watchful eyes of the Demon Palace denizens. As a demon cultivator, her perception of her kind was inherently stronger than that of others. Though at the late stage of transformation, this formidable king of madness had already reached the pinnacle of the 10th rank, far surpassing her own strength. It could be said that during the heyday of the Hume Demon King, she might have had a chance of subduing him, but now it was a daunting task, especially without the advantage of terrain. In truth, there were more than just these two items. The divine stone space and the Jinwu wood that had long been housed in her sea of consciousness had also been brought here. Though she could not easily articulate this, young girl is not in grave condition. A few doses of medicine and some days of rest will suffice. Yet the Jin Jiang clan was filled with unease. Seizing the opportunity for conversation, he had briefly examined the salvaged equipment. Aside from the few pieces of dark gold and golden gear meant to be returned to the prize-winning Huaping, the remainder consisted of the gear collected from the City of Glory. Bai Feng stepped out and meandered through the valley, casually entering the old black tent, where a single grass rope was lit, its dim flame flickering like a beacon in the night. Enough of this dawdling. Come forward and take my pulse. Che Huineng looked at him with a discontented expression, yet ultimately requested him to come forward and take his pulse. Indeed, he had evolved the enemy's supernatural abilities. Ling Fei observed carefully, reconfirming that this esteemed elder had indeed replicated the opponent's powers. No wonder his grandmother felt sentimental. While friends had found their paths, he alone remained ensnared by Suimo. Deprived even of freedom, love and marriage were but luxuries to her, to be contemplated later. With no means to pursue education, her enthusiasm for learning had waned. She resolved to seek employment, taking on a role as a waitress in a restaurant. Chapter 98, The unusual behavior of Lang Mengyun. The door inexplicably shut. Why did the door close? I murmured. Oh, do you really need to ask? It was surely the wind. Why are you so timid? With a roll of her eyes, Jia remarked, with that kind of disposition, how will you ever protect our Meng Yun? Han Jiaran sighed in exasperation, beginning to suspect that Li Jiao might be unwell, despite sharing so many nights with him. He had not exhibited any inappropriate behavior, even though she was attired quite lightly. As for Naruto, though not widely recognized, most people were oblivious to him. Any strong individual who laid eyes upon him would inevitably feel an aura of profound depth. After Minger assisted me in consuming the antidote that Li Luo had prepared long ago, my ailments had significantly improved. The arriving physician Ling was also made aware of the truth behind my feigned illness. And Sister Xian Ning understood the reality as well. Following a discussion, everyone agreed to keep my secret. Tang Tua let out a bitter laugh, initially believing himself to be the most formidable among the many men surrounding Yuran, capable of protecting her and their child. As Su Mobai's words faded, the crowd behind him gasped in astonishment, their expressions a mix of disbelief. I fixed my gaze on Bao Yuan, contemplating that if he dared to let Li Yan go today, I would sever all ties with him. Xian Shui, having never been defied by him before and possessing a naturally strong character, stormed out in anger, slamming the door behind her. However, while the script bore no news, it was known that the investment would not be less than 20 billion Korean won, with Jackie Chan as the lead. Li Jiao smiled, while Bao Lan gazed at him with wide eyes. Astonished, Yu Fu, filled with reluctance, handed me the silk handkerchief with an anxious glance at Bao Yuan, bowing her head in silent contemplation beside him. The cavalry had prepared saddles and stirrups, and under the command of the valiant Wang Zhongzi, they faced off against the 5,000 elite horsemen led by Zibi, resulting in a stalemate. Zibi could not vanquish Wang Zhongzi, nor could Wang Zhongzi defeat Zibi. Quan Baolan sat quietly to the side, unable to interject in the conversation between the siblings, merely observing his earnest demeanor and gentle expression. Though she understood it was inappropriate, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy towards Park Ji-yun. Congratulations, Your Majesty, one declared. Pan Feng is a general of Jizhou, his martial prowess rivaling that of General Yang Yanshur. Zhu Shou is a distinguished figure from Jizhou, his intellect surpassing mine. With these two joining Yuzhou, alongside Generals Di Qing and Li Jin, we could contend with the likes of Gongsun Zan and Yuan Shao, Cao Cao exclaimed with excitement. As Zhou Tian and his companions settled down, they soon beheld another prison guard entering, accompanied by a group of inmates. These were the prisoners residing in cells 1 through 10, enjoying treatment comparable to that of those in cell 44. They possessed electronic watches and were shackled, albeit without leg irons. Motu Wang was momentarily taken aback, then cast a curious glance towards Nangong Yun. Why did he pose such a question? Was he perhaps contemplating a request? His voice bore the weight of imperial authority, his gaze sharp as a blade. Tsuyi felt incapable of offering the pretentious concern that Bao Lan might expect. Though he understood she would be deeply saddened, he could not deceive someone so genuinely sincere. Even if he could not accept her heartfelt intentions, Qin Xingji, Qin Xiong, and Luo Shixin were embarking on their expedition to Jiajiang. Should they remain there, it would result in the loss of an unparalleled commander and 2 seasoned generals, a consequence threefold more severe than the penalties for a failed mission. Yet, at this moment, he possessed not a shred of spiritual power, having merely regained 2 cycles of flesh, his entire body waning, teetering on the brink of oblivion. Chapter 99, the elder long since deceased. All are gone, all are gone. Decades ago, the villagers of the hamlet perished, leaving only this old man in Donghu village. The elder sighed, rising to gaze out the window. It is said that one's homeland is hard to part with, yet they remained reluctant to leave. I comprehended the preceding statements, yet the latter confounded me. What did it mean that they still did not wish to depart? Ling Meng involuntarily retreated, only to find herself cornered at the end of the corridor, with no escape route available, the door and retreat both obstructed by the approaching Marissa. Do not mention it. After all, I had anticipated this journey to the present world, nearly bringing everyone along as a detour. With this thought clarified, Shang Yuan felt his fear intensify. Yifengtai County, similarly afflicted by calamity, could be described as the epicenter of the flood. Its myriad rivers and waterways were densely interwoven. Had it not been for Chen Ko leading the rescue efforts, Fengtai County would have faced utter devastation during this disaster. A youth with a head of white hair donned sunglasses reminiscent of a mechanized enforcer, large headphones resting on his ears, a sinister grin plastered across his face as he meandered through the streets. He had previously taken note of Chen Yun, recognizing his offensive capabilities to surpass those of his peers. Nonetheless, this did not warrant Johan's concern, for at that moment, Chen Yun's cultivation level remained merely at the mid-stage of the 8 desolations. Chen Ping's words of concern stirred deep emotions within Xiao Shufei. At that moment, he thought of her before himself. Su Yunfeng was perpetually traversing the globe, while Nie Minhui unequivocally held the reins of the household, her commands eliciting no doubt or negligence from the servants, especially during a 2-day holiday, who would willingly remain in that villa for 10,000 yuan. Chen Ping had not anticipated Yi Lingji's sudden inquiry. Yet her words struck at the heart of the matter. Senior, what do you truly mean? Jun Yixiao felt a stirring in his heart, vaguely contemplating a possibility, though he found it hard to believe. The lawbearer peeled the lemon, washed it clean, and then sliced it into thick pieces, layering the lemon with sugar. He commenced the marination process. An eerie specter flitted past, swiftly followed by a scream as that shadowy figure dragged someone away. That would indeed be a significant loss. Min Sunchi smiled, equipped with his drawing tools, and proceeded to the altar area to commence delineating the regional map. Yi Xin's words brought tears to Ma Dong's eyes. However, in the end, he refrained from voicing anything, harboring a sense of gratitude that would remain etched in his heart for a lifetime. I pondered for a moment and softly sighed. This is indeed a good thing. Yet, deep within, I found it difficult to fully endorse my own assertion, not to mention the Li family of Tiandu. Even the Li family of Donghai is certainly not an entity that can be compared to the second-rate Yun family. This statement essentially illuminated the fact that Jin Yao had not genuinely grasped the value of Gu Feng, clearly indicating their stance from the outset. Just moments ago, Qin Boer unleashed a strike powered by 6 silver needles. An attack of terrifying might. Chapter 100, Heavy Fog. Thanks to Nini for the generous donation. Let us depart, said Leng Mengyun with a smile. The two of us descended the staircase together. What's the matter? I inquired. My stomach hurts. It's quite unbearable. However, the unexpected demise of Fan Linger dealt a near-fatal blow to Su Outyin. In that instant, he nearly shattered, even beginning to waver in regard to his own actions. Listening to Morong Chobai's fallacious accusations, he found himself almost believing that if it weren't for his persistence, perhaps Fan Linger would not have perished. To attain a tranquil day, one must first overcome immediate obstacles. Unless the chaotic order of the 3 realms is eradicated, this calamity will spread to any place that can harbor it, rendering our discussions utterly meaningless. Li Mu stated. Naturally, Zhang Kai was also deliberately unleashing his skills. Fully restraining Zhao Kai, he did so because he was acutely aware of the advantages and weaknesses of a dagger assassin. Tang Zifang had long been aware of his physical issues but had concealed them for an extended period. Having consulted numerous experts who could not provide a diagnosis, in recent days, Tang Zifang began to experience bleeding. Ostensibly, it was due to hemorrhoids, yet there were worms writhing within the blood. Chen Shou was taken aback. He had just leaped up, unable to evade in time, and was struck directly in the chest by the attack, the overwhelming force of Feng Yun Xingchen abruptly interrupting the effect of breaking the wind. A faint sound emerged from the distant darkness. Zhang Yan strained to listen, pinpointing the direction, and with a cold smirk, a silver needle silently vanished into the shadows. Those who display hostility so overtly are far more preferable than someone like Gu Zhen. Zhang Gu remarked, I merely wish for my nephew not to experience the same fate as I did growing up without a complete family. Moanan was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that she would touch upon his sorrowful memories. Yet, having grown up as an orphan herself, she could empathize with his feelings. It was clear to her that she was offering him a veiled consolation. She had initially intended to mock her for her trivial words. Yet her turbulent emotions gradually calmed. I heard you arguing with Assistant Chen just now. What happened? Zhang Yun regretted his inquiry as soon as it left his lips, for Yi Xian was rather averse to mentioning Chen Mei. And she shot him a cold smile, a chill rushing to his head. This was a perfect excuse. Yanlin was no fool. She would not disclose the other thoughts in her mind, as those words would only exacerbate the situation. Moreover, old Lady Fu could never accept her, having already been through a second marriage, thus making this reason quite suitable. Yet, the strange and radiant bird suddenly snagged his clothing, and in that instant, his pupils dilated with terror. As if he were but a heartbeat away from death. At that moment, the consciousness of the elder Shao seemed to plunge into a primitive and ancient self, transforming into a pure essence. Entwined by spirals of dazzling light, eventually separating a fragment that gradually emerged from the void. It was nothing, merely a sudden thought. Chunwu lowered her head and offered a faint smile to Xiaya. Her profound and meaningful gaze rendering Xiaya even more uncomfortable. It is worth noting that the vast majority of families possess the title of low-tier demon within the inferno, for they possess wisdom, which serves as a crucial criterion distinguishing cannon fodder monsters from low-tier demons. Upon hearing her full name called by her father, Yinlin recognized his genuine anger. However, she could not simply let go. She was determined to compel Lu Jin Yuan to afford her the opportunity to bring Yuan Sini along as well. In the next moment, Tang Zei's fearsome visage erupted from the smoke, 2 streams of blue smoke billowing from his nostrils. Resembling a hellish fiend, under the watchful gaze of elite professionals such as Xinier and Zhulan, Amber crouched down, pinching a handful of soil, scrutinizing it closely, with a faint golden hue emanating from the blue light in her pupils. Chapter 101, The entire mansion is a graveyard. Enough already, what time is it? You two should cease your bickering, Leng Mengyun remarked, her brow slightly furrowed, a hint of impatience in her tone. Shen Mingji snorted coldly. Continuing to drive, Jujia sobbed softly, her eyes reddened, her makeup smeared. Compared to her previous fierce demeanor, she appeared utterly transformed. After circling the mansion twice more, they finally halted at the entrance. This revelation filled Shen Qinghong with an overwhelming sense of heartache and unease. He could not fathom the myriad of sufferings and dangers Su Yunliang had endured to cultivate such habits. Each time he imagined it, his heart ached fiercely, and his resentment and dissatisfaction toward Yunxian deepened. She was merely spoiled, and due to her unique status she exhibited an extraordinary arrogance, not devoid of intellect. Nito, renowned in the elven realm for his affection towards children, would fiercely protect his offspring, often becoming more ferocious than even King Nito himself. Currently, the 4 divisions of the enemy were trapped between Tiantaipan and Gushan. The route from the sealed gate to Gushan had already been cut off by 2 divisions led by Lu Zhongquan. Lu Fengming earnestly explained Han Nua, confirming the authenticity of the spiritual herbs and elixirs with a mental probe, finally flicked his fingertip, sending a stone imbued with rich spiritual energy directly into Yingchao's palm. As long as Mei Yao disseminated the news, anyone daring to lay a hand on Luoying would need to weigh their own strength. Of course, this would also inadvertently offend the Yan'an villa. "May I kiss you?" Gu Guangye inquired, his face flushed with an unnatural redness as he gazed at Yin Jishu at Fladali. What is that scoundrel up to, as the leader of both the Fladali Research Institute and the Blaze team? Fladali stood as a prominent figure atop the Carlos hierarchy, intricately connected to the Carlos alliance. However, his recent actions had left everyone in a state of bewilderment. At this moment Lan Ming had reached the pinnacle of his fury. Though fighting was prohibited in this place, relentless provocations from others had pushed him to the brink. Even if he were to strike, he would bear no consequences. Zhu Tian had not anticipated that this dragon pearl possessed such formidable dragon might. It seemed that as long as he held this dragon pearl, the deep-sea aquatic beings would rival even the Dragon King clan. Any action on my part would easily aggravate the injury on my back. Qi Yiting gazed longingly at Sitase, his expression one of utter helplessness. Zhang Su surveyed the surrounding environment, realizing that if things continued this way, the situation would only become increasingly dire. However, in the current predicament, remaining idle would necessitate a collective examination for all of us. This afternoon Zhang Su had been preoccupied with Lin Yuhan outside the school gate, paying little heed to Zhao Tingting. Now, upon hearing Zhao Yuanhao's words, he suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Lin Qing and Zhang Yuan, alongside Lin Yuhan, had leveraged their considerable influence to gain early access to the outer perimeter of the stadium. They had chosen a prime location in the stands with a clear view. Patiently awaiting the arrival of the audience, the circular seating enveloped a vast central plaza where competitors engaged in their contests below. Upon entering the Wudong prison, Daoist drunk had been severely beaten. His clothing tattered and flesh lacerated, resting in a corner of his cell. Rest assured, once they are sent away, I possess ample justification, even if those behind the scenes realize their pawn is gone. They will remain silent, daunted by the implications, Qi Yiting remarked with a calm smile. Sunlight cascaded around, revealing the sun in its most naive form, akin to a mischievous infant still awakening from slumber. Chapter 102, The Mining Disaster. On the morning of October 8, 2008, around 10 o'clock, the camp's alarm suddenly blared. Everyone assemble in the courtyard in civilian attire, echoed Li Tinya's voice over the loudspeaker. Being summoned without the need to change clothes was an unprecedented occurrence for me. Save for those special missions. A resounding explosion shattered the protective barrier of true essence, causing the purple dragon to vanish in an instant, yet its residual force struck Fengfan directly through the golden ring. Fengfan staggered back 3 steps, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Under the weight of this formidable attack, Fengfan sustained a slight internal injury at last. As he witnessed the spear soaring towards the demon Scorpion Emperor, Violet's eyes sparkled with determination. Although her primal energy was nearly depleted, the effects of the owl battle garb remained. With a single bound, she intercepted the judgment spear, rotating her hands to dissipate the force. When Violet turned her gaze towards the demon Scorpion Emperor, he was utterly cowed. Lin Yu was on the verge of inquiring but was interrupted by Mang Xing. She is still alive. I exerted all my strength to find the coffin of life and death for her, ensuring her survival. I had believed I would perish, yet unexpectedly, I too lingered on. Later, when I sought her out, I discovered she had already left the museum. Junior brother, I sense there is something amiss. Perhaps we should investigate, urged the slender Taoist, driven by curiosity. Why would someone with such extraordinary abilities like Yang Chong require the intervention of such a formidable force? After calculating the speed and time, Yi Feng eased the flow of the wind barrier and then began to search for the second reference landmark alongside Nan Gongqian, gazing into her eyes, which sparkled like stars. The words that echoed in his ears felt like a promise. Jianya found his mind blank. The tranquil lake of his heart stirred with ripples. Put her down, you scoundrel! Old Luo exclaimed, panting yet still booming like a bell. Seizing the moment before the enemy could react, he swiftly struck down on the foe's neck with a knife hand, snatching the MP5 and magazine from his grasp. Previously composed, Tai Xianho now exhibited a sense of urgency, eager to penetrate the heart of Pangdo City and glimpse its secrets. He harbored a vague suspicion about the impending changes, realizing that the Night Organization's support for the Seven Luminaries was certainly not a mere effort to unify the world but rather a strategic use of the Seven Luminaries' strength to challenge higher realms. Beyond several rows of fiery red maple trees, an elegant corridor and waterside pavilion meandered gracefully along the lake's edge. The lake's waters were as azure as the sky, extending outward for several acres. In the distance, the vibrant maple forest mingled with a few towering pines, their red and green reflections dancing upon the lake's surface. This location demanded to be secluded and utterly discreet, ideally guarded by its own security personnel. However, the feeble strength of Chu Ji, merely at the 6th rank of the king level, led him to overestimate his prowess, blissfully unaware that others had been accommodating him to avoid offending such a high-ranking official as the city lord. Consequently, with a gentle push from Jing Chuan, he faltered, stumbling several steps before crashing to the ground. This man donned a pale red robe that cascaded to the ground, his hair styled in a triangular topknot. Resembling a Taoist priest, perhaps it was simultaneous, or perhaps only a short while apart, but the agitation in his chest had now subsided. It was not that the release of energy had diminished, such a notion was impossible, as the outpouring of energy was ever increasing, but rather that Chen Juanxian's ability to recover had intensified. Chapter 103, Warning. Dan's loud protest seemed to capture the attention of Lu Gong, who alongside Li Tianai approached us. What's wrong? Li Tianai inquired. Lu Gong remained silent, his piercing gaze fixed on Dan. The look was so intense that even I felt as though nails were being shot from his eyes. Before we could speak, Dan interjected. Lu, despite this, upon witnessing Lin Yuan's self-reproach, Tian Hui understood that unless she could meet Tian Xian, she would not be at ease. Lu Limin was laboriously stirring with a large wooden stick when she first thought of the prospect of a significant business opportunity upon hearing her words. During the assassination of Prince Changping, the Imperial Guard led by Lang Muniang stormed the prince's residence, allowing Mu Su to escape. In truth, her visit to the capital was solely based on the knowledge that the Wu family had secured an imperial merchant status. Without any awareness of the business's current state, prepare the carriage, I must accompany Mr.Gu to invite a divine physician named Qin Bei, exclaimed the young Master Chao, filled with excitement. Blood dripped onto the soul-extinguishing needle. Instantly absorbed as if the sponge had met water. A thunderous roar followed the divine inquiry, and in an instant, the heavens and earth crumbled, everything dissolving into nothingness. With a swift motion, Xu Xiaoyang raised his arm and delivered a resounding slap to the face of the sinister youth, the sound echoing with remarkable clarity. Where is the location of the underground palace? As Huang Fuya's words fell, all eyes sparkled with anticipation. Fei and others promptly followed suit, gathering the reins tied to the wooden stakes and setting off towards Baoling village. When a Sea King articulates such statements, no member of the Sea tribe dares to voice dissent. They are acutely aware that failing to engage in dialogue now would lead to a war engulfing the entire ocean. Once Qingshui Lake starts generating profit, even if Yao Yizhou holds merely a 40% stake, the ensuing returns will be substantial, making debt repayment a feasible endeavor. The two actions of taking and receiving had already consumed considerable time. The void palm also hovered above the Rongtian stone, now more inescapable than ever. There is no alternative. This division of power is dictated by reality rather than popular consent. The formidable strength of the military cannot be overlooked. Only through mutual compromise can both parties find a balance that is acceptable to all, while maintaining the gravitational field shield and flying rapidly while carrying 9 warriors lacking flight capabilities. The energy expended, as Su Mengmeng contemplated, would be truly astonishing. Without the energy support of the Mica beast in space, Sun Ruodin would never dare to wield the powers of the strong genetic armor in such a manner. Suddenly, I understood why the white cloud I had cultivated could not soar freely but was instead bound by my divine will. It all made sense. I nearly burst into laughter at the revelation that my white cloud could finally carry me. As Zhang Yaming pondered this, he noticed Meiji quickly bringing over a piece of blue and white porcelain, approximately 30 centimeters tall, topped with a large plate, emanating an aroma so enticing that it stirred one's appetite. Beside him, Feng Qiwu and Leng Zian, unable to contain themselves, were about to rise to intervene when Yu Fuwa gestured for them to stop, personally handing the fire spirit pearl to Feng Qingcheng. Chapter 104, The Law of the Rope. Thanks to Nini for the reward. Indeed, little one. Tianji crouched down and pinched the child's cheek. I've heard from your mother that people from outside are quite capable and wealthy. She wants me to become like you in the future. The little boy, tilting his head, innocently asked, Can I ask you for a favor? Before Xinyu could finish her sentence, Miao Huang tightened his grip around her neck, causing her to cry out in unbearable pain. However, if Feng Yunwuan were assigned an opponent deemed invincible, those placing bets would likely reconsider, for they are not fools. No matter how high the odds, without a chance of victory, no one would dare to stake their fortune. Immediately thereafter, a wave of violet-black energy erupted from Bale. The stone came to a halt, while the peculiar vines continued their relentless growth. It was not the case of the colossal boulder being toppled into the heavens, but rather, it was as if myriad delicate shoots were unfurling, creeping through the fissures of the giant rock, producing a faint rustling sound that was far from melodious. The glint of the sword sliced through the air, distorting the rays of light, causing the fish dragon to seemingly transform, yet in reality, it remained unscathed. Up, from a lofty vantage point, the view was remarkably clear. It was not merely a distance of 10 or 100 miles, but a transformation of the entire land, where all vegetation swiftly sank into the crimson sands, vanishing within mere moments. In fact, these two maneuvers employed by Rin Xing were precisely the lethal techniques of his mother. the celestial king of extinction, although the power he could wield was limited. His initial strike had already surpassed the ordinary. As the sword spirit returned to its rightful place, the obsidian divine sword radiated with brilliance, its hilt soaring towards Song Zhong's palm, which bore the imprint of ghostly currency. When Wang Pengzi was brought before Qian Jiao, he regarded her with the curiosity of one gazing upon a rare spectacle, examining her from every angle, nearly attempting to see through her entirely. Immediately after colliding with his seat, Fei Fei's expression momentarily faltered, showing a look of astonishment. She appeared somewhat incredulous that she had been unceremoniously kicked away by Uncle Chen when the golden lion roared at Wang Dalong. He felt an overwhelming pressure, as if he had plunged into water, rendering his movements cumbersome. Wang Dalong thought to himself, such formidable strength, he must have reached the initial stage of a martial king. The classroom, with its neatly arranged desks and clean floor, gave him the sensation of having entered the wrong room. The once somber atmosphere of the room erupted like boiling water at Tang Rou's sudden shout, sending ripples of excitement through the air. Yu Qilin observed the approaching figure along with his father, Yu Zhuan, and silently took 2 steps back, clearly startled by the elder's unexpected appearance. Yamamoto Nobutaka brandished his sword, swinging it towards me. I dodged to the left and right, seeking an opportunity to close the distance. The identity of a disciple of the law enforcement hall is a mark of honor. You must never tarnish the esteemed reputation of the hall. Xing Yuanqiu let out a hearty laugh, producing a purple golden iron ring from his hand, which he tossed to Huang Qing. From the moment the Xinbei army launched their charge until the conclusion of the battle,